Superhuman and superpowers appear out of nowhere, along with the unique abilities of superhuman that allow them to take significant steps forward in life. There are those who choose it to improve their skills. Those who have unique abilities, then use that ability and realize an extraordinary active role in their respective fields, and those who use it to work as hunters while they are still fighting monsters. In fact, he had previously tried a career as a hunter, but it seemed too much for him. The protagonist, who once tried to become a superhuman, is forced to give up on his dream and return home to start his life as a farmer. In the end, he only spent money on school fees. Therefore, he had to prosper his house. While he was busy looking for ways to help his family, suddenly the protagonist managed to develop an extraordinary agricultural spirit. He succeeded in sublimating consciousness into his spirit. Then he got another notification that a retired pro-farmer gave his blessings to him. He has been resurrected as a spirit farmer to do some farming. When his younger brother Lee Chan-woo started a business that failed, it forced the family to sell all their land to pay off his debts. Jeon-woo works harder because he knows he is the breadwinner of his family. Jeon-woo starts counting. After taking care of the trees, realized that just planting this mass crop would not yield much profit. All he needs to grow a rare plant whose seeds can only be found in the dungeon. He couldn't possibly get it. But Jeon-woo wishes he had it so he could be rich. He sighed. When he suddenly noticed something strange coming from the sprouts on the ground. He heard some strange voices. Jeon-woo then brings Little Sprout home for his parents to see. But only he could hear it. His father couldn't hear the sound from the plant. Jeon-woo gave a little explanation so as not to arouse suspicion. He believes in himself and thinks the tree really comforts him and talks to him. Jeon-woo takes Sprout to the treatment area. The next day, he watered it and told him many stories about the place in the hope that it would become a special seed to help him in his struggle to live. When Jeon-woo's father left his job quickly to go send the harvest. With him, his father was able to earn more than 8 million won during this harvest season. But after deducting fertilizer and maintenance costs, he had little. Jeon-woo then returned to the garden, but he saw a little girl rushing out to hug him. He looked surprised. Then a notification appears on the system board. Jeon-woo has acquired a farmer's spirit, which gives him a pound of skill extra. But when watching it over and over again, he discovered that he lacked fighting ability. When the spirit girl saw Jeon-woo, she ran to ask, and now he realized that this young girl was named Hawa. Jeon-woo was stunned when he saw Hawa's skill sheet, and hoped that Hawa will do something special for him. Hawa quickly ran back to the sprout by using the hand skills of experienced farmers. With this skill, trees touched by air will develop very well, but Jeon-woo wants something that works right away. Hawa understood what he meant. She took a breath and shouted loudly, surprising Jeon-woo, thinking she was just making a wave sound. He brought Hawa home. When a huge wind appeared and something appeared right before his eyes, Jeon-woo was once a hunter. His instincts told him it was dangerous, and this was the style of the mighty spirit. Hawa has summoned the wind spirit. He directly questioned them about why they called him. Jeon-woo immediately thought of asking the wind spirit to help him plow this area, and luckily he immediately accepted. After plowing the land, the wind spirit disappeared and Jeon-woo let out a sigh of relief. Luckily he didn't get angry or Jeon-woo would have died. He then turned to face Hawa, who was able to summon such a powerful spirit, even more extraordinary than he thought. Jeon-woo grins and takes Hawa home and tells her that today is enough. Tomorrow the notification board appears again, and thanks to the help of the wind spirit, Jeon-woo's skills were raised to a higher level. Jeon-woo takes Hawa home and tells his parents that all the storm that just happened was clearly caused by Hawa to summon the wind spirit. However, after hearing this made-up story, his parents were not convinced, and planned to consult a psychiatrist. Jeon-woo quickly comes up with a different plan to make his mother give Hawa a bath. Meanwhile, he had to sit and endure his father's screams. Her father concluded that Jeon-woo had kidnapped this sweet girl, and had ordered him to bring her back immediately. But at that time his mother screamed in fear and rushed out to tell him that Hawa had no excretions, and only then did they start to believe Jeon-woo's claim that Hawa was a spirit. A week has passed since Hawa entered Jeon-woo's world, and he still doesn't understand it well. He only knows that Hawa eats a lot. So Jian-woo takes her to a fast food contest, and Hawa ate it all, so that the Jian-woo is given a worthy reward. Then there is a spirit that Hawa summons to help Jian-woo with his farming. But despite the fact that Hawa summoned this spirit, they only understand Jian-woo's words and don't remember how Jian-woo began to see them as a telepathic couple who depended on each other to grow. While he was thinking about it, Air went and tugged at his sleeve. He had eaten all the potato cakes that Jian-woo had cooked, but he was still hungry. Jian-woo is still happy and cheerfully drives her into town to get more food. Before leaving, she rushing back to the garden. To say goodbye to her plants, Jian-woo takes her to a different city from his countryside. There were so many tall buildings that Hawa could not contain its excitement, but before he could go out and buy potato cakes, he had to go to the Adventurers Guild and register. From today, he will become an adventurer to have enough pocket money to cover his Hawa's food. His biggest dream is to become an adventurer. But he had failed the entrance test. This is too often. And this time was his last chance, and luckily he managed to see the certificate. He couldn't help feeling emotional. Even though his ability was only for farming, it was more than enough. Hawa saw this and wanted to try too, but because she was a spirit, she couldn't get through. Hawa was a little sad, however, when she saw Jian-woo in a bad mood. She walked back to the home and immediately regained her spirits. That night, branch manager Baek Cheon-soo went to check on the situation at the head office. When he heard a big fight, he walked over to the others. Two get involved and orders them to stop the fake superpowers. Soo-jin and Jung-hyuk are the faces of the entire base. But these two individuals behave like dogs and cats, fighting all day without setting a good example for the underclassmen. Seeing that the manager had arrived, but they still argued noisily. Baek Cheon-soo firmly told them to stop and not fight at headquarters. They dragged each other along to continue arguing. Baek Cheon-soo is also helpless. He took out the list of new superpowers joining the association. He checked, but saw no one standing. This makes him stressed because he has to cultivate potential employees to move to higher management positions. But nothing had caught his attention in previous years. That night, Hawa wore some clothes that Jian-woo bought for her. She's so adorable that everything looks good on Jian-woo earns her a certificate similar to his. And even though it's fake and vague, it's enough to make Hawa happy. He then drew Hawa together for the photo. He completed his dream of becoming a fake superpower. But the most important thing is that Hawa has entered his world. Jian-woo plans to take Hawa out to harvest corn today. And she's so adorable that Jian-woo is connected to his cell phone taking her photo. His mother also constantly asked him to give her photos of Hawa to use as new wallpaper. This week he has changed 10 wallpapers. When Jian-woo's father saw them huddled together, he became upset and scolded them for being lazy. However, after they separated, Jian-woo's father called him back because he was jealous that he had not received Hawa's picture. After seeing that, he became much more comfortable. They have harvested corn this time and the quality is very good, so his father was sure it would be better than Class C. But there are no guarantees, so he was on his way to borrow a machine. When Jian-woo called him back, they no longer needed meters because Jian-woo already had a system for evaluating the quality of agricultural products. And by doing that, they will save money on the cost of that pricing engine. But only Jian-woo can calculate the price. Therefore, he had to do it and shoulder all this alone. When he looked back and didn't see Hawa making any movement, Jian-woo felt strange. Meanwhile, as she puffed up her mouth and dragged the huge mound of corn back into place, Jian-woo nervously runs to help her and checks the quality of the corn Hawa planted. And as soon as he opened the bag, the bright light shown towards Jian-woo shocked him, until realizing that the amount of corn in the bag has a plus quality in the market. The corn was higher in value and would be 10 times greater. That night, Jian-woo brings a pile of delicious A-plus corn to boil and eat, and the smell alone makes the whole family drool. They waited for the pile of corn to run out, before rushing in to try it out. And then the whole family explodes, because it tastes so much better than any corn they've ever eaten. One corn wasn't enough, so Jian-woo continued to boil it again. After a short time, they consumed half of the A-plus corn, just usually amazing, but also permanently increases stats for pseudo-abilities. If the world knew, this would be absolutely crazy. He couldn't tell them how to grow this corn. He would be in danger. Today there is a fair and Jian-woo invites Hawa here to play. He also asked the stall owner to sell the corn he had just picked. Jian-woo anticipates it will be busy, but he didn't expect it to be so crowded. When Hawa is startled into Jian-woo's lap by a loud noise, she laughs and points him towards the court, far from where people with fake abilities could display their prowess. He once wanted to stand on this platform. Hawa was too short to see, so Jian-woo followed a father who was standing next to him and took the girl on his shoulder to get a good look at her. He really wanted to be on that stage, but not anymore because he now has something more important. Jung-hyuk ran around the guild. Meanwhile, the auction for fake abilities is taking place. He tried to find something that would help him quickly improve his abilities, to increase his combat power quickly to defeat Soo-jin, but today he could only last for an hour by eating some B-grade potatoes. If only he could find a way to increase the index permanently. Jian-woo is surprised by Soo-jin's appearance. She knew what he was thinking and went along with it. He intended to buy everything worth buying in this auction. Because Jung-hyuk saw a group of people chatting, he thought it was something worthwhile. But Soo-jin disagrees. He questioned why they would sell it here. If it's worth taking a closer look at the table and realizing it's corn, a great plus. Which is even more terrifying because it permanently increases the user's statistics. It was exactly what he needed, before Jung-hyuk realized. Soo-jin took out her card and wanted to buy all the corn. Within minutes, Jian-woo's corn was sold out, and the seller called to tell him the news that shocked him. But Jian-woo needs to reiterate that the seller should not reveal that he was the one who planted it, and that he must ensure complete safety of Hawa after selling all the corn. He intended to throw a party tonight, but first he had to figure out how to plant the seeds of beauty that the village chief had given him earlier. Beauty seeds are plants found in dungeons and are considered the most elegant hair growth medicine. Today, the process of growing this plant is a secret that very few people know. But Jian-woo is not an ordinary person, so he still knows the best way to grow this plant. The only problem is that the beauty seed only blooms when exposed to poison, a type of animal called prime mango, which is a bit difficult. So Jian-woo intends to plant other seeds first. Suddenly, a status board appeared assigning him to successfully grow this plant. So Jian-woo has to find the monster to farm, and he also used this opportunity to take Hawa on a trip around the country. While he was on his way, Grade A Plus corn was advertised on television, and the most famous food reviewers are invited to test the delicious taste. Apart from that, the famous chef Jong-soo was also invited to process corn. However, he is also a fake superpower who has to do a job. Jong-soo has risen to the top of his abilities for a year, but the forgotten chef never admitted it before. He was eager to show off all his abilities for everyone to see. When Jong-soo started processing the added corn, the smell alone caused food reviewers to drool. They try it and repeatedly praise it, but Jung-hyuk and Soo-jin complain that the taste of the dish isn't even as good as when they are raw. Jong-soo is humiliated, and the forgotten chef punishes him, over and over again, until he realizes his mistake, and he has one more chance to do it again. But this time, Jong-soo just boiled the legendary corn. But Jian-woo doesn't even know anything. Jian-woo and Hawa go on a national excursion to find the animal's corpse while enjoying a meal. Of all 3 weeks later, Jian-woo returns with a pile of animal corpses. His father wanted to know why he had brought him and was about to touch him, when Jian-woo quickly intervened because the corpse of this beast was still very poisonous. This angers his father, who scolds Jian-woo for making a mess. But after hearing his explanation, his father patted his shoulder to encourage him and decided to let him make the decision, because he is the breadwinner of the family. Jian-woo then called Hawa, who was playing with the cow. Hawa summoned a wind spirit to help her plant the seeds. Even though Jian-woo wears a mask, he is still a little afraid of poison, so the wind spirit will help him blow out the poison and plant the seeds. It was quite simple, just put it into the beast's body. Jian-woo brings Hawa home after finishing everything they planned to have a barbecue today. While the family is enjoying a meal together, a bulletin board appears notifying Jian-woo. If he had been rewarded with a plot of fertile land for accepting the spirit farmer assignment, the next morning he took Hawa to the garden again, remembering what happened the day before. But Jian-woo still doesn't understand that the gift is a piece of fertile land. But the land is now owned by the government. He couldn't buy it, so how could he use it? Jian-woo is shocked when he arrives at the garden to find that all the monsters' bodies have disappeared. What has happened? While Hawa found a hollow out there, she didn't know what it was and kept running. He couldn't let Hawa go alone, risking her life to enter it and be transported to another space, where everything is a land for him to cultivate. Jian-woo is stunned when he hears the greeting and turns around to see a little girl flying around him. She welcomes Jian-woo and introduces herself as the guardian fairy of the dungeon farm. The little fairy cried because Jian-woo thought of her as an insect. So Hawa reached out to touch the girl's head to calm her down. And the girl also immediately recognized Hawa as a spirit. Hearing the name Hawa, the girl said that it was a very beautiful name. But then remember that he has no name to introduce. So he cried again. After crying, she explained to them again that she was a fairy whose job was to protect this farm, and she illustrated for Jian-woo. How does it work? This is a unique land that is different from other lands, especially in this area, because the land will develop with Jian-woo, and he can grow any plants he likes, regardless of how finicky the soil is. Listened to the explanation for a while, but he still didn't understand anything, so he just hummed and had something to ask. The only thing Jian-woo is afraid of is that the government will control the land. But the little spirit girl laughed and patted her chest. Confidently said, as long as Jian-woo has his permission, no one can enter this area. Jian-woo doesn't believe it. When he saw the vast land in front of him, that was all his. Meanwhile, Hawa went back to playing with the spirit girl. After a while, Hawa came back and asked Jian-woo to play with her, but at this point he realized that the spirit girl didn't have a name. As a result, he immediately found the name. As soon as Ella heard the name, she thought it was very beautiful and she agreed to use it. Suddenly notice boards started to appear. Jian-woo gave this land fairy a good name, so the soul of Land L was approved as a new soldier. And once L's magic is restored, L is no longer as small as an insect but becomes bigger, like Hawa. L approaches Jian-woo once again to greet him, telling him that she will now be responsible for his care in determining that his beauty tree. After some time, the beauty seeds completely absorbs the body of Beast without leaving any trace, which is in accordance with the expectations of the planting. They are on the carcasses of other animals. It should at least produce something like this. Of course, it wasn't perfect with the stem being a little weak, so Jian-woo had to build something to support it. And because this is a rare plant, what he had to do was pay more attention to it. Jian-woo turned on the bulletin board and turned to the tree that stated it clearly, that when it grows, it is about 1 meter tall. He only planted it for a week, and it has exceeded the standards. How can this grow so fast? Ella returns today to brag about her achievements, because the pile of trees had grown like this because he had taken care of them. Jian-woo rubs Ella's head with praise, making Ella feel embarrassed, so she rushed to her place. Hawa to continue playing the others were put aside, and Jian-woo played with the two children. While he was still having fun, Jung-hyuk and Soo-jin were still standing in front of the dungeon entrance, which they will enter to hunt. When the union manager shows up and stops them, he said that the association had bought the land of this dungeon, so no one can access it. Hearing that, Jung-hyuk and Soo-jin happily ran away. But there were other hunters holding out at the entrance, because the contents of the dungeon are very valuable. When they were inside and when they ran out, they were no longer under the authority of the association, so that hunters can get it. There are horned rabbits in this dungeon, and their horns are very valuable, so the association cannot ignore large sums of money because of the weak but aggressive nature of horned rabbits. Hunting them is quite easy. Of course, there are exceptions in herds of horned rabbits, and while their teammates were still fighting, there were 2 rabbits who left everything and immediately ran away. On Jian-woo's side, after a game of tag with the 2 kids, he sat down and gasped for breath, and his physical strength couldn't compete with the children. In the following days, Jian-woo continued to care for his land. This time it is certain that the quality will be very good because he has put in a lot of effort for this season. Jian-woo heard Hawa scream suddenly, worried that something had happened to her. He rushed to check. He discovered that Hawa was crying because her area had been completely destroyed by something that reminded her of her own childhood. When his own fields have been destroyed by something, it makes sense that Hawa would cry now. Jian-woo hugs her and persuades her to replant. When he heard a sound in the nearby bushes, a horned rabbit was seen by Jian-woo and jumped out to stare at him angrily. He wouldn't let her get close, but Jian-woo can tell what kind of animal it is just by looking at it. What surprised him was that he could understand what he said. Will predicts he will be able to hear animal sounds. In this way, at that time, the system gave the task to Jian-woo. He needed to find a family for this horned rabbit. But Jian-woo refuses. This is a type of animal that can be dangerous to women. He regretted refusing, but Hawa wanted to help this horned rabbit take a closer look. There was another horned rabbit behind Jian-woo watching that. She is in the process of reproduction. It seemed that she was uncomfortable because of the difficulty of giving birth. The horned rabbit refused to let him approach. So Jian-woo had to explain to him, after receiving his approval. Jian-woo immediately started helping the birth of a baby female horned rabbit. It wasn't until dark that the birthing process was complete. The male horned rabbit thanks Jian-woo by volunteering to let him eat it, but Jian-woo rejected him because it was the father of small children, so he couldn't commit suicide like this. Jian-woo also made an offer that the flock would now live with his family, in order to be able to take care of the entire flock led by Jian-woo. To introduce new members to him, he was a little uneasy when he found out that they were wild animals, but very quickly the children got along. The next step is to create a habitat for the horned rabbit. Jian-woo turns around to ask the horned rabbits how they live outside. In the wild, horned rabbits often dig burrows or live in bushes. So Jian-woo immediately saw the situation and asked Hawa to summon the land spirit. He asked them to help him build a stone tower that would be as tall as he was. Seen a lot of TV shows with superpowers where they often employ land spirits to create new things. But that's only on television. Jian-woo lets them go. He will build a nest with horned rabbits. The horned rabbit tried it for him, but it doesn't seem interesting, so Jian-woo builds a nest for them. Hawa also hugged the horned rabbit. Meanwhile, Jian-woo stood and felt his soul being healed by the children's cuteness. On television that night, it was revealed that the hair growth supplement was defective, and that one of the serious side effects of the drug is the tailbone growing together with the hair and piercing the skin. Ella knelt down to apologize. He claimed that he had approached the leaves of the extraordinary plant out of curiosity about the one he was growing, but Jian-woo laughs and assures him that it's okay, because he had to throw it away due to the side effects of the medicine. He then turned around to look for the horned rabbit. The leading rabbit runs towards Jian-woo, showing off his new fur, which surprises Jian-woo. What's with this? His hair has grown thick and messy. He no longer looked like a horned rabbit at all. Jian-woo once saw an advertisement for hair growth pills on TV and thought people were exaggerating about it. So he didn't expect the results to be this bad, with untested plants like this. Heard about the side effects, so she knelt down to apologize to Jian-woo. It was good that she admitted it, but he still warned her not to create such a mess next time. After asking Hawa and Elle to leave, so he could talk to the horned rabbit, Hawa obeyed and ran. Meanwhile, Elle still feels very guilty. Jian-woo laughed because this little girl was very sensitive, so he knelt down to comfort and encourage her. Finally, Elle recovered her composure and started playing with Hawa. The next one is this horned rabbit that seems to be enjoying its newly grown fur. But Jian-woo immediately brought scissors to cut his fur. He then observed the rabbit for a while, noting that apart from the bristles, there are no other side effects. However, after looking closer, he discovered that the rabbit's horns had grown back, although the horned rabbit itself didn't realize this was new. Now, Jian-woo remembers that the side effect of the drug is to stimulate bone formation. Who would have thought that would allow these horned rabbits to regrow their horns? Having a business idea crossed his mind, If a horned rabbit that has eaten the leaves of the masterpiece tree can grow its horns back, he can cut it and sell it and not have to continue caring for the masterpiece tree. Jaeon-woo turned to face Hawa and Ella, who were laughing and having fun. It was thanks to Hawa's request that he helped save the horned rabbit, and Ella feed them, so he knows about this big business. Because these children are the most valuable people in his life. Jaeon-woo comes and hugs them when children play outside. Jaeon-woo sits in a corner and thinks that he no longer needs to worry about the negative effects of this masterpiece tree. Suddenly, a quest board appeared requesting that he completely remove the negative effects of this tree. Jaeon-woo turned around to look at the fruit and leaves of the masterpiece, which were all S-class agricultural products. Or would it be better if it weren't for the negative impact of this precious thing? He will be rich. Jaeon-woo intends to ask for expert help. But remember that he didn't know any experts, so he had to do the experiment himself. Jaeon-woo first burns the masterpiece fruit to see if anything strange happens. But nothing happened, and he even damaged the fruit of an S-class tree. Jaeon-woo didn't give up and experimented several more times. But that's all in vain. A large number of masterpieces have been damaged, and he now feels useless. Jaeon-woo turned to look at the horned rabbit and called it back. He wanted to cut off the horns on his head to study it. Hawa summons a wind spirit to sedate her, but he lost his precious horn, which had just grown back, causing the horned rabbit to cry. Meanwhile, Jaeon-woo was stunned by this horn. The quality reaches grade A, plus a rank that a horned rabbit would never be reached in the wild. But he can have it, and as long as he mass-produces it, he will be a billionaire. Jaeon-woo looked at Hawa, who was comforting the horned rabbit, who was unhappy seeing this scene, making Jaeon-woo realize that he was almost blinded by money. He saved this horned rabbit from using it for business purposes. Meanwhile, Chef Jong-soo accepts a significant breach of contract to leave his workplace, because being here only slowed down his progress. Jong-soo leaves, because horned rabbits are easy to hunt, and the prices of their products are quite high. There are many gatherings near the entrance to the area where they live. Jaeon-woo also came here to sell some horns he had just harvested. That day he performed general surgery on a horned rabbit. Thanks to their cooperation, everything ran smoothly without any problems. But contrary to his expectations, the last horn was of much lower quality than the leader's horn. This makes Jaeon-woo assume that horned rabbits are unique. But there was no evidence at all, so he could only wait and watch. Of course, he was trying to sell plus-grade horns, but the crowd was so confused that he was too overwhelmed to sell. So Jaeon-woo stopped selling and waited for the next auction to sell. He was too busy with his thoughts to pay attention to Hawa any longer. But when he is drawn to the smell of a nearby stall, Jaeon-woo goes to see if he is selling rabbit meat. He wasn't that interested, but the smell was too tempting. He had tried horned rabbit meat before, but it was too rotten, but Hawa insisted on eating it. Jong-soo, the owner of this kiosk, hopes that the first customer to make a purchase will help him resolve the situation, because there are rumors that the meat from horned rabbits is not very appetizing. And no matter how attractive the smell, he would just stand outside and watch. He also took Hawa to the shop to buy horned rabbit skewers. He held a meat skewer in his hand. They enjoyed it together, and then both shuddered. Jaeon-woo exclaims that it is too delicious and keep eating it, causing doubts from other customers to be resolved. They then flocked to Jong-soo's shop. After eating, Jaeon-woo took Hawa back to the farm. After eating meat satay, Hawa watches the horned rabbit and even drools along with it, which makes Jaeon-woo consider inviting it to eat again. Finally, the day to harvest sweet potatoes came. Jaeon-woo's entire family leaves together. Jaeon-woo works while cosplaying with a spirit-pointing spirit that works like a real soldier, which made his father feel that Jaeon-woo was acting too childish. After some time, they managed to dig up every potato, and after seeing them, Jaeon-woo felt that he couldn't help but smile. His father was relieved that they had overcome this plant and had a solid foundation to regain their lost land. Because he said that, Jaeon-woo remembered his brother. And wonder if he's been okay lately. Turning around, he saw Hawa preparing a container of potatoes she had planted herself. Jaeon-woo rushes to stop Hawa because he doesn't want her to get hurt at all. He examined the pile of potatoes that Hawa had planted. Once again, it is class A+ quality. A few days later, he was not selling grade A+ potatoes. But he has made a lot of money. The day before, Jian-woo excitedly took Hawa to the hare meat skewer stall, since the day they arrived to taste the food. For Jong-soo, the stall is never busy. Jian-woo really wants to come back to this place to enjoy this dish once again. And the smell coming from the stall made them salivate. When it was finally his turn, Jian-woo happily takes Hawa to the counter to buy meat satay. Jian-woo's parents have to leave the house for a few days, but they feel uncomfortable because they don't see Hawa right away. His father asked Hawa to go with them, but she refused because she didn't want to leave Jian-woo alone. Therefore, she chose to stay home with him. When Jian-woo was alone at home in the past, he would meditate, but now he doesn't need to. He rushed to the kitchen to boil potatoes and bring them to Elle. To enjoy A+ potatoes is enough to sell, so they can have as much as they want. And at the next auction, Jian-woo will sell A+ potatoes there. However, the auction hall is quite far away, and he also needed to buy monster corpses to plant masterpiece trees. Jian-woo doesn't know what to do first. Jian-woo roasts potatoes before taking them out to Elle. While doing so, he saw Hawa playing with a cow. He smiled and urged her to immediately let the cow return to its pen, because if anyone saw him riding a cow like this, they would faint. After just playing for a while, the cow's hair was already covered with its body. She handed him a bag of potatoes. Hawa flicked the cow's hair, and then they immediately left. The smell that came out of the bag made Hawa dry along the way. But there is still the L part, so Hawa can't eat now. They are ready to leave when Jong-soo walks up to meet them. He bends down and begs Jian-woo to let him cook the potatoes, which surprises Jian-woo, because he doesn't know how Jong-soo knows Jian-woo's potato ranking. He brought Jong-soo into the new house now. Jong-soo reintroduces himself as a superhuman chef, which explains why he didn't. No need for a tape measure to rank those potatoes. He invites Jong-soo to eat the potatoes he just boiled. Then he grabbed Jian-woo's hand and begged Jian-woo to let him handle the agricultural products that Jian-woo produced. Jong-soo naturally makes an offer, and as a result of this meeting, production and trade of horned rabbits. Jian-woo was able to produce in a more stable manner little by little. Jian-woo's problem is being resolved, but there is still one big problem that needs to be addressed: increasing the number of horned rabbits, because he couldn't trim their fur or cut their horns. Elle runs to offer her help, but Jian-woo disagrees, because Elle can accidentally cut the ears of horned rabbits and injure them. On the other hand, she is quite confident because of her ability to imitate Jian-woo's skills, and imitated exactly what he did, Jian-woo. Reminded by his words and seeing Elle's hopeful expression, he agreed and then caught a horned rabbit for him to try. Finally, he succeeded because Hawa saw this. He takes scissors and wants to help her, but Jian-woo rubs his head and denies it, because Hawa don't have the same skills as him, so she couldn't do it perfectly to trim the fur of all the horned rabbits. Thanks to Elle's help, there is still a problem he needs to worry about, namely her sulking mood. This is the first time this has happened, so Jian-woo is confused about what to do. But Jian-woo invited her to a very interesting place, where she would love to go. Hawa was once again overjoyed, so Jian-woo took him to Jong-soo's shop, which had just opened a restaurant nearby. Jong-soo is confident in his popularity, and doesn't need to worry about the number of subscribers. But more importantly, he built a restaurant here so he could get Jian-woo to allow him to cook plus-grade potatoes and agricultural products as precisely as possible. Jian-woo felt a little uncomfortable with this deal, because Jong-soo only took 2 portions, and the rest was all for Jian-woo. However, for Jong-soo, being able to prepare dishes from agricultural products is enough to make him happy, so that he doesn't regret his offer. They do business together. And now it's time for Jong-soo to complete his task. The prize is the process of creating the most perfect masterpiece. Jian-woo was shocked when he heard about it. He also wants to know that brother Jong-soo can send him the process of making a masterpiece tree. To do this, he needs to use stone bee honey, even though he already had the recipe. It's still a bit difficult for Jian-woo because he doesn't have a laboratory. Almost all the ingredients needed, such as rock honey, are also very expensive. Meanwhile, Jian-woo is still thinking about a solution. Jiang-soo is preparing to open his restaurant. He invited the good manager and the last two superhumans. The time came to apologize for his previous mistakes. Jiang-soo promises not to make the same mistake again. Today's menu will be the most perfect for him. The three of them ate the first course, but the good manager wasn't too interested in that because of the upcoming World Chef competition. He was looking forward to 1% Jiang-soo's dishes, which were very delicious. Apart from that, it also has a percentage that allows superhumans to improve their skills instantly. Jiang-soo laughed. He wouldn't make that dish again. Then came the main course. Jiang-soo brought a dish made from delicious A-plus potatoes. To invite everyone just by smelling it made the good manager's saliva instantly increase. This level of user skill makes any good manager sweat. Isn't this a 1% dish? Your sister just introduced them to them again. It's not 1% but 10%. From now on, it will follow a seasonal menu, with the restaurant making the three of them feel horrified. 10 amazing. After enjoying and leaving the restaurant, the world started talking about this dish. So the restaurant has a long queue. Just to enjoy this dish, they waited a long time. But only those who are quick on their feet have the chance to enjoy it, because the ingredients for plus-class potatoes are limited. Jiang-soo's restaurant should do better than Jianwu thought. The end of the harvest is winter coming to the fertile land of Jianwu. The cold air made people on the street feel their breath. Farming this season is impossible, but not without work for Jianwu. He and his two children built a new, warmer enclosure for the family of horned rabbits. They huddled together and ran to the new enclosure, which looks like a giant cotton ball. It was so soft that Hawa and Elle jumped without feeling the cold. The two children are very cute, so Jianwu couldn't hold back. Then he took out his cell phone to take some photos. He opened the photo album and found that he cared too much about the children. His phone is full of their photos, but there are no photos of his parents. He just needed to get more photos for them. Jianwu then returns to his tent to complete his farming methods diary. After receiving the expert tree processing method from Jiang-soo, he started practicing. Now it was time for him to check the results. Now the quest completion message is sent. The prize this time is a farmer's uniform. When Jianwu touched the object, his whole body glowed, and it really surprised him. And before he could mentally prepare, his entire body turned into a uniform by itself. It looks normal, but after wearing it, he didn't feel cold anymore here. Moreover, it was very soft, making Jianwu think its value was very large. Hawa and Elle were curious and touched this uniform. They were shocked. Jianwu reminds the children not to touch him. After saying that, he realized that he shouldn't have said these words. Suddenly, there were two lights flying towards Hawa and Elle. Two children also received these uniforms. They look very cute. So Jianwu had to take out his cell phone to take another picture. He had so much fun playing with them. He even forgot to finish making the masterpiece tree. Just by completing this masterpiece tree, Jianwu can become rich in an instant. But the road there was a bit difficult for him, although he tried to follow the recipe. The final result was not what he expected. There are still too many side effects on the masterpiece tree, which makes the quality even worse. After being made by him, but at least he wasn't completely defeated. Before, the horned rabbit had never eaten the fruit from the masterpiece tree. But after it was made, it became tastier, making them eat it non-stop. Hawa also wanted to eat it. But of course, Jianwu wasn't threatened by him because if he ate it, his head would grow horns like a rabbit's. Makes you afraid to ask again. Next are the leaves, which are prepared with rock honey. Even if it fails, the rabbit's horns will not grow as before when they drink this. It saves Jianwu the effort of cutting hair for them after finishing his work. Here, Jianwu brings Hawa home. Today, the whole family gathers to make kimchi together. Thanks to the support from Chef Jiang-soo, their kimchi-making speed is very fast. After that, they partied together and enjoyed their work. They just made holding a piece of kimchi in Jiang-soo's hand and saw that it was only grade C. But it felt special that he had never felt before. Today he learned another new lesson. The product doesn't say anything. After the party ended, Jianwu's parents also packed him a piece of kimchi to take home. It was as if he had come to help them with their family. Today had fun with Jianwu's family. So he almost forgot that today was to pay for the A-plus suite that Jian-woo provided. Which Jian-woo receives the envelope from Jong-soo and excitedly opens it. He is surprised to count every zero on the check. He touched this large amount of money for the first time in his life. There was a famous alchemist in Yongwol, Gangwon-do. His name is Occulter. The poison he made contained the good effects that people were always looking for. However, there is no information about the person or the shadow itself that makes people speculate that he is a sage from another era. But in reality, the person hiding was just a little girl. A girl who looks at her body like that. He is actually 30 years old. 20 years ago, he was considered superhuman at a young age. Thanks to the alchemist's blessing, he learned many nonsensical healing methods. Among them is a drug called eternal youth, and maintaining beauty for women is the easiest way to make money. He brought himself in as a test subject. It works, but it's also kind of a curse. When he drank it at a young age, so his body can no longer grow and remain small forever. To get out of this curse over the years, he always found a way to make a growth potion. Spring has come to Jian-woo's land. In the new year, Elle and Hawa have grown 1 year older. In just 10 years, they will be young girls who even think about it. She also looks forward to it. Jian-woo asks them to play together while he works. This year, he will try growing chili peppers, a very difficult crop that wreaks havoc on the farmer's back. It was difficult, but according to intelligence, he knew this year chili would have the most potential. The food he reviews is what happened in the last year. A-plus grade corn, an S-grade sweet potato, and masterpiece tree. He was able to grow high-ranking plants like this completely thanks to the energy of this cultivated land. So Jian-woo has confidence that paprika will also reach a high ranking. When she opened the warehouse door, Elle suddenly shouted that there was a thief. The group comes out to see a goblin stealing their farm produce. All this time, Elle has been the guardian of this land. No one can enter unless an entity breaks through Elle's protection. The group chasing the other goblins saw him stop, making Jian-woo a little pale. Because goblins are very aggressive monsters, he is ready to attack anyone who threatens them. After scaring Jian-woo, after continuing to jump and escape, Jian-woo couldn't keep up and jumped into a space portal and disappeared. Ella cries and apologizes for not being able to protect this land well. Jian-woo smiles and pats her head to comfort her that it's okay. Next time they will be more careful. Then Jian-woo went online to look for information about other goblins. There's a story about a golden goblin who always carries a large bag of treasure, because this goblin is very difficult to catch. Almost no one noticed when they entered. According to Ella's words, it was likely that the goblin was of a higher rank than her, so he can enter this area. So that something like that doesn't happen again, Jian-woo locks the agricultural produce warehouse. Suddenly pulled the boy's clothes, and he gave him a cocoon. Jian-woo looks and is surprised that this is the queen bee's cocoon. It came at the right time, when he needs it. Jian-woo brings the queen bee's cocoon back home. Dan started to think this was a great opportunity for him, but the thought of raising another species of beast made Jian-woo a little worried. He quickly regained consciousness. He had successfully raised horned rabbits. There is no reason not to keep mason bees. This animal does not cause much damage, so it can still be kept. The cocoon was about to break open. Jian-woo panicked and immediately took him to the farm. The rock bee queen broke out of her shell, even though Jian-woo wasn't mentally ready. But today, a new member came to his family. Hawa and Elle were so excited that the scared queen hid in Jian-woo's body. He had to remind the two girls to be quiet again. The queen rock bee flew into the sky and started chirping, and Ella heard it, and realized that this cry was a bit sad. This queen bee calls her kind. In a beehive, when a new queen bee is born, she will bring in several other worker bees to build another nest for herself. But Jian-woo accidentally took the cocoon. There are no other stone bees here, and there are no other queen bees flying around looking from several stones to build a nest. But there is nothing to do here, because it was so unexpected that Jian-woo didn't have time to prepare to cheer him up. Jian-woo takes out processed rock honey for the queen bee to try. Luckily, this suited his tastes and desires. The mood is much better. After that, Jian-woo asked the queen bee to try to bite his hand. The queen bee doesn't understand much, but if she asked, she would bite Jian-woo's finger with all her might. But it doesn't seem to have any effect. All thanks to the uniform he wore, It blocked all the damage the queen bee did to him. So these bees cannot harm the birds and women. If that was the case, then he could raise them on this farmland. What the queen bee saw was that she couldn't attack Jianwu, and he started to get scared and back away. He then asked Hawa to summon the spirits of the earth to come here, which he still had to repeat again for fear that a terrible storm spirit would come running here and destroy the entire field. Hawa took a breath and screamed like last time. The shockwave released made Jianwu still a little afraid of the approaching female spirit. This time, a different rock flew before their eyes. Someone stepped out from within the stone without any pressure like the wind. At that time, what appeared was the earth spirit. He is handsome like a real person. To build a nest for stone honeybees, Jianwu asked Hawa to summon an earth spirit strong enough to come. The summoned earth spirit turned around asking what was wrong. Hawa waved at him but was ignored. This was the first time he had been ignored like this. Makes Hawa very sad. Jianwu turned to Ele, who was also very afraid of this thing being called. He asked Jianwu repeatedly, and then lost Jianwu's patience. Earth spirit, to make stones suitable for the queen bee for the nest. The simple thing he gave him was that the ground began to shake violently. The giant stone pillar started to grow bigger and bigger, making Jianwu's face turn green until a bulletin board appears. He realized that. He was at the same level as the anti-wind spirit last time, but he spoke too empty to her. Luckily, this guy was friendlier than the anti-wind spirit. Actually, Jianwu has faced a presence this big before, but every time he was so frightened that he softened his whole leg and fell to the ground. Then he left immediately. The Rock Queen happily flew to the newly created rock pillar and started building a new nest for it. Just like that, another month passed, and Jianwu asked Boomy Spirit to bring food for the Rock Bee Queen. Even though the Earth Spirit Man wasn't his enemy every time he thought about it, Jianwu's mind was very tired. Since the stone pillar was erected, the queen bee has never left the nest, which makes El and Hawa very worried. Is the queen bee healthy? When Jianwu saw this, he laughed and bent down to explain to the two girls. It wasn't because the queen bee wasn't feeling well, but he still worked very hard, so that the two girls understand it better. Jianwu asks them to come closer to the nest, and a closer look at the entire swarm of stone bees flying in front of them all. And now Jianwu is ready to start raising stone bees. Jianwu ordered a group of chimpanzees to dig an earthen nest along the road he had passed. The other farmers had seen many of these scenes, and they gave this land the name spirit farming. Actually, this spirit is not as omnipotent as they think. So at first, Jianwu had to work hard to train them. When Jianwu asked them to remove the weeds, they also moved the core. And for plowing, too. If Jianwu doesn't draw their line, it will be a big mess. That's why he doesn't leave them to their own devices. Hawa brings her parents to Jianwu and asks him to tell her parents to bring cake. But only Jianwu understands what Hawa means. But his parents should not have opinions about each other leading to heated arguments. Jianwu immediately asked Hawa to make it up to his grandparents. They shouldn't argue in front of him like that. To make the family more united, today Jianwu will take everyone to Jiangsu restaurant to enjoy his cooking. Jianwu took them to a restaurant, but when he got there, he saw that the queue was very long. The number of people queuing is too large. However, Jianwu didn't join in the queue, but immediately ran to the front. This makes everyone look hostile towards him. Only after Jiangsu came out to pick them up was he able to enter. Because those people are so scary. Hawa almost cried. And to make him happier, Jiangsu immediately released today's menu for everyone to enjoy. At first, Jianwu's parents were a little embarrassed, but when they smelled the aroma coming from the food, they immediately stopped being shy. Jiangsu also brought out sweet potatoes for everyone to enjoy. Jianwu is like his benefactor, so he still kept it to cook for everyone. However, the amount is not much, making Hawa a little disappointed. So Jiangsu brings another stack for everyone. When Jianwu ate it, the taste exploded in his mouth. With this magical taste, he even competes for the share of the fair sex. Meanwhile, outside the shop, the occulter and the manager come into this restaurant. They saw a very long queue. They didn't want to wait, so they left the opportunity to eat there. Then at that time, Jianwu's family came out, and they passed each other. Jianwu takes Hawa out to the park. Today the flowers have started to bloom. The weather is also very good for getting Hawa out, by taking some cute photos of himself. Together, they went to the farmland. Hawa saw the rock bees and waved at them. Jian-woo is shocked to realize how the bees could be here. Jian-woo brings air to Elle, who is watching a swarm of rock bees. Jian-woo had just arrived and turned around to see something that confused Elle. He couldn't immediately say that the bees flew out, or Ella will kneel and apologize to him. According to Elle, stone bees have been moving since morning to collect honey. He even counted the number of mason bees, and now there were more of them than horned rabbits. Was surprised by the fact that there were about 50 horned rabbits. Only now did Jian-woo realize his mistake. Stone bees collect nectar to live, but in this cultivated land, there are no flowers for them. This is his mistake. Stone bees are not dangerous animals, but it is easy to cause harm to people around when you see a bee that big. So Jian-woo brought air to the stone beehive. He asks her to summon the earth spirit and ordered him to come in and summon the queen bee. After waiting a while, of course, a bee flew out, seeing that the size is much bigger than the others. This must be a soldier, but Jian-woo has to meet the queen. So the soldier used the excuse of the queen giving birth, so it acts on behalf of the queen. Jian-woo asks him to convey a message to the queen bee. He asked them not to attack any humans when they were going out to collect honey, to escape first. Because when they attack people, experts will definitely come here to catch them. He understood and returned to the cave. Because you still know how to say hello. When he came out to meet Jian-woo, he was pretty sure she would understand what he was saying. This is the most suitable temperature for growing plants. It's so hot here that Hawa and Ella are also peaking. They don't want to miss any stage of development. This made Jian-woo laugh out loud and pat them both. He praised them both. Those who go to children's agricultural competitions will still win, especially the woman who can summon so many helpers. It's even difficult for adults to win. After Jian-woo took Hawa and left the farm in Ella's care, the horned rabbit ran hungry. Before he remembered it was time for lunch, Elle ran to prepare food for the horned rabbit, then sat down to enjoy the lunchbox that Jian-woo prepared for him. After returning home, Jian-woo and Hawa continued to work until the afternoon and finished everything. But Jian-woo felt that time seemed to be moving a little slower today. Jong-soo calls to discuss something with him. The last time his family came to eat at his restaurant. After leaving, there were other guests who asked him to tell them the recipe for the extraordinary tree. Jong-soo doesn't know how to handle it, so he called to ask Jian-woo's opinion. Then Jian-woo laughs and reminds him to do what he likes. After all, it wasn't his, but he has the right to forbid her from showing it to others. After turning off the phone, Jian-woo took Hawa back to his house. At this level, nothing is more important than the air. A few days later at the village hall, Hawa and other children danced for the adults, while waiting for the village chief to arrive today. He called everyone here to discuss the recent strange bee sightings. Jian-woo was shocked when he heard this. Why are they discussing bees here? Jian-woo remembers that he definitely told the bees to be very careful not to attack people, which he was sure that they understood. And what the village head wants to convey to the community is just to remind them to be more wary of bees. No attacks have occurred yet. It's just that state apiaries will only teach them about new species of bees. It is his hope that anyone who is interested will come to class. This is very coincidental with Jian-woo raising this rock bee colony, and he carefully planned how to care for them. Events like this would help him understand how to care for their species. But when he got there, the class seemed to lack interest. This made Jian-woo a little sad. At this time, the night butler brought the woman into the classroom. He chose to sit next to Jian-woo. He found that girl was very cute, so he couldn't stop looking at her. He only focused on Hawa this time. Hawa took out the diploma he had made for her. He didn't understand why there was a spirit, and Jian-woo was surprised. Luckily, Hawa looks like a human, but if they found out that Hawa was a spirit, he would be in danger. Jian-woo reminds Hawa to draw a picture for him. He especially allows the fair sex to draw and pose beautifully. Hawa took out her pen. Only a few minutes later, she finished her work. Jian-woo takes a good look at it first, but every point he adds to the picture. When the other girl saw that, she immediately burst out laughing. When he saw a picture that exuded a scent of affection that he couldn't ignore, the night butler immediately took out a photo frame for the woman. She is a skilled housekeeper. Knight could always prepare what the woman needed. Then he wanted to hug Hawa. Hawa excitedly ran into his lap. At first, Jianwoo thought he was difficult to approach, but now he had to think again. Instructor Myung-han finally arrives. Lectures started not long after. Once in the lecture room, lecturer Myung-han gave a lecture with more enthusiasm than usual. To the point. Myung-han heard the news that there was a big man sitting in his class. If he did well, he might even be recruited into their company. After the lecture, Jianwoo and Hawa say goodbye to him and leave, even though during lectures he only pointed at women. But Myung-han said everything he knew well. According to him, everything he said was wrong, and not worth their investment. All he cares about is getting Jianwoo's phone number. During the lecture, it seems that Jianwoo had a prior understanding of this species of male bee, when he thought that stone bees were hermaphrodites. Jianwoo bought some flashcards to teach the children, but it was a bit difficult for him. Hawa only learned words, but couldn't pronounce whole sentences, and Ella always puts the word there before every answer. He confusedly turned around to look at the horned rabbit. He didn't play with his rabbit and ran here. The horned rabbit puffed up its chest confidently, thinking that the horned rabbit was not tall enough to play with it. Jianwoo immediately realized that this male rabbit was bigger than the others. Apart from that, he is also very smart. He must be a special child. She let him learn letters with Hawa and El. In the following days, he worked very hard to teach Hawa. He put on his own thick coat and went to meet his parents. He also worked hard to surprise everyone, and the result was nothing. Hawa can't talk like a normal person. Only the level of communication between parents and women is getting better. In order to be able to choose the ingredients arranged by his family, Jianwoo will go hiking together in winter. Hawa is very active. He went with him with his parents. They are old, so they can't keep up with youth. Hawa, after leaving a little more to rest. His parents sat up and gasped for breath. They praised Hawa as being in good health, and she tried hard to follow suit. But he couldn't. Jianwoo then turns around and reminds Hawa to pay attention to the people around her next time. The view on the mountain overlooking the village is so beautiful. Jianwoo exclaims that he thought this place was discovered by his father. But in reality, his father did not tell him the story of his childhood. When he was also very active every time he went, there was a story to tell them. This place was also discovered by Jianwoo. It had been a long time since they returned to this place, so Jianwoo forgot to see such a quiet air. He immediately ran when he saw that Jianwoo was panicking and quickly turned around to call his parents. Hawa had just picked a ginseng plant in the forest, so there is no need to look for herbal medicine anymore. The whole family arranged to go down the mountain immediately. Ginseng is a rare plant that Jianwoo heard that as long as it is processed, it will help people become stronger. He planned to go back and eat, but his father didn't want to. Don't let him want to use this ginseng root to make wine, so he can drink it until Jianwoo gets married. As soon as they got home, they met the housemaid and woman last time. They came here to meet Jianwoo, and immediately they invited him into the house. He himself didn't know how famous he was in the country, and the title of best farmer goes to Jianwoo, when he can grow a lot of B-class agricultural products. With achievements like these, the knight and lady came here to propose to work together with him to produce a masterpiece of beauty rock bee honey proposal. Seeing their business cards, Jianwoo was surprised. These two people are from the Manhwa group. It is the largest company in the world. Meanwhile, Jianwoo is busy working on the contract with the butler. The girl ran outside to help her family cut potato seeds. The girl did it very quickly. Even Jianwoo's parents were shocked when they saw him. For Yuna, who is in charge of developing pharmaceuticals and artifacts in the world's #1 corporation, it is as easy as turning the palm of her hand. But Yuna did it to attract women's attention. After discussing the new contract, Jianwoo is surprised to see that his parents are leading a valuable customer to cut potatoes. At this kind of help, they both immediately laughed. Because Yuna wants to do it. Like they don't force it. Butler nights don't stop either. If it was something the woman wanted to do, he wanted to help too. Knight took a potato and joined the group. Jian-woo couldn't help but laugh. Behind him, there were currently 2 people in the world's largest company cutting potatoes at home. Who would believe such nonsense? Thanks to the help of the 2 of them, the speed of cutting potatoes became faster. It only takes a moment to get everything done. At this time, Yuna mentioned the contract. Jian-woo has a very thorough discussion with the night butler. He also heard from Master Yuna that he wanted to work with her to find a cure for her illness. Looks at Hawa, and then laughs and tells Jian-woo all that he is looking for medicine to help himself grow. His body couldn't grow anymore, but he didn't think he would stay forever in this baby form. Jian-woo understands that he promised to bring him masterpiece fruit and rock bee honey for Yuna, for him to experiment. He laughed thinking that this was support, because even the company doesn't have time for that. The butler reminded the lady to come back immediately. And now Jian-woo has more work to do. Thanks to sponsorship from Manhwa Corporation, Jian-woo can easily get monster corpses that serve to plant the masterpiece he requested. For this monster, but they sent him the most intact monster body. They still have teeth and claws. It can be sold for money. After all, it is nice to cooperate with Manhwa Corporation. At this time, the butler called to see if he had received the monster's body. He should have brought it himself. But there were other things preventing him from leaving. The butler has some reminders for Jian-woo. According to his research, he could simply grow a masterpiece tree using only monster bones. He's afraid it's not good to send the whole child to Jian-woo like that. Can't tell him he already has a prescription. Jian-woo covers it up by thinking that he was just doing an experiment. And besides the corpse of this monster, he also received a swarm of bees. The other day, Jian-woo asked the butler to help him handle it. This cannot be denied that the stone bee is still a kind of monster. If targeted, he cannot raise them. The butler immediately understood the problem. Based on its position, he changed the background of this bee from a monster to a harmless insect. Now no one can target him anymore. The butler did the request of these things completely. The day before he found out that Hawa was not his biological child, he was shocked. Even though he is not his biological child, Jian-woo still treats him very well. They were a happy family, and he wanted Hawa to keep that smile forever. Jian-woo takes Hawa to the farm to continue working. After a while, Elle called Jian-woo to come back. The stone bee brought something to him. Through communication, Jian-woo understands that they want to exchange their honey for processed honey. Seeing that this honey is kind of a plus, Jian-woo thinks Yuna will be happy. But he didn't know how to explain where he got this honey from. Jian-woo's entire family gathers to enjoy the rock honey he just got. It was a heavenly taste that the whole family said was simply delicious. So everyone wants to drink more. But Jian-woo didn't let it happen. Each of them had already drunk 3 cups. His father blamed him for having so much honey behind him, so he didn't let them enjoy it anymore. Jian-woo firmly refuses because this is not his. There was a message from the butler asking Jian-woo's permission to come to his house. At the same time, he also wanted to give this honey to them, so he immediately agreed. Yuna and the butler came so quickly. So Jian-woo thought they would come and then announced it. Jian-woo knows that this time he let Hawa do the job. The little girl ran into the kitchen and poured honey on the table and made them a cup of honey tea. Immediately, Yuna and Knight drank it and were surprised by the delicious taste. Everyone wants to drink more drinks. After enjoying the food, they went to the main business. The reason they came here today was to talk about their upcoming business plans. It must have been important for Jian-woo to sit still and listen to the 2 of them. Knight then bursts out laughing, which is not exactly what makes Jian-woo realize that Yuna came here to play with Hawa. So he let her go with Yuna. He played with Hawa until late at night. Before leaving, Jian-woo allows them to visit whenever they want. Now, even without a business plan. Yuna is excited to go tomorrow. Of course, the night butler disagrees. Knight brings a box for Yuna. He calls it a surprise gift from Jian-woo. He believes this will make Yuna happier, until Yuna opened the gift that Jian-woo gave her. Yuna immediately cried. After this, he could do growth medicine research. After a period of plowing romantic films with Grandma, Hawa imitates the acting of actors in films. Jian-woo laughed and patted her head, praising Hawa's talent. She thinks that in the future she will most likely become a famous actress. But if that's the case, then Hawa has to study harder so that she can at least name each member of her family. After that, they went to the farm together. Nothing happens. When he left here, the stone bees were also doing well because of the new characteristics of this farmland. After Gyeon-woo received honey from the bees, there were several changes to this land. The first is that the agricultural area has increased a lot. And the second is that there are spatial cracks that have formed in the cultivated land. According to L, this is a newly formed ground fissure. He said it was a road that connected to other lands. This makes Gyeon-woo a little afraid that monsters will come here through this road. L laughed at this. He didn't need to worry because as long as he was here, he couldn't enter without her permission. Above all, monsters who want to use this land permission must have Gyeon-woo permission. Gyeon-woo felt relieved after hearing this. But he doesn't know how to use permissions. After thinking about what to do for a while, Gyeon-woo let the stone bee go exploring. Even though they were only pets in this cultivation land, it was still a wild beast, which was probably why the rock bee could pass through this land. Thanks to it, it can go out and collect honey in the most stable way. Gyeon-woo then reminds the kids to take out their pens and paper because today is the day he checks their results. While the group of kids is taking the exam, Gyeon-woo starts thinking about planting more trees in his upcoming mission. Now Gyeon-woo has to plant 2 more plants that are different from the ones he planted, to become a true farmer. Jongsu Restaurant continues to welcome guests. This time, Jung-hyuk and Soo-jin brought both of their children. Yi-ran and Yi-jin are grumpy like their parents who constantly argue in front of adults. This made Jong-soo gape and laugh. Then he said that today's menu was called Devil's Temptation and Angel's Temptation. Angel's Temptation is warm honey tea, and the Devil's Temptation is ice cream. Jong-soo let them choose the menu as they pleased. Everyone has their own opinion. But Jung-hyuk chooses whatever, and he chose his wife the Devil's Temptation menu. He made his own decision because he knew that his wife liked to eat ice cream. But this makes Soo-jin still angry. When he arbitrarily made such a decision for her, with 2 children each defending one person. After a while, they calmed down and ate together. After finishing the temptation collection, appetizers also arrived. Just smelling the aroma released made everyone drool. Yi-ran saw this and asked Yi-rin to come to try a piece of honey tea. Of course, his brother didn't let him. Jung-hyuk tries ice cream and suddenly asks for his daughter. He asks her to give him another ice cream on the condition that he will buy her an expensive gift. Seeing something shady here, Yi-ran doesn't agree to eat ice cream. He shivered with its deliciousness. Jung-hyuk's wife turned to ask her husband where he got that much money, and promised to buy things for him. They continue to argue. So Jong-soo didn't know what to do, so he could only send a message to Jeon-woo asking for help. Jeon-woo also thinks Jong-soo is busy with his new honey dish, so he didn't pay much attention to this boy still leading Hawa to the farm. When he arrived, he saw the horned rabbits huddled together to watch something with L. Jeon-woo is confused. He was afraid something would happen to the children. So he went out to ask them, and received news that the Golden Goblin had come to this land again. The previous night, this farmland was still very peaceful, but the uninvited guest once again visited this place. L has been alert since last time. He gathered everyone together to come up with a plan to capture this goblin. The Golden Goblin walked happily through the land. When he was surprised to see music in the mist appearing, this was caused by the spirits of wind and water. He panicked and hid inside the glass wall, then jumped. When the monster inside saw it, in fact, this is just a shadow created by the earth spirit and fire spirit. At this time, the Golden Goblin was already scared. But that's not all when L and the horned rabbit build a tower. The rabbit had horns to scare him. The frightened Gold Goblin cowered and ran away. He forgot the treasure bag he always carried. It was like the bag the Gold Goblin always carried. They tried to open it, but couldn't do anything. Jeon-woo also tried to open it, and it didn't work. He assumed that there must be some kind of spell to open this bag. But Hawa just turned the bag over, and the items automatically fell out. The Golden Goblin treasure is only passed down like an urban story. Who would have thought that Jian-woo would see it with his own eyes? He sat down to see what valuables he managed to get from the goblins. With this incident, the items he had stolen from before were returned along with other items that, as far as they knew, were of no use. Of course, not all items are useless. From a pile of things, Jian-woo took a chair from an extinct hellgrass plant. It drags everything to hell. Looking through the introductory lines made Jian-woo somewhat pale, so it hasn't been planted for a while. When he finished bringing Hawa home, he found Yuna and butler Knight waiting in his yard. They came here to give Jian-woo a housewarming cake. A few days ago, his neighbor announced his son's move, asking him to go to the city to live with him, when he was recruited by the Manhwa group. At first, Jian-woo could only congratulate him until today. When he saw Yuna announce that she was moving here, he knew that all of this was arranged by her, so he can see Hawa more often. The spirits fly to report that they have completed their assigned tasks, and Jian-woo let them fly free. That surprised Yuna a little. He can control star spirits. It usually takes a lot of energy to maintain such a spirit. After all, how strong Jian-woo must be to do that. He couldn't tell Yuna that the spirit was summoned by Hawa, so he just went along with her pretending to be strong. Suddenly a scream made him jump all over the place. She messes up the cake that Yuna brought for Jian-woo's housewarming. He seemed to be lost in a happy paradise with the delicious taste of this cake. Yuna added a plus-grade rock honey to this cake to make it even more delicious. He was very grateful to Jian-woo for the amount of rock honey that his experiments had grown. After a while, they finished all the cakes that Yuna brought, and Hawa lay down to eat. Knight suggested that Hawa be taken for a walk, and Jian-woo immediately understood and asked Yuna to take air for a walk, while he stayed to discuss some plans with Knight. He mentioned the land in the dungeon. If the land of the Horned Rabbit is only a land with low danger, it's completely different there. This is a dangerous area belonging to the highest danger class. In this land, there is a lot of poisonous gas. Moreover, it also escaped, causing a huge impact on the surrounding area, making everything within 500 meters around it have to stop working. That's why Knight wants Jian-woo there to invade this land. Jian-woo was shocked by this request. He was just a farmer, how could he invade such a dangerous area? Knight forgot to explain clearly to Jian-woo that he didn't need to go to that area. He only needed to be the support person behind to clear the dungeon. Superhuman Association Manager Beck contacts Yuna asking her to create a detoxifying ingredient that will help them completely bypass the poison in that area. Yuna is not difficult to make this antidote, but one ingredient needed to make this potion is too difficult to grow. No matter how hard the company tries, he can't work, so he had to ask Jian-woo to help him plant it. When he thought about it, he turned around and saw that these trees were already dead. Because they were bored, Jian-woo played music to see if they were happier, but they died because the songs he played were too boring. Usually when Knight gives Jian-woo a specimen tree, it dies. At least this tree didn't make him wait too long to harvest. It only took a week to flower, which made Jian-woo feel like he was playing a fun farming game. He turned his head to look at the area. And, as expected, Jian-woo. Hawa can grow all kinds of plants. The level is sufficient for Manhwa requirements. Seeing Ella and Hawa huddled together, Jian-woo, who was confused in their corner, looked at another tree. On the other hand, seeing the quality surprised Jian-woo. The quality of this plant reaches a plus point, but not from the air. At this time, the new horned rabbit puffed out its chest to show off its achievements from the past few days. Meanwhile, the other horned rabbits still enjoy playing with each other. It stands in the corner of the board because it is special. He doesn't want to play, with his teammates just wanting to think of a way to make Jian-woo recognize him. At that time, he discovered that Jian-woo was having a headache from the poisonous plant, so he planted it himself, and it worked. With this achievement, he got his recognition. Jian-woo succeeded in planting a high-level poison plant, and to report his success, Jian-woo immediately called Knight and Yuna. They went straight to his house. But before the officers start, Yuna needs to embrace Hawa to freshen up. Originally, he came here like a lost soul. After hugging Hawa for a while before he could return to normal, In her main job, Yuna shows them her latest crafts that can help them explore the Gangnam area. They can be immune to any poison. It would have more effect if they soaked it in their mouths. Seeing Hawa's interest, Yuna didn't hesitate to give it to him. But their company can only make 5 of these gems for just 5 people. They cannot enter dangerous areas. To make this gem, the materials are very rare. Hearing the high price made Jian-woo turn pale, and forcing Hawa to spit out pearls immediately. Hawa almost swallowed him, and he had no excretory system, so he can't get it back. After Jian-woo took them to the yard to deliver the herbs he had just planted. After a while, the weather took them to the farm. After the evening, Yuna left. Ella makes a rabbit hat with horns. It was as if it had become an excellent farmer. It looked pretty good on him. Jian-woo pats the horned rabbit's head and praises it for doing a great job that he couldn't do. Then he couldn't call him a horned rabbit forever. So Jian-woo gave him a name called Kyung-kyung. The horned rabbit happily accepted his new name. Jian-woo was also a bit relieved when Kyung-kyung liked the name. From now on, he is no longer a pet, but part of his family. In the good manager's office, he was shocked to see a poisonous flower plant in front of him. So far, he had discussed with countless occultists. But this time it was so impressive that this tree often died so easily that people gave it another name, Last Death. Somehow Mystic has grown this plant perfectly. Baek Cheon-soo has seen this plant in the upper class. But this tree was far more than what he had seen. He immediately rushed to the representative to ask for information about the person who gave this tree. Of course, Jian-woo's information is kept secret because he asked for it, so they can't share it. Instead, the business case with Twanbek's branch was given top priority. Thanks to this factory, he was able to destroy the S-rank area. So the supplier offered a very high price to Baek Cheon-soo. Although he didn't want to agree to this price, strategy must come first. A few days after the raid was successful, even Baek Cheon can appear on TV, which doesn't make Jian-woo happy because he has no merit in this completely. It was thanks to the Kukyoung's help that he was able to grow such a tree. At this time, Hawa leaned into his ear and whispered something secret. Jian-woo immediately asked permission to lead Hawa to the farm. It's very late, but they still came, to make Ella and Kyung-kyung very difficult to understand. Jian-woo brings a lot of honey tea, and together they throw a party to celebrate Kyung-kyung. That is a great idea. Hawa and Kyung-kyung were moved to tears. They celebrated together. Until the end of the night the next morning when Jian-woo woke up, he found his body stiff and thought he had sleep paralysis. It wasn't actually that, but children and horned rabbits crawled on it to sleep. Not wanting to wake them up, Jian-woo had to lie down and wait until they woke up. This feat is impressive, but for someone who is afraid of the spotlight like the peaceful Jian-woo, this still suits him. It's better for him. Jian-woo doesn't even remember how long he's been growing peppers. It has germinated but looks a bit squishy. So he has to deposit it, but doing all this takes so long. So Jian-woo sighed lazily, looking at El and Hawa offering to help him. Jian-woo lets the earth spirit help him hold the stake, while he hit it with a hammer. When finished, it was El and Hawa's turn to tie it up. The children's rope was so cute that Jian-woo had to take out his phone to take a picture of this memory. Jian-woo was so busy working that he accidentally dropped his cell phone. It wasn't until evening that the work of piling wood was finished. Hawa runs out of energy and yawns. So Jian-woo will take him back home. When he found his phone missing, he turned around to ask Ella and Spirit if they saw his phone. After explaining in detail, Ella also understood what it was. But it was too late. He advises Jian-woo to come back tonight. He will go with the Spirit to find a phone for her. Thinking about it, Jian-woo didn't need to contact anyone, so he immediately returned that night. El mobilizes a group of spirits to search for the phone, and after a while they finally found it. He held the phone without knowing its use, when suddenly the phone lights up. That surprised him. This is not a coincidence, but destiny to make a famous YouTuber later. Jian-woo used to like superhumans, so he watched a lot of YouTube videos on this topic. Every time there is a new video, it will notify. He received a notification. El curiously clicked on the sound coming from the phone to El's surprise. He and the spirits gathered on chairs to watch, until the next morning when Jian-woo came again, and Ella apologized for breaking her cell phone. Actually, Ella watched the video until the battery ran out. It was just a dead battery, but at first Elle cried a lot. He admits that his mistake made it very difficult for Jian-woo to calm down, now that Ella is better. He started imitating what he watched on his phone yesterday. The horned rabbit and Hawa clapped to watch Ella do it. Jian-woo just stands outside watching and laughing. Thinking about it, he realized that this farmland was very interesting. There is also a telephone signal for online, and the weather here is very stable. At that time, Jian-woo came up with the idea that Jian-woo and Hawa would buy a gift for Ella. He was sure Ella would be happy. Then he accidentally passed Jong-soo's restaurant. The restaurant is always busy. It looks like they are still filming the interview with Jong-soo at the moment, so Hawa excitedly ran to greet everyone. Jong-soo notices that everyone stops recording. The camera being dragged along with him makes Jian-woo a little scared until Jong-soo reminds them to take him somewhere else. By looking at Jian-woo here, Jong-soo also wants to ask his permission to visit tomorrow. He's been stockpiling some minotaur meat lately, so he wants to enjoy it with his family. Jian-woo was shocked when he heard about minotaur meat, because this monster is terrible. Hunting is already difficult. Who would have thought that he would eat the meat? When he turned around, Hawa was nowhere to be seen. This girl dances in front of the reporter's camera. After the story, Jian-woo carried the girl and asked permission to go back first. Seeing Jong-soo so close, he makes everyone curious about Jong-soo. He can be successful today because of Jian-woo. He was like her benefactor. Jian-woo brings a gift to Elle, namely a new telephone. Elle happily accepted this gift and showed it to the horned rabbit. Since Elle can't leave this land, she will definitely be sad. So with this phone, Jian-woo hopes he can see the outside world. Because Jong-soo came to his house today, Jian-woo isn't going anywhere. He spent the whole morning doing it all. So now there is nothing left to do anything. He's bored watching YouTube. Suddenly, Hawa crawled in his lap and showed him a hellgrass seed. In his free time, Jian-woo takes him to try planting. Both planted. Jian-woo is worried that there must be a reason this plant is extinct. At this time, the housekeeper called to ask permission to come to his house. They stood in front of the house and just waited for Jian-woo's permission to run in. Hawa came in to greet Yuna. Even Jian-woo forgot about the hell plant. As soon as he left, it grew. Night Butler comes to announce that they are allowed to mass-produce the antidote, so that outsiders can buy the antidote at a cheaper price. Jian-woo gives Yuna a compliment that surprises her. The radio program was a program created by a hunter organization in collaboration with Manhwa Corporation. They think that Jian-woo should be introduced to the public as this poison expert, but Jian-woo still refused because he was worried about being in front of so many cameras. All he wants is to live peacefully so as not to be famous. Hearing this immediately made Yuna think that Jian-woo was really too simple and not greedy. This was the first time he saw such a strange person. Meanwhile, Yuna thinks that Jian-woo's camera problem is just an excuse. On the farm, the rock bee flies to ask Elle's permission to use the dirt track to go out to get honey. Ella agrees with a swarm of mason bees flying through the path to reach the dark cave, where they found a glowing flower. In this dark, poisonous cave, they happily huddled in search of honey without knowing that there was a creature staring at them. Usually, soldier bees will stay to protect their nest without leaving, but now the worker bees are out looking for honey, while he looked after them. This means their nest is located in a very safe place where it remains protected and does not require mason bees to work hard to collect honey. When the monsters rushed towards them, they got scared and ran inside. Curious animals also want to pass by, but at that moment, he seemed to be playing with his life. That night, Jong-soo brought monster meat to eat with Jian-woo's family. This monster meat is very expensive, making Jian-woo's mother a little embarrassed. Jong-soo laughed out loud. He says that this meat is nothing compared to Jian-woo's help. Moreover, he came to thank him for the kimchi his family gave him last time. Jian-woo rushes out to help Jong-soo carry things into the house. Apart from meat, he also brought some Korean beef, which was enough for 2 more mouths for Yuna and Butler Knight to eat. Jian-woo sighed. He knew it wasn't enough, so he prepared a lot of pork, hoping that after today, Jong-soo won't be surprised by the power of the air. Jian-woo focuses on grilling meat for everyone to enjoy. seeing that he was doing too much. Jong-soo offers to help him, but Jian-woo refuses. As the host, he had to serve today's guests. Hawa understands what Jong-soo means. He immediately ran to give Jian-woo a piece. Even though it's big, but it's his heart, so he just ate it all. The fun party is over. As a dessert, Jian-woo uses iced honey to make tea to invite everyone who receives it. Jong-soo reveals that he didn't just bring meat here today. He took out an invitation card for a superhuman gathering. If Jian-woo is okay, he wants to invite him and Hawa to go with him to the party. In this dark cave, a little boy had just been born. Even though he was still small, he already had 3 horns on his head. What others saw would think this was a 3-horned dinosaur. But not only that, there was also a cute pair of wings on the back, and that proved to them that this was no ordinary dinosaur. For being born in this dark cave, he has no knowledge of the outside world. Seeing another creature move for the first time made his friend very excited, so he rushed into the crowd of rock bees to play. The boy ran into a swarm of bees, but they all got scared and ran away. Her friend's mother woke up and she came back to tell these stories. But his mother didn't care and continued sleeping, so the child shows rebellion against his mother. For the first time in his life, and in response to the child's first feelings, the mother threw him the towel he was wrapped in and went wherever he wanted. And he went to sleep. The friend plucked a flower stem filled with a towel and then set off to find tickets. At the farm, Ella finds him, but he didn't know who he was. The boy asked Ella's permission to let him play there, but without Gaeon-woo's permission, he hesitated a little. After begging for a while, the girl also gave in and gave the boy a condition that if he agreed to the rules in this land, she would let him in. He didn't understand anything and just accepted it to run the new world. Jian-woo and Hawa are surprised by the presence of this new friend. Elle tells Jian-woo how she sympathizes with this friend for being in a dark cave for a long time without a friend. But Jian-woo can't allow unknown animals on his farm. He asked Ella to bring the boy back, but it seems impossible because the landline has changed to another place, and it was very difficult to find a place to live for this boy. Even though it's a bit forced, the farm has gained a new member. After becoming part of the Jian-woo family, Jian-woo still has problems with this friend, because he only eats those things. Jian-woo and Hawa touch. At first, he did not eat anything given to him. He only ate the stalk of flowers he brought. When invited to taste this flower, Jian-woo discovers that these flower levels are not normal at all. His friend eats this every day. Makes Jian-woo feel that he is like a rich man. That's why Jian-woo wanted to try planting some silver pine flowers on this land. However, this species does not seem to have seeds to plant. It's going to be hard to keep his mouth shut for this friend. While thinking, the boy reached for the pan of kimchi fried rice made by Jian-woo. Seeing him was very bad, but his friend still ate him very well. Seeing this friend is so cute, making his father struggle to feed his friend. Jian-woo decides to raise this boy, because his mother reminded him to give him a name. He couldn't keep calling him a child. His mother reminds Jian-woo that he racked his brain to think of a cool name. Jian-woo can't think of a good name, and his mother thinks she should call him Golden Boy. His father was categorically against this name. He wanted to name him Gonzalez, but his mother and Jian-woo didn't agree. The fight continued until the last night. Jian-woo and his family agreed on a name that was as normal as possible. The next day, Jian-woo took him to the tamed beast registration office. The flight attendant told Jian-woo to wear 2 bracelets on this friend, anytime, so everyone would know he was tamed. If anything happens to remove it, they will not be responsible. Next is the registration ID for the tamed monster. Jian-woo yesterday, when his parents argued endlessly, Jian-woo gave this boy a name called Kon. From now on, Kon will be a member of his family. Once upon a time when Kon joined his family, Jian-woo was always worried about how he would adapt to such an unfamiliar environment. But Kon did a good job. Don't just like him because he's fast, but it was also because he acted cute and childish that Jian-woo completely dismissed those concerns. Kon jumps on Jian-woo's body and licks him to show how much he loves him. Hawa saw it and jealously jumped on top of her, forcing Jian-woo to carry her. Jian-woo has to take the 2 of them to the farmland. Seeing Hawa and Kon being carried made Ella jealous. He wanted to do the same thing. Jaeon-woo turned to look at the shivering horned rabbit. From one side to see them, there is the fact that the other monsters in this land are very afraid of Kaun. Jaeon-woo thought they hated Kaun, but that wasn't the case. Even though you didn't do anything to them, horned rabbits' instincts always tell them that Kauns are dangerous at first. Jaeon-woo is also a little worried that Kaun is a wild animal, but you can play with Hawa and cows at home. So he was less alert. You didn't do anything wrong. Jaeon-woo reminds Kyung-kyung not to do that to boys. Kyung-kyung also hopes that she can get to know this new friend, so Kaun jumps off Jaeon-woo's back and runs to meet Kyung-kyung. But Kyung-kyung's instincts still caused her to hang her tail and run away, which makes you very sad. That night, Jaeon-woo came back to tell everything to his father, and Jaeon-woo did not know what to do next. Suddenly his father laughed again and told Hawa and Kaun about their childhood. Since he came here from Seoul, he's still just a chatty kid. But that crybaby has now grown into this amazing person. His father wants to tell Jaeon-woo that everything has a solution and everything will be fine. Thanks to these words of encouragement, Jaeon-woo suddenly thought of a way and asked the two of them to help him. The next day, Jaeon-woo gathers everyone at the farm to throw a party to welcome Kaun into the family. Meanwhile, Hawa and El are overwhelmed with today's dishes. The horned rabbits and rock bees all trembled and did not dare to approach them. Jaeon-woo brags about the most delicious main dish of the day, pancakes made with a masterpiece. The preparation smells so good that it immediately eliminates the fear of horned rabbits. Jaeon-woo reminded Kaun. The boy immediately brought out a plate of cake to invite the horned rabbit. She smiled brightly, but in the eyes of the horned rabbit, Kaun glared at them. The entire group was so frightened that they immediately ran away. Only Kyung-kyung remained behind. Jaeon-woo knew this would happen, but Kyung-kyung dared to stay and everything turned out as she expected. Last night, Jaeon-woo called Kyung-kyung to talk privately. He was also very sad because he couldn't help but get along with Kaun. Jaeon-woo bent down to push him. He knows Kyung-kyung can do it. He felt more sympathy for Kaun than his instinctive fear. Apart from that, Kyung-kyung is a special horned rabbit leader, which he hoped would stand out to allay the fears of an entire herd of horned rabbits. Kyung-kyung gathered her composure and walked towards the Kaun. He ate a piece of cake and shouted to remind the horned rabbit that there was nothing to be afraid of. He announced in his treaty that from now on the Kaun was part of the horned rabbit family. He wasn't as scary as they thought. With these words, the horned rabbit was less afraid. Kaun happily jumped into his arms. Of course, but he was still a little afraid after the fear was overcome. The party officially begins. Jaeon-woo is now much more relieved. In the future, there will be more things like this, but he was confident he would be able to deal with it. After the party ended, Jaeon-woo took Kaun and Hawa away. Then LA started carrying out her secret plan. This world is currently the era of superhumans. Instead of dreaming of getting great luck, people want to awaken their superpowers. But no matter how big they dream, no one can be omnipotent. Hawa does a fashion show for him. And Yuna, he can't believe that one day he will. He could sit next to the daughter of the president of the world's largest company, and even collaborated with him to show Hawa at a fashion show. Suddenly, Yuna and housekeeper Knight invite him to their house for a housewarming party. He thought it would be simple. Who would have ever thought that it was just Yuna's excuse to invite them home, to try on women's clothes. Yuna wants to change her own clothes. But he firmly refused. He couldn't let people know that Hawa was a spirit. The reason he was able to become superhuman was because he discovered buds. By taking good care of him, a little baby comes into his world. And as in Hawa's spirit, she has many magical powers. If he told everyone that he was a spirit, many bad things would happen to him. He couldn't let that happen. He just wants her to be able to live a normal life like other people. Hawa is wearing a super cute dress. Yuna was lost for words. Yuna couldn't help but jump to hug him. Jaeon-woo thanks Yuna for giving Hawa many new items today. Not only Hawa, but Yuna also prepared more for him. Soon the night butler came to Jaeon-woo's dressing room. He prepared a lot for today just to show off his talent. A few minutes later, Jaeon-woo came out in a suit. It was her first time wearing this outfit, and he didn't know whether it was beautiful or not. Yuna feels fine, but Hawa doesn't like her because she's not like Jian-woo, who is usually simple. Yuna ordered Night to immediately change her style. Jian-woo doesn't understand what the purpose of doing this is. Yuna looked at him confusedly. In preparation for the upcoming encounter with superhumans. Min Seorin, who was a hunter with her monster partner Dolso, suddenly declared her retirement. The newspaper reported Seorin's retirement. Min Seorin was a superhuman who developed faster than anyone else. She was a late riser at the age of 27, but Seorin became a famous person as soon as she stepped into the hunter world. And in just 3 years after her debut, she achieved Hawad, the feat of completely taking over a well-known guild in Seoul. Min Seorin's fame was not just in her skills, but her humble nature more than anything else, and she gave all her services to her monster partner, Dolso. Min Seorin left a short but large footprint in the hunter world. After deciding to retire from the hunter world, Min Seorin pursued her original dream of becoming a monster livestock expert. Dolso was transformed from a terrifying monster into a cute cat. After retiring, Min Seorin started researching on mason bees, but her core research did not progress at all. Even Min Seorin learned from the best expert in mason bee research, Dr. Go Myung-han, but the results were still mediocre. Min Seorin, who is now 31 years old, thinks about her dreams. Even though Min Seorin had retired as a hunter, she still received an invitation to attend the spring welcoming party on a ship held by the Superhuman Friendship Organization. Min Seorin also invited Dolso to go for a walk outside her house. Lee Jian-woo took Hawa and Kaun for a walk to see the beautiful flower petals blooming in the garden. Kaun was happy, but suddenly Kaun was getting ready to run fast. Lee Jian-woo was quick to catch him. Lee Jian-woo gave Kaun the understanding not to be separated from him and imitated Hawa, who stayed with him. Just now, giving understanding to Kaun to imitate Hawa, it turned out that Hawa was no longer standing next to Lee Jian-woo. Hawa went to the food vendor and asked for food to be given to her. Lee Jian-woo thought that today would be very tiring. Lee Jian-woo quickly called Hawa and invited Hawa and Kaun to take a selfie with him. But instead of taking a photo, Lee Jian-woo's mom and dad asked for a video call with Hawa and Kaun. Lee Jian-woo's father and mother greeted Hawa and Kaun and told Hawa and Kaun to have fun there. The people around noticed that the three of them were on a video call and said that their behavior was very cute. This was Lee Jian-woo's first video call, and it was an interesting experience for Lee Jian-woo. After the video call with his parents, Lee Jian-woo decided to call again, and the person he called was the manager of the farmland dungeon. The dungeon manager also asked why Lee Jian-woo was calling her. When Lee Jian-woo was on a video call with the dungeon manager, suddenly Kaun broke away from Lee Jian-woo's hand. It turned out that Kaun met Dolso. Dolso, who was surprised to see Kaun, immediately prepared to attack like an alert cat. Lee Jian-woo also met with Min Seorin. Min Seorin was surprised to see the ferocious Dolso suddenly alert like this. Dolseo was a monster that attacked while scoffing at the Class A level dungeon and even lost the war of nerves with Kaun. Lee Jian-woo quickly picked up Kaun and carried him. Lee Jian-woo also gave Kaun another understanding to obey, even though he wanted to play and threatened that if he did not obey, Lee Jian-woo would not want to invite him again in the future. Min Seorin, who was silent in wonder at what happened, was surprised when Lee Jian-woo said hello. Lee Jian-woo apologized for Kaun's behavior that made Min Seorin's cat surprised. Kaun's face was gloomy when he was carried by Lee Jian-woo to apologize to Min Seorin. Min Seorin wondered what Kaun's identity was that had scared Dolso. Dolso asked Min Seorin to leave immediately. Seeing Dolso disliked meeting Kaun so much, even though Min Seorin was still curious about Kaun's identity, Min Seorin hurriedly said goodbye and left Lee Jian-woo, Kaun, and Hawa. Lee Jian-woo was relieved and felt that Min Seorin had an open heart. Kaun, who looked gloomy, was asked by Lee Jian-woo, "Have you reflected on yourself?" "Yes, then I will believe you," said Lee Jian-woo. Lee Jian-woo was relieved because the incident did not bring big problems because Kaun was also a child. In the evening, Lee Jian-woo, along with Kaun and Hawa, went to attend the spring welcoming party on a ship held by the Superhuman Friendship Organization. The spring welcoming party was held on a large and luxurious cruise ship. The invited guests were already crowded. Lee Jian-woo, along with Kon and Hawa, boarded the cruise ship. But at the entrance of the ship, Lee Jian-woo was detained by a servant, and the servant said for security reasons, the monsters brought by the invited guests must be deposited separately. Hearing that, Lee Jian-woo, Kon, and Hawa were shocked. Since it was the rule, Lee Jian-woo was forced to leave it. But Kon refused, and it took about 30 minutes. Lee Jian-woo could only persuade Kon. Lee Jian-woo also felt guilty to Kon. The spring welcoming party was crowded with invited guests, and the party was held very luxuriously. Lee Jian-woo also felt that the atmosphere of this party venue was too upscale and regretted not wearing the clothes that Yuna had prepared. Lee Jian-woo also heard a voice calling him. It turned out to be the voice of Suchin, Yuna and Yuna's servant. Hawa also looked happy when she saw them. Lee Jian-woo protested to Suchan for not telling him that the party was so luxurious. Suchan apologized and gave an excuse because of his busy schedule. He should have told him on the way. Fireworks lit up the sky, and it was a sign that the spring welcoming party had begun. From the deck of the ship, Baek Cheon-soo, as the deputy head of the Wonju Superhuman Association branch, gave a speech to open the spring welcoming party. Lee Jian-woo and Hawa were feeling happy at the party and no longer thought about their dress code. At that time, they didn't know that there were colleagues who deviated from the dress code as well. Min Seorin was the same as Lee Jian-woo, who had the wrong dress code and felt like going home in shame. The spring welcoming party held by the Superhuman Friendship Organization began, and the Baek Cheon-soo branch began introducing the invited superhumans. Among the superhumans introduced were No Ae-ji, Park Jung-hyuk, and Young Soo-jin, who came together with their son and daughter. Seeing the superhumans introduced by Baek Cheon-soo made an inner shock for Lee Jian-woo, who felt late in becoming a superhuman. Lee Jian-woo felt as if he had come to an idol concert for the first time in his life. Unlike Hawa, she didn't pay attention to the superhumans who were introduced. Hawa was busy with piling up the food that she was ready to eat. Lee Jian-woo thought Hawa didn't care about his story at all. Lee Jian-woo also thought about Suchin, who had invited him, because Suchin had no choice but to go because she had various kinds of business. Suddenly, the waitress Yuna reprimanded Lee Jian-woo from behind and asked if Lee Jian-woo enjoyed the party. Lee Jian-woo also felt that he really enjoyed the party because he could see the superhumans he liked at once, and this made Lee Jian-woo moved. After introducing the attacker-type superhumans, Baek Cheon-soo began to introduce the sword-expert superhumans. Hearing that, Lee Jian-woo was confused why Baek Cheon-soo prioritized introducing superhumans who were not the attacking type. Yuna explained that this party was held in exchange for a non-attacker superhuman promotion broadcast that Lee Jian-woo had previously rejected. Luna also shouldn't appear in a place like this. Lee Jian-woo was worried about her. Yuna's servant explained to Lee Jian-woo not to worry because Yuna had made a special recognition barrier artifact. So people will not know of Yuna's arrival and will not recognize Yuna. In addition, just in case, Yuna also brought a friend who was in charge of the Xinhua group's strategies and plans. Lee Jian-woo also praised the artifact because it was like an accessory and it fit Luna perfectly and made Luna even more beautiful. Yuna took the trouble to attend this party all for Hawa's sake. Since this party was Hawa's first debut, so Luna felt like she had to watch over her. Hearing that, Lee Jian-woo laughed. Yuna told Lee Jian-woo that Hawa had caused a stir at the party. Lee Jian-woo, who saw Hawa, was surprised because Hawa took out a spirit to record it and display it on a large screen right above Baek Cheon-soo, who was giving a speech. Seeing Lee Jian-woo and Hawa making noise made Baek Cheon-soo confused. Suddenly, Lee Jian-woo felt strange. He felt camera fever and thought about leaving this place quickly. After a few minutes of recording Hawa, the spirit finally left and seemed to feel a pity not to be able to record Hawa again. Yuna came over to them and asked how Lee Jian-woo was doing. Lee Jian-woo explained that maybe because he was shocked, he was a bit nauseous. Lee Jian-woo's face looks pale. Lee Jian-woo also hurried to leave and said goodbye to Yuna. He would look for a little wind in a place where there were no people. Before Lee Jian-woo left, Suddenly someone came and greeted Yuna. Lee Jianwoo was surprised and asked who he was who came to greet this. Yuna's maid explained that it was someone from Luna's side. That person also introduced himself as Phone. Yuna's maid asked Phone about his arrival. Phone whispered directly to Luna. Suddenly, Yuna said goodbye to Lee for a while and promised Hawa she would come back again. Lee Jianwoo and Hawa left for a short break. When he was about to leave for a break, Lee Jianwoo accidentally met Min Seorin and greeted her. Min Seorin was surprised to meet Lee Jianwoo. Lee Jianwoo, who had not previously been acquainted with Min Seorin, finally realized that the woman was the superhuman Min Seorin, because Lee Jianwoo was a big fan of Min Seorin, but in a slightly angry tone to Lee Jianwoo, who did not recognize her when they first met in the park. But Min Seorin immediately said she was joking, and said that even the friend who was close to her couldn't recognize her. Lee Jianwoo also asked if it was true that Min Seorin had retired and didn't expect to meet in a place like this. Min Seorin explained that she came to the party because she had another purpose besides the party. They laughed together because they felt they had the wrong dress code. Hawa was confused by their behavior. Lee Jianwoo asked Min Seorin if the cat that was with Min Seorin was Min Seorin's partner, Dolso. Min Seorin also said that Dolso is currently probably controlling the monster waiting room. Suddenly the two of them remembered that Dolso and Kaun did not get along. The three of them rushed to the monster waiting room. On the way, Lee Jianwoo explained to Min Seorin that monsters fear Kaun instinctively. Min Seorin was worried that Dolso would break up and start fighting with Kaun. When they arrived at the monster waiting room, the three of them were at a loss for words after seeing the scene in the waiting room. The monsters were scared and stuck to the wall. The servants were confused, more than anything else. Kaun was seen sleeping on Dolso's body that had transformed into his original body, and Dolso looked unconscious. On the day when Lee Jianwoo went to the party on the boat in the rice field gungeon, Elku's dungeon caretaker asked Kyuk-young to hold the camera to record him singing and dancing. The dungeon caretaker sang and danced lively and cheerfully. After finishing singing and dancing, dungeon caretaker Elku took a towel to wipe the sweat from her face. The dungeon master also asked Kyuk-young about the recording, and Kyuk-young explained and apologized that she didn't record it. The camera was too heavy to be lifted by Kyuk-young's hands. Elku's dungeon caretaker was confused. Who could she ask for help to hold the camera to record herself singing and dancing? She asked the spirit masters for help, but the spirit masters did not listen to anyone's request other than Lee Jianwoo. Suddenly, the dungeon master got an idea. The next day, Lee Jianwoo, Hawa, and Kaun were no longer at the spring welcoming party. They were already at Lee Jianwoo's house. Lee Jianwoo's mother asked them to go home so early. Lee Jianwoo explained the situation that caused them to go home early. It wasn't a situation where they could be at the party at all. Hearing those words, Lee Jianwoo's father was angry because Lee Jianwoo blamed Kaun for the situation. Lee Jianwoo also felt that no one was on his side at home. But Hawa and Kaun immediately approached Lee Jianwoo. Lee Jianwoo immediately hugged them because he felt that only they were on his side. Lee Jianwoo also invited to continue his gymnastics together. After finishing preparing to carry out their activities as scheduled, Lee Jianwoo and Kaun were confused because they did not see Hawa. They were looking for Hawa. It turned out that they found Hawa near the cowshed. Hawa was looking at something. A notification appeared and explained about the shoots of hell plant. Hell plant buds is a single agricultural product. The hell plant shoots were known to exist in the past. There are rumors that this is a plant that drops anything into hell. You can see its figure eating small insects that are flying. Lee Jianwoo also noticed the hell plant shoots. Lee Jianwoo still doesn't believe that the shoots of this hell plant eat insects. He also stuck out a small twig towards the hell plant shoots, and suddenly the twig was bitten by the hell plant shoots. Lee Jianwoo was shocked and trembled to see it. Likewise with Kaun and Hawa, who immediately hid behind Lee Jianwoo. The hell tree shoots immediately ate the branch. The notification appeared again, and the content was the same as before. Looking at the shoots of the hell plant, Lee Jianwoo thought that if it was a hand and not a branch, maybe Lee Jianwoo's hand had been eaten by the shoots of the hell plant. Feeling that this plant was dangerous, Li Jianwu thought about moving it. Li Jianwu also brought the hell plant shoots to the rice field dungeon along with Kaun and Hawa. Arriving at the farmland dungeon, Li Jianwu felt confused, because Elku did not welcome him. They immediately looked for Elku. They also found Elku busy with her camera taking pictures of Kyuk-young in various poses. Li Jianwu immediately reprimanded Elku, who did not realize their presence. Elku explained that she was recording a video to upload to MeTube, and Elku decided to name it Kyuntu. Li Jianwu was confused about what MeTube was. Elku was surprised to see Li Jianwu, who was confused. Li Jianwu also checked the video footage that would be uploaded to MeTube. Li Jianwu decided to allow the videos to be uploaded because at first glance, the farmland dungeon was just an ordinary field, and lately videos with monsters were also easy to find. Just don't show the stone bee nest and special agricultural products. Elku also explained that it could be edited. Elku really understands the use of cell phones in contrast to Li Jianwu, who is a little bit failed to understand smartphones. Seeing the potential of Elku, Li Jianwu also offered to help if there was anything else needed by Elku, and Li Jianwu was ready to sponsor Kyungtube. Elku also shouted with joy and shouted that he would work hard and would definitely get the gold button. The legend of Kyungtube begins. Li Jianwu took a break from his farming activities in the farmland dungeon. While sighing, Li Jianwu briefly thought about Minsurin and Dolso. Although Minsurin said it was okay, Li Jianwu felt that he had done something very wrong because of Kaun. As his apology, Li Jianwu intended to send her agricultural products. Li Jianwu went back to his daily life as usual. Li Jianwu looked over and sighed slightly while saying, "It's okay for my daily life to change a little," seeing Elku and Kyuk-young busy with their smartphones. Li Jianwu yelled at Elku and Kyuk-young, who kept sticking to their phones. Li Jianwu also threatened a little. If Elku and Kyuk-young continued like that, he would confiscate their cell phone. Hearing that, Elku also hurried to put her cell phone. While making a sad face in front of Hawa, Elku said that she kept thinking about it. Li Jianwu also asked, "Is the content creator like that?" Kyuk-young also said, "Is the horned rabbit unpopular, Kyung?" Li Jianwu replied it might be, and Li Jianwu also encouraged Kyung because they had made it all the way. Elku and Kyuk-young asked Li Jianwu for permission to make beauty content and were allowed to eat Arium's leaves. Li Jianwu also allowed it. Kyuk-young was very beautiful in the video, but no one was watching, and that made Kyuk-young sad. Li Jianwu also explained to Kyuk-young, like a farmer, when you spread the seeds of any agricultural product, it won't be harvested in a day. People also came to know poison fish after you raised it with all your might, right? Then again, even if people don't know about poison fish, the work is meaningless. First, the important thing is that you and Elku have made it with all your might. Then if you put in that much effort, everyone will know about it, said Li Jianwu. Kyuk-young became excited and immediately prepared to make the next video. Li Jianwu saw Kyuk-young excited to make another video. Li Jianwu reminded Kyuk-young not to neglect farming poison fish. Li Jianwu transplanted the hell plant shoots to the rice field dungeon. This hell plant grew well and even grew leaves. The problem arose. After the leaves grew, the hell plant was not picky about the things it ate within a certain scope. But the hell plant didn't react at all to objects that were bigger than the hell plant's buds. Even so, Li Jianwu warned the others not to go near it because it was dangerous. Li Jianwu also told the spirits to be vigilant and always keep an eye on him. Li Jianwu began to write his observations about his plant hell. When he was about to take a pen from his pants pocket, it accidentally fell out. The pen was immediately grabbed and eaten by the hell plant. Li Jianwu thought the size of the pen was indeed similar to a tree branch, but even though it was a special agricultural product, this hell plant ate iron. Li Jianwu also thought that this hell plant was really dangerous. Suddenly, Elku was heard. Elku shouted that Mr. Jianwu was sick. Elku, who lifted Hawa's body, also showed something from Hawa's hand. They found next to the stone bee nest a stone dead. Stone bees live their own lives well without any special care. The only thing that was done was to give honey to the processed stone bees once in a while. Therefore, Li Jianwu felt that he had been negligent in taking care of the stone bees. Many of Li Jianwu's stone bees died. A stone bee also spoke to Li Jianwu that the stone bees that died were because their lifespan had ended, so don't worry. It turns out that the lifespan of stone bees is shorter than Li Jianwu thought. Li Jianwu apologized to the swarm of stone bees for not paying attention to them. Li Jianwu also ordered Hawa to call the fire spirit. The fire spirit was called to cremate the dead stone bees. The dead stone bees were cremated in one hole. Li Jianwu also thanked them and prayed that they would go to a better place. Hawa, Elku, and others also prayed that the dead stone bees would go to a better place, until the blazing fire dies. They prayed for the stone bees. Suddenly Hawa showed something to Li Jianwu. It turned out that what Hawa showed was a magic stone. It was a special stone that only some of the monsters had. Not only environmentally friendly, magic stones also have unique powers. Because of this, it was widely distributed. From superhuman assault weapons to very simple daily life products are made from magic stones. Magic stones are also an important natural resource. Li Jianwu didn't expect that he would get this magic stone. Unexpectedly by Li Jianwu, the magic stone appeared from the corpse of a stone bee. Notifications appear. The sparkling magic stone possessed by the stone bee is Class E. The magic stone possessed by the stone bee has a very clean magic power, but there are not many of them. Li Jianwu also heard for the first time that there are small magic stones like this. Because this magic stone was left by the stone bees for the last time, Li Jianwu hoped to know how to use it usefully. At Li Jianwu's house, Li Jianwu's parents were spoiling Hawa and Kaun. Seeing that, Li Jianwu felt that his parents did not see their anxious son. Li Jianwu's father also told Li Jianwu that they believed that his son Li Jianwu would do Hawari thing well. But Li Jianwu thought that his parents only wanted to play with Hawa and Kaun. The next day, Yuna came with her servants to Li Jianwu's house at the invitation of Li Jianwu. At Li Jianwu's house, Hawa served cold drinks to Yuna and her servant Yuna. Yuna also praised Hawa, who was very kind and smart. Hawa also invited Yuna to drink it with movements that imitated Suchan's movements. Yuna laughed at that. Li Jianwu guessed Hawa learned from Suchan. Li Jianwu also drank the drink given by Hawa. When drinking it, Li Jianwu felt that the drink was thick, and he asked Hawa, how much honey did Hawa put in the drink? From the expression shown by Hawa, Hawa put a very large amount of honey into the drink. According to Li Jianwu, 90% rock bee honey is delicious, but it gets tingly if it's too thick. Luna told Li Jianwu that the stone bee honey would be ready soon. Li Jianwu also thanked her, but Li Jianwu explained that he called Luna today not because of that, but because of the magic stone. Li Jianwu also showed the magic stone he had. Luna thought the magic stone was a gem. A notification appeared, a sparkling magic stone owned by a newbie Class E. The magic stones owned by stone bees have a very clean magic power, but there are not many of them. Luna also asked, are stone bees monsters that have magic stones? The servant replied that he had never heard of it. Li Jianwu also asked how to reduce it and what kind of method to use it. Luna explained that it would be difficult because of the class of this magic stone. Li Jianwu was a little disappointed to hear it. Yuna's maid interrupted their conversation and said Li Jianwu shouldn't be disappointed too soon. Luna's maid explained that Miss Luna seemed to have entered the Swithnya. Yuna also convinced Li Jianwu to leave it to her. She will risk the necromancer name to make the best work. A few days after that, Li Jianwu saw quite a lot of QuangTube views. The comments also varied, one of which wrote a comment that if Kyunggi was burned and burned, it would fit. Seeing comments like that, Li Jianwu immediately blocked the account. When Li Jianwu was busy with his cell phone, Elku also reminded Li Jianwu to work and not to keep looking at the cell phone. Later, Li Jianwu, if he continued to look at the cell phone while working or sleeping, Mr. Li Jianwu would soon become a cell phone addict. Hearing the words of Elku, Lee Jianwoo immediately put his cell phone into his pants pocket and continued his work in the rice field dungeon. Lee Jianwoo thought, since it's for Yuna, Lee Jianwoo should harvest more sincerely. Lee Jianwoo also wants to see if Arium's flowers can bloom again, so El-ku and Kyuk-young can't pick all the flowers. They were excited to harvest. Kyung-young also wanted to help, but Lee Jianwoo told Kyuk-young that Arium was too tall for Kyuk-young to pick. Even if Kyuk-young jumped, she wouldn't reach it. Lee Jianwoo asked Kyuk-young to rest. They started the harvest with joy. Lee Jianwoo enjoyed farming when planting things, but the best fun according to Lee Jianwoo was when harvesting. Lee Jianwoo and the others finished harvesting the last Arium. Notification popped up. Arium fruit, Class S. Arium fruit, which is taken care of by farming spirits and dungeon spirits, contains a lot of farmland dungeon energy. It has hair growth properties similar to that of a miracle. Has a growth property similar to a miracle after consumption, limited to one-time use only. But vitality plus S, MP plus 3 permanently. Side effects should be noted should be consumed after processing. Lee Jae-woo thought that Yuna would definitely like it. Min-seorin has a monster research institute. This institute is located in a place where there are no people for safety. A research institute inside a mountain. Min-seorin, who is researching the stone bees in this place, she has been having a lot of anxiety lately. It is something that has nothing to do with the stone bees at all. It seems that Min-seorin is having trouble with love. Min-seorin started thinking about Lee Jae-woo. Min-seorin thought that Lee Jae-woo already had a wife, and she thought that it was not the time for her to worry about strange things like this. Min-seorin rushed to the mason bee farm and asked about the condition of the mason bees to the man who supervised the farm. The stone bees showed their anger to Min-seorin because these stone bees were locked up. If there was Dolso, Min-seorin could suppress the brutal nature of the mason bees, but it was just a threat. Because of this, Min-seorin felt that she had not been successful in beekeeping and wondered how Manhwa group could be successful in beekeeping. The mason bees in Mugyuri did not show any aggression at all. All Min-seorin knew was that Chef Jung Suchan had a contract with Manhwa group, and when Min-seorin tasted Young Suchan's cooking, she estimated that the mason bees were at least A class. During the party on the boat too, Min-seorin had no results in finding information about stone bees. Min-seorin's steps stopped when she saw Dolso was sleeping, while she was worried. Min-seorin immediately lifted Dolso with a little annoyance. Dolso, who was surprised to be woken up suddenly, immediately jumped from Min-seorin's arms. Dolso asked why Min-seorin was suddenly making such a fuss. Min-seorin said, "Isn't Dolso as a partner too cold to her?" Min-seorin also complained to Dolso. The stone bees did not want to listen to Min-seorin's words. Dolso also did not care about Min-seorin's complaints, and Dolso took a cell phone from his four-dimensional bag and started taking photos of himself. Min-seorin, who saw Dolso's behavior, asked why Dolso was more concerned with MeTube than her. Dolceo's four-dimensional bag attracts the attention of Min-seorin, who can put anything in Dolceo's four-dimensional bag. Dolceo's face looked upset. Min-seorin also looks at Dolceo's cell phone, and it turns out that Dolceo's MeTube account has been blocked by the channel manager. Min-seorin also asked Dolso what he had done until her account was blocked. Dolso also said that she recently commented that something plump was delicious. According to Min-seorin, it was already included in sexual harassment. It was strange that it was not blocked. Dolso also seduced Min-seorin to lend her cell phone. Dolso wanted to watch MeTube using Min-seorin's cell phone. Min-seorin refused. Min-seorin opened MeTube and watched content from KyoungTube. Min-seorin was surprised that there was a video of a rabbit with horns. According to Min-seorin, horned rabbits are very difficult to tame because of their high aggressiveness. This was not even just taming, but also shooting for MeTube. Min-seorin sighed and felt that she was the only one left behind. Dolso also told Min-seorin not to be depressed like that. It was not suitable, and please just show the MeTube. Min-seorin lay down on the sofa and invited Dolso to watch MeTube together. Min-seorin had never even imagined it. Now the existence that made her feel envious was closer than she thought. And then, it was like that. Seeing KyoungTube videos interested Min-seorin, and Min-seorin also subscribed KyoungTube. New KyoungTube fans appear. When it comes to the representation of Korean superhuman husband and wife, the whole world will definitely think of the couple Park Jung-hyuk and Yoon Soo-jin. Because of this, the children of the two, Park Ye-jun and Park Ye-ran, naturally caught the world's attention. Then one of them, Park Ye-jun, has been breathing a lot lately. Park Ye-jun's colleague asked Park Ye-jun, "Why do you sigh in a nice place like this, Mr. Ice Prince?" Hearing his colleague call him Ice Prince, Park Ye-jun asked not to call him that. His partner felt that the name suited him because it was similar to the nickname of Park Ye-jun's mother. Park Ye-jun asked how his colleague knew all that. Park Ye-jun's partner had realized since Park Ye-jun's mother brought him a guild and came to see him. The colleague asked why Park Ye-jun cared about something pointless like that. Park Ye-jun explained that he didn't want to grow up in his parents' shadow. Park Ye-jun prefers a nickname full of originality like Captain. Park Ye-jun's partner was angry, feeling ridiculed by Park Ye-jun. "It was decided after seeing my outer appearance alone," said Park Ye-jun's colleague. Park Ye-jun's colleague also told Park Ye-jun to leave immediately for work. Park Ye-jun immediately rushed away. Told Park Ye-jun's colleague, Park Ye-jun was very diligent, but his insubordination was severe without any use. If only there was no such thing, Park Ye-jun would have developed rapidly. People had gathered, and Park Ye-jun arrived a little late. Park Ye-jun, who has the ability to control ice like his mother, had a big concern that he seemed like a copy product of his mother. Therefore, instead of using the ability to control ice as the main one, Park Ye-jun prefers the ability to summon spirits. Park Ye-jun decided to live life as a spirit controller who controlled spirits. Park Ye-jun summoned a spirit, and a bird-shaped spirit appeared. This bird spirit was named Hawk Ice. Despite having the ability to control spirits, Park Ye-jun does not have the ability to have conversations with spirits. Park Ye-jun ordered Hawk Ice to immediately conduct reconnaissance. Hawk Ice immediately entered the dungeon world. Park Ye-jun took out a silver gem, and this gem turned into a screen connected to Hawk Ice's vision. Based on Hawk Ice's vision, this dungeon was only Class F Park. Ye-jun again asked the captain whether it was necessary to deliberately spy on him. The captain also told him to keep doing reconnaissance and not to let his guard down. But according to Park Ye-jun, they had confirmed it several times with artifacts. Based on Hawk Ice's vision, why is there no monster in the dungeon at all? The captain thought, this is a Class F dungeon, but the monsters are nowhere to be seen. Finally, the captain realized it. The captain ordered someone to quickly report to the Hunter Association because this dungeon was a deep earth worm dungeon. Deep earth worm is a disgusting monster that looks like a large version of a worm. If you look at its appearance alone, many people are reminded of the famous sandworm. But the size of this monster is so small that it can be stepped on by a small child, so the class is also F. The size is also small, and even the land inhabited by the deep earth worm is famous as fertile land, to the point that its farms are researched. Deep earth worm is a safe monster. The problem is not the deep earth worm, but the deep mole. Because deep mole really likes deep earth worm, he is a monster that always immediately makes a dungeon nearby and appears. Deep mole not only eats deep earth worm, but all agricultural products will be damaged. Meanwhile, in the farm area of Lee Jian-woo's house, Lee Jian-woo invited Hawa and Kaun to come out. Hawa and Kaun went out by riding a cow. Not far from Lee Jian-woo's house, there was a group of people gathering. Seeing the crowd of people, Lee Jian-woo approached them to find out. Someone told him that at the entrance of the village, a deep earthworm dungeon appeared. The one who told Lee Jian-woo turned out to be Phone. Lee Jian-woo also asked if Yuna also came to Phone. Phone also explained that Yuna didn't come, only she came because this time the problem appeared suddenly. Hearing that, Hawa was depressed. Seeing Hawa gloomy, Lee Jian-woo tried to cheer Hawa up by saying let's play with Yuna's brother at the next opportunity. Lee Jian-woo also asked Phone there was a dungeon that appeared why Phone came. Phone explained that this dungeon was a precious place for Miss Yuna. Lee Jian-woo's parents had also come first to see the dungeon that appeared and told him that the hunters came to attack the dungeon. Lee Jian-woo's father told him to quickly approach them to see. Lee Jian-woo was surprised to see his parents also coming there. No, Lee Jian-woo said. Then look around. That's not polite for working hunters. You also brought popcorn from Manalagi. said Li Jianwu. Phone replied that Phone prepared popcorn for Li Jianwu's parents. Li Jianwu was surprised. Phone explained that since it was a sudden matter, I thought that it would be difficult to organize the people of the village as a whole, so I just made this into a spectacle. Li Jianwu questioned if there would be no problem with the hunters because it was a spectacle. Phone replied that there would be no problem because Xinhua Group sponsored potions for them. Then they are also pro-hunters. Li Jianwu thought of preparing honey water for the hunters when they finished. Suddenly, the captain's stomach felt sick. The captain and Park Yejun wondered why the Xinhua Group came. Because the Xinhua Group came that made the captain's stomach hurt. The captain doesn't want to make a mistake in front of the biggest group in the world. Park Yejun also encouraged the captain because, according to Park Yejun, this was an opportunity for them to attract the attention of the Xinhua Group with only an F-class dungeon. Suddenly, a hunter reported that the artifact reacted. Soon, the monster wave would begin. Park Yejun prepared for action. The captain also reminded Park Yejun not to let his guard down. A few minutes later, the monster wave began. The deep earthworm started trying to get into the ground, but the captain attacked immediately. The hunters interrupted that. The hunters didn't let the deep earthworm enter the ground. Just like that, the hunters with rich experience stopped the deep earthworm effectively, and Odie seemed to be running smoothly for a while. Hawkeyes also helped attack deep earthworm. Park Yejun, who faced the deep earthworm with confidence. But not long after, that confidence became carelessness. A deep earthworm managed to get into the ground. The defense line was destroyed through the gap. Meanwhile, Li Jianwu was at home preparing stone bee honey water for the hunters. The honey water was packed in large bottles. After finishing preparing the honey water, Li Jianwu invited Khan to deliver it to the hunters who were working in the dungeon that appeared at the village door. When he was about to leave, Li Jianwu saw Hawa holding a deep earthworm. Li Jianwu also wondered why the deep earthworm was near his house. Li Jianwu immediately took the deep earthworm from Hawa's hand. Then, Li Jianwu invited Kaun and Hawa to the farmland dungeon with the deep earthworm. Elku and Kyukyung also welcomed them. Elku was immediately surprised when he saw the deep earthworm wrapped around Li Jianwu's hand. Li Jianwu also tried to explain it to Elku and Kyukyung, but Elku and Kyukyung were already panicking. Elku asked Li Jianwu if the monster was really harmless. Li Jianwu also explained that at first he was shocked when the deep earthworm was in Hawa's hands. Li Jianwu wanted to kill it because the hunters lost it. But Deep Earthworm spoke to Li Jianwu to help him. Li Jianwu also understood his words, and thought that Deep Earthworm was a farm animal. Elku also began to interact with Deep Earthworm, and felt that Deep Earthworm was cute. Elku also said that the Deep Earthworm was dangerous because it gave rise to the Deep Mole. Elku saw it on MeTube. However, Li Jianwu assured that it was okay. According to Li Jianwu, as long as there is a paddy field dungeon and Elku, the problem will be solved. Elku had a brilliant idea. That's right, all that's left is to block the Deep Mole from entering. Li Jianwu talked to Deep Earthworm that now the farmland dungeon is his home. Deep Earthworm immediately entered the farmland dungeon. With the arrival of Deep Earthworm in the farmland dungeon, it means that there is one more family member in the farmland dungeon. Elku also reminded, if Deep Earthworm is in the farmland dungeon, then the hunters will have a hard time and will continue to look for it, while Li Jianwu was realizing his mistake. The hunters who attacked the Deep Earthworm dungeon were even busier. A hunter reported the artifact reaction to the captain, that the Deep Mole dungeon monster wave started. The captain also told all the hunters to prepare and reminded them not to make mistakes. Meanwhile, Park Yejun was still gloomy. Deep Mole came out of the dungeon. The hunters were ready to attack. Suddenly from behind, Park Yejun immediately walked forward to face Dave Mole. Park Yejun used his ice ability to face Dave Mole. With Park Yejun's contribution, the attack on the Deep Mole dungeon was completed faster than expected. The captain was relieved that it finished faster than he expected. The captain praised the ability of Park Yejun. Even though he was young, his ability was clear. From behind the captain, Li Jianwu suddenly greeted. The captain was surprised. Li Jianwu offered honey water to be distributed to the hunters. The captain also thanked Li Jianwu for giving honey water. The captain immediately distributed the honey water given by Li Jianwu. In his heart, Li Jianwu said he didn't know if this could be his apology. Li Jianwu brewed it much thicker than usual and hoped that the hunters would like it. Li Jianwu also called Hawa to leave, but Hawa was not beside him. It turned out that Hawa was playing with Park Yejun's spirit bird. This bird also sat on Hawa's head. Park Yejun, who realized it, immediately ran to them and apologized. Seeing Hawk Ice following Hawa and getting along with Hawa, just realized that Hawa has a talent as a spirit controller. Park Yejun was jealous to see it. Park Yejun also apologized to Li Jianwu if someday in the village a deep mole dungeon would appear. Park Yejun felt it was his fault. Li Jianwu also said not to apologize to Park Yejun. Actually, all because Li Jianwu took away the deep earthworm. Li Jianwu and Hawa said goodbye and quickly left Park Yejun. The captain also asked Park Yejun, then sighed, the best contributor to the deep mole dungeon. Park Yejun was gloomy again. He felt a big problem because of him. The captain also assured Park Yejun that this was not Park Yejun's own fault, but the fault of all our guild members, so don't bear the burden alone. The captain's message to Park Yejun: to make this experience a foundation, the important thing is not to make the same mistake in the future. Park Yejun was grateful for the words of the captain and asked if this place was now the place where the deep mole dungeon appeared. The captain said yes. With confidence, immediately drank all the honey water in the glass in his hand, and Park Yejun decided to stay in the village and try to take responsibility for his mistakes. A few days after the deep earth worm dungeon case occurred, Li Jianwu also heard news from the village chief that the hunters settled in their village. These hunters stayed because they didn't know when the deep mole would appear, so they waited in the village. Hearing that, Li Jianwu was surprised. Li Jianwu felt a bit guilty. The village chief handed Li Jianwu a list of hunters living in the village. Li Jianwu also looked at the list together with Hawa and Kaun. Hawa and Kaun also pointed to the photo on the list of hunters. Li Jianwu was surprised. The list of hunters included Min Seorin with Dolso and Park Yejun with Hawk Ice. There are faces that Li Jianwu is familiar with. A few days ago, Min Seorin was busy watching KyoungTube. Min Seorin's stress because of the stone bees was Relihawad by seeing the video of Kyukyungi, who was very obedient and cute. Then there is also another charm of Kyukingi that Min Seorin saw on KyoungTube. The child named Elle, who recorded her videos, even though her face never appeared, made Min Seorin like her very much. Dolso also wants to write a comment on KyoungTube, but Min Seorin forbids it, because Min Seorin is worried that his Metro account will be blocked due to comments from Dolso. While Min Seorin was busy watching KyoungTube, a message came in from the Hunter Association. Min Seorin grumbled because he felt he had retired but was still being contacted by the Hunter Association. Min Seorin opened the message and was surprised. The content of the message was a hunter recruitment announcement related to Mugieri's deep mole dungeon. If it was Mugier, was it really Mugieri who succeeded in stone bee farming in Min Seorin's mind after receiving the message from the Hunter Association? Min Seorin did not dare to investigate Mugier for fear of being tagged by Xinhua Group if he investigated without a strategy. If Min Seorin went as a participant and investigated secretly, surely no one would suspect Min Seorin. Min Seorin felt that this was an opportunity passed down to her by God. Min Seorin excitedly told the Dolso to support her. Just like that, Min Seorin gained her fighting spirit and registered as a hunter who settled in Mugieri, and Dolso looked at her like that while wanting to continue watching KyoungTube alone. Li Jianwu didn't expect the retired Min Seorin to come too. Li Jianwu felt guilty, but at least Li Jianwu would serve them potatoes. Notification appears: a grade potato, a soft potato that is not so dry, receives care from the spirits. It has a soft texture. Li Jianwu was happy that he had successfully raised A-grade agricultural products without borrowing Hawa's power. The rest were average B+ and B grade. Li Jianwu's ability increased. If Li Jianwu raised his class this high, how could Hawa be as high as his PA class? Someone's voice was heard. "Miss, it's dangerous for you to run like that." It was Yuna and her servant who came. Li Jianwu also asked why Yuna was running in a hurry. Yuna immediately asked Li Jianwu if it was true that Li Jianwu had harvested Arium Class S. Li Jianwu replied, of course. Yuna was happy and thanked and hugged Li Jianwu. "You, Yuna," Li Jianwu called. Yuna's face immediately turned red because she realized she was hugging Li Jianwu. Li Jianwu also called Hawa and said that Yuna's brother came. Li Jianwu looked at Hawa with a little surprise because above Yuna's head was Hawk Ice. The guest arrived a little earlier than scheduled. Park Yejun's fighting spirit burns coldly and calmly. Park Yejun was getting ready to leave for Mugyar village. Park Yejun was committed to not making any mistakes this time. However, the door to Park Yejun's room suddenly opened. Park Yejun's sister opened the door loudly and called Park Yejun an ice rat. Park Yejun replied by calling his older sister a fire hog. Park Yejun also said, "You think I'm going to treat you like an older sister just because of a few minutes difference?" Park Yejun's sister also let out an angry tone. Park Yejun also asked why his sister came to his room. His sister asked if she was really going to go to Park Yejun. Park Yejun replied, yes, he would go. His sister also said, if you go to a village like that, the difference in your abilities will be very different from him. Park Yejun also answered his brother's words. There would not be a big difference as long as he went to the village. The problems in the village are his responsibility. Park Yejun's sister was angry and said, since when did Park Yejun become a responsible person like this? Park Yejun also mocked his brother. If he left, his brother would be lonely. Park Yejun also taunted his brother to be independent because he was an adult. That's not possible. Misunderstandings should also be reasonable, said Park Yejun's brother. Park Yejun's sister left Park Yejun's room. Park Yejun also muttered, could he not joke? For this time, the ability of Park Yejun was developing by being able to summon Hawk Ice for a long time. Park Yejun did not know that Hawk Ice was summoned for a long time because of MP Hawa. No one knew whether Park Yejun's mistake would be a disadvantage or a mountain. At that time in Mugyeri, Hawa, who was playing with Hawk Ice, was asked by Li Jianwu whether Hawa was the one who called Hawk Ice. Hawa also answered yes. Li Jianwu was confused. Is the ability to call Hawa's spirit able to call other people's spirits? Yuna also asked Li Jianwu, did this spirit belong to Li Jianwu too? Li Jianwu replied that it was not. Seeing Hawa so familiar with Hawk Ice, Yuna was very happy. Suddenly Kaun hugged Hawa. Li Jianwu saw Kaun's height, thinking Kaun was jealous of Hawk Ice. Suddenly Yuna took out an extraordinary camera to take pictures of Hawa. Who would believe that a kid like Yuna is Xinhua Group's general director of development? Li Jianwu invited Yuna to see the harvested S-Class Arium. Yuna was amazed when she saw the S-Class Arium. Yuna was curious how Li Jianwu planted that much S-Class Arium. Li Jianwu joked by saying he worked according to the money he received. Yuna explained that despite receiving money, there are a lot of people who don't work properly either. Money is money, but because this is something for you, Yuna. How is it? Can your illness get better with this? Said Li Jianwu. Yuna also said that this was still not enough. Even so, Yuna felt that Li Jianwu had really helped her and was very grateful to Li Jianwu. Li Jianwu was a little disappointed to hear it, and Yuna was a little depressed. Hawa also tried to cheer Yuna up, and Yuna was moved. Yuna's waiter reminded Yuna that there was one important thing. Yuna also told Li Jianwu that there was one thing that really made her feel guilty. Li Jianwu was confused by Yuna's words. Yuna apologized for suddenly being like this and said that Yuna's mother would visit this place. In the early morning, all the people of Mugyeri were gathered at the gate. Li Jianwu, Hawa, and Kaun were also there. Phone, as the representative of Xinhua Group, thanked all the villagers for gathering. The village chief also said, all thanks to Xinhua Group, our village from today turned into a young village. Li Jianwu told Hawa that it was a gift from Yuna for their village. The hunters present also said, let's all clap, and the villagers' expressions were not good. Min Seorin and Park Yejun had also come to the village of Young Mugyeri. Lee Jianwoo also greeted Min Seorin with a smile. Min Seorin was confused to meet Lee Jianwoo in Mugyeri. Min Seorin asked why Lee Jianwoo was here. Lee Jianwoo explained that he lived in this village. Suddenly they were confused, because Kaun was chasing Dolso. Lee Jianwoo immediately caught Kaun. Lee Jianwoo also whispered if Kaun was like that again, he would scold Kaun. Dolso hugged Hawa tightly, and Min Seorin asked Dolso how long he would hug Hawa like that. Dolso fell asleep in Hawa's arms. Min Seorin was surprised that Dolso, who was a monster, gave her body to a child, whereas with Dolso's pride, he is not like that. Min Seorin said goodbye to Lee Jianwoo and left the Dolso. Min Seorin hurriedly left Lee Jianwoo. Lee Jianwoo was confused. Where was Min Seorin going in such a hurry? Min Seorin also met Phone and asked about stone bees. Lee Jianwoo finally realized that Min Seorin, who had retired, also registered. It turned out that Min Seorin was researching stone bees. Actually, Lee Jianwoo wanted to help Min Seorin as his fan. But Lee Jianwoo's way cannot be imitated by others and does not know how to teach livestock and communication skills. Suddenly Hawk Ice came again. Hawk told Lee Jianwoo that he came after meeting the person who contracted with him. Park Yejun also came to chase Hawk Ice, and was a little surprised when he met Lee Jianwoo. Park Yejun also apologized for the 2 times Hawk Ice had come to them. It looks like Park Yejun saw Lee Jianwoo's ability to communicate with Hawk Ice. He wanted to ask, but he abandoned his intention to ask. Park Yejun excused herself and left Lee Jianwoo. Lee Jianwoo was still confused. What did Park Yejun want to say to him? Phone escorted the hunters to the inn. Park Yejun entered his room. Park Yejun was amazed because he didn't think Shinhwa Group would prepare an inn like this, and even the furniture was very new. Hawk Ice also liked the room where they were staying. Park Yejun also asked Hawk Ice. There was no way Hawk Ice could stay here for long with Park Yejun's MP. Hawk Ice's eyes said, "You won't understand even if I answer it." Park Yejun also gave up. Park Yejun was still thinking. While looking for Hawk Ice, he saw Lee Jianwoo communicating with Hawk Ice. Park Yejun thought that his daughter was talented, but it turned out that his father was also extraordinary. Park Yejun covered his face with his hands and felt embarrassed to talk about talent with Hawa. Notifications suddenly appear. The first exam recommended by people who want to resemble Winter. Even if it is sudden, escape from the darkness of the heart. Objective: let's escape from the darkness of the heart. Success reward: a gift from the person who wants to resemble Winter. Park Jae-eun was surprised by this sudden notification. Park Yejun felt excited because she had prepared herself for something like an exam. This is his chance to raise his level. That's how Park Yejun got the chance to grow beyond his expectations. Time goes by, and all the hunters who came to the village suddenly worry about whether they can live a good life. But perhaps thanks to the relaxed atmosphere of the village and the sponsorship of the group Shinhwa, now everyone is blending in and living a good life. Since the dungeon didn't appear either, it seemed like everyone was less nervous. But no matter how long it took, there were 2 people who couldn't get along in the village. One of them was Min Seorin. Since the first day Min Seorin came to this village, she had only been chasing stone bees. Thanks to that, she was treated as a freak in the village. Then the other person was Park Yejun. Today, he was up in the tree. Park Yejun, who got the test, he remembered his mother's words, and in order to conquer this, he started meditating in all the places in the village. Thanks to that, Hawa had a game of finding Yejun once a day. It was a sight that was seen with amazement by everyone elsewhere. But in the village, he was treated as a person even stranger than Min Seorin. This was because it was all an act that had been done in the past in this village. So why hide it? Lee Jianwoo saw professional hunters doing it, thinking it was a pretty good way to practice. Lee Jianwoo wished he could help Park Yejun, but Lee Jianwoo felt that he wasn't a hunter, so he wouldn't need to do that. Lee Jianwoo thought there was nothing he could do to help. Notifications pop up. You have an epiphany. Will you evolve? Suddenly, the opportunity for Hawk Ice to evolve came. Hawk Ice tried to say something to Park Yejun, but Yejun didn't understand his words. If there was no help for the lack of MP, He could have lost the opportunity to evolve. At that time, the first thing that Hawkeye remembered was Lee Jian-woo and Hawa. So Hawkeye flew away from Park Ye-jun and looked for Lee Jian-woo and Hawa. Hawkeye flew without hesitation towards the person who seemed to help him the most. Today, stone bees are also working hard. The villagers also knew that mason bees were harmless and faced them comfortably. While the honeybees were working to collect the flower essence, a man was secretly carrying a net to catch a mason bee. While preparing to catch the mason bee, Phone suddenly appeared and tried to thwart the man's action. Phone finally caught the man. The man said he was Dr. Go Myung-han, #1 in mason bee research. He was researching mason bees for the sake of this world. If he had observed after receiving official permission like Min Seorin, no one would have nagged him. Lee Jian-woo felt eager to help Min Seorin. Suddenly from behind, hawk ice hit Lee Jian-woo's head. Hawa and Kaun were shocked to see it. Lee Jian-woo fell to the ground. Lee Jian-woo didn't know what was going on. Lee Jian-woo asked Hawk Ice, "Shouldn't Hawk Ice be meditating with Park Ye-jun?" Hawk Ice also asked Lee Jian-woo to help him evolve. Spirits, those who appeared at the same time as superhumans, have several types. The 4 basic elemental spirits are usually called Hawa and help with farming. They were the most basic spirits that formed the first contract with the spirit controllers. The spirits also evolve and their figures change. Sea rat evolution and its changing figure are still difficult to predict. Even the chance of evolution is a rare situation. In addition, evolution requires an enormous amount of mana. Why Hawk Ice, who had evolved once evolved again, was a simple thing. But why did Hawk Ice leave his contractor and come looking for Lee Jian-woo? Because Lee Jian-woo was confused about how to help Hawk Ice. Hawa offered to help Hawk Ice. Hawa also unleashed her power, but Hawa released excessive magic. Lee Jian-woo was worried that she would invite the hunters to gather. Lee Jian-woo took Hawa and Hawk Ice to the ricefield dungeon. If done in the farmland dungeon, Hawa's magic would not cause any problems. Hawa began to use her magic. Hawk Ice also began to evolve. Hawk Ice turned into an egg. Lee Jian-woo estimated that all this was going well. Suddenly, El-ku explained the situation. El-ku explained that Hawa's magic power that filled the paddy field dungeon flowed into the high pass dungeon. Hearing the explanation from El-ku, Lee Jian-woo felt a little worried. Lee Jian-woo also asked El-ku, now being connected to what kind of dungeon. El-ku also explained that he didn't really understand what it was like in there. Lee Jian-woo also asked, how about the stone bees who went inside now? El-ku explained that only one team had left. Lee Jian-woo also hopes that nothing will happen. It was a lush meadow full of old buildings that one couldn't tell how long it had been there. This place seemed like a ruined world. Usually dungeons like this were called dream dungeons because artifacts were often found, but there was a high probability of finding horrible monsters along with them. The place that was an S-class monster dungeon was a place so dangerous that the hunters had to risk their lives. But fortunately, the stone bees were in existence that the Minotaurus didn't care about. Because of that, the stone bee warriors judged that they could safely collect honey. But at that moment, a problem that the mason bees couldn't even imagine occurred. The magic power of Hawa that spread through the high pass dungeon exerted an influence on the Minotaurs. The magic power of Hawa was great, yet it felt warm and cozy. It was a stimulation that they couldn't feel until now. Because of this, the stone bees also prepared for their destiny. At that moment, a larger Minotaurus with a dark black body appeared. He was named Jangun. The Minotaurus also felt that this power came from the earth. Jangun also remembered the message from the master. If one day this place and the earth were connected at that time, there was something Jangun had to do. Jangun felt that now was the time the master meant. Jangun said goodbye to leave. Minotaurus followed behind Jangun. The dungeon entrance was too small for Jangun to enter. He felt the magic flowing through the dungeon door, and Jangun felt warm. The magic power that Si Jangun felt after looking closely, it seemed to be somewhat different from the magic power of the earth. This was a personal magic power, which was on the other side of this entrance. Jangun was disappointed. He thought the long wait was over, but it was wrong. But Jung-gun also glanced back. He tried to forget about his long wait. The Jung-gun thought about this magic power. Jung-gun felt that he missed this feeling and made him misunderstand. After thinking about it, he decided that this was not the promised time that the master meant. But Si Jung-gun was going to do something unbecoming of him. Si Jung-gun also told the other Minotaurs to disperse and said it wasn't time yet. The Minotaurs just dispersed, but were anxious and overly worried. Li Jianwu was on standby. No matter what happened, Li Jianwu thought about protecting everyone. A few minutes later, Li Jianwu felt that they were not coming. Finally, the stone bees returned to the dungeon of the farmland. Li Jianyu was Rely Hawad because as long as they weren't very small entities, they wouldn't be able to cross over. Li Jianyu felt very grateful that nothing happened. Back then, we couldn't even imagine it. It wasn't a very small entity, and it was watching us. It was at that moment when Li Jianwu remembered the solution to his anxiety about the hell plant. Sun-chan had just finished finishing all her work. Sun-chan felt that the quality of her cooking had improved after getting A+ agricultural products from Li Jianwu. The number of people waiting in line increased. Sun-chan thought, because the food she made was made from the A+ class food ingredients themselves or used as a supplement, it couldn't be considered as her ability. Sun-chan felt that her skills were still insufficient to properly cook A+ grade ingredients. Sun-chan's top priority was to improve her skills with lower-grade ingredients. She was trying to get to the next stage slowly. Sun-chan's cell phone rang, an incoming call from Li Jianwu. Sun-chan picked it up. It turned out that Li Jianwu wanted to tell her that he had harvested potatoes and Hawa had something to say. Hawa is waiting for Sun-chan to cook a delicious potato meal, and Li Jianwu is waiting for it. Sun-chan also asked to entrust potato cooking to Sun-chan, and Sun-chan promised to show the best taste. Sun-chan is trying to improve her skills because she feels that people are looking forward to her cooking. Sun-chan is trying to master A-class food someday. Meanwhile, in the midst of Hawk-Ice's evolutionary process, there was a bit of a commotion going on. But Hawk-Ice managed to evolve safely. Li Jianwu is still confused about what to do with Hawk-Ice, who has turned into an egg. El-Ku offered to take care of Hawk-Ice, who had turned into an egg. El-Ku really wanted to try hugging the egg just once. Li Jianwu also thought that the dungeon in the paddy field was the safest place for Hawk-Ice eggs. Finally, Li Jianwu agreed for the Hawk-Ice egg to be cared for by El-Ku. The Hawk-Ice egg was given to El-Ku. El-Ku also promised that she will make the egg hatch. Li Jianwu reminded El-Ku not to hug the Hawk-Ice egg. El-Ku was surprised to hear it. Li Jianwu explained that Hawk-Ice is an ice spirit, so something warm is not good for him. El-Ku also understood what Li Jianwu meant. El-Ku was very happy because she was trusted with guard Hawk-Ice's eggs. El-Ku ran around while holding the Hawk-Ice egg. Hawa and Kaun chased El-Ku. Li Jianwu sensed that there would be trouble again. He went to see the hell plant. Li Jianwu noticed that the hell plant was getting taller. The hell plant was already above Li Jianwu's waist. Li Jianwu was worried that the hell plant could already eat stone bees. In addition, its size was indeed worrying for Li Jianwu. But the bigger problem was after Li Jianwu found out that the hell plant could eat a pen made of iron. Li Jianwu also wanted to test it again. Li Jianwu brought various items with different ingredients. The items were thrown at the hell plant. The result of the test was that literally, the hell plant would eat anything as long as it was the right size. Li Jianwu did not dare to feed the herbicide for fear that it would be harmful. Meanwhile, Su-chan was still at her workplace. With Su-chan's heart at heart, she strives with all her might to do the work given to her, progressing one level. The notification popped up. The greatest chef that was forgotten nodded her head. There was a very crowded atmosphere where many people were gathered in front of there. Jianwu, who saw it, became curious and wondered why everyone was gathering. Suddenly, someone came to tell Jianwu that a deep earthworm dungeon appeared at the entrance to the village. Jianwu immediately looked behind him. How surprised Jianwu was to see Phone already there. Jianwu and Phone continued their conversation, while Eve seemed to be busy by herself. Jianwu asked Phone if Yuna came too. Phone told him that only he came because this time the problem appeared suddenly. Knowing this made Eve sad, but Jianwu tried to calm her down and invited her to play with Yuna at the next opportunity. Jianwu was curious why Phone was here. He thought things like this would be left to the hunters. Phone explained that this place was a precious place for Miss Yuna. Unexpectedly, Jianwu's parents were also among the crowd. The father told Jianwu that the hunters came to attack the dungeon and invited Jianwu to watch it together. Jianwu didn't expect his parents to be there. Moreover, they also watched while eating popcorn. Jianwu thought it was disrespectful for working hunters. Phone admitted that he had distributed popcorn to everyone here. Jianwu was surprised to hear it. Jianwu was curious why Phone would do such a thing. Since it's a sudden problem, Phone thinks that it's difficult to organize the people of the village as a whole, so Phone just makes this into a spectacle. The most important thing was that they didn't cross the security line. Jianwu was curious about the state of the hunters. Phone said that they were fine because Xinhua Group sponsored potions for them. In addition, the hunters are also very skilled. Therefore, Jianwu also decided to prepare honey water when they finished later. The captain's face looked pale. The captain complained of stomach pain. Seeing this made Park Yejun a little annoyed with him, even though the Xinhua Group also came, but the captain even behaved shamefully like that. The captain wondered why the Xinhua Group came here. Park Yejun didn't know that either. Then Park Yejun glanced at Phone, who was chatting together with Jianwu. Park Yejun thought that this was their chance to attract Xinhua's attention with only F-class. Right at the same time, a man approached the captain and reported that the artifact had reacted. Soon the monster wave will begin. With great enthusiasm, Park Yejun invited them to move comfortably. The captain looked at Park Yejun with a sharp gaze as he reminded him not to let his guard down. Park Yejun would remember that and ask him to trust him. A few minutes later, the monster wave attack finally began. The deep earthworms began trying to get into the ground, but the hunters immediately cut the monster's body into pieces. The captain reminded them not to let the deep earthworms still into the ground. Seen the hunters working together to eradicate these monsters? That was how the hunters with rich experience effectively stopped the deep earthworms. It seemed to go smoothly for a moment. It can be seen that the deep earthworm monster that cannot enter through the ground. It was because of the hard work of Hawk Ice, Park Yejun's pet. Park Yejun thought that this would end with just Hawk Ice without him having to intervene. Park Yejun faced the deep earthworm monster with confidence. However, it wasn't long before that confidence became a weakness for him. There is a space that is not frozen. The deep earthworm monster that was nearby went straight into it. Seeing this, Park Yejun immediately tried to catch it. However, Park Yejun did not succeed. The defense line was destroyed through the gap. A few moments later, Jianwu, who was at his residence, was preparing several bottles of honey to give to the hunters. After finishing, Jianwu invited them to leave, but Eve seemed to be busy doing something. Because he was curious, Jianwu finally approached her to see what Eve was doing. Unexpectedly, Eve had held a deep earth worm monster in her hand. Suddenly, Jianwu was surprised to see that. Jianwu felt confused why there could be a deep earthworm here. It was a very sunny afternoon. There was a portal that appeared in front of there. With beaming faces, Elle and Kyung welcomed them to the field. Elle was surprised to see a monster attached to Jianwu's arm. They just laughed at her. Jianwu looks confused about how to explain all this to them. Jianwu reassured Elle that he was fine and asked Elle to lower the device from her hand. Elle and Kyung looked panicked and scared because they saw the monster. Then Elle confirmed Jianwu once again. Elle said that it was really a monster. Jianwu admitted that he was also shocked at first. Jianwu was surprised to see Eve holding the monster in her hand. Jianwu thought that the hunters lost the monster, and the monster should be killed immediately. However, the monster begged Jianwu to save himself. Jianwu thinks it looks like the child is a farm animal. Jianwu also couldn't just let him die. After hearing that, Elle realized that the monster was cuter than she thought. Then Elle gave a touch on the monster's head. But suddenly Elle screamed hysterically. It turned out that it was not what Elle imagined. Elle could feel like there was something when she touched it. Elle asked Jeon-woo to confirm whether the monster really wouldn't be a problem. Elle had heard that the deep earth worm was dangerous because it gave rise to the deep mole. Jeon-woo assured her that it would be fine. As long as there was a farmland dungeon and Elle, Jeon-woo was sure that the problem would be solved. Elle looked surprised to see Jeon-woo, who trusted her. Instantly, Elle's expression turned cheerful. She had an epiphany. Elle thought she only had to block the deep mole from entering. Jeon-woo told the deep earth worm that starting today, this field would be his home. The little monster looked happy, and then went straight into the ground. They had one more family member in the farmland dungeon, but since the little monster lives in the ground, they definitely won't see him again. Then Elle told Jeon-woo that the hunters would have a hard time if the deep earthworm was here. The hunters must be looking for it. Jeon-woo also just realized that. At the same time when Jeon-woo was realizing his mistake, the situation in the village seemed a bit chaotic. The hunters who attacked the deep earthworm dungeon were even busier. Then one of the men told the captain that the deep mole dungeon wave would begin. The captain told them all to prepare immediately. This time, they would not make any more mistakes. They stood in front of the portal waiting for the monsters while holding their respective weapons. Not long after, a large deep mole monster came out. Immediately they were ready to attack the monster. The captain ordered all his members to attract the monster's attention by shouting as loudly as possible. Suddenly, Park Ye-jun went straight to the front and approached the deep mole monsters. Seeing this, the captain was very surprised and tried to call him to retreat. Park Ye-jun's serious face looked sharply at the monster in front of him. Then Park Ye-jun immediately released his power and threw it at the monster. Instantly, the monster immediately became frozen. Everyone looked very astonished at Park Ye-jun's skill in attacking the monster. With Park Ye-jun's contribution, the deep mole dungeon attack was completed faster than expected. It was already late in the afternoon. There was a beautiful sunset adorning the sky in the afternoon. The captain could finally breathe a sigh of relief because it was over sooner than he expected. The captain recognized that Park Ye-jun had very great abilities at his young age. But Park Ye-jun was seen sitting there alone. The man looked sad because he felt he had caused trouble. Instantly, Jeon-woo appeared behind the captain and greeted him. Suddenly, the captain was very surprised to see Jeon-woo's sudden arrival. Jeon-woo said that he had brewed some honey water. Since they had worked hard, Jeon-woo invited him to drink it. The captain expressed his gratitude for Jeon-woo's concern, but the captain was frank that they should not accept something like that from civilians. Instantly, the captain smelled the delicious aroma of the honey. Smelling the delicious aroma made the captain unable to refuse the gift. The captain would gladly accept it. Then the captain told all the members to gather and invited them to drink 1 glass of honey water each. Jeon-woo didn't know if that would be his apology. Jeon-woo brewed it much thicker than usual, so Jeon-woo hoped they would like it. When Jeon-woo wanted to go back, suddenly Eve was no longer there. Jeon-woo felt overwhelmed by the child who kept disappearing suddenly. Eve was seen playing with a bird. Jeon-woo looked surprised to see the bird because Jeon-woo had never seen a bird like that. Then Park Ye-jun ran over to them and apologized for his suddenly flying spirit animal. Park Ye-jun thought that the little girl was shocked, but Jeon-woo said that they were just playing together. Park Ye-jun was surprised to see Hawk Ice, who seemed to like Eve to such an extent. According to him, the little girl has a talent as a spirit controller. This made Park Ye-jun feel jealous of her. Knowing Jeon-woo, who is a villager, Park Ye-jun expressed his apology for his mistake that caused the deep earthworm monster to enter the ground. It's no longer strange even if one day a deep mole dungeon appears in this village. Jeon-woo looked panicked because it was actually Jeon-woo who had brought the deep earthworm. Then Jeon-woo tried to calm Park Ye-jun and said that something like that could happen while working. After that, Jeon-woo said goodbye to Park Ye-jun. Then came the captain, who approached Mr. Park Ye-jun, who was sighing. The captain praised the man by saying that Park Ye-jun was the best contributor to the deep mole dungeon. But Park Ye-jun didn't feel that way. Park Ye-jun felt that his problem was big because of his mistake. Then the captain gave him a glass of honey water while telling him that this was the fault of their guild members. So, the captain asked him not to bear the burden alone. The captain advised Park Ye-jun to make this experience a foundation. According to him, the important thing is that Park Ye-jun does not make the same mistake. But Park Ye-jun is worried that a deep mole dungeon will appear in this place. You can see Park Ye-jun, who is depressed while looking at his reflection in the honey water glass. After that, Park Ye-jun decided a surprising thing. Park Ye-jun told the captain that he would live in the village. Then Park Ye-jun immediately gulped down the drink. With great enthusiasm, Park Ye-jun emphasized that he would be responsible for the mistakes made by himself. A few days after the deep earthworm dungeon case occurred, Jian-woo was a little surprised to hear the news that there were hunters living in his village. The old man in the green hat told him that he was here to anticipate the appearance of the deep mole dungeon, so they would wait in the village. Knowing that made Jian-woo feel a little guilty. Then the old man gave him a paper that was a list of his hunters. Because they were curious, Jian-woo and the others finally looked at it together. Instantly, Eve and Gaong widened their eyes to see the figure on the list. Seeing the expressions of the two of them made Jian-woo curious and immediately looked at the paper. It was people who were very familiar to Jian-woo. A few days ago in an apartment, there was Min Seorin and her cat named Dolso relaxing on the sofa while watching videos on her cell phone. They watched KyoungTube channel together. Min Seorin's face lit up seeing Kyung's cuteness in the video. Min Seorin felt like she was relieved. Her stress was piling up because of the stone bees that didn't hear her words. Min Seorin really likes Kyunggi, who is very smart. Then there is also another charm, a girl named Elle who records her videos even though her face never appears. Min Seorin thought that Elle's voice was very sweet. Min Seorin was busy typing on her cell phone screen to give her comment. Min Seorin thought Elle would definitely like it. Not forgetting, Min Seorin also pressed the like button. Seeing Min Seorin's overreaction irritated Dolso. Dolso told Min Seorin that Dolso also wanted to comment. However, Min Seorin rejected it firmly. Min Seorin was worried that Dolso would write weird comments again. This made Min Seorin afraid that her ID would also be blocked. In the middle of Min Seorin watching the video, a message suddenly came in. It appeared to be from a hunter association. Min Seorin was a little surprised, even though it had been a long time since Min Seorin had retired. Out of curiosity, Min Seorin finally opened the message. Min Seorin's eyes widened, and she immediately left her place. This made Dolso also surprised. Min Seorin looked at the message once more to confirm it. The message was announcing the recruitment of permanent hunters related to Mugieri's deep mole dungeon. Min Seorin realized that Mugieri was a village that was successful in stone beekeeping. Yet until now, Min Seorin had been unable to investigate properly, for fear of being tagged by the Manhwa group if she investigated without a strategy. Min Seorin was sure that if she went as a participant and investigated secretly, no one would suspect her. A smile appeared at the corner of Min Seorin's lips. She thought this was an opportunity handed down by the gods. Just like that, Min Seorin gained her fighting spirit and registered as a hunter who settled in Mugieri. Meanwhile, Dolso stared sarcastically at Min Seorin. Dolso didn't seem to care and just wanted to continue watching KyoungTube. Back to the present. Jian-woo did not expect that the retired Min Seorin would also come. Jian-woo didn't expect the problem to be this big. Jian-woo felt guilty, so at least Jian-woo would serve potatoes to the hunters. It was a grade A potato, which was a soft potato that was not so dry. It also had a very soft texture. Jian-woo looked very happy that he finally managed to raise A-class agricultural products without borrowing Eve's power. That was also outside of the farmland dungeon. However, the rest were B+ on average. Even so, Jian-woo's ability was greatly improved. Not long after came Yuna, who ran hurriedly towards Jian-woo. Seeing this made Jian-woo surprised and asked Yuna why she was running hurriedly like that. Instantly, Yuna immediately asked with a panicked look on her face. Yuna confirmed whether Jian-woo harvested Arium Class S. Jian-woo confirmed this. Instantly, her expression changed to very happy. Then Yuna immediately hugged Jian-woo while thanking him. Instantly, Yuna realized that her reaction had been excessive. They both looked at each other. It made Yuna's face very red with embarrassment. The atmosphere became awkward between them. Then Jian-woo smiled broadly. He felt happy that Yuna was that happy. Jian-woo felt that there was a benefit to raising Aram. Once again, Yuna expressed her gratitude while averting her gaze to cover her blushing face. Then Jian-woo called Eve and informed her of Yuna's presence. Not long after, Eve approached them, but Jian-woo and Yuna looked surprised to see something above Eve's head. It turned out to be Hawk Ice, which was Park Ye-jun's spirit animal. It was a guest who arrived a little earlier than scheduled. It was a sunny afternoon in a large apartment in the center of the capital city. There was Park Ye-jun, who had just finished packing his luggage in a large suitcase. Park Ye-jun was sure that his luggage was enough. Then Park Ye-jun determined within himself not to make the same mistake again. Park Ye-jun's fighting spirit burned coldly and calmly. However, suddenly, a red-haired woman appeared who entered Park Ye-jun's room rudely. The two of them didn't seem to get along. The woman appeared to disturb Park Ye-jun. The woman with long red hair looked at Park Ye-jun sarcastically. It turned out that the woman was Park Ye-jun's older sister. She scolded Park Ye-jun for being rude to her. Then, with an annoying tone, Park Ye-jun said that he would not treat her like a sister just because of their difference of only a few minutes. Suddenly, the woman became furious at Park Ye-jun's answer. Park Ye-jun asked what the reason was for coming to his room. While showing his suitcase, Park Ye-jun said that he was busy. The woman confirmed whether Park Ye-jun was really leaving. Park Ye-jun confirmed it. Then the woman reminded Park Ye-jun that if he went to a village like that, then the difference in ability would be far different from her. But Park Ye-jun said that he would not be long, so he thought their differences would not be far away with that. In addition, Park Ye-jun felt that this was his responsibility for causing trouble. The woman's expression looked upset with emotion. In a high tone, the woman asked Park Ye-jun since when he became such a responsible person. Hearing this made Park Ye-jun immediately stiff-silent. The words offended him a little. Then Park Ye-jun glanced at the woman sarcastically. Park Ye-jun didn't understand why his sister kept asking him to fight. Park Ye-jun thought that maybe his sister was not willing to let him go. Park Ye-jun thought that the woman was lonely if he wasn't at home. Then Park Ye-jun told her to live independently, especially at that age. Park Ye-jun's words made her very emotional, and then left the room feeling upset. Then Park Ye-jun realized that this time he called Hawk Ice for a long time. Park Ye-jun believes his abilities are developing, but Park Ye-jun doesn't know the truth. Hawk Ice was summoned for a long time due to MP Eve. No one knew whether such a mistake would be a disadvantage or an advantage. It was in Mugieri. Eve seemed to be playing with Hawk Ice. Jian-woo approached and confirmed to Eve whether Eve had called the bird. Then Eve told him something. Jian-woo looked surprised to realize that the bird was someone else's spirit. Jian-woo suspected that Eve's spirit ability could also summon other people's spirits. If Jian-woo looked carefully, he felt that he had seen the bird before. Yuna thought that the bird was Jian-woo's spirit animal. Then Jian-woo did not confirm it. Then the bird said something. Jian-woo, who could hear it, knew that his name was Hawk Ice. Now they became even more crowded because of Hawk Ice's arrival. Yuna was happy to see Eve, who was that close to Hawk Ice. Gaeon, who was behind her, looked jealous, and then immediately joined in playing with them. The three of them looked very adorable. Seeing this made Yuna unable to resist capturing the moment. Instantly, Yuna took out her very large camera. Yuna then photographed their togetherness with so much enthusiasm. Jian-woo looked surprised to see the extraordinary camera. Yuna admitted that she brought the camera to save Eve's figure. A few moments later, they were at Jian-woo's residence. There, Jian-woo immediately showed Ariam's harvest to Yuna. Jian-woo invited Yuna to check it out. Yuna's eyes lit up seeing Ariam's harvest. According to her, it was very extraordinary. Yuna did not expect that all the Ariam were S-class. Not only that, Eve then brought a large bag containing another Ariam harvest. Everything in the sacks was S-class Ariam. At first, Yuna thought that there were only about 1 to 2 pieces. Yuna was very curious how Jian-woo planted this much. Jian-woo admitted that he only worked according to the money he received. But according to Yuna, despite receiving money, There are a lot of people who don't work properly either. For Jian-woo, money is indeed money. But because this is something for Yuna, so Jian-woo is trying his best. Jian-woo asked if Yuna's illness could improve with the plant, but Yuna said that it was still not enough to cure her illness. Even so, Yuna felt that Jian-woo really helped her a lot. Once again, Yuna expressed her gratitude to Jian-woo. Jian-woo really regretted it. Seeing Yuna, who bowed her head, she looked like she was sad. Eve, who realized it, immediately tried to comfort Yuna. Seeing Hawa like that made Yuna touched, and then hugged her. Instantly, the waiter reminded Yuna to convey one more important thing to Jian-woo. Yuna immediately remembered about it. Then carefully, Yuna told Jian-woo that there was one more thing that really made her feel guilty. Jian-woo became curious about what Yuna meant. Then Yuna said that her mother would visit this place. In the early morning, the sun was just rising. Everyone in Mugeri village was gathered at the gate. Among the crowd were Jian-woo, Eve, and Gaeon. Eve asked Jian-woo why everyone was gathered like this. Jian-woo said that there was a village development policy from Manhwa group. However, Eve still did not understand what Jian-woo said. His words were too difficult for Eve to understand. Jian-woo was also a little confused about how to explain it. Then Phone, who is a representative of the Manhwa group, asked for the attention of all the citizens. Phone will start to convey something to them. Then Phone immediately opened a brown cloth. The old man in the green hat told them all that from today their village turned into a young village thanks to the Manhwa group. Everyone clapped their hands and was amazed to see that. Gaeon-woo told Eve that it was a gift from Yuna for their village. Seeing this made Eve very enthusiastic and then looked at the stone. The expression on Hawa's face was very happy. Hawa gave her thumbs up to Jian-woo, but some of them had gloomy expressions, which was what Jian-woo expected. Jian-woo felt that this was also his fault, so Jian-woo would help where he could. Park Ye-jun and Min Seorin looked at Eve and Gaeon, who were excited to welcome them. Jian-woo invited them to go greet them later. Moments later, they approached Min Seorin and greeted her kindly. When Min Seorin looked behind her, she was surprised to see Jian-woo. Min Seorin asked why Jian-woo was here. Jian-woo replied that he lived in this village. Min Seorin did not expect that there would be a coincidence like this. Then Min Seorin told Dolso to greet them. However, Dolso was no longer behind her and disappeared somewhere. It turned out that Dolso was running from Gaeon's pursuit. Dolso looked very scared of him. Jian-woo quickly lifted Gaeon's body so as not to disturb Dolso. But Gaeon continued to struggle, asking Jian-woo to put him down. Gaeon just wanted to play with the cat. Then with a serious expression, Jian-woo whispered to Gaeon that he would nag him later if he continued to act impolite. This made Gaeon unable to move and became obedient. Unexpectedly, Eve was already carrying Dolso while gently patting her back. Seeing that made Min Seorin surprised. Jian-woo did not expect Eve to be so close to Dolso. Dolso even fell asleep on Eve's shoulder. Min Seorin did not understand how that could happen, even though Dolso is a monster, but unexpectedly Dolso gave her body to a child. Min Seorin judged that Dolso was not a child like that with Dolso's very high self-esteem. After meeting Jian-woo, Min Seorin felt that many surprising things happened. Instantly, Min Seorin realized that this was not the time to think about it. Then Min Seorin immediately rushed away and left Dolso to Jian-woo for a while. They all looked confused as to where Min Seorin would go in such a hurry. Suddenly, Min Seorin ran into Phone, who was a representative of Manhwa group. Jian-woo initially wondered why a retired person would apply. But now Jian-woo knew Min Seorin's reason. It was because Min Seorin was researching mason bees, which Jian-woo thought was a great passion. Jian-woo wanted to help her as a fan, but Jian-woo realized that his way could not be imitated by others. Instantly, Hawk Ice flew over to them again. Hawk Ice landed on Jian-woo's hand while saying something. Jian-woo realized that Hawk Ice came after meeting the person who contracted with him. Not long after came Park Ye-jun, who called Hawk Ice. Park Ye-jun did not expect to meet Jian-woo again. Then Park Ye-jun apologized because Hawk Ice had bothered him twice, but Jian-woo felt that it was not a problem for him. After that, Park Ye-jun seemed to want to say something to Jian-woo. But for some reason, Park Ye-jun immediately undid his intention, and then Park Ye-jun said goodbye to them. Jian-woo exchanged glances with Eve. They looked confused by Park Ye-jun's attitude. Jian-woo became curious about what the man really wanted to say. After that, Jian-woo looked around him where there were many new faces in this village. Actually, Gaeon-woo thought it was impossible for this village to become a young village just because of erecting one stele. However, it felt like this village became a lively village. They also looked happy. It was a sunny afternoon in a large building in Mugyeri village. Phone and Park Ye-jun were seen in front of the room. Phone told Park Ye-jun that Park Ye-jun could use this room. Then Park Ye-jun thanked Phone for giving him the room. When Park Ye-jun entered the room, Park Ye-jun did not expect that Phone and the others had prepared lodging like this. Looking at the room, Park Ye-jun guessed that the furniture was very new. The surroundings of the room looked sparkling clean. In his heart, Park Ye-jun thought that his sister would be very jealous of him if she knew he got a good inn. Park Ye-jun looked very happy. Park Ye-jun had an idea that he should tell his sister that it wasn't a village, then he would take a picture and send it to his sister. Hawk-Ice looked very happy. Park Ye-jun guessed that it seemed that Hawk-Ice also liked his room. Then Park Ye-jun asked them to forget about it. Before Hawk-Ice liked it, Park Ye-jun asked Hawk-Ice to approach him for a while. Hawk-Ice told Hawk-Ice that he thought Hawk-Ice had returned after the Deep Earth Worm case, but to Hawk-Ice appeared here. Then Park Ye-jun asked if Hawk-Ice was here all the time. Then Hawk answered with his gesture if he was always here. Park Ye-jun was a little surprised. He thought that Hawk-Ice couldn't possibly be here for long with his MP. Park Ye-jun wanted Hawk-Ice to explain to him. In his mind, Park Ye-jun thought that not only he, but this was also impossible for other hunters. Hawk-Ice didn't seem to want to explain, so he kept quiet. Park Ye-jun was a little annoyed that Hawk-Ice didn't want to explain it. He asked Hawk-Ice to open his mouth. Then Hawk-Ice replied using his eye gestures that Park Ye-jun wouldn't understand even if he explained it. Park Ye-jun was very surprised to see Hawk-Ice's eye gestures. Then Park Ye-jun asked Hawk-Ice to forget about the matter. As soon as Park Ye-jun looked for Hawk-Ice, he was a little annoyed because Hawk-Ice had suddenly appeared, and Hawk-Ice had left again. Park Ye-jun looked for Hawk-Ice. Immediately he had found him. Park Ye-jun was a little surprised because Hawk-Ice was already with Jian-woo. Jian-woo said that Hawk-Ice came after meeting the person who contracted Hawk-Ice. Seeing that, Park Ye-jun thought that Jian-woo's daughter was very talented. But it turned out that Jian-woo was also amazing because they could talk to Hawk-Ice. Then Park Ye-jun asked if Eve had a talent as a spirit controller. Hearing that question, Eve didn't seem to understand what Park Ye-jun meant. Park Ye-jun looked wrong, Park Ye-jun thought, if he had been pretentious about the talent in front of a child like Eve. Park Ye-jun felt very embarrassed. Park Ye-jun was astonished that even he who had contracted with Hawk-Ice could not communicate. In his mind, Park Ye-jun wondered if this was the difference in their abilities. Suddenly the system confirmed that the first exam recommended by people who wanted to be similar to Winter, even though it was sudden. The purpose of the first test was to escape from the darkness of the heart, and the reward for success was a gift from the person who wanted to resemble Winter. Park Ye-jun was very surprised why this suddenly. But Park Ye-jun thought that this was a good thing. Park Ye-jun is very confident. He has prepared himself for something like an exam. Park Ye-jun was very excited. He said that on this occasion he had to raise his level. That's how Park Ye-jun got the chance to blossom beyond his expectations. Time went on, and all the hunters who came to the village were suddenly worried about whether they would all be able to live a good life. But it seemed that thanks to the village's relaxed atmosphere and Xinhua's group sponsorship, everyone was now blending in and living a good life. Jian-woo thought that since the dungeon didn't appear either, then it seemed like everyone wasn't as nervous. Jian-woo said that it seemed like everything was fine. However, no matter how long it took, there were two people who couldn't blend into the village. One of them was Min Seorin. Since the first day Min Seorin came to this place, she had only been chasing stone bees. Therefore, Min Seorin was considered a freak in the village, even though Min Seorin didn't seem to care about that. Jian-woo thought that if Phone was watching Min Seorin, Jian-woo thought that Phone was working very hard. Then the one person who couldn't blend in the village was Park Ye-jun. Jian-woo saw that today, Park Ye-jun was up in the tree with Hawk-Ice. It is known that Park Ye-jun is getting an exam. Park Ye-jun once got a message from his mother. His mother said that the darkness of the heart was a heart disease. Park Ye-jun remembered his mother's words. And in order to conquer this, Park Ye-jun started meditating in all the places in the village. Because Park Ye-jun kept moving from place to place to do meditation, Eve had the game of finding Park Ye-jun once a day. Seeing Park Ye-jun on top of a tree, it was a sight that was seen with amazement by everyone elsewhere. However, in their village park, Ye-jun was considered a weirder person than Min Seorin. Geon-woo argued that since it was all the actions he had done in this village, there was no need to hide it. Seeing Park Ye-jun meditating on a tree, Jeon-woo also agreed because the tree was indeed a good place for meditation. Seeing professional hunters also doing it, Jeon-woo thought that it seemed like a pretty good way to practice. Then Jeon-woo invited Eve to leave here so as not to disturb Park Ye-jun. Jeon-woo wished he could help Park Ye-jun, but Jeon-woo thought that if he wasn't a hunter, he wouldn't need to do that. Jeon-woo thought that there was nothing he could help, but suddenly Hawk Ice flew away. Park Ye-jun wanted to know where Hawk Ice was going. Then Hawk Ice said with a gesture that he was bored. Then Park Ye-jun asked Hawk Ice to go back and meditate because they had to conquer the exam. Then Hawk Ice returned to meditate. Suddenly the system appeared and confirmed that Hawk Ice had an epiphany. Hawk Ice was offered whether he wanted to evolve. Hawk Ice seemed to want to tell Park Ye-jun about it, but Park Ye-jun didn't understand Hawk Ice's words. Park Ye-jun didn't understand what Hawk Ice was doing. It was known that if there was no help from the missing MP, then Hawk Ice might have lost the chance to evolve. At that moment, the first thing on Hawk Ice's mind was to leave. Hawk Ice flew without hesitation towards the person who would be able to help him. On a sunny afternoon, the stone bees were flying above. Eve and Gaon looked very cheerful as if they wanted to play with them. Jeon-woo saw that today it seemed that the mason bees were also working hard. The villagers also observed the stone bees carefully. They were amazed at the large size of the bees, and they thought the bees also looked cute if they looked carefully. The people in the village also knew that mason bees were harmless, and they dealt with them comfortably. Jeon-woo hoped that everything would flow casually like this, but that wasn't right either. Eve nodded in agreement with Jeon-woo's words. There was one stone bee flying towards the flower in front. The stone bee looked happy while sucking the essence of the flower. But not long after, someone appeared who approached the bee. The old man was preparing to catch the bee from behind with his net. The old man felt he would soon know the secret of stone beekeeping after catching that one bee. But at the same time, Phone tapped the old man on the shoulder. Suddenly, the old man was immediately surprised and failed to catch the bee. The old man rebelled against the two men who were holding him. The old man told them to let him go while telling them who he was. The old man was Dr. Go Myung-han, who is the #1 figure in Mason bee research. Dr. Go Myung-han said that he was doing Mason bee research for the sake of this world. Jeon-woo realized that the person who targeted beekeeping techniques and tried to hurt stone bees like that. Jeon-woo also thought that Dr. Go Myung-han was also #1 because there weren't that many people researching monsters. Knowing that made them upset. If observing after receiving official permission like Min Seorin, then it would definitely be well received. Jeon-woo also felt no objection to that. However, Jeon-woo realized that it was not a beekeeping tip that they could know because it was a skill. Visible behind Jeon-woo is Hawk Ice flying at high speed. Instantly, Hawk Ice hit the back of Jeon-woo's head hard. Eve and Gaon, who saw it, looked very surprised. Jeon-woo's body fell to the ground. Jeon-woo immediately got up from his fall. There was a big bump on Jeon-woo's head from the collision just now. Jeon-woo looked confused to see Hawk Ice who was here. Jeon-woo thought that Jeon-woo was meditating with Park Ye-jun. Then Hawk Ice said something to Jeon-woo. Jeon-woo's face looked surprised after hearing Hawk Ice's words where Hawk Ice wanted to ask for his help for evolution. Hawk Ice looked like he was begging Jeon-woo. Spirit beasts are those that appear at the same time as superhumans and have several types. The basic 4-element spirits are usually called Eve and help with farming. They were the most basic spirits that formed the very first contract with the spirit controllers. The spirits also evolved, and their figures changed. The terms of evolution and the figure of change are still difficult to estimate. Even evolution opportunities were rare situations. Plus, evolution requires a huge amount of mana. Jian-Wu wondered why Hawk Ice, who had evolved once, wanted to evolve again. It was a simple thing for Jian-Wu. However, Jian-Wu wondered why Hawk Ice left his contractor and came to him. Moreover, Jian-Wu was at a loss as to what and how to help him. Eve immediately pointed her hand high and said that she would help him. Jian-Wu thought that with Eve's magic power, she would be able to help him. Then Eve immediately took action. Eve only needs to blow her magic power into Hawk Ice. It can be seen that Eve is very focused while closing her eyes. Little by little, Eve's magic power began to show. However, the longer Eve's magic power grew around the place, Jian-Wu, who realized this, became very panicked and then told Eve to stop. Jian-Wu immediately took Eve away from that place. If the magic power is excessive like that, then it is feared that it will make all the nearby hunters gather. So Jian-Wu took her away to the rice field dungeon. There Eve could do as she pleased without having to be vigilant. Then Eve began to refocus on releasing her magic to help Hawk Ice evolve. There was a magic aura that enveloped Eve's body. They all looked astonished at Eve's enormous magic aura. Instantly, there was a very bright and dazzling light. Then Jian-Wu slowly opened his eyes to see if his evolution was successful. Unexpectedly, Hawk Ice had become an egg. The system told him that Hawk Ice was evolving. Jian-Wu thought that it was like a cocoon. Jian-Wu praised Eve for doing the hard work. Then Elle came over to Jian-Wu like she wanted to say something. Jian-Wu was sure that Elle must be confused because there was no explanation at all from earlier. It was because they were in a hurry, so Jian-Wu couldn't explain it. Then Jian-Wu told her that they wanted to make spirits evolve. However, that was not what Elle meant. Elle began to explain carefully to Jian-Wu. Elle said that she had closed the portal according to her orders earlier and blocked her magic power from coming out. However, because Eve's magic power was great and filled the paddy field dungeon, it flowed into the high pass dungeon. They all looked very panicked, knowing that. The morning sun rose brightly over Mukgae village, its golden light revealing the bustling energy of a new day. The entire village gathered at the entrance, murmuring in curiosity, wondering what this unexpected meeting was all about. Yuna squinted at the crowd and tilted her head. "Why's everyone here so early? Did something big happen?" Jian-Wu scratched his head awkwardly, trying to simplify the explanation. "It's about the company's big plan for our village." Yuna blinked in confusion, her expression a mix of surprise and anticipation. What exactly was this revival policy about? A suited man cleared his throat, addressing the crowd. "Thank you all for coming. Let's begin with today's announcement." He adjusted his tie nervously, his voice cracking slightly under the intense stares of the villagers. This was important. Wiping sweat from his brow, he revealed the first part of the plan, his words carrying weight and anticipation. He declared, "From today, with support from the Manhwa group, Mukgae village will start a new transformative chapter." The crowd erupted in cheers, a wave of excitement sweeping through them, each villager eager to see what was next. A new plaque was unveiled, etched with the words, "New Mukgae village." It gleamed with the promise of hope. Jian-Wu nudged Yuna with a grin. "This is our future now. We're starting fresh, for the better." Yuna dashed forward, examining the plaque up close. Her face lit up with excitement, imagining the changes it symbolized. A chant started among the villagers, their voices harmonizing with joy and energy, filling the space with overwhelming positivity. Jian-Wu placed a reassuring hand on Yuna's shoulder. "Let's make this new chapter memorable, together." The village elder apologized, his voice heavy. He admitted some delays but promised that the plans were moving forward steadily. Yuna looked uncertain but tried to hide her concern. She hoped the villagers would remain optimistic about the future. The elder explained how everyone's participation was crucial. His kind words lifted the spirits of those still doubting the changes. A gentle round of applause filled the air, and a few hesitant smiles emerged, encouraging the efforts made so far. Jian-Wu observed the reactions, noting how some were shy. If I caused any trouble, I'll make it up, he thought. Yuna noticed Kaung approaching, excitedly pointing him out to Jianwu. His cheerful presence seemed to bring life to the gathering. The little group's laughter grew louder as Kaung joined in, spreading his contagious energy among the villagers standing nearby. Jianwu gestured toward the gathering, suggesting they greet new arrivals later. Yuna nodded, curious about meeting everyone involved in the project. The elder's voice carried over the wind, emphasizing the importance of patience and unity as they worked toward a brighter tomorrow together. A distant, serene mountain scene reminded Jianwu of how far they'd come. He silently promised to keep pushing forward with everyone. Jianwu stood awkwardly, greeting the arriving group. Yuna observed, giggling at his unsure behavior, but she was grateful for his efforts. Yuna introduced herself enthusiastically while Kaung leaped in joy. The playful energy helped break the ice between them and the newcomers. The elder motioned toward Yuna, suggesting she take the lead in welcoming others. She smiled, her confidence growing with every step. Kaung accidentally stumbled, causing a small commotion. Jianwu hurried to help, laughing lightly at Kaung's endless energy and mischievous antics. Yuna patted Kaung gently, ensuring he was okay. Jianwu smiled, thinking how even small moments like this kept everyone together. Kaung's mischievous antics earned him a stern look from Jianwu, who silently wondered how to keep him out of trouble. A kind villager stepped in, reassuring Jianwu with a warm smile. Everyone was adapting to these moments of chaotic joy. Yuna hugged Dolso gently, her heart melting at the sight of her friend's peaceful nap, even amidst the lively surroundings. Dolso's quiet comfort seemed surprising to others, but Yuna found it endearing, watching over her like an older sibling would. Jianwu couldn't help but smile, noticing how Yuna effortlessly bonded with everyone, even those who were hesitant at first. Yuna observed Dolso with curiosity, her mind spinning as she wondered why this little one relied on her so much. Jianwu glanced at the bustling crowd, realizing the importance of balance and responsibility as they welcomed newcomers into their growing community. The elder gently handed Dolso to Yuna, trusting her with the task of care. It was a small but meaningful gesture. A light breeze brushed through the gathering as everyone settled into their roles, ready to support each other in every way. Kaung dashed about excitedly, stirring laughter from everyone, his boundless energy reminding them that lightheartedness was essential during challenging times. Jianwu listened attentively as the elder explained the unique methods they would use to make the project succeed, capturing everyone's attention. Yuna's curiosity deepened as she heard about the elder's creative ideas. She admired his dedication to creating something extraordinary. Kaung snuggled closer to Jianwu, earning a warm chuckle. Even amidst the serious moments, the little creature's presence eased their worries. Yuna tilted her head thoughtfully, realizing how everyone's differences blended beautifully into a collective effort to make the village flourish. Jianwu silently vowed to keep doing his best, inspired by the villagers' unwavering faith in each other and their future. A bird gracefully landed on Jianwu's arm, causing Yuna to giggle at the creature's unexpected but amusing interruption. The bird flapped its wings energetically, drawing curious stares from Kaung and Yuna, both eager to know its purpose. Jianwu extended his hand cautiously, allowing the bird to perch. It seemed unusually calm, as though bringing an important message. Kaung leaned in closer, his excitement growing as the bird chirped. The moment felt oddly significant to everyone present. Yuna's smile softened as she watched the scene, her thoughts wandering toward how small connections could shape their collective journey. Jianwu introduced the bird's visitor, explaining their last encounter. The air between them held a sense of mutual understanding and trust. The visitor offered a small apology, acknowledging the bird's behavior, which left a humorous but heartfelt impression on Jianwu. Yuna listened intently, observing their exchange. She admired how easily bonds formed through shared challenges, even with strangers. The bird chirped one last time before fluttering away, leaving behind a lingering sense of warmth and connection among the group. Jianwu watched the visitor leave, pondering the unspoken words. His curiosity lingered as he turned back to Yuna and Kaung, A sudden realization struck Jian-Woo as the crowd gathered. He noticed how the village's transformation brought unexpected unity to everyone involved. Yuna joined the elder in guiding the group, taking pride in her role as a bridge between traditions and modern ideas. Kong's playful energy lightened the atmosphere, reminding everyone to embrace small joys even amid significant changes and responsibilities. Jian-Woo silently reflected on how far they had come, appreciating the quiet strength that bound their community together. As the village plaque shone in the sunlight, its words symbolized hope and the promise of a future built together. Jian-Woo smiled warmly as Kaong and Yuna's laughter echoed through the air, their joy filling the peaceful village afternoon. The building's modern design stood tall, welcoming its new resident, whose mind wandered with thoughts of what lay ahead in this place. The staff's gesture to arrange a room brought gratitude to Jian-Woo. It reminded him how much effort others put into this project. Jian-Woo pushed open the door, greeted by neatly arranged furniture. It wasn't extravagant, but held a certain charm he appreciated. Sitting inside, Jian-Woo admired the space, thinking about the many hands that made this possible and how to repay their kindness. Memories surfaced briefly, and Jian-Woo chuckled. If Fire Pig saw this, she'd probably throw a tantrum over me getting special treatment. Hawk Ice fluttered in, his wings brushing against Jian-Woo's arm. The bird seemed content, making itself comfortable in the new surroundings. Jian-Woo smiled at the bird, appreciating its companionship. Small moments like these gave him a sense of calm and belonging. The bird chirped enthusiastically, causing Jian-Woo to pause and wonder. It seemed to have something important to convey through its excitement. Jian-Woo knelt closer, observing the bird's behavior. His thoughts drifted to the earthquake incident and its aftermath, connecting dots in his mind. Peering outside, Jian-Woo noticed a crowd gathering. The scene intrigued him, raising more questions about the bird's sudden reappearance in this village. Jian-Woo turned back to Hawk Ice, his curiosity growing. "Were you here all along?" he mused, trying to piece things together. The bird's chirping grew louder, almost playful, as if teasing Jian-Woo for being slow to understand its unspoken messages. Jian-Woo tilted his head, confused but amused by Hawk Ice's antics. Despite the bird's silence, their bond felt stronger than before. Hawk Ice's unwavering gaze unsettled Jian-Woo for a moment. Its expression seemed to carry more meaning than he could decipher. With a resigned sigh, Jian-Woo smiled. "Let's just go with that," he thought, letting the moment pass as he cherished their odd friendship. Park Ye-jun observed Hawk Ice fluttering away before settling on Jian-Woo's arm. It seemed like this bird had a plan. Ye-jun approached Jian-Woo, surprised by his bond with Hawk Ice. Their unique connection hinted at something deeper than casual companionship. Hawk Ice chirped playfully, and Ye-jun marveled at how effortlessly Jian-Woo communicated with the bird, forming an unspoken understanding. Jian-Woo laughed, realizing Ye-jun noticed his knack for bonding. Even his skills surpass expectations, Ye-jun thought, genuinely impressed. Yuna tugged on Jian-Woo's arm, her playful energy pulling everyone back into the lightheartedness they needed after a thoughtful pause. Ye-jun watched Yuna interact with Hawk Ice. He felt a sense of pride, but also questioned his role in this dynamic. Hawk Ice chirped as Ye-jun extended his hand, attempting to connect. "Is this a gap in our understanding?" he wondered. Suddenly, Ye-jun saw a faint glow, a notification for a trial appearing before his eyes, leaving him stunned. The trial's challenge loomed in Ye-jun's mind, stirring both determination and anxiety. He knew this was an opportunity to grow. The text vanished, and Ye-jun clenched his fists. "I'll rise to this challenge," he resolved, looking to Hawk Ice for guidance. Ye-jun braced himself, embracing the trial ahead. He saw this as a chance to prove his worth and grow stronger. Time passed as Ye-jun worked tirelessly, overcoming obstacles. Each success fueled his confidence, pushing him further in his personal journey. The village adapted seamlessly, surprising everyone. The bustling energy created a warm environment where even the unlikeliest individuals thrived together. Ye-jun smiled as he noticed Yuna's laughter. Her carefree spirit balanced the hard work surrounding their progress. keeping everyone motivated. Standing together, the villagers radiated joy and resilience, reflecting the unity they'd built as they embraced every challenge that came their way. The villagers' cheerful energy filled the air, creating a heartwarming atmosphere. Despite initial challenges, they embraced their new roles together. Jian-Woo noticed the calmness. Without the threat of dungeons, everyone could relax, though his sharp instincts reminded him to stay vigilant. Yuna and Kong's vibrant energy stood out, bringing laughter and joy. Their innocence kept everyone grounded amidst the changes. Two individuals, however, struggled to adapt. Jian-Woo's thoughtful gaze lingered, pondering how best to support those still finding their place. Seo-rin, distracted by the rock bees, became an object of curiosity. Her unique quirks intrigued the villagers, though some kept distance. Seo-rin's eccentric actions made her stand out, but her determination to explore and understand made her a subject of admiration. Jian-Woo found humor in her quirks, appreciating her courage. She's not odd, just unafraid to be herself, he thought, smiling. Yuna and Kong's playful antics brought smiles to the group. Their boundless enthusiasm reminded everyone to cherish small, joyful moments. Jian-Woo joined Yuna's antics, encouraged by her laughter. She had a knack for uplifting spirits, a strength they all needed. The other struggling individual, Ye-jun, focused on his trial. His quiet resolve contrasted the lively energy of the village. Ye-jun climbed a tree, observing Hawk Ice. His trial weighed heavily on him, but his determination only grew stronger. Remembering his mother's words about perseverance, Ye-jun clung to her teachings. He believed every struggle was an opportunity to grow. Hawk Ice perched nearby, offering silent encouragement. Ye-jun's bond with the bird strengthened as they worked together to overcome challenges. The trials tested Ye-jun's limits, but his unwavering spirit inspired others. He faced each obstacle with courage and adaptability. Standing tall, Ye-jun looked ahead, ready to face whatever lay beyond. His growth reflected the resilience of the entire village. Ye-jun meditated on a cliff, embracing tranquility. His search for inner balance turned into a habit that inspired others. Around the village, Ye-jun's meditations sparked curiosity. Each location he chose symbolized a connection to nature and personal growth. Jian-Woo and Yuna discovered Ye-jun again, turning his meditations into an amusing game of hide-and-seek across the village. Yuna's laughter rang out as she pointed at Ye-jun's new meditation spot. Their light-hearted moments became a daily tradition. Meanwhile, Seo-rin's actions intrigued the villagers. Her willingness to explore and grow made her an inspiring figure in unexpected ways. Jian-Woo observed the bustling village, contemplating his contributions. What can I do to support this progress? His thoughts wandered quietly. Yuna's enthusiasm lifted Jian-Woo's spirits, her curiosity reminding him that small, steady actions made a big impact over time. Ye-jun's meditations evolved into a creative training method. Even pro-hunters admired his dedication, finding peace in his practices. Kong tugged at Jian-Woo, signaling it was time to leave. Jian-Woo pondered ways to make meaningful changes as they walked. Jian-Woo's gaze softened. If only I could discover something uniquely mine to offer, he thought, inspired by the efforts around him. Jian-Woo doubted himself briefly, feeling inadequate. What if I can't contribute? The thought lingered, though he refused to let it grow. Hawk Ice noticed Ye-jun's focus wavering and chirped playfully. Its presence reminded him of the bond they shared. Ye-jun followed Hawk Ice's lead, realizing the bird's movements carried a deeper meaning, guiding him through moments of uncertainty. Hawk Ice insisted on staying active, nudging Ye-jun to meditate more. Their teamwork fostered resilience during the trials. Together, they laughed and worked through challenges, knowing that every obstacle was shaping them into stronger individuals and companions. Hawk Ice perched silently, observing the world around him. The stillness in the air mirrored his contemplative thoughts of progress. Stretching his wings, Hawk Ice took in the warm sunlight. The weather is perfect, he thought, ready for another day. Finding a quiet spot under the tree, Hawk Ice began to relax. His soft chirping blended with the soothing breeze. Suddenly, a glowing prompt appeared before him. It startled Hawk Ice, and curiosity sparked as he read its mysterious message. The message offered enlightenment. Hawkeyes flapped his wings eagerly, feeling a mix of excitement and anticipation for the unknown. Hawkeyes darted toward Ye-jun, chirping loudly. His urgency surprised Ye-jun, who tried to decipher the bird's strange behavior. Hawkeyes grew restless, frustrated by Ye-jun's lack of understanding. His insistent chirps carried a sense of urgency and purpose. Ye-jun struggled to interpret Hawkeyes' actions, unknowingly missing a chance for deeper growth due to their miscommunication. In a moment of frustration, Hawkeyes thought of Jian-woo, whose calm presence seemed to promise a better understanding of his message. Spreading his wings, Hawkeyes flew off toward Jian-woo, leaving Ye-jun confused and calling out, "Hey! Where are you going?" Hawkeyes soared through the sky with determination, his gaze focused ahead. He knew exactly who he needed to find. Jian-woo and Yuna stood under the clear blue sky, enjoying the moment. Their peaceful day was about to change. Hawkeyes landed before Jian-woo and Yuna, chirping urgently. The message was clear. He had found the one who could help. The rock bee buzzed around peacefully, its vibrant energy blending into the lively environment that the villagers had worked hard to create. Jian-woo and Yuna observed the rock bee with curiosity, admiring how these unique creatures adapted so effortlessly to their surroundings. With patience, the villagers grew to respect the rock bees, realizing their calm nature made them an integral part of the ecosystem. Yuna laughed as the bees interacted, their gentleness making her appreciate the small but meaningful harmony they brought to the village. Jian-woo noted, if only everything could remain this smooth, thinking about how balance was fragile and needed constant nurturing. The rock bee fluttered by, its movements graceful and mesmerizing. Little did it know, someone had set their sights on it. A stranger, with a net, crept closer, his determination fueled by the hope of uncovering secrets about these fascinating creatures. The bee's quiet buzz was interrupted as the stranger lunged forward, but his excitement made him clumsy and overly eager. Jian-woo stepped in, his calm demeanor quickly diffusing the chaos, ensuring the bee was safe and unharmed from the disruption. Despite his efforts, the stranger continued to argue, claiming his research was for the greater good, yet his approach suggested otherwise. The villagers shook their heads at the stranger's antics, their trust in Jian-woo's peaceful methods reaffirmed as they stood by his side. Yuna watched closely, learning the importance of understanding and patience when working with nature and its delicate balance. The stranger's frustration grew, but Jian-woo remained steady, knowing that hasty actions would only lead to more harm than good. Seo-rin quietly observed, her notebook in hand, documenting everything with a mix of curiosity and newfound determination to do better. Jian-woo sighed. "It's not like you'll uncover their secrets this way," his tone calm but firm, reminding everyone of the importance of respect. Jian-woo, startled by Seo-rin's situation, resolved to help her despite the unexpected obstacles that kept appearing in their way. Yuna, watching Jian-woo's fall, gasped in concern. Her heart raced as she ran toward him, hoping he was all right. Hawkeyes fluttered above, its sharp eyes assessing the chaotic scene below, always ready to lend its unique assistance. Jian-woo, recovering quickly, grinned as he reassured everyone. Their bond strengthened in this small yet meaningful shared adventure. The scene ended with laughter and hope, a reminder of the journey they all embarked on together in their village. Hawkeyes appeared restless, flapping its wings rapidly. The spirit's energy was unusual, signaling it needed to convey something important. Jian-woo, confused by Hawkeyes' agitation, tried to make sense of its erratic movements, wondering what it was trying to share. Hawkeyes' urgency grew. It fluttered closer to Jian-woo, determined to communicate a deeper need or an unknown challenge ahead. The villagers watched curiously, intrigued by the bond between Jian-woo and Hawkeyes. It seemed a pivotal moment was approaching. Yuna giggled at Hawkeyes' antics, while Jian-woo prepared himself for whatever task the spirited creature might be hinting at. Hawkeyes soared into the sky, its vibrant energy radiating purpose. Something beyond the ordinary was about to unfold. Jian-woo pondered Hawkeyes' behavior, wondering if their connection was growing stronger or if a new trial awaited them both. The villagers spoke of the spirits and their evolving forms. Each shift symbolized growth, resilience, and the promise of something greater. Jianwu's determination solidified as he realized the importance of this moment. He couldn't ignore the trust Hawk Ice placed in him. Yuna, with her bright smile, encouraged Jianwu, believing he could meet any challenge. Their unwavering support became his greatest source of strength. A gentle breeze brushed through the quiet meadow as Jianwu carefully observed the surroundings, feeling a sense of serenity. Hawa cheerfully trotted alongside Jianwu, holding her little companion close, marveling at the buzzing rock bee flying nearby. The rock bee darted from flower to flower, carrying a vibrant energy that seemed to brighten the day for everyone present. Jianwu explained the bee's role to Min Rin, ensuring the village understood how it contributed to nature's delicate balance. As laughter echoed in the air, the rock bee paused on a flower, its beauty captivating everyone with its graceful movements. The rock bee fluttered toward Jianwu, seemingly curious about the newcomers, as its rhythmic hum resonated gently in the background. Hawa tried to mimic the bee's movements, her infectious giggles bringing smiles to the faces of everyone watching her play. A curious villager approached Jianwu, seeking his advice on handling bees while marveling at the cooperative spirit of the buzzing creatures. Min Rin, standing nearby, jotted down observations in her notebook, documenting how the bees adapted to their environment so naturally. The rock bee, seemingly satisfied, flew off toward the horizon, leaving behind a sense of wonder and newfound respect for nature. Jianwu found himself surrounded by laughter and cheer as the rock bee's return brought excitement and curiosity to the gathering. Hawa excitedly pointed toward the bee, her animated gestures encouraging everyone to engage more deeply with the vibrant ecosystem around them. Jianwu smiled warmly, appreciating the shared joy and understanding blossoming between the villagers and the nature that embraced them. The rock bee hovered over a radiant flower bed, almost as if it were bidding farewell while inspiring everyone to cherish its work. As the day ended, Jianwu reflected on the bond forged between the people and the environment, a harmony worth nurturing forever. Jianwu carefully observes a mysterious orb glowing faintly, wondering if its transformation is a sign of progress or peril. As Hawa excitedly examines the glowing orb, her curiosity turns into fascination, prompting everyone around her to pause and watch. Min Rin holds the orb carefully, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, wondering if this transformation is truly a miracle. Jianwu anxiously ponders the orb's significance, questioning if this evolutionary process might bring more challenges than answers to their journey. The glowing orb pulsates with energy, drawing everyone closer as its shimmering surface hints at secrets waiting to be unlocked. Min Rin speculates the orb's transformation is akin to a cocoon, a mysterious stage before something extraordinary emerges. Jianwu reassures Min Rin of their efforts, emphasizing teamwork and perseverance to unravel the secrets behind this mysterious occurrence. A sudden appearance of a newcomer disrupts the moment, their cryptic expressions hinting at knowledge or warnings about the glowing orb. They explain the orb's effects on magical equilibrium, raising the stakes and adding urgency to handle the powerful artifact responsibly. With tensions high, the group deliberates on safeguarding the orb and addressing the strange portal-like phenomena arising in its wake. The portal swirls ominously, pulling in magical energy as Min Rin, Hawa, and Jianwu strategize to stabilize its chaotic power. Hawa's inadvertent actions intensify the magical flux, showcasing her raw energy as both a strength and an unforeseen liability. Min Rin attempts a controlled spell to counteract the portal's instability, demonstrating her leadership under mounting pressure. The team, now unified by urgency, coordinates efforts to mitigate the portal's effects, revealing the strength of their shared determination. As the portal stabilizes, it leaves behind a radiant aura and lingering mysteries, setting the stage for the next chapter of their journey. A mysterious energy swirls ominously within the portal, signaling the emergence of an unknown and powerful force from within. The shadowy figure steps forth, its menacing form radiating an aura that sends shivers down the spines of all nearby. Min Rin recognizes the figure's destination as the Dungeon High Pass. a place rumored to harbor untold dangers and secrets. Jian Wu's alarmed expression reveals the urgency of the situation, realizing this could impact the balance of their fragile village. Hawa clutches her companion tightly, her innocent curiosity mixing with a sense of unease as the group prepares for what's next. Kaung's eyes widened as he felt a sudden surge of energy, something stirring deep within that caught his attention. Min Seorin's voice was calm yet intrigued as she explained the energy flow, while Jian Wu stood puzzled, observing intently. Jian Wu stood on the hilltop with El and Hawa. Before them, the entrance loomed ominously, humming with unseen energy. Jian Wu squinted at the faint shimmer, a dungeon unlike any before. "This path," he muttered, "might lead to trouble again." Ella leaned close, clutching her hat. "Not sure what's inside," she whispered. Hawa stared silently, eyes wide, curiosity filling her thoughts. The buzzing rock bees rushed ahead into the dungeon. Jian Wu frowned. "Bees again? Only one team dared follow them inside earlier." Jian Wu exhaled nervously, hands on his hips. "Well, let's hope those bees don't stir up something worse this time." Through dense trees, crumbling ruins appeared, their jagged silhouettes scraping the sky, silent witnesses of forgotten ages, long buried in history. Traces of buildings, Jian Wu thought. They stretched endlessly, whispering tales of destruction. The eerie silence felt thick, like a lingering fog. "This place is called the Dreamlike Dungeon," El said softly. "Artifacts surface here often, but so do nightmares and fears." A sudden tremor shook the ground. A minotaur stepped forward, muscles rippling beneath its skin. Hawa hid behind El, trembling nervously. Jian Wu spotted something moving ahead. "Fearsome monsters roam here," he muttered, watching the earth shift. "High risk, but priceless rewards await." A rock bee buzzed overhead, unconcerned by the looming beasts. Its wings glinted faintly as sunlight broke through the treetops. S-rank monsters lived here, the legendary minotaurs. Towering and powerful, they glanced around lazily, uninterested in the buzzing insects flitting nearby. Hunters risk their lives against minotaurs, Jian Wu thought. Yet the bees flew fearlessly, focused on gathering honey. A strange, delicate harmony. The rock bees hovered closer. Minotaurs ignored them, unbothered by the buzzing invaders. "No interest," Jian Wu realized. "It's a silent truce here." The worker bees continued diligently, collecting honey in clusters. Nature found a way even in dungeons, Jian Wu thought. A quiet miracle. The rock bees buzzed happily through the air, unaware of the strange energy rippling through the dungeon, distorting everything nearby. Suddenly, shimmering lights flared. Something shifted in the atmosphere. Even the rock bees, fearless as they were, sensed danger approaching fast. The dungeon's magic swirled violently, reaching out to nearby creatures. Hawa's calming power radiated softly, affecting even the mighty minotaurs nearby. The minotaurs tensed, eyes glowing red with unexpected energy. Hawa's magic had amplified their instincts, shaking them from their usual indifference. A thunderous roar erupted as the minotaurs charged. Their strength seemed boundless, fueled by magic. Hawa stood frozen, overwhelmed by the chaos. The roaring echoed across the dungeon, growing louder. The minotaurs, no longer calm, stomped toward the source of magic with furious power. The rock bees panicked, their wings buzzing wildly. For the first time, they felt small against the rampaging monsters storming ahead. Realizing the danger, the bees turned back. Their instincts screamed at them to flee, but the dungeon's strange energy pulled them forward. The earth trembled as minotaurs rushed, cracking ancient stones beneath their feet. The dungeon's aura grew stronger, spiraling into an unknown force. In a flash, everything changed. The bees scattered desperately, rising into the air while Jian Wu watched from afar, realizing the dungeon's instability. A heavy figure emerged from the shadows, its massive horns gleaming. The dungeon's master had arrived, summoned by the roaring chaos. The colossal minotaur loomed over the others. Its crimson eyes glowed fiercely as it turned its attention to the buzzing rock bees. The bees froze mid-flight, fear overtaking them. For the first time, The dungeon's energy had disrupted the balance of their world. The Master Minotaur snorted, holding something strange in its hands. Magic crackled visibly around it, powerful enough to freeze the very air. The bees fled frantically, magic flaring behind them. Hawa's gentle energy clashed with the dungeon's power, causing chaos Jianwu knew they couldn't contain. A glowing object shimmered in the Minotaur's hand, its energy swirling strangely. Jianwu watched carefully, sensing a deep connection to Earth. Jianwu's words echoed in memory. "A time will come," he had said. Now that time felt closer than ever before. The Minotaur's gaze softened, eyes flickering with recognition. Was this what the owner had foretold? It felt like a destined moment. With slow, deliberate steps, the towering figure turned. "Follow behind me." Its silent command resonated through the air. Chaos would soon unfold. The Minotaurs gathered in perfect formation, their powerful presence radiating unity. Jianwu stood still, watching the tide of change about to begin. Jianwu's footsteps halted at the swirling portal ahead. The space shimmered faintly, a gateway to something unknown yet oddly familiar. The Minotaur leader approached, inspecting the portal with sharp eyes. Too small, its thoughts conveyed. Something beyond awaited, something it couldn't reach. The glowing energy in its hand flared brighter. Its origins confused the creature, seeming both foreign and strangely familiar, as if calling. The portal pulsed rhythmically, an invisible force drawing attention. Beyond its entrance, Jianwu's figure flickered. His connection to this power was evident. The magical light expanded momentarily, revealing glimpses of a peaceful world beyond. Hawa and El appeared faintly, tied by the same magic. The Minotaur's shoulders dropped slightly, its massive form relaxed. This isn't the end, it seemed to realize, but another step forward. Staring at the magic swirling around, the Minotaur's thoughts lingered. Why does this feel familiar? As if I've longed for this. Its hand tightened, the glow pulsing against its palm. The energy held promises, yet questions remained unanswered in the dungeon's still air. Determined, the Minotaur slammed its fist to the ground, magic flaring wildly. Jianwu's distant voice echoed, urging action even amid uncertainty. With renewed resolve, the Minotaur turned back toward the portal, shadows swirling. It wasn't time yet, but something irreversible had begun. The Minotaur's hand glowed as it lowered the object. Energy condensed, swirling ominously, ready to unleash something powerful and ancient. Its massive form bent low, inspecting the portal again. The energy pulsed stronger, reflecting the surrounding forest in shifting, rippling hues. The portal crackled with unstable energy, revealing glimpses of another world. Jianwu's group remained unaware, still distant from the unfolding chaos. The Minotaur exhaled deeply, its tone strangely resolute. For the first time, it acted against instincts, calling its warriors to scatter quickly. "Disperse!" its voice boomed. The other Minotaurs obeyed instantly, leaving the portal behind. The dungeon trembled faintly, a sign of bigger trouble. The Minotaur stared back at the portal, its red eyes calm yet uncertain. This much, it thought, will have to be enough. Dark mist swirled through the dungeon air. The glowing orb hovered, pulsing faintly as though whispering secrets of its mysterious origins. Unbeknownst to Jianwu, something vast and ancient was spreading. The magic had escaped containment, crawling silently toward them like an unseen shadow. Jianwu adjusted his grip on the staff, unaware of the changes. His gaze was focused, instincts warning him of something odd. Hawa's worried glance shifted toward the distance. Something didn't add up. Behind her, El tightened her grip, a growing unease filling the air. Jianwu's thoughts raced. Protecting El and Hawa was the only thing that mattered. The children followed his lead with hesitant steps. The small group moved quickly, staying close together. Jianwu's resolve hardened. This was his burden to carry, regardless of what happened next. After a tense moment, Jianwu stopped. He glanced back, puzzled. Why hasn't anyone followed us? The area behind them remained unsettlingly quiet. The rock bee hovered near Jianwu, its wings buzzing anxiously. He raised an eyebrow, suspicion momentarily flickering before dismissing the thought entirely. The bee buzzed louder, pointing frantically toward something unseen. Jian-Wu exhaled with a smile, patting the bee reassuringly. No need to worry. Jian-Wu stretched casually, the tension easing. Nothing happened after all, he thought, the buzzing bee beside him bouncing lightly in agreement. The rock bee hovered closer, its tiny wings buzzing steadily. Its calmness was reassuring, yet Jian-Wu still felt something strange lingering nearby. Hawa tugged at Ella's sleeve, eyes wide. Jian-Wu motioned toward the path. Let's collect honey here, his calm demeanor masking subtle worry. The group turned back, walking cautiously together. Jian-Wu smiled faintly, reassuring Hawa and Elle. A bluff, he thought. Everything's just fine. Unbeknownst to them, far below the dungeon, a deep rumbling began. The Minotaur leader stirred awake, eyes glowing ominously with power. The Minotaur opened one eye slowly, sensing a distant shift. Its instincts stirred, something far away tugging at its awareness softly. Jian-Wu and the others stood calmly, enjoying the clear skies. The faint hum of energy nearby seemed insignificant under the sun. Laughter broke the tension as Hawa and Elle giggled joyfully. Jian-Wu grinned, their small harmony like a calm break in chaos. But far below, the Minotaur's gaze sharpened. Its glowing eye reflected the faint blue light, recognizing something that others had ignored entirely. During an unexpected event, Hawa held the glowing egg carefully, eyes wide with wonder as energy swirled mysteriously around her. Jian-Wu couldn't help but feel nervous. The situation was unfamiliar, and strange vibrations filled the air, sparking unspoken tension. The light gradually subsided, leaving behind silence and an unhatched egg. Its icy glow pulsed faintly in Jian-Wu's hands. Anyway, Jian-Wu muttered to himself, unsure of what to do. The egg felt heavier now, like it was alive. Hawa bounced forward excitedly, reaching toward the egg with both hands. Sir Jian-Wu, I'll take care of it, she insisted. Jian-Wu looked skeptical. Hawa met his gaze with pure determination, her hands clasped tightly as if making an unbreakable promise. I've always wanted to incubate something, Hawa whispered with sparkling eyes, filled with excitement only she seemed to understand. Her enthusiasm was unmatched, though she slipped up comparing herself to inventors. Jian-Wu shook his head, barely holding back laughter. Jian-Wu studied the egg again, realizing the dungeon farmland was ideal. Spirits could grow better there, given the right conditions. Carefully placing the egg into Hawa's eager hands, Jian-Wu sighed deeply. I'll trust you with this, he said reluctantly. I'll definitely hatch this egg, Hawa shouted confidently, clutching it close to her chest. Her energy was contagious to everyone. Jian-Wu smiled softly as Hawa celebrated, fully convinced she'd do her best. The egg shimmered faintly under the sunlight. But, Jian-Wu started, his expression turning serious. You can't hold on to it forever, Hawa. He spoke calmly but carefully. Hawa froze mid-celebration, clutching the egg protectively. Is it because I'll break it? Her expression turned nervous, overthinking his concern. No, it's because the ice chicken spirit needs cold to thrive, Jian-Wu clarified, as a small, icy bird flew nearby. Jian-Wu explained gently, keeping the egg warm wouldn't help it hatch. Elle blinked, suddenly realizing her earlier mistake. You're right! I didn't think of that! Ella exclaimed, her enthusiasm unfazed, cradling the egg like her most precious treasure. With cautious hands, Jian-Wu placed the ice egg back into Ella's care, trusting her excitement more than he'd admit. There's no reason I wouldn't trust Elle, Jian-Wu thought, trying not to laugh at Elle's serious and hopeful expression. Then can I leave the ice chicken spirit to you? Jian-Wu asked, watching Elle beam with unwavering determination. Suddenly buzzing filled the air. Jian-Wu's eyes darted upward, spotting a large bee zipping dangerously close to his face. Jian-Wu tensed, realizing something was off. The bee circled aggressively, as though protecting its territory. He froze on instinct. From the corner of his eye, Jian-Wu saw the ominous hellweed slithering beneath his feet, inching slowly upward. Stepping back nervously, Jian-Wu muttered under his breath, frustrated. This weed really doesn't know when to quit growing. The hellweed erupted violently, shaking its massive tendrils. Its ominous shadow loomed as Jianwu realized things had escalated. "It's grown bigger than me now," Jianwu sighed, staring at the towering hellweed. The problem was out of control. The weed swayed ominously, now large enough to easily grab anything, including the aggressive soldier rock bees buzzing nearby. "It's growing faster than expected," Jianwu thought. He glanced at the bees and realized they were fueling the weed's power. Things became worse when Jianwu discovered it wasn't just plants. This hellweed could even devour metal objects like pens. Determined to confirm his suspicions, Jianwu began experimenting. He held his breath as Elle watched, uncertain about what would happen. Jianwu's experiment ended in chaos as random objects flew toward the hellweed's tendrils. The result was unpredictable. Hawa's eyes widened in surprise as the hellweed suddenly stopped, vibrating ominously as though it had tasted something strange. The giant plant twitched aggressively, but Jianwu noticed it wasn't growing anymore. Finally, something seemed to have changed. Staring at the writhing weed, Jianwu sighed in relief. "At least it hasn't consumed anything dangerous yet," he thought. "Honestly, it's a little scary now," Jianwu muttered to himself. If this continued, someone or something might get hurt. Jianwu reached for his pocket and found an unexpected item, a tablet. Confused, he glanced around, wondering where it came from. "Huh?" Jianwu muttered to himself, flipping the tablet in his hand. The device displayed a familiar yet forgotten face. His heart skipped a beat as he realized who it was. "Yes! If it's this person—" His thoughts raced. That evening, Jianwu left hurriedly, a solution now clear in his mind. The restaurant was bustling with evening visitors. The glowing "close" sign signaled the end of the day, but for Jianwu, things were only about to begin. Inside the quiet restaurant, the chef sighed with relief. "That's it for today." She wiped her hands, finally done with work. She smiled thoughtfully, realizing how much the quality of her dishes had improved since Jianwu supplied her with fresh ingredients. The restaurant's success had grown, and customers praised every meal. She knew Jianwu's crops were the hidden key to this. The perfectly prepared food and drinks sparkled like magic, leaving patrons smiling. Every dish seemed infused with a touch of life. "So," the chef whispered to herself, "I can't take full credit. Jianwu's hard work makes all of this possible." Suchan stared at the perfect crops Jianwu delivered, fresh, vibrant produce that held the promise of something extraordinary. "My skills still aren't enough," she admitted to herself. Utilizing A-grade ingredients required mastery beyond her current abilities and knowledge. Determined to improve, she clenched her fist. Familiarizing herself with every crop would be her new focus, step by step, without rushing. Late at night, her tablet buzzed suddenly, lighting up the dim room. Suchan glanced at the screen, confused. "Jianwu?" she whispered, surprised. The unexpected call from him immediately broke her train of thought as she stared at the screen. Jianwu's cheerful voice on the other end caught her off guard. He casually mentioned the potatoes were almost harvest-ready. Suchan listened carefully, realizing his call was a reminder of how hard Jianwu worked to provide fresh ingredients. Hawa chimed in excitedly in the background, making her smile. Even from afar, their optimism always gave her some renewed energy. Jianwu reassured her, saying he believed in her cooking skills. It was just the encouragement Suchan didn't know she needed. As she hung up, a small smile spread across her face. With Jianwu's support, doubts seemed a little less heavy. "Leave the potato dishes to me," Suchan promised herself. She would honor the trust placed in her cooking abilities. Placing her knife on the counter, Suchan sighed in quiet relief. She'd let her worries get the better of her. She glanced at the exceptional ingredients. Each crop radiated the effort Jianwu poured into growing them. That thought filled her with pride. The combination of great ingredients and people who believed in her was all she needed to push herself further without hesitation. Hawa burst into laughter nearby as Jianwu watched, smiling at the moment. Together they would savor every bite of success. Suchan pushed aside her lingering doubts. No more useless worries, she thought, tightening her apron, ready for whatever came next. Fueled by her determination, Suchan reminded herself that every challenge was a stepping stone toward mastering her culinary skills. Walking confidently into the kitchen, she resolved to give her best effort, no matter what ingredients or tools she had available. Her growth wasn't just skill, but mindset. Suchan had leveled up. Somewhere unseen, even the forgotten extreme chef silently nodded in approval. Under the serene glow of the crescent moon, Jian-woo's cozy house stands still, wrapped in the calm night. The clinking dishes in the sink remind Jian-woo of the hearty dinner shared with Hawa and their little companion. "That was delicious," Jian-woo says with a smile, patting Hawa's head while their mischievous friend jumps around cheerfully. Jian-woo gently teaches, "After meals, we express gratitude," prompting Hawa and the companion to repeat in their playful yet clumsy way. With satisfied smiles, they chorus, "Thank you for the meal," while Jian-woo laughs, embracing the warmth of their little family. After dinner, Hawa's bright grin caught the attention of Jian-woo's mother, who chuckled and ruffled their hair lovingly. Jian-woo's parents, holding toothbrushes, cheerfully proposed a family routine, brushing teeth together, bringing warmth and smiles to everyone's faces. Hawa and the companion sat close, exchanging puzzled glances at the toothbrushes, unsure of their purpose but eager to learn. "Come on," Jian-woo encouraged, demonstrating as Hawa enthusiastically joined, bringing an unexpected burst of energy to the evening routine. Together, the family hummed a cheerful tune while brushing, creating a harmonious and endearing scene that filled the house with joy. Jian-woo observed the peaceful scene, quietly realizing how the children's laughter brought life and harmony to the family home. However, balancing that harmony wasn't always easy, as Hawa's curious mischief often turned the simplest moments into unexpected adventures. Despite occasional chaos, the lively energy of the little ones brought irreplaceable warmth, making every day feel uniquely special. Brushing time ended in playful antics as Hawa proudly flaunted their clean teeth, spreading contagious laughter among the family. As calm returned, Jian-woo decided to rest a little, sipping tea quietly, grateful for the family's love and energy. Jian-woo scrolled through QuickYoungTube, smiling proudly as he saw their channel thriving with cheerful content and growing subscribers. Thinking aloud, Jian-woo decided to ensure the comments were all positive, wanting to shield the kids from negativity. Reading the stats, Jian-woo marveled at their growing popularity, resolving to keep a closer eye on their online presence. Luckily, no harsh comments appeared, relieving Jian-woo. He sighed, grateful for the internet's kindness toward his precious little family. Determined, Jian-woo stayed vigilant, balancing the fun and responsibility of managing the channel, while humming quietly to himself. With energy renewed, Jian-woo tackled the day's chores, fueled by the thought of safeguarding their harmonious home environment. Though not every day was perfect, Jian-woo found joy in small victories, even in handling seemingly minor tasks. Moments of silliness filled their lives, like Hawa and Kyung playing together, sparking bursts of laughter throughout their peaceful home. Suddenly, Hawa and Kyung's antics turned chaotic, their boundless energy overwhelming Jian-woo, who found himself hilariously outnumbered. Despite the chaos, Jian-woo's heart swelled with love. Realizing life's unpredictable moments made their family bonds even stronger. Hawa playfully pounced onto Jian-woo, followed by Kyung, both brimming with energy that lit up the lively evening. Jian-woo reassured them it wasn't bedtime yet, mentioning a guest, sparking curiosity in their bright, eager eyes. The sound of the doorbell echoed, prompting Hawa to leap excitedly, her joy infectious as everyone's attention shifted. Jian-woo darted to the door, heart racing, wondering who might bring a new surprise into their cozy home. Opening the door, Jian-woo greeted the visitor warmly, the air buzzing with excitement as the night's adventure began. Hawa sprinted forward, leaping into Yuna's embrace with delight, their infectious energy lighting up the room with happiness and warmth. Jian-woo, noticing Yuna's presence, smiled warmly, welcoming her back home as the little ones circled her in excitement. Yuna cheerfully revealed she had brought a special gift for Hawa, sparking curiosity and anticipation from everyone in the room. Hawa's eyes widened with excitement as Yuna hinted at a surprise, her playful grin filling the air with growing anticipation. Moments later, a delightful treat and juice were served, setting the stage for a joyful evening shared together. The entire family gathered, smiling at the thoughtful gesture, while Hawa's glowing happiness melted everyone's hearts in the cozy setting. Yuna gently placed a sparkling crystal tiara on Hawa's head, making her beam with pride as everyone cheered for her. Twinkling under the lights, Hawa admired her new treasure, a symbol of love and care from Yuna's thoughtful gesture. Hawa's sparkling presence filled the room with admiration as Yuna marveled at how effortlessly she brought joy to those around her. In that moment, Yuna's eyes glistened with happy tears, overwhelmed by the sheer innocence and magic of Hawa's radiant smile. Jian-woo admired the tiara's intricate details, marveling at the craftsmanship and how it added an air of elegance to Hawa. Yuna explained the origins of the rare crystals used in the tiara, sharing the fascinating story behind their magical properties. Despite their small size, Yuna highlighted how the crystals were cherished for their unique beauty and ability to captivate anyone's attention. Jian-woo nodded thoughtfully, appreciating Yuna's explanation, while reflecting on the timeless allure and value of such precious crafted artifacts. Surrounded by admiration, Hawa and Yuna shared a heartwarming moment, their bond growing stronger as the evening unfolded with laughter and joy. A visitor presented Jian-woo with a surprising contract for the magic stones, sparking curiosity and careful consideration about its implications. Jian-woo expressed confusion, but Yuna stepped forward, her determined stance showing her commitment to handling the matter responsibly. Yuna graciously declined the offer, explaining her belief in fairness and reciprocation for the trust placed in their shared efforts. Her heartfelt explanation brought clarity and admiration, showcasing her unwavering principles and dedication to maintaining integrity in their growing partnerships. Hawa's cheerful presence and sparkling tiara reminded everyone of the meaningful connections and trust built through genuine, shared moments of kindness. A handshake sealed the understanding between Jian-woo and Yuna, solidifying their bond and mutual trust regarding the magic stones. The family celebrated their unity and achievements, laughter echoing as Hawa gleefully danced around, lifting the mood to pure joy. Amid the celebrations, the visitor's gaze met Jian-woo's, prompting a private moment to discuss something important and potentially life-changing. Jian-woo's thoughtful nod reflected his trust in the visitor's wisdom, opening the door to deeper conversations about their future. The evening's cheerful glow masked a deeper anticipation, as everyone prepared for the next chapter in their shared adventure. Jian-woo received an unexpected message from Night, sparking curiosity and a realization that this could bring profound changes to his journey. The message hinted at something urgent, prompting Jian-woo to reach out to Night for guidance on handling this mysterious new development. Night's calm response provided reassurance, but the subtle weight of his advice left Jian-woo pondering the implications of their conversation. Outside, the shadows of an unusual plant hinted at deeper mysteries yet to be uncovered, leaving a lingering sense of intrigue. The cool night breeze carried a promise of change, as Jian-woo prepared to face the challenges awaiting him tomorrow. The sun rose over the quiet farmhouse, casting a warm glow on the wooden fences and empty fields waiting for the day. Footsteps pounded the ground as Kong excitedly ran toward the barn, his tiny legs moving fast, filled with energy and purpose. Jian-woo turned around, surprised as Kong and the cow spirit eagerly followed, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. Hawa peeked shyly from behind a wooden post, her tiny hands gripping the rough bark as she nervously watched the scene unfold. With a deep breath, she hesitantly stepped forward, but her legs gave out, making her collapse onto the soft haystack nearby. Jian-woo laughed, patting the cows, feeling grateful for their hard work on the farm, while Kong cheered joyfully beside him. Hawa blushed as she clung to Jian-woo's arm, her tiny heart pounding, unsure of why she suddenly felt so embarrassed. Kong tilted his head, puzzled by Hawa's reaction, while Jian-woo adjusted his hat, thinking about the recent farm troubles. Hawa's worried expression deepened as she thought about the crops, her brows furrowed, wondering if something had gone wrong overnight. Jianwu crossed his arms, looking up at the sky, realizing that the weather had been unpredictable these past few days. Hawa pouted, thinking about the farm's condition, but before she could speak, Jianwu reached out to reassure her with a smile. Her small hands clenched into fists as she struggled to find the right words, but her worried expression only grew stronger. Jianwu gently placed a hand on her head, reminding her that taking care of herself was just as important. He reached into his bag, pulling out a sun cap, placing it firmly on Kaung's head with a satisfied nod. With a bright grin, Kaung cheered loudly, while Hawa's tense shoulders finally relaxed, feeling comforted by Jianwu's reassuring presence. Jianwu walked alongside Kaung and Hawa when a sudden loud noise erupted, making them jump as dust filled the air. A sharp impact sent him stumbling backward, clutching his shoulder in surprise, confused by what had just struck him so suddenly. Blinking through the dust, he saw Ye Jun standing there, his outstretched hand offering help while concern flashed in his eyes. Recognizing him instantly, Jianwu hesitated before reaching out, remembering their previous encounter and wondering what brought him back here. Ye Jun's face was tense as he explained his urgent situation, searching frantically for something important he had lost along the way. Hawa tilted her head curiously as Ye Jun spoke, looking around as if trying to recall something important she had forgotten. Suddenly, realization hit Ye Jun, and he turned abruptly, his voice filled with urgency as he mentioned his missing spirit companion. Jianwu furrowed his brows, realizing that if a spirit had disappeared, it could mean something unusual was happening on the farm. Ye Jun sighed, frustrated, explaining that he had tried summoning it multiple times, but no response ever came from the other side. A sinking feeling settled in Jianwu's stomach as he remembered something, an odd event earlier that might be connected to this. Thinking fast, Jianwu tried to downplay the situation, but he knew deep inside that Ye Jun's missing spirit might be in danger. He hesitated before finally suggesting that they check the dungeon farmland first, hoping to buy time and figure things out. Ye Jun's eyes lit up with hope, thanking him before dashing off in the direction Jianwu had pointed, determined to search. Meanwhile, Hawa and Kaung exchanged nervous glances, sensing that something was off, but trusting Jianwu's lead as they followed along. Unnoticed by the others, a faint magical presence shimmered behind a wooden post, pulsing gently like it was waiting to be found. A mysterious aura surrounded Ice Chicken as it flapped its wings, releasing a frosty mist that shimmered under the bright sunlight. With a confident leap, it soared into the sky, its feathers glowing as if undergoing a powerful transformation before everyone's eyes. Hawa and Kaung gasped, their eyes widening as they watched Ice Chicken's supposed evolution unfold right in front of them. Jianwu scratched his head, staring at the creature, realizing that aside from a slight shimmer, nothing seemed too different about it. His expression turned puzzled, remembering how some evolutions were barely noticeable, and he wondered if this was one of those moments. Ice Chicken hovered in place, looking around, as if waiting for someone to acknowledge its transformation, before deciding what to do next. Jianwu took a step forward, realizing that wasting time here wouldn't help, and that Ice Chicken needed to return to Ye Jun. With a firm nod, he pointed towards the direction of the village, signaling Ice Chicken to leave before things got complicated. The mysterious girl beside Ice Chicken hesitated, looking torn, not wanting the creature to leave so soon after finding it again. Ice Chicken flapped its wings lightly, sensing her hesitation, and let out a soft chirp as if promising to return one day. Ice Chicken perched gently on the girl's head, tilting its head, as if waiting for her to say something important before leaving. She smiled, reaching up to touch its soft feathers, asking if it would visit often so they wouldn't have to part forever. Ice Chicken chirped loudly, flapping its wings in agreement, giving its word that this wouldn't be their last time meeting. Hawa, Kaung, and Jianwu stood together, watching with warm smiles, knowing that even short encounters could lead to lasting friendships. With one final flap, Ice Chicken soared into the sky, disappearing beyond the clouds as they all wished for its safe journey. Jianwu, Hawa, and Kaung waved happily as Ice Chicken soared into the sky, leaving behind a trail of shimmering energy. The farewell felt peaceful, unlike most goodbyes, as Ice Chicken's glowing form slowly faded into the swirling portal's magical light. Yejun stood in the open field, shouting excitedly when he finally spotted Ice Chicken returning, relief washing over his face. His voice carried across the area, calling out to Ice Chicken, his heart pounding as he hoped for a response. Ice Chicken chirped happily, flapping its wings before diving toward Yejun, eager to reunite after the unexpected adventure. Ice Chicken landed gracefully, hopping excitedly around Yejun, chirping with joy as if telling stories of everything that had happened. Yejun folded his arms, sighing with frustration, realizing Ice Chicken had been out having fun instead of answering his summons. Just as he was about to scold Ice Chicken, something unusual happened. He suddenly understood every chirp and sound it made. His eyes widened in shock, processing the fact that he could now hear Ice Chicken's thoughts as clear as spoken words. The realization sank in, and he understood it was due to Ice Chicken's growth, an unexpected but fascinating development between them. Yejun took a step back, overwhelmed, struggling to grasp how much had changed in such a short period of time. Ice Chicken tilted its head, chirping curiously, unaware of the sudden new bond that had formed between them. Yejun's mind raced, interpreting every sound, his confidence rising as he clenched his fists, convinced this was a sign of his progress. Determined, he decided to push forward, embracing this new connection, unaware of the trouble his misunderstanding would soon bring. A chilling sensation crept in as unseen forces watched from the shadows, chains tightening in the distance, waiting for the right moment. Yejun's eyes widened as glowing symbols floated around him, a surge of unfamiliar energy spreading through his body like a sudden revelation. A message appeared before him, and as he read the words, realization hit. He had unknowingly overcome a dangerous internal struggle. The massive research facility loomed in the distance, its high-tech structures humming as scientists inside worked tirelessly on a groundbreaking experiment. Inside the lab, researchers busily analyzed data, their focus set on perfecting the mysterious hellgrass weed they had been cultivating. The project had reached a crucial point, with scientists eagerly awaiting results, knowing they were on the verge of something big. The lead researcher, a stern woman with determined eyes, watched as the machinery activated, signaling the start of the next trial. A robotic arm lowered carefully, placing a sample into the testing chamber as the entire team held their breath in anticipation. The sample was released into the containment unit, the machine humming as energy surged, preparing for the next phase of the test. The lab filled with tension as the experiment reached its climax, the team hoping this attempt would succeed where others had failed. Suddenly, the chamber flashed brightly, and the researchers gasped as the hellgrass weed reacted instantly, breaking down the material before them. The lab erupted in cheers, the lead researcher smiling in satisfaction as they finally witnessed proof of the plant's incredible capabilities. Excitement filled the air as the team marveled at the hellgrass weed's power, realizing its potential for solving large-scale environmental problems. The lead researcher flipped through her notes, contemplating how this discovery could revolutionize waste disposal and change the course of their research. An elderly scientist adjusted his glasses, adding that with further modifications, the plant could even help neutralize dangerous radioactive materials. The team exchanged glances, amazed at the plant's potential, but aware that testing it under extreme conditions could have unexpected consequences. Memories surfaced of the day they first received the plant, recalling how Jianwu had given it to them under strange circumstances. As they discussed further experiments, an unease settled among them, knowing that unlocking the plant's full power might bring unforeseen risks. The researchers gathered around excitedly, discussing ways to cultivate more hellgrass weed, eager to unlock its full potential for future use. One of them hesitated, realizing that they only had a single plant left, which could complicate their experiments going forward. The lead scientist studied the plant inside the containment chamber, wondering why such a powerful species had nearly gone extinct over time. After analyzing its structure, they discovered an unusual trait. The plant had both male and female reproductive parts, yet it remained sterile. The younger scientist furrowed her brows, puzzled, questioning why such a unique plant had failed to thrive, despite its advantageous characteristics. Before she could process further, a sudden movement startled her. A massive insect darted past, disrupting her train of thought. She sighed, watching the creature before realization hit. This plant didn't just survive alone, it required human care to grow properly. The older scientist observed her reaction carefully, noting her growing fascination with the plant and its mysterious background. He stroked his beard, considering whether allowing her deeper involvement in the research would lead to unexpected breakthroughs or potential risks. With a knowing smile, he invited her to personally examine the plant, sensing her enthusiasm and curiosity could be valuable. She stepped closer, eager to examine it, but something unexpected caught her eye. A familiar name appeared in the research documents. Her eyes widened as she read through the file, realizing that Hawa's name was listed under an entirely different research category. Shocked, she turned to the senior scientist, her voice rising as she questioned why Hawa had been classified for a new project. The older scientist remained calm, amused by her reaction, simply acknowledging that new developments often required unique candidates for testing. She slammed the file onto the table, demanding an immediate meeting, determined to uncover the full details of this unexpected situation. The warm sun cast a golden glow over the farm as Jianwu and Hawa walked through the neatly arranged potato fields. Hawa clung to Jianwu excitedly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she anticipated another fun day of harvesting fresh crops. Jianwu hesitated, feeling her excitement, but he knew they had a long day ahead and needed to pace themselves properly. Just as he was about to explain, another voice chimed in, offering unexpected assistance with harvesting the potatoes. The newcomer stepped forward confidently, smiling brightly as they assured everyone that they had experience in farming and could help efficiently. Junwoo exchanged a glance with Hawa, unsure if their new helper fully understood the effort needed for a long harvest day. With a shrug, he reassured them that they could work at their own pace, appreciating any extra hands for the job. The new helper puffed their chest proudly, determined to prove that farming wasn't as difficult as others might assume it to be. However, their confidence wavered when they realized just how much work actually went into digging up and gathering the potatoes properly. As Hawa laughed at the situation, a sudden rustling in the nearby trees caught their attention, making them all turn quickly. A soft glow spread across the farm as small plant spirits emerged from the soil, their tiny bodies wriggling happily under the sun. Jianwu grinned, recognizing the helpful ground spirits who always assisted in farming, making the land more fertile and easier to cultivate. One of the spirits suddenly darted forward, shaking its little hands as if trying to communicate something urgent to the group. Hawa tilted her head curiously, watching as more spirits gathered, their collective energy pulsating like they were preparing for something big. Before anyone could react, a burst of light erupted from the ground, signaling that the spirits were about to unleash their power. The potatoes were neatly unearthed, their golden skin glistening under the sun as the spirits worked together to lift them. Jianwu stretched his arms, ready to move them, but the spirits quickly lined up, turning the task into an efficient procession. The sight left one of the observers in disbelief, amazed by how effortlessly Jianwu and the spirits handled the farm work. Laughing, Jianwu casually mentioned his progress, proud of how much he and the spirits had grown stronger over time. The observer, however, couldn't help but acknowledge that this level of control over spirits was beyond what most people could achieve. As the sun began to set, Jianwu wiped his forehead, feeling accomplished after a long yet productive day on the farm. The sky glowed in hues of orange and pink while everyone gathered, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere of the successful harvest. Hawa excitedly showed off her dance skills, making everyone laugh as she twirled happily under the evening sky. Jianwu smiled, reflecting on the day's work, but a lingering thought in the back of his mind made him pause. Staring at the pile of harvested potatoes, he realized that Hawa's cultivation abilities seemed to have an unusual, unknown limit. A moment of silence passed before someone noticed Jeon-woo deep in thought, prompting them to ask if something was bothering him. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully, but assured them he was simply thinking about the farm's future and their next steps. His companion raised an eyebrow, wondering if Jeon-woo was overworking himself, given how much he had relied on spirits today. Jeon-woo brushed off the concern, noting that he was already used to handling the spirits and their unpredictable nature. Still, the thought lingered. If Hawa's ability had a cap, then what would happen when she reached her true limit? Jeon-woo laughed, brushing off the conversation, not realizing that his casual response had sparked unexpected excitement in his companion's eyes. Suddenly, enthusiasm surged as they insisted on taking responsibility for the A-rank potatoes, eager to experiment with them in cooking. Jeon-woo blinked in surprise, agreeing hesitantly as their determination to perfect their culinary skills burned brighter than ever. As the evening settled in, the golden light illuminated scattered ingredients, each one holding the potential to enhance their abilities. Meanwhile, Hawa stood frozen, sensing something unusual in the air, her expression shifting as an unfamiliar sensation stirred deep within her. The A-rank potatoes gleamed under the soft evening light, their flawless surfaces reflecting a golden hue, proof of Hawa's incredible abilities. The evening sky stretched over the quiet farmhouse, the stars twinkling as the cool night breeze rustled through the nearby trees. Inside, laughter filled the air as Min Seo-rin cheerfully declared that she would take charge of preparing a special dinner. Suchan hesitated, offering to help, but she waved him off, insisting that he take a well-deserved break after his daily work. He chuckled, adjusting his glasses, appreciating her kindness, but knowing he couldn't sit still while others were busy around him. As the meal preparations began, the warm glow of the kitchen lights cast a comforting atmosphere throughout the cozy farmhouse. Jeon-woo stretched his arms, enjoying the peaceful night, when an unexpected guest arrived, stirring a mix of excitement and curiosity. The conversation shifted as he turned to see Min Seo-rin standing beside him, a familiar presence from a past encounter. She smirked, teasing him about his surprised reaction, clearly amused by his lack of expectation in seeing her again so soon. Meanwhile, the others gathered around, their whispers filling the air as they exchanged glances, wondering about their connection. Jeon-woo sighed, sensing the misunderstanding, but before he could explain, someone else chimed in with their own conclusions. A firm pat on the shoulder made Jeon-woo turn, revealing a familiar face, a man who radiated warmth and fatherly wisdom. His father observed the interaction with interest, raising an eyebrow as he sized up the unexpected visitor standing beside his son. Min Seo-rin introduced herself formally, bowing politely as she explained her role as an aide to the resident hunters. Jeon-woo's father chuckled, finding her formality amusing, shaking his head at the idea of being called sir so seriously. As the evening carried on, a new dynamic settled in, leaving Jeon-woo to wonder what surprises tomorrow might bring. Jeon-woo laughed nervously as his father and Seo-rin teased him, making it impossible to steer the conversation elsewhere. His father smirked knowingly, enjoying the situation, while Seo-rin played along, clearly amused by Jeon-woo's growing discomfort. Determined to change the topic, Jeon-woo searched for an escape, but an unexpected distraction came just in time. A loud noise startled everyone as Kaung suddenly ran into the scene, his small form bouncing with excitement. Jeon-woo turned in surprise, sighing as he realized that Kaung had once again caused some kind of commotion. Hawa clapped happily as she scooped Kaung into her arms, giggling at his playful energy as he squirmed excitedly. Jeon-woo raised an eyebrow, wondering what Kaung was up to this time, sensing that mischief was never far behind. Kaung blinked up at him innocently, as if he had done nothing wrong, making it difficult for anyone to stay annoyed. As everyone watched curiously, Jeon-woo sighed, knowing that Kaung's antics usually meant something unpredictable was about to happen. Just as he thought that, Kaung suddenly shuddered, his usual confidence replaced by an expression of nervousness and uncertainty. Jianwu frowned, watching Kong's ears twitch as he suddenly lowered himself, glancing around warily as if sensing something unseen. Hawa held Kong tighter, concerned, while Jianwu wondered what could be bothering the usually fearless little creature. Kong hesitated, glancing at Hawa's arms before looking at something nearby, his eyes filled with an unspoken worry. Following his gaze, Hawa's expression softened as she realized Kong's unease wasn't random. He was struggling to make friends. She gently held him close, reassuring him with her warmth, while the others silently watched, realizing Kong's struggles were deeper than they thought. Dolso, the small white cat, lunged forward unexpectedly, his sharp claws extended, causing Kong to recoil in shock. The startled commotion drew everyone's attention as Kong stumbled backward, his usual confidence replaced by an expression of pure panic. Min Xiaorin watched in disbelief, surprised by Dolso's sudden aggression, while Jianwu tried to understand what had gone wrong. Hawa quickly stepped in, holding Dolso protectively, her gentle hands soothing the trembling creature as she whispered calming words. Kong, still shaken, glanced at Dolso, confused by the unexpected hostility, his wide eyes reflecting a mix of fear and sadness. Kong's ears drooped as he let out a small whimper, feeling defeated after Dolso's rejection despite his friendly intentions. Jianwu knelt beside him, reassuring him with a pat on the head, reminding him that friendships take time to build. Kong sniffled, his large eyes glistening, as he listened carefully, trying to understand how he could have approached differently. Hawa encouraged him to try again, holding Dolso securely, while everyone else watched with anticipation for what would happen next. With cautious determination, Kong took a deep breath, slowly stepping forward, hoping to prove that he meant no harm. Dolso's sharp gaze met Kong's nervous expression, both creatures hesitant, yet aware of the moment's importance in their budding relationship. Kong extended a paw tentatively, his movements slow and careful, showing Dolso he had no intention of causing any trouble. After a tense pause, Dolso let out a small, cautious "Nya," his defensive stance relaxing slightly as he assessed Kong's sincerity. Realizing that Dolso wasn't attacking this time, Kong's face lit up with joy, his tail swaying as he finally felt accepted. Jianwu and the others cheered as Kong and Dolso touched paws, marking the start of an unlikely yet precious friendship. Kong beamed with pride as Dolso nuzzled him, marking the start of an unlikely friendship that meant the world to him. As the evening settled in, everyone gathered at the table, their laughter filling the air as dinner preparations neared completion. Min Xiaorin called everyone to eat, insisting they enjoy the meal she had worked hard to prepare with fresh ingredients. The aroma of warm food filled the room, wrapping them in comfort as they took their seats, ready to dig in. As the night faded, the anticipation of a new day lingered, bringing a fresh start filled with unknown possibilities. The next morning arrived with a golden sunrise, casting a warm glow over the land as the group welcomed another busy day. A surprise awaited them at breakfast, as a familiar face marveled at the potato pancakes and braised pork set before them. Excitement bubbled as the meal was served, the rich flavors stirring memories long forgotten in those who had tasted them before. Jianwu smiled at Hawa's delight, but just as he relaxed, a strange sensation pricked at the back of his mind. His gaze locked onto a glowing blue orb that hovered nearby, a mysterious force silently observing him from the distance. A deep, contemplative voice echoed in his mind, reminiscing about flavors long lost, the feeling of warmth, and the joy of sharing meals. A large, shadowed figure lay still, his glowing eyes reflecting the past, lost in memories of meals that once brought him comfort. His large hands clenched, knowing that such moments were behind him, his duty forcing him to set aside such desires. Though nostalgia tugged at his heart, he reminded himself of the promise he had made, pushing emotions aside for responsibility. As the energy around him shifted, he prepared himself, knowing that whatever lay ahead, it was time to move forward. The large figure sat in silence, gripping his staff as energy surrounded him, sealing his emotions behind a stoic exterior. He whispered to himself, waiting for the day his purpose would be fulfilled, letting his presence slowly fade into the background. Over time, the remaining magic within him would dwindle, disappearing like a forgotten whisper in the vast, endless world. Meanwhile, in the fields, a small ground spirit hummed, unaware that something mysterious was about to disrupt the peaceful moment. As the spirit moved through the plants, a strange orb of energy approached, its presence causing an eerie shift in the air. The ground spirit turned suddenly, sensing something unfamiliar, its tiny body shivering as the floating magic loomed closer. In an instant, the unstable energy made contact, wrapping around the spirit in erratic waves, creating an unexpected reaction. The ground spirit panicked, flailing wildly as blue sparks engulfed its small form, sending tremors through the earth beneath it. Without warning, the magic burst forth, spreading rapidly into the surrounding soil, causing an unseen force to awaken. Deep within the land, something stirred, shadows shifting as an ancient presence slowly began to rise from its slumber. The large figure slowly stirred, his muscles tense as he took in the unfamiliar surroundings filled with tall, twisting plants. His voice rumbled with uncertainty as he glanced around, realizing he was somewhere unknown, surrounded by an eerie, unnatural stillness. The warm bread glowed under the sunlight, filling the air with a comforting aroma as everyone finished their satisfying meal together happily. Hawa cheered loudly, clenching her fists with excitement. Beside her, Lily laughed, her cheeks slightly puffed from stuffing herself too much. Jian-Wu pointed at the table, reminding them that cleaning up was just as important as enjoying the meal they had. Hawa and Lily raised their arms enthusiastically, promising to clean thoroughly, though their mischievous smiles hinted at something else entirely unexpected. A burst of energy erupted from Hawa's fingertips, crackling with electricity as her unique way of cleaning suddenly took an unexpected turn. Hawa's ears twitched as she sensed something strange, turning her head sharply toward the corner where an unusual presence suddenly lingered nearby. Jian-Wu noticed her expression and asked, raising an eyebrow. Lily looked on curiously, holding her stuffed animal tightly in surprise. A faint murmur echoed from the darkened space, causing a chill to run down Hawa's spine as her instincts sharpened. "It's not an intruder," she muttered, staring at the strange figures forming within the shadows, appearing oddly familiar yet unsettling. Her glowing eyes narrowed as she observed them. They had always been there, yet today, something about them felt different. Jian-Wu felt his chest tighten as Lily suddenly gasped, eyes wide. Whatever Hawa sensed was growing stronger by the second. Without hesitation, Lily dashed forward, calling Hawa's name urgently, her small legs moving fast as if trying to stop something reckless. "Hawa, wait!" Jian-Wu reached out, barely stopping her before she could charge straight into the unknown presence lingering ahead. He sighed, taking a deep breath. "I'll check first," he said firmly, stepping forward, unwilling to let them rush in blindly. Lily pouted but stayed quiet, gripping her scarf tightly. Even her usual excitement faded, replaced by an unfamiliar sense of nervousness. The warmth of a reassuring touch settled the lingering tension, bringing a soft glow of comfort to the uncertain moment. A cheerful expression brightened the air, radiating trust and excitement, as small hands clenched with newfound determination and anticipation. Stepping forward with quiet resolve, the weight of responsibility settled in, pushing thoughts beyond hesitation into decisive action. The farmhouse stood silent under the drifting wind, carrying whispers of something unseen, a sensation unfamiliar yet oddly inviting. The spirits watching over the garden carried knowledge unseen by ordinary eyes, their presence a guiding force toward hidden answers. The garden flourished under the golden light, yet an unfamiliar shift lingered beneath the surface, unsettling the quiet harmony. A nervous stir spread among the spirits, their tiny forms brimming with hushed uncertainty, casting cautious glances at the surroundings. Something had altered the natural rhythm, an unseen force that had shifted the balance of the carefully nurtured land. The spirits moved with cautious energy, their gazes flickering between familiar structures and the unknown presence lingering just beyond sight. A sudden ripple in the air brought a tense stillness, an unspoken signal of an unexpected arrival breaking through the calm. A powerful figure emerged, an ox-like presence carrying an air of quiet authority, standing as an enigma against the shifting air. The creature's deep eyes held an unwavering steadiness, neither spirit nor beast, a presence unbound by the expected rules of nature. Strength radiated from its stance, as if it carried wisdom beyond its form, yet something about it remained strangely misplaced. The land itself seemed to hold its breath, caught between recognition and unfamiliarity, questioning the origins of this unexpected arrival. In the distance, hurried footsteps echoed, urgency rushing toward the unknown, bringing new uncertainty to an already unsteady moment. The ox stood silently, its heavy gaze hinting at an unknown weight, as if burdened by something beyond mere existence. A shift in the air carried an unsettling stillness, an unspoken struggle lingering beneath the surface of every movement. The ox acknowledged an unseen force holding it back, something beyond its control, preventing its return to where it belonged. A strange sensation filled the moment, an unexplainable familiarity, yet uncertainty clouded the memories that should have felt clear. Thoughts tangled within the ox's mind, confusion settling deep, unable to recall the reason for its presence in this place. A realization settled in, bringing both frustration and acceptance, knowing that wandering aimlessly would not bring the missing answers. Strength, once unwavering, seemed distant, the weight of powerlessness resting heavy upon shoulders unaccustomed to such helplessness. An odd familiarity surfaced as memories of an old district's emblem, something oddly resembling the ox flashed into thought. The gentle stir of voices reached through uncertainty, concern, and kindness evident in the worried expressions of those nearby. A decision took shape, a quiet determination forming to assist the lost, offering support where uncertainty clouded direction. Eyes locked in a silent exchange, unspoken understanding passing between figures now connected by circumstances beyond their original paths. The offer of shelter held a quiet promise, a temporary refuge within the unfamiliar, in hopes of restoring lost pieces. Hesitation flickered, as if unsure whether accepting such kindness would disrupt the delicate balance already fractured by unknown forces. A cautious agreement lingered, recognizing that staying might bring answers, or at least provide solace within uncertainty's heavy grasp. Gratitude, though restrained, surfaced in a slight nod, acknowledging the sincerity in the offer without fully relinquishing personal resolve. The fields stretched before them, tall stalks swaying gently, a place filled with labor, effort, and the promise of growth. Observing the surroundings, realization set in. A farm required strength, endurance, and steady hands to cultivate its full potential. The ox considered its purpose, recognizing the value of its power in a place reliant on the land's prosperity. A gesture of appreciation filled the air, an unspoken agreement forming between those willing to rely on each other. The moment of decision arrived, an understanding sealing the bond between those who would shape the land's future together. A firm grasp met a strong resolve, the weight of the exchange carrying more than mere words could ever express. The ox acknowledged the gesture, a silent nod sealing the decision, the first step toward a shared purpose now taken. A sudden rush of energy coursed through the space, an unseen force responding to the newly established connection. Bright light flickered in an instant, illuminating the surroundings, leaving a lingering sense of something momentous shifting into place. The ground trembled faintly, the air thick with change, as those witnessing the moment stood frozen in quiet anticipation. A glowing inscription materialized, confirming the pact, marking the ox's newfound role within the land's unseen hierarchy of spirits. The realization struck, this connection was unlike any before, an unexplainable bond breaking past the limits previously known. The ox's form shimmered faintly, a subtle glow tracing along its edges, settling into the newfound identity now bestowed. Thoughts raced, questions forming faster than answers could arrive, the significance of the event still beyond immediate comprehension. With a quiet gaze, understanding deepened. The journey ahead carried more than just survival. It carried the weight of purpose. The quiet night wrapped around the house, the faint glow of lanterns flickering as exhaustion from the long day settled in. Stepping out with a towel draped over his shoulders, the crisp air made the warmth of a bath feel inviting. Excited footsteps rushed forward, playful energy filling the air as cheerful voices echoed, breaking the calm stillness of the evening. A shared moment of laughter, simple yet fulfilling, eased the lingering weight of responsibilities resting heavily upon their shoulders. A sudden realization struck, shifting the mood. Unspoken thoughts surfaced, bringing a new uncertainty that hadn't been there before. A flicker of hesitation lingered, uncertainty creeping in as conflicting emotions played out, leaving questions without immediate answers. The ox's movements remained steady, unreadable, yet something about its presence carried an undeniable weight of familiarity and purpose. An unexpected burst of energy filled the space, lightheartedness momentarily replacing the unease that had settled in moments earlier. Determination grew, an unspoken vow to bridge the unseen distance, to find trust even in the face of lingering doubts. The atmosphere lightened, teasing remarks and playful antics breaking through the tension, as the night carried a sense of renewal. The playful exchange continued, soft laughter blending with the rustling wind, each moment creating memories etched into their growing bond. A mischievous grin formed as the chase began, the game now a test of reflexes and persistence through the open space. Eyes locked, filled with an unspoken challenge, a wordless promise to never let go of the fleeting joy found here. A sudden stop, realization dawning. These connections, these shared moments, held more value than mere chance encounters ever could. As the night deepened, warmth remained, the bonds growing stronger despite the uncertainties still lingering just beyond reach. Excitement filled the air, playful energy radiating as cheerful voices echoed, each moment carrying the carefree warmth of a simple day. A sudden distraction caught attention, curiosity taking over as an unexpected discovery shifted focus, changing the mood almost instantly. Confusion settled as reality struck, an unforeseen event unfolding, leaving expressions frozen in surprise and thoughts scrambling for an explanation. The weight of realization sank in, an overwhelming feeling creeping in, shifting emotions from joy to uncertainty in a heartbeat. A lingering silence filled the space, the contrast between the carefree moment before and the sudden change feeling almost unreal. Determination flickered, an attempt to make sense of the unexpected, finding a way to turn confusion into something manageable. A playful approach softened the tension, replacing unease with laughter, shifting the atmosphere into something lighter once again. The challenge turned into a game, a way to embrace the unknown rather than be consumed by it. A sense of excitement returned, filling the space with renewed energy, the tension from before melting into shared enjoyment. Laughter echoed, proving that even in unexpected moments, warmth could be found in the simplest of exchanges. Curiosity grew stronger, leading to unexpected discoveries, each new piece fitting together in a way that slowly formed a clearer picture. A realization dawned, bringing a deeper understanding, revealing hidden layers beneath what once seemed like mere chance encounters. Anticipation built as new paths unfolded, the once playful moment now carrying an underlying sense of something much greater. A lingering thought remained, a question unanswered, leaving behind a subtle mystery waiting to be uncovered in time. With excitement still in the air, the journey ahead remained unknown, yet something about it felt undeniably promising. The morning sun cast warm light over the house, signaling the start of a new day filled with unknown surprises ahead. Laughter filled the air as friendly exchanges took place, easing the tension from the unexpected visit that had arrived early. A hint of hesitation lingered in the air, an unspoken thought buried beneath the cheerful expressions exchanged between familiar faces. A sudden shift in focus drew attention to an unfamiliar tension, something subtle yet noticeable among the gathered individuals. The cheerful mood slightly dimmed, concern flickering as eyes observed the quiet figure standing off to the side, lost in thought. The conversation took a turn, revealing thoughts unspoken as plans and expectations slowly unfolded in an unexpected direction. Surprise flashed across the faces present, realization setting in as the weight of the situation became clearer with each passing moment. Imagination ran wild, playful ideas forming as possibilities emerged, excitement building at the thought of what could lie ahead. The possibility of fame seemed within reach, sparking daydreams filled with dazzling lights and boundless opportunities yet to be explored. Music and laughter blended together, painting a scene of childlike wonder, where even the most unrealistic dreams seemed possible. A whirlwind of emotions unfolded, taking the playful excitement to unexpected heights, pushing the boundaries of reality into exaggerated fantasy. The situation escalated beyond control, turning the harmless moment into an over-the-top spectacle filled with unfiltered expressions of attachment. The clash of emotions brought forward chaos, laughter mixing with desperation as different perspectives on the moment clashed dramatically. Lightheartedness returned, breaking the tension as the playful atmosphere rebalanced, ensuring that everything remained within the realm of amusement. Despite the wild energy, an underlying warmth persisted, the bonds between them strengthening even through the most unpredictable moments. A soft breeze passed through as an uncertain expression settled, the quiet moment holding an unspoken hesitation between two familiar faces. The weight of unsaid words lingered, revealing hidden thoughts and emotions carefully guarded beneath an exterior of controlled composure. The distant sound of approaching helicopters shattered the stillness, filling the sky with rhythmic beats that echoed across the land. All eyes turned toward the sky, confusion spreading as an unexpected presence disrupted what had been an ordinary morning. A single thought settled in. Whoever had arrived carried intentions that could shift the peaceful balance that had been maintained. The sudden impact of arrival left no room for hesitation, shifting the tone from confusion to an undeniable sense of urgency. A graceful descent from above carried an undeniable authority, leaving those below frozen in the presence of someone entirely unexpected. The name rang out, confirming the arrival of someone holding influence, a person whose presence alone could change the situation instantly. The atmosphere thickened as reality set in, the casual setting transforming into something far more serious than anyone had anticipated. With a confident smile, the visitor embraced the moment, her poised presence radiating control over the unfolding scene before her. A dazzling smile lit up the space, radiating confidence and charm, yet carrying an unmistakable weight of authority behind it. The overwhelming presence left everyone speechless, expressions frozen between disbelief, admiration, and sheer confusion over the sudden change in atmosphere. The sky was clear as a plane flew overhead, marking the start of an unexpected journey for Jian-woo in the countryside. Yuna and her daughter walked beside him, their laughter filling the air, making the peaceful day even more heartwarming and joyful. Jian-woo couldn't believe Yuna had truly come from such an extravagant life to a simple place like this. "So, you're calling me a fairy now?" Yuna chuckled, amused by Jian-woo's disbelief at her sudden change in lifestyle. Meanwhile, Knight was busy training under strict supervision, sweat dripping as he struggled to keep up with the intense routine. The bearded instructor's stern voice echoed, causing Bishop to flinch and apologize hastily, his face covered in nervous sweat. Yuna stepped in, taking responsibility for the situation, shielding Bishop from further scolding with a knowing smile on her face. "If you keep being this serious, you'll lose all that handsome beard of yours," Yuna teased, making the instructor frown. The instructor sighed in exasperation, rubbing his forehead before reluctantly telling Bishop to get up and be careful next time. Bishop, still trembling from the earlier scolding, straightened himself up, nodding quickly, determined not to mess up again. Yuna reassured Jian-woo, stating that Bishop's training methods weren't dangerous despite how intense they seemed from the outside. "Bishop was once the strongest hunter of N," Yuna revealed, her voice carrying a sense of pride and admiration. Jian-woo's jaw dropped at the revelation, struggling to comprehend how someone so seemingly clumsy had such a powerful past. Yuna explained further, clarifying that Bishop wasn't just strong, he was actually one of the strongest in the entire world. Jian-woo gulped, his mind spinning, realizing that he had been surrounded by people far more incredible than he had imagined. The instructor adjusted his tie, his stern expression signaling that the casual conversation had ended, shifting the mood to something more serious. Yuna nodded in agreement, setting aside the light-hearted banter, preparing herself for whatever topic needed to be addressed immediately. Inside the house, the scent of honey filled the air as 2 glasses of golden honey water were placed on the table. Yuna picked up her glass, inhaling deeply before taking a sip, appreciating its rich, fragrant taste that lingered pleasantly. Jian-Woo, slightly nervous, glanced at Yuna and asked directly why she had come today, sensing there was something important. Yuna smiled mysteriously, taking another sip of her drink before finally deciding to reveal the true reason behind her visit. "I wanted to see what kind of man my daughter was interested in," she said casually, making Jian-Woo freeze. His eyes widened in shock as the realization hit him, the weight of Yuna's words sinking in faster than expected. Bishop, overhearing the conversation, misunderstood completely, grabbing a shovel and offering to take care of the supposed problem immediately. Yuna quickly waved her hands, stopping Bishop, scolding him playfully while Jian-Woo sat frozen, still processing the situation. Jian-Woo forced an awkward laugh, trying to lighten the mood, though his nerves were clearly visible in his expression. The instructor sighed, apologizing formally, trying to keep the conversation from spiraling further into something even more embarrassing for Jian-Woo. Yuna, still amused, leaned forward, reassuring them that she was only joking, though her teasing nature didn't make it easier. Hawa's name was suddenly brought up, shifting the conversation, Yuna complimenting her cuteness, comparing her to a younger version of herself. The instructor cleared his throat, reminding them of the real reason they had gathered, urging them to stay focused and serious. Jian-Woo sat across from Yuna and Bishop, sensing something serious was about to be discussed over their casual gathering. "Business?" he asked, raising an eyebrow, surprised that Yuna had something important to discuss rather than just a casual visit. Yuna smiled and gestured outside, introducing Jian-Woo to her latest endeavor, rock bee beekeeping, something far more complex than expected. The towering plants surrounded the buzzing bees, their vibrant glow indicating the high quality of honey they were carefully producing. "The poison plants and these bees create something extremely valuable," Yuna explained, emphasizing the uniqueness of their honey's production process. Jian-Woo scratched his head, realizing that even something as simple as beekeeping had layers of complexity he never considered before. "Hawa?" someone called out suddenly, shifting the conversation as the small girl beamed brightly, her name echoing with pure excitement. "Hawa!" the child exclaimed joyfully, her presence alone seeming to bring a cheerful lightness to the previously serious business talk. Jian-Woo smiled, acknowledging that if it weren't for Hawa's help, none of their farming progress would have been possible. Yuna suddenly looked at Jian-Woo with sharp eyes, making him slightly nervous as she brought up an unexpected topic. Yuna leaned forward with a knowing smile, making Bishop chuckle as he handed a sealed brown envelope over to Jian-Woo. "What is this?" Jian-Woo asked, cautiously taking the envelope, sensing this was far more than a simple business document. Yuna chuckled playfully, her expression unreadable as she casually revealed the contents. A brand new contract, something entirely unexpected. "A new contract?" Jian-Woo repeated, his voice filled with confusion, trying to process what kind of deal was being proposed. Hawa tilted her head curiously, while Yuna's daughter gasped, already suspecting something mischievous in her mother's bold business move. Yuna maintained a composed expression, her folded hands resting on the table as the contract's significance loomed over the conversation. Jian-Woo's eyes widened at the document's title, realizing the weight of the offer placed directly into his hands. The golden seal gleamed under the light, confirming its authenticity, an undeniable proof of Xinhua Group's share transfer and partnership agreement. A sudden demand shattered the room's atmosphere, instructing Jian-Woo to sever all existing agreements with Yuna without any hesitation. The unexpected command sent ripples of shock through the gathering, leaving Yuna's daughter speechless as the situation took an unforeseen turn. A moment of silence settled in as Jian-Woo processed the drastic shift from casual discussion to a high-stakes negotiation. Yuna's demeanor no longer carried the warmth from before, replaced by an air of authority that felt both intimidating and final. Her eyes held a piercing intensity, sharp and unwavering, signaling an unspoken dominance over the unfolding conversation and its consequences. The weight of the decision pressed heavily, revealing an offer that could change the very foundation of their existing relationship. A new reality began to form, one where Jian-woo unknowingly stepped into a world of corporate power and strategic influence. The narrow streets of Yunnan province pulsed with urgency, as figures darted between alleyways in pursuit of a single fleeing target. A frantic voice cut through the air, demanding a swift capture, while heavy footsteps echoed against the worn pavement. A man in a suit panted against the rusted walls of an abandoned factory, desperately seeking a way to escape. Lee Chan-woo found himself trapped within an unfamiliar city, now pursued by forces beyond his control or understanding. What began as a simple business trip had unraveled into something far more dangerous than he had ever anticipated. Deep underground, an enormous creature emerged from the darkness, its grotesque limbs writhing as it sensed movement within its domain. A trembling hand clutched a chest, frustration evident as thoughts of past failures clashed with the immediate danger ahead. Another setback loomed, raising the question of why every business venture ended in chaos instead of the expected stability. A fleeting thought of abandoning everything crossed the mind, the overwhelming exhaustion making the idea of returning home more appealing. A vision of warmth surfaced, a reminder of the people waiting back home, reinforcing the resolve to push forward. Hesitation melted away as the urgency of the moment took precedence, thoughts of responsibility outweighing the desire to retreat. A sudden movement disrupted the surroundings, revealing an unknown presence approaching with an unreadable expression and an air of mystery. A cryptic message materialized mid-air, detailing an opportunity intertwined with something far greater than mere survival or financial success. A surge of disbelief hit as the realization dawned. This wasn't an illusion, but a doorway to something truly extraordinary. A wave of uncertainty loomed, yet the undeniable pull of destiny made ignoring the offer nearly impossible. Confirmation of the opportunity came in an instant, illuminating the unknown path ahead with newfound clarity and conviction. A purpose far beyond simple transactions and business ventures revealed itself, promising an impact that stretched across the entire world. The weight of the decision bore heavily, knowing that once accepted, there would be no immediate return to familiar comforts. A deep breath steadied the resolve, fully accepting the challenges ahead, not just for personal gain, but for family. The surroundings shifted in response, marking the official beginning of a journey far greater than ever imagined. Scattered papers and empty bottles covered the ground, remnants of a desperate escape or an abandoned deal gone terribly wrong. Jian-woo arrives at a large farm, taking in the rustic buildings and the fresh countryside air beneath a bright blue sky. Hawa and her companion recoil at the overwhelming stench, covering their noses while looking at Jian-woo with wide, horrified eyes. Jian-woo, amused by their reaction, shrugs. The smell is unavoidable, and there's a good reason for it after all. The barn doors creak open, revealing the cause, a massive flock of chickens, clucking and flapping as they rush around excitedly. Hawa and her spirit companion freeze as chickens swarm them, feathers flying. The realization dawns. This is a chicken farm after all. Hawa excitedly cheers, throwing her arms up as her spirit friend mimics her energy, both delighted by the sight of chickens. She suddenly calls out, rushing toward the barn enthusiastically. Jian-woo watches, a little surprised by her overwhelming excitement. He chuckles awkwardly, confused by her reaction. Raising an eyebrow, he tilts his head slightly. "Rumors?" he asks, curiosity piqued. Hawa turns, eyes sparkling, and explains that word has spread across villages about Jian-woo's adorable spirit companion and his unique farming talents. Jian-woo scratches his head, laughing nervously. He never expected something so trivial to become a well-known topic among neighboring villagers. The farmer changes the subject, stepping forward with a serious expression. "Anyway, let's check what you needed from the farm today." Jian-woo nods, remembering his purpose. The farmer hands over a sack of high-quality fertilizer and carefully packaged fertilized eggs for him. He thanks the farmer, relieved to have gathered what he came for. These supplies would be incredibly useful for his farm. Before leaving, the farmer brings up a new topic. Shinwan Group has been scouting young talent from Muki Village recently. Jianwu stiffens slightly, a nervous bead of sweat forming. Avoiding the farmer's gaze, he mutters that he hasn't heard anything. Jianwu laughs loudly, his excitement bursting out. After struggling for so long, finally reaching this point feels like an incredible achievement. The warm sunlight hits his face as he smiles. Even with doubts in his heart, the journey so far has been rewarding. A contract appears, filled with promise. Though tempting, the weight of responsibility feels heavier than expected, making him question his next step. The air grows still as he makes his choice. Walking away from something significant isn't easy, but his heart feels lighter. Yuna and the others stare, their expressions frozen. A mixture of shock and confusion lingers, uncertain why he rejected such an opportunity. Yuna's sharp gaze pierces through the silence, her frustration evident. Something about this refusal doesn't sit right, making her even more uneasy. Jianwu stands firm, his expression unchanged. Though doubt lingers, his decision remains unshaken, knowing he must stay true to his priorities. The disbelief in Yuna's eyes grows stronger. Rare opportunities like this don't come often, and seeing it wasted feels almost unbearable. Tension fills the space as she leans forward. Watching someone willingly turn away from a chance at something bigger feels frustrating. Jianwu remains thoughtful, his mind replaying everything. Even if the decision hurts now, he knows he must focus on the path ahead. Jianwu exhales, his thoughts tangled. Every choice comes with a price, and he wonders if he made the right one today. His gaze shifts toward Yuna, recalling their original agreement. Helping her had always been his goal, and everything else was never the priority. Yuna blinks, realization dawning upon her. Perhaps this wasn't about rejecting an opportunity but staying true to something far more meaningful. Responsibilities pile up fast and dreams can't be reached by accident. A divided focus risks ruining both, something he cannot afford anymore. With a quiet resolve, Jianwu looks forward. The future remains uncertain, but he knows where his heart belongs at this moment. Jianwu walks with confidence, feeling proud. The fresh air fills his lungs as he enjoys a peaceful moment with friends. An unexpected event unfolds, causing confusion. The atmosphere shifts as everyone reacts in shock, trying to understand the sudden change before them. Fear spreads through the group as an unknown force appears. Eyes widen, and tension fills the air as uncertainty grows stronger. A floating rock hovers mid-air, spinning slowly. Its presence feels unnatural, leaving everyone speechless as they try to grasp the situation. A glowing presence appears gracefully. A familiar face greets Jianwu, bringing warmth and familiarity amid the strange unfolding events. The new presence steps forward, catching everyone's attention. With a confident stance, they prepare to reveal something that will surprise everyone. A small creature reacts excitedly, ready to show something important. The anticipation grows, curiosity filling the air around them. A sudden realization strikes. Something precious has been discovered, bringing an unexpected turn of events that leaves the group momentarily stunned. A carefully kept treasure is presented, an item holding significance. Excitement sparks as the importance of the moment finally becomes clear. A heartfelt promise is made. The determination to protect and nurture this discovery strengthens, filling the moment with warmth and joy. Jianwu notices a familiar presence. A watchful companion stands nearby, waiting for something, observing his every move in silence. His companion approaches, exuding confidence. There's something about their demeanor that feels different today, as if something important is about to happen. A brief moment of confusion follows. Jianwu hesitates, unsure of the message being conveyed through the unspoken gestures before him. A sudden shift in energy occurs. The air grows heavier as an announcement is made, gathering attention from unseen forces nearby. Spirits begin to appear, their presence undeniable. Jianwu watches in awe as an entire gathering of beings emerges, answering the unexpected call. A small creature wags its tail, excitement evident. Its energy radiates as it watches the growing plants sway gently in the breeze. Jianwu inspects the plants closely. The stems appear fragile, making him worried about their ability to withstand the upcoming harvest process. A thoughtful moment lingers. If picked incorrectly, the weak branches could snap, ruining the crop before they reach full maturity. The small creature observes Jianwu, seemingly knowing something. A subtle shift in its stance suggests an understanding beyond what it appears to be. With determination, the work begins. Spirits move energetically, responding to an unseen command as the harvesting process officially gets underway. Leaves rustle as the spirits move in synchronized patterns. Their efficiency in the field is mesmerizing, showcasing an advanced understanding of teamwork. Jianwu watches in amazement, realization dawning. This level of organization isn't ordinary. Something about this process feels too well coordinated. The small creature continues leading, its confidence unwavering. It seems to hold deep knowledge, guiding the spirits without hesitation or confusion. Jianwu admires its agricultural expertise, believing it must be an evolved being with past memories of farming knowledge. The thought intrigues him. Despite his assumptions, the spirits diligently follow their leader's guidance. The teamwork displayed during harvesting creates a scene of perfect efficiency. Cheers erupt as the harvest reaches completion. The vibrant green field now stands bare, with baskets filled to the brim with fresh produce. The green chilies shimmer under the sunlight. Their freshness is unmatched, the perfect result of meticulous care and well-executed farming techniques. A closer look reveals an especially unique chili. Something about it feels different, standing out even among the high-quality harvest surrounding it. Jianwu holds the chili, eyes widening. A deep sensation runs through him, signaling its extraordinary nature compared to the others. A glowing text confirms the truth. This chili isn't ordinary. It holds immense value, ranking far beyond the usual crops harvested today. Jianwu clenches his fists, excitement surging through him. After endless effort, he finally achieved something special, feeling proud of his success. The group gathers, their eyes filled with joy. Seeing an ordinary yet high-quality crop makes the moment feel more rewarding than expected. Lifting the crop high, Jianwu celebrates loudly. The hard work paid off, proving that patience and dedication truly bring great results. A peaceful day in Mukgeri village, where the sky stretched endlessly, and a small winged creature soared gracefully above the rooftops. Ice Chicken flapped its wings desperately, trying to stay airborne, but exhaustion took over, and its movements became sluggish in the sky. Watching from below, Jianwu and Hawa smiled, enjoying the sight, unaware of the tiny creature's growing struggle with magical depletion. Determined to restore its power, Ice Chicken fluttered weakly, making a last effort to reach Hawa, hoping for a quick solution. But before it could reach its destination, its wings gave out, and with a helpless cry, it plummeted straight toward the ground. Dust scattered upon impact as Ice Chicken landed face first, dazed, exhausted, and too weak to lift itself from the dirt path. A sudden shadow loomed overhead. Ice Chicken blinked, confused, as a large paw stepped forward, its owner watching curiously. A menacing, wolf-like creature stood over Ice Chicken, its sharp eyes gleaming with interest as the little creature trembled in fear. Just as the situation seemed dire, a foot stepped in, breaking the tension. Someone had arrived, shifting the moment dramatically. Hawa rushed in, waving a small stick, calling out loudly, determined to protect her tiny friend from any lurking danger. Meanwhile, a floating tray of vegetables hovered above, guided by small spirits, adding to the everyday magic of the village. Jianwu chuckled at the sight, patting the small, excited spirit beside him, amused by the unusual yet efficient teamwork. Hawa, full of energy, twirled happily, overseeing the floating trays, ensuring everything was in perfect order before moving forward. "Let's go!" someone called out, signaling the group to move. The floating trays followed behind, gently bobbing through the air. But something felt off. Jianwu turned suddenly, a strange feeling creeping up his spine, sensing something unexpected in the distance. Jianwu and Hawa noticed Ice Chicken missing. glancing around in confusion, unaware that Dolso had already taken off with something fluffy. Dolso casually walked away, gripping Ice Chicken in its mouth. The little creature dangled helplessly, flapping weakly while Jianwu watched in shock. Ice Chicken struggled, wings twitching, but exhaustion left it powerless. Dolso's steps were steady, unfazed by the commotion happening behind him. Hawa spotted Dolso carrying Ice Chicken, immediately panicked, rushing forward with urgency, arms swinging as she attempted a swift rescue. Jianwu followed, waving frantically at Dolso. His footsteps quickened, determined to stop the situation before it escalated any further. Dolso paused momentarily, ears twitching, as if confused about the commotion. Ice Chicken barely moved, exhausted from earlier struggles and magical depletion. Jianwu slowed down, realizing Dolso wasn't chewing, just holding Ice Chicken gently. Hawa hesitated, still worried about the tiny creature's state. Kong suddenly leaped forward with determination, arms outstretched, charging at Dolso with everything it had, aiming to protect Ice Chicken. The ground shook slightly as Kong missed its mark, landing face first instead. Dolso simply stared, unimpressed by the sudden interference. Kong whined, rubbing its sore head, blinking up at Dolso, who still seemed unbothered, unsure how to react to everything happening. Dolso glanced down at Kong, tilting its head, seemingly more confused than before. Ice Chicken twitched, its tiny body still trembling. Jianwu stepped forward, watching Kong's failed attempt. He sighed, feeling amused yet understanding the small spirit's determination to help. Hawa gently cradled Ice Chicken, sensing warmth in its body. A faint glow surrounded it, signaling that its energy was returning. Ice Chicken flapped excitedly, hovering slightly above Hawa's hands, suddenly feeling lighter, its strength renewed by some unseen magical force. Jianwu observed quietly as Ice Chicken's wings fluttered stronger than before, realizing its weakness had simply been temporary magical depletion. Jianwu turned, noticing Yejun approaching with urgency. Hawa stood nearby, confused by the sudden change in the atmosphere. Yejun's breath was heavy, eyes locked onto Ice Chicken. His voice wavered slightly, showing frustration as he called out. Ice Chicken remained still, its eyes blank. Energy swirled faintly around its body, reacting to the presence of Yejun. Yejun clenched his fists, recalling Ice Chicken's sudden disappearance. He had been searching, feeling betrayed by its abrupt retreat. Hawa observed quietly, sensing tension between the two. Ice Chicken's expression remained unreadable, as if awaiting a final decision. Ice Chicken blinked, twitching slightly. Yejun's frustration softened, but a lingering feeling of uncertainty made him hesitate before stepping forward. Energy flickered around Ice Chicken's wings, pulsing in response. Its thoughts, unspoken, resonated strongly between them, making Yejun pause. Kong observed from the side, tilting its head curiously. The air grew heavier, signaling an unspoken resolution forming between them. Ice Chicken ruffled its feathers, wings spread wide. It had made a decision, one that left Yejun momentarily stunned. Hawa stepped forward, watching Ice Chicken take flight. The energy surrounding it felt different, calmer, yet holding an unshakable determination. The sky reflected Ice Chicken's soaring form. Yejun remained silent, processing the moment, uncertain of what would happen next. Hawa smiled, sensing the situation shifting naturally. Jianwu exhaled, realizing that Ice Chicken had made a choice to stay. Kong clapped its tiny hands, celebrating as if understanding the weight of Ice Chicken's decision better than anyone else. Yejun sighed, rubbing his forehead. His earlier frustration faded into reluctant acceptance, though his expression held lingering emotions. Jianwu patted Yejun's shoulder, offering silent reassurance. Sometimes letting go was simply another way of moving forward. Hawa's expression tightened, frustration bubbling up. Ice Chicken flapped wildly, sensing the tension, while Yejun stood frozen, overwhelmed by emotions. Ice Chicken trembled, wings twitching anxiously. Its cries filled the air, echoing through the surroundings, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Yejun flinched, startled by the outburst. Hawa pointed firmly, expression unwavering, as if ensuring Ice Chicken's voice was finally acknowledged. The air around them felt heavy, But Hawa remained firm. Ice Chicken fluttered, as if desperately trying to prove something important. Jaeon-woo exhaled, watching the situation unfold. Hawa's energy pulsed strongly, her determination unwavering, making it clear she wouldn't back down. Ice Chicken's voice softened, wings lowering slightly. Yejun stared, unsure how to respond, realization slowly dawning in his mind. The tension lingered, but Jeon-woo took a step forward, silently observing as emotions shifted between the two in quiet understanding. Yejun sighed, shoulders loosening. Ice Chicken hovered, energy now calmer, its gaze locked onto the person it had long known. The decision had been made. Ice Chicken's heart wavered for a moment before settling into newfound resolve, its wings beating confidently. Jeon-woo smiled, sensing the moment's closure. Hawa folded her arms, satisfied, as Ice Chicken's energy finally stabilized once again. The air felt lighter. Ice Chicken flapped happily, circling above Yejun, its tiny figure glowing under the warm afternoon light. Yejun exhaled, nodding slightly. He finally understood Ice Chicken's feelings, letting go of frustration, accepting their new dynamic with ease. Jaeon-woo watched the two, amused by how things unfolded. Hawa twirled in place, celebrating the successful resolution of lingering conflicts. Their journey continued, Ice Chicken soared, feeling freer than ever. The village remained lively, yet something had shifted in the air. A new chapter awaited. Ice Chicken and Yejun walked side by side, knowing that change wasn't an end, but a beginning. The tension in the room grew as a frustrated woman paced. Her voice echoed, filled with urgency, as concern weighed on her. A composed assistant stepped forward, attempting to calm the situation. The woman, however, was too agitated to consider any logical reasoning. Frustration boiled over as she recalled Jeon-woo's rejection. His refusal to engage with Shinhwa Group complicated their plans significantly. A blonde woman speculated on Jeon-woo's unexpected decision. His success in farming might explain why he rejected their offer. The realization only deepened the problem. If their connection soured, unwanted consequences could arise, jeopardizing relationships beyond just business matters. A sudden determination sparked. The woman clenched her fist, vowing to mend ties before irreversible damage affected their standing. With newfound resolve, she declared her intent. If Jeon-woo wouldn't cooperate naturally, they would ensure things turned in their favor. The assistant hesitated, but nodded. There was no other choice. They had to act quickly before the situation worsened beyond repair. Outside, laughter filled the air. Jeon-woo and Hawa walked together, completely unaware of the storm brewing behind closed doors. The wind carried their carefree voices, untouched by the business world's chaos. But change was approaching, faster than they realized. The night sky stretched above a quiet house, while distant figures approached, carrying concerns that would soon disturb the peaceful air. A woman stepped forward, her expression tense. She carried an important matter, one that couldn't wait any longer for discussion. The woman hesitated slightly, sensing an unfamiliar presence nearby. She wasn't alone in seeking an answer to an unresolved situation. Laughter echoed in the air. Jeon-woo stood confidently, unaware of the weight of the conversation about to unfold. Another woman, smiling, introduced herself warmly. Yet beneath her friendly tone, unspoken concerns hinted at a deeper, unresolved tension. The mood shifted inside, uncertainty lingering between them. Jeon-woo listened quietly, though his relaxed demeanor didn't falter in the slightest. A woman leaned forward, voice steady but laced with something deeper. She wanted answers, and she wasn't leaving without them. Jeon-woo sensed the tension, choosing his words carefully. Yet, the situation seemed more complicated than a simple misunderstanding. A sudden outburst cracked the air, causing a brief shock. The unexpected reaction made the discussion even more complicated. Realization dawned upon them. This conversation wouldn't be an easy one. The situation had grown far beyond a mere business decision. The woman crossed her arms, her determination unwavering. Jeon-woo, however, remained calm, choosing patience over reacting impulsively. Another attempt at reasoning followed, but resistance remained. There was a push and pull, A battle of perspectives neither would yield. Meanwhile, outside, Hawa and Kaong continued their cheerful work, blissfully unaware of the intense conversation happening indoors. Floating trays of fresh produce hovered, a stark contrast to the brewing storm inside, where conflicting interests clashed. Jianwu extended a gesture, offering freshly harvested chilies, subtly redirecting the conversation toward something much simpler, an unspoken truce. A hesitant smile formed as Yuna glanced at the green chili. She wasn't confident, knowing her tolerance for spice was non-existent. Laughter erupted nearby as someone teased Yuna's delicate taste buds. The situation seemed harmless, but a deeper challenge had already begun. Something caught her attention. Her gaze sharpened, eyes locked onto unexpected details, realizing there was something special about this particular crop. Shock rippled through her body upon discovering the ranking. The chili wasn't ordinary, it held an extraordinary classification beyond normal expectations. Confusion filled her mind. Even Jianwu's relaxed demeanor couldn't explain how something seemingly simple held such an unusual status. Jianwu chuckled, brushing off the concerns. He gestured toward Hawa, encouraging Yuna to take a bite despite her doubts. Hesitation lingered, but curiosity won. Yuna took a deep breath, deciding to trust the situation unfolding before her. She lifted the chili, her grip tightening. The atmosphere shifted slightly, as if fate had already determined what was coming next. She took a bite. The moment her teeth sank in, her entire body tensed, an unknown sensation spreading rapidly through her. Across the table, others followed suit, unaware of the fiery challenge awaiting them in that deceptively harmless green chili. A heat wave surged through Yuna's body, eyes widening as a fiery sensation spread. A second later, chaos erupted in every direction. Flames of regret burned in her expression as she gasped. The chili's spice far exceeded anything she had ever imagined. Desperate cries for relief filled the room. Milk appeared instantly, hurried hands offering salvation to those caught in the overwhelming heat. Yuna snatched the cup, chugging the milk in record time. Relief washed over her, but embarrassment still lingered in her mind. A deep sigh followed. The challenge was over, but the memory of that fateful bite would haunt her for a while. Yuna's eyes narrowed as she turned toward Jianwu. Her suspicions grew, feeling deceived by his earlier reassurances about the chili. Jianwu defended himself, insisting he never lied. Hawa, unaware of the situation, happily munched on another chili beside him. A sudden heat wave struck Hawa, her tiny body trembling. Her cheeks puffed, and an intense fiery sensation overtook her completely. The burning heat made her jump. Face flushed as flames of spice overwhelmed her senses, spreading throughout her entire body instantly. Tears welled up as she reached for relief. A cup of milk appeared, her hands grabbing it desperately before drinking. Hawa gasped after gulping the milk, her eyes still teary. The overwhelming spice remained, but her determination kept her standing. She raised a finger dramatically, announcing her triumph over the chili's fiery challenge. The adults around her watched in disbelief. Yuna couldn't believe it. If even adults suffered from the spice, how could Hawa handle it with such determination? Someone analyzed the chili's effects, realizing that despite its extreme heat, it never exceeded a point where pain became unbearable. The realization dawned upon them. The chili's spiciness vanished completely after drinking milk, leaving only its rich, flavorful essence behind. Everyone took another cautious bite, feeling the spice once more. This time they embraced it, understanding its unique and complex taste. Jianwu watched in amusement as they slowly accepted the chili. Hawa, victorious, stood beside him with a triumphant smile. The night settled in, laughter filling the air. Plates emptied as the spicy meal turned into an unexpected bonding experience. As the night ended, Yuna prepared to leave. She expressed gratitude, though she still struggled to process the strange experience. Before parting, she questioned Jianwu's decision again. Selling the chili as a premium product might be far more profitable. Jianwu laughed, carrying a fresh bag of chilies. His work continued, despite past concerns about whether to sell them. Yuna's expression shifted as she watched. Jianwu's persistence never wavered. always staying true to his choices, no matter the circumstances. He teased her about their earlier conversation, playfully threatening to leave chilies outside her restaurant instead of officially supplying them. A moment of hesitation followed before Yuna finally accepted the situation. She understood that Gi-on-woo's decisions came from deep conviction. A cheerful atmosphere surrounded them. Even without a formal business deal, a friendly bond had been established through unexpected challenges. Laughter echoed as Gi-on-woo stood with Hawa, reflecting on the successful taste testing. The event had left quite an impact. Meanwhile, Yuna's mother beamed proudly, teasing about potential future connections. Yuna, caught off guard, reacted in pure embarrassment. The chili experiment had concluded with overwhelmingly strong reactions. Despite the initial hesitation, it had unexpectedly strengthened bonds between everyone involved. As the day ended, a calm breeze swept through the village. A small bird perched nearby, watching the peaceful scenery. From the distance, Hawa's voice rang out. Energy filled the air as a new day of work was about to begin. Hawa stretched her arms, feeling unexpectedly light. She wondered if the lingering effects of the chili had given her more energy. Gi-on-woo observed with curiosity, questioning whether the unusual chili had benefits beyond taste, perhaps even improving circulation or vitality. The previous day's success filled him with pride. The chili had been accepted, and excitement for future opportunities had begun. Just as work was about to start, an unexpected noise interrupted the moment. The group turned, startled by the sudden commotion. Confused expressions formed as everyone looked toward the source. Something unexpected had appeared, shifting the mood in an instant. Thick smoke rose into the sky, dark clouds twisting above the schoolyard. The eerie silence was broken by distant, haunting wails. Footsteps pounded against the ground as Gi-on-woo rushed forward. Smoke billowed in the distance, hinting at trouble beyond the walls. With Kong and Hawa clinging tightly, Gi-on-woo leaped over the wall, his instincts screaming that something was terribly wrong. A loud explosion shattered the air, dust clouds surging outward. The force of impact sent a heavy tremor through the ground. The sound had originated from the only school in Mukgari village, positioned dangerously close to their home and farmland. A sinking feeling settled in Gi-on-woo's chest. Monsters lurking inside the school? That possibility was both absurd and terrifying. The dust began to clear, revealing a shadowed figure standing ominously. Gi-on-woo's grip tightened as unease washed over him. Hawa's sharp eyes locked onto the disturbance. Something about this presence felt unnatural, like an unseen force had taken hold. A sudden surge of movement sent debris flying. Gi-on-woo braced himself as powerful energy rippled through the schoolyard. "Sharpen up!" a voice boomed. A blur of movement followed as two figures clashed mid-air, exchanging rapid, powerful strikes. Gi-on-woo's eyes widened. This wasn't a monster attack, it was a battle. But between whom, and for what reason? Two well-dressed men stood in the courtyard, dust swirling around them. Their suits seemed out of place in this destruction. Gi-on-woo's mouth opened, but before he could question, one of them casually greeted him as if nothing had happened. The fight had been mere light exercise, as they put it. To Gi-on-woo, that explanation made no sense at all. With effortless confidence, one adjusted his tie. He clarified that they hadn't even used a fraction of their true strength. Gi-on-woo exhaled, forcing a laugh. The world was changing, but was he truly ready for what came next? Hawa and Kong stood together, their movements mimicking the martial artists they had just seen, their energy flowing with confidence. Gi-on-woo's eyes widened. What started as playful imitation now looked surprisingly precise, almost like they had a natural fighting instinct. The observers around them whispered in amazement. Could they have hidden potential? Or was it simply a coincidence in movement? One of the well-dressed men nodded in approval. To him, it wasn't just play, it was a demonstration of raw talent. Gi-on-woo hesitated. Could Hawa and Kong really possess natural martial arts ability? The thought was both intriguing and unexpected. Hawa excitedly cheered, unaware of the significance behind her actions. Kong, still energetic, copied her movements with perfect synchronization. Gi-on-woo chuckled, brushing off the idea. There was no way this was real talent. It had to be mere luck. However, the martial artist watching them seemed unconvinced. He observed their footwork and posture with sharp, calculating eyes. Breaking the silence, he mentioned another topic. There was something else he needed to discuss with Jian-Woo privately. Jian-Woo's expression changed slightly. He wasn't sure what this was about, but the tone hinted at something important. Jian-Woo agreed, following the man toward the building. The unexpected meeting left him curious, yet slightly cautious. A woman greeted them warmly at the entrance, recognizing Jian-Woo. She welcomed him inside, eager to continue the discussion. Hawa and Kong trailed behind, still brimming with excitement. Whatever was happening, they were simply happy to be included. The building's modern design stood out in the village. It was a sign that something bigger was happening behind the scenes. Inside, the air felt different. Jian-Woo was about to learn something that could shift the course of his future. Hawa's excitement was contagious, her cheerful energy filling the air as everyone prepared for the long-awaited meal together. A well-dressed woman announced that the food was ready. The table was full of delicious dishes, carefully prepared for them. The aroma of freshly cooked meals spread. Jian-Woo, Hawa, and Kong sat down, eager to enjoy their meal. Kong's eyes glimmered, but his bowl was empty. Jian-Woo promised he wouldn't forget to feed him after eating. Jian-Woo expressed gratitude, surprised by the luxurious meal. The effort put into breakfast made him wonder about their true intentions. A light-hearted conversation followed. However, tension arose when Yuna's mother made a casual yet surprising statement about their relationship. Yuna was quick to correct her, pointing out that they weren't technically neighbors, despite how often they met. Confusion settled over the group. The debate over whether they were truly neighbors became an oddly amusing topic. Suddenly, the conversation shifted. Yuna's mother had something important to discuss with Jian-Woo regarding his farming business. She revealed that Su-chan had made a request on Jian-Woo's behalf, something that could significantly impact his future. The mention of Su-chan caught Jian-Woo off guard. His curiosity piqued as he waited for the full explanation. The request involved the rare green chilies, a product with unexpected value. The offer was tied to the Manhwa group. Yuna's mother revealed a shocking offer. If Jian-Woo accepted, he could gain full profit from their high-value sales. The weight of the decision settled in. Before he could respond, she mentioned having another appointment to attend. As she left, Jian-Woo remained speechless. The proposal was too big to ignore, but was it truly the right path? Jian-Woo hesitated as Yuna's mother confronted him. He originally planned to refuse, but found himself unable to resist her persuasion. The weight of the decision settled in. Against his initial plans, he agreed to supply a portion of the green chilies. A sudden reaction from Yuna's mother caught him off guard. Her exclamation of disbelief left him unsure how to respond. Jian-Woo struggled to explain, feeling cornered. He hadn't meant anything negative, but his choice clearly surprised everyone present. Yuna's mother narrowed her eyes, making him nervous. The unexpected turn of events left him unsure of what would happen next. For a moment, silence filled the air. Yuna's mother looked at him, seemingly processing his decision with deep thought. Her tense expression softened slightly. She thanked him, though Jian-Woo wasn't sure if it was genuine or just relief. Just as things settled, an unfamiliar notification appeared before Jian-Woo. The unexpected message left him momentarily speechless. The text revealed he had completed a challenge. Alongside that, he had gained a new skill he had never expected. Excitement surged within him. Not only had he overcome an obstacle, but he had also unlocked an ability beyond his imagination. Jian-Woo stood frozen, staring at the glowing screen. Hawa, Yuna, and Kong looked at him with confusion and concern. A nervous sweat formed as he questioned the message. The words, "What was the challenge?" echoed in his mind repeatedly. Jian-Woo scratched his head, confused by the challenge he apparently completed. The crowd watched, expecting him to recall something important. A researcher stepped forward, holding a clipboard. The villagers stared, sensing something significant was about to be revealed about his achievement. Jian-Woo would soon learn what challenge he had unknowingly completed. His farming journey had just taken an unexpected and serious turn. News from the research laboratory arrived, carrying crucial information. Everyone waited anxiously, knowing this would determine Jian Wu's next farming steps. The researchers successfully bred hellgrass weed, a rare plant. Cheers erupted. Excitement filled the air as they realized its powerful potential. The challenge required Jian Wu to double his crops. He never imagined that would include growing such an unusual and dangerous plant. A small creature observed the hellgrass weed's eerie glow. Its presence hinted at deeper mysteries behind the plant's strange growth. The cultivation of poisonous plants had never been his goal. Yet here he was, successfully growing something entirely unexpected. Jian Wu completed the challenge and felt a surge of power. Somehow he had gained a new farming-related skill from this. Hawa ran ahead, humming happily. Meanwhile, Jian Wu walked in silence, contemplating what this new skill truly meant for him. Jian Wu glanced at Hawa, lost in thought. Her carefree energy contrasted with his serious contemplation of his strange farming ability. A bright notification appeared before him. It revealed a skill he didn't recognize, something entirely new for his farming journey. This skill allowed him to access a dungeon farmland, a mysterious place where farming rules and conditions were completely different. He pondered its usefulness. Could this skill help him? Or would it create even more challenges for his unpredictable farming life? Lost in thought, he barely noticed their arrival. Hawa cheerfully hummed, completely unaware of the weight on Jian Wu's mind. Jian Wu stood before the messy field, sighing. The once organized land had become wild from neglect, requiring immediate attention. Weeds had spread across the field, overtaking the crops. He regretted not checking sooner, knowing the extra effort now needed. Instead of worrying about new skills, he decided to focus on fixing the field first. There was always work to do. Jian Wu turned to Hawa, asking her to summon the ground spirits. Their help could make restoring the field much easier. Excited, Hawa raised her hand enthusiastically, ready to call upon the spirits. But as usual, things didn't go as expected. With a playful gesture, Hawa activated her ability. However, something unexpected happened, leaving her stunned and confused. Instead of gentle spirits appearing, an energetic small creature jumped around, its presence causing even more commotion. The summoned creature bounced happily, spreading an unusual energy. Jian Wu had no idea what it was supposed to do. Then, out of nowhere, a large creature appeared. Its sudden presence startled everyone, making them freeze in place. Jian Wu was simply discussing farming, yet somehow this massive creature was now part of the situation. Total confusion filled the air. The large creature stared at Jian Wu, its serious expression making the situation feel even stranger. This wasn't a normal spirit. Before Jian Wu could react, the creature took charge, deciding the farm's future. It seemed to have its own ideas. Jian Wu tried to intervene, but the creature's commanding voice boomed. Spirits, who usually followed orders, suddenly hesitated. The creature scolded the spirits for relying on Jian Wu too much. It demanded they take more responsibility for their work. The spirits, usually carefree, felt pressured. Jian Wu had unknowingly summoned not just helpers but a leader with strong opinions. The large spirit glared at the smaller ones, its words sharp. The ground spirits trembled, understanding their mistake in relying too much. Hearing the harsh words, the spirits suddenly straightened up. Determined not to appear weak, they prepared themselves for a new challenge. The spirit's voice softened. It encouraged them, recognizing their potential. If they worked together, they could accomplish something truly incredible. Encouraged by the words, the ground spirits cheered. Their fear turned into excitement as they realized their true strength. With a determined cry, the large spirit declared the start of plowing. The smaller spirits rushed forward, ready for hard work. Watching the spirits work so efficiently, Jian Wu couldn't help but be impressed. This was beyond anything he had expected. Hawa cheered happily, unaware of Jian Wu's inner thoughts. Meanwhile, he stood frozen, wondering what exactly was happening. His mind filled with questions. What was he supposed to do now? His farming methods had just taken a strange turn. Despite his doubts, the spirits continued working. The land, once neglected, quickly transformed under their precise and energetic efforts. Rather than overthinking, Jian Wu decided to accept it. If they could work faster, maybe things would turn out fine. Elsewhere, inside a restaurant, a woman looked surprised. She glanced at her guest, sensing something was bothering him. A serious man hesitated before responding. His expression hardened, but he assured her that the food was not the issue. She sighed in relief, but he continued. There was something on his mind, something unrelated to her cooking. He complimented the food, explaining how the flavors had improved over time. Today's meal especially had exceeded expectations. With a thoughtful expression, he added that the ingredients played the biggest role. Something about them felt different, even special. Sitting at the bar, the man let out a sigh. Even with good food, thoughts kept clouding his distracted mind. He tried to focus, but his worries remained. Something felt off, an unease he couldn't shake no matter what. A name came to his mind, the Road to Heaven tea, a drink famous for its incredible yet dangerous effects. This tea was legendary, spreading worldwide. Those who drank it claimed they felt as if they were floating in clouds. But its effects were dangerous, similar to an addictive drug. Drinking it brought energy, yet came with unexpected side effects. Leaning back, he exhaled deeply, imagining the chaos. The tea had caused a stir, affecting even the most passionate tea drinkers. Among them was Jung Soo-jin, leader of Iceline Guild. He was one of the most devoted tea lovers. If the tea had been outright poison, a solution would be easy, but its effects made it a complicated issue. Shaking his head, he set his thoughts aside. The main dessert had arrived, finally pulling him back to reality. Curious, he leaned forward. The chef had mentioned a new dish. What exactly was it? He needed to see. His eyes widened as he saw the dish. On the plate sat a single green chili. Was this really the dessert? The chef confidently confirmed it. There was no mistake. This was the intended dish, a fresh green chili served alone. Frustration crept in. How could something so ordinary be called a dessert? He wasn't sure whether to laugh or argue. He considered the possibility of a prank, but knowing the chef's personality, a joke like this seemed highly unlikely. Deciding to test it himself, he bit into the chili. Instantly, his expression changed, fire spreading through his mouth. With a determined look, he grabbed the chili and took a confident bite. Instantly, his expression changed as heat spread. The chef smirked, watching his reaction. Curious, she leaned forward and asked how it tasted, awaiting his honest response. He clenched his fists as sweat dripped down. The chili was unbelievably spicy, yet an unexpected rush of energy filled him. Instead of feeling exhausted, he suddenly felt invigorated. His body tingled, as if the overwhelming heat had sparked something inside. Slamming the table, he stood up excitedly. Resting was no longer an option. He had things to do, energy to burn. The chef stood frozen, watching the man leave. His reaction was unexpected. Was that chili truly enough to boost his energy? She glanced at the plate, staring at the remaining chili. Could something this small really have such a powerful effect? Life moved along quietly for everyone else, but something subtle had started to shift in the air around Jianwu. His family stood strong, always together, but even the closest bonds can tremble when the foundation beneath them begins to change. Jung Soo-jin, usually composed, looked tired, emotionally distant, like her mind wandered somewhere far beyond the reach of daily routines. Once known for strength and order, she now moved like fog, uncertain and slow, fading deeper into exhaustion without explanation. Her thoughts floated unfinished, and the spark in her eyes dimmed, as though her world had begun slowing down completely. Mornings became quieter. The only movement came from her fingers, wrapping gently around a warm cup filled with fragrant herbal tea. That tea, soft and subtle, became part of her routine, something comforting in the middle of days growing strangely still. She drank more each time, unaware that the warmth brought with it a silence deeper than anyone had really noticed. The tea dulled her edges slowly, smoothing her energy into a stillness that felt safe, but was quietly stealing her strength. When the tea ran out, her body lagged behind, sinking into lethargy like roots forgetting how to grow toward sunlight. Hoping to break the routine, they took her outside, feet shuffling gently toward a place remembered from lighter, happier days. Each step felt like effort, but sunlight touched her skin and the world didn't feel quite as far away anymore. The restaurant lights glowed softly, familiar smells drifted in the air, and the table felt like it belonged to her again. Her eyes softened at the small gestures, the warmth of shared space, quiet comfort, people trying gently to remind her she mattered. Just as calm settled in, footsteps approached with purpose, and an unfamiliar voice stirred the air, pulling everything sharply back. A familiar face greeted them with a half-smile, her presence oddly formal, like she knew something they didn't just yet. Tension flickered in the air. Their names called aloud made hearts jump, like being caught doing something you didn't understand. Confusion spread across the group's faces as cryptic words were spoken, stirring curiosity and a quiet hint of unease. She offered no clear answers, only a gesture to follow, like flipping a page without finishing the last paragraph. With a graceful turn, she led them inward, promising warmth and food like comfort waiting at the end of winter. Plates arrived quickly, steak, pasta, sides all steaming, each dish holding the kind of care you could taste before the first bite. The potato with steak was the quiet hero, perfectly cooked, buttery, with just enough crisp to feel like home again. Though Jung Soo-jin barely touched food lately, this one moment cracked through her silence like sunlight piercing a frozen lake. A slow bite, a soft exhale, her expression shifted gently, as if part of her had just remembered how to live. Watching her chew, tearful laughter bubbled up. Even small victories felt massive when you'd spent so long waiting for something better. Across the table, quiet stares turned into giggles as the family noticed their dad piling potatoes high like it was strategy. If potatoes were motivation, he'd clear the plate for her, trying hard to keep spirits light without making it obvious. The chef, amused, hinted that separating the dishes could have saved effort, but the moment had already done what medicine couldn't. Her praise, soft and sincere, landed heavier than expected, leaving him grinning like a schoolboy caught being sweet without meaning to. Before emotions took over, dessert arrived, a surprise finale, signaling the end of dinner, but not the healing that quietly bloomed from it. The lid lifted with flair, revealing the next surprise, something unexpected that made everyone pause with unsure but curious expressions. Eager faces turned confused as they stared down at green vegetables, barely dressed, sitting plainly on an otherwise empty plate. Doubt crept across the table. This new dish seemed too simple, almost unfinished, like something pulled straight from the garden. But the chef stood firm, assuring them it was intentional, meant to be tasted raw, bold in its untouched form. Spirits dipped. Jung Soo-jin's slight recovery now hung in balance, uncertain whether this strange course would ruin the progress. Her lips parted hesitantly, eyes distant, but somewhere in her hesitation was a spark, faint yet pushing her toward the challenge. She lifted one pod slowly, pausing, then made the decision. It wasn't hunger, but something deeper that made her try. The first bite hit hard. Unexpected spice jolted her senses awake like a switch flipping on in a dimmed hallway. Reactions around the table were mixed. Surprise, laughter, tears from the kick, but the odd little veggie had stirred something powerful inside. Even Jun-woo blinked in disbelief as his mother kept chewing, calm and collected, like the heat barely fazed her. Suddenly, Jung Soo-jin stood up. No hesitation, no wobble, just energy, as if her body remembered how to live again. Everyone stared wide-eyed. The woman they tiptoed around for weeks now beamed with energy, like she'd just won a race. She smiled warmly, saying the heat somehow snapped everything back into place. No fog, no fatigue, just fire in her veins. The kids watched, speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as the room filled with renewed life and stunned joy. The meal may have ended, but what it gave them, hope, warmth, laughter, lingered like flavor that refuses to be forgotten. After the meal, Soo-jin turned to the chef with a rare brightness, her voice steady, her posture almost radiant. She admitted the strange dish had worked wonders. Her mind felt clearer, her body lighter, like waking from a long dream. Night crept over the city as her stomach let out a growl, playful and honest. She was truly hungry again. For the first time in ages, her appetite returned with laughter. The idea of restarting dinner suddenly felt amazing. That night marked a turning point, the first confirmed case of someone recovering from the strange side effects of that tea. News traveled fast, headlines spun out of control as reporters scrambled to uncover what had suddenly healed someone so completely. All anyone knew was that her health bounced back after a single strange dish served at Chef Suchan's restaurant. Whispers filled the room. Speculation brewed. Officials leaned in, wondering if something ordinary had somehow flipped into the extraordinary overnight. Eyes widened as the pieces came together. This wasn't coincidence. It had to be something specific, something on that very plate. A single green chili, gleaming with mystery, sat untouched on a clean white dish, suddenly the most talked-about vegetable in town. Somewhere far from the buzz, a pen tapped lightly on a screen, marking a quiet but powerful revelation in data. S-rank green chili has this effect, the report read, simple but stunning, like discovering magic growing in the middle of dinner. Headlines exploded across devices, screens lit up with the news, healing, spice, and the end of a lethargic curse. In another part of town, cheerful faces gathered around a tablet, grinning at the unexpected fame now attached to their small circle. While others planned investigations and headlines, these few simply smiled, grateful that one strange dish had brought everything back to life. Chef Suchan scratched her head, speechless. She hadn't expected things to work quite so explosively well, if she's honest. Sure, recovery was the goal, but watching Jung Soo-jin march around like she aged backwards left everyone slightly stunned and amused. The wheelchair sat abandoned nearby, looking lonely and confused, like it too wasn't sure what just happened or why it mattered. Left staring at the empty chair, the chef could only sigh, wondering if dinner just accidentally cured someone's entire life. People gathered in front of Restaurant Jane, murmuring in excitement. No one expected this quiet place to suddenly gain attention. So Chan stood inside, confused by the growing crowd. He had no idea what was causing all this commotion today. He rubbed his temple, scanning the scene outside. Everything felt unreal, like waking up late and missing something important without knowing why. His heart sank, realizing people weren't just eating. They were healing. It wasn't a coincidence anymore. Something bigger was happening now. He picked up a business card from a pharmaceutical company, suddenly wondering if his cooking had crossed into something dangerous or medical. A girl danced joyfully in the street, claiming she felt completely healed. Everyone clapped, and cameras immediately started recording everything. The restaurant's popularity skyrocketed overnight, so Chan's dishes were said to cure diseases no treatments or therapies could ever touch. Reporters crowded the restaurant entrance, shouting questions. They asked if his food was related to experimental drugs or recent health breakthroughs, so Chan stayed silent, overwhelmed by the pressure. He didn't understand anything either, and the attention was starting to feel scary. Suddenly, a man in a black suit appeared, speaking calmly. The noisy crowd instantly hushed, sensing his authority and presence. So Chan tried to stay calm, but the situation felt bigger than him. He never intended for things to go viral. The man in black adjusted his collar and walked forward, offering to discuss everything if So-chan felt ready now. Elsewhere in the sky, a floating island drifted above farmland. Whatever started with food seemed connected to something far stranger. White-haired Lilia arranged horned bunnies in line, gently keeping order as magical creatures waited their turn in front of her. Bright red heart balloons floated beside them, signaling something festive. Yet the world had just started changing in very unusual ways. Hawa and the spirit child burst forward with sparkly energy, ready to help Jian-woo by trimming bunny horns quickly. Jian-woo stood by the door holding clothes. The sight of two excited kids prepping for bunny care made him smile. They changed into new outfits, striking dramatic poses. Jian-woo tried not to laugh but was genuinely impressed by their spirit. Their enthusiasm brought energy to the farm. With excitement and focus, they turned trimming into something fun, not just a task. Because of them, Jian-woo's little operation turned into something efficient. The bunnies lined up, and the vibe felt professional. Bunnies waited patiently while Jian-woo trimmed horns gently. He worked with focus, feeling like this simple routine had new purpose now. Suddenly, a bunny called for Kyung, flailing in confusion. Something wasn't right, and Gyeon-woo raised an eyebrow instinctively. Rumors began swirling about strange energy effects. The bunnies seemed healthier, happier, even stronger after horn trimming. Word spread surprisingly fast. Gyeon-woo looked up at the sky and nodded. There was definitely something more going on than just good grooming. He examined a trimmed horn marked A+. Its value in alchemy was huge. Somehow farming turned into something unexpectedly magical. Gyeon-woo became more cautious after Kyung's horn went viral. Suddenly, trimming horns had PR consequences he never imagined facing. Kyung looked up with big eyes, begging for a trim. But Gyeon-woo hesitated, remembering what happened last time online. He leaned down and gently explained Kyung's horn was iconic now. Losing it would spark panic across every feed and forum. The other bunnies panicked, whispering about disappearing horns. Even they knew Kyung had become some kind of fluffy celebrity overnight. Kyung sighed dramatically, shoulders slumped. Being famous wasn't easy, especially when you're a magical bunny with your own internet fan base. Hwa grinned confidently, clearly up to something. Gyeon-woo paused, unsure if he should feel worried or trust her plan. One bunny tilted its head in confusion, watching Hwa's excitement. Gyeon-woo's curiosity kicked in when she pointed dramatically with purpose. Without delay, Hwa got to work. Cotton puffs flew everywhere as she worked on something only she seemed to understand. Gyeon-woo leaned closer while she carefully shaped something from trimmed fluff. "There we go," she cheered, with a proud little nod. To their surprise, the bunny now wore a fluffy hat. Gyeon-woo blinked twice, unsure if this counted as fashion. Gyeon-woo held up the makeshift hat. It was stylish, ridiculous, and somehow a genius cover for the missing horn. Hwa spun dramatically, taking full credit. The bunny's ears wobbled, showing off its fabulous new hat with surprising elegance and pride. Still, Gyeon-woo couldn't figure out how Hwa made it so perfectly. His brain accepted it as spirit logic, probably. Another bunny sulked nearby, clearly jealous. Its horn couldn't be cut, and the puff hat idea didn't apply to it. Kong slowly approached, ears twitching. Gyeon-woo tilted his head, sensing a request coming before the words even left Kong's mouth. Kong hopped excitedly, asking Gyeon-woo to trim his horns. Gyeon-woo hesitated, unsure if Kong truly needed trimming at all. Kong begged more, jumping and mimicking others. Gyeon-woo didn't want to disappoint him, but wasn't confident about the outcome either. Gyeon-woo scratched his head. He wasn't sure how spirit horns worked, especially ones attached to such a weirdly energetic creature. If he said no, Kong would ignore him. If he said yes, something weird might happen. The dilemma felt oddly familiar. A light bulb popped above his head. He smiled and offered a compromise. Horn trimming, but only after Kong became an adult. The trimmed bunnies admired Kyung's untouched horn. Jealous whispers filled the air, wondering if not trimming was actually more prestigious. Lee Jong-woo walked past, pretending not to hear their gossip. He secretly agreed it might be special after all. Kong sat quietly on the ground, clearly disappointed. He didn't understand why Jong-woo wouldn't cut his horn like others. Jong-woo crouched beside Kong with a small smile. He appreciated Kong's understanding, even if things were left unclear for now. In the middle of it all, he realized he hadn't even graded Kyung's horn. That could change everything again. Gyeon-woo pulled out a scanning crystal and held the horn steady. A soft chime sounded, then the result appeared. His eyes widened as the scanner confirmed the unbelievable. Kyung's trimmed horn had been graded at an ultra-rare classification. X grade, X grade. The kind of item that didn't follow normal rules. It could mean priceless treasure. Or something entirely unpredictable. Gyeon-woo remembered the global grading scale. From F to S, everything had order. EX stood outside in its own realm. That single grade could mean divine artifact or unstable anomaly. He didn't know which yet, but either way it mattered. His eyes lit up in shock. X grade meant Kyung's horn was stronger, rarer, and possibly more powerful than anything expected. Jian Wu lifted the glowing horn, feeling the energy radiate. Even holding it felt different, like balancing lightning in his hand. He turned to speak, but got distracted by Hawa tugging his sleeve, trying to get his attention back to reality. Meanwhile, the bunny Kyung sat proudly nearby, perfectly calm, looking like he always knew he was born to be exceptional. Jian Wu sighed, half amused, half awed. This fluffy creature really might be a legend. "It's that surprising, Kyung," he mumbled with a grin. The buzzing stopped Li Jianwu mid-thought. He looked up, surprised to see a giant bee floating right toward him. Without hesitation, the bee hovered and offered something. It cradled a strange object that shimmered faintly with magical warmth and glow. The scanner revealed it, the cocoon of a queen rock bee. A rare item, far beyond anything he expected. Jian Wu stood frozen. First Kyung's horn, now this? He realized one thing. Life on the farm was no longer ordinary. The rooftop buzzed with excitement. Hawa and the others gathered as strange warmth radiated from inside the large bee cocoon. El asked if anything was wrong. Hawa smiled, feeling something magical building. The group looked on, unsure what to expect. Suddenly the cocoon cracked. Everyone flinched. Something inside pushed against the shell, and light spilled through the growing fracture lines. Tiny yellow fluff balls popped out, chirping joyfully. They wobbled around, eyes wide, voices loud. The cocoon had successfully hatched adorable life. Hawa's eyes sparkled as she realized what just happened. She threw her hands up in joy, completely overwhelmed with happiness. The baby creatures were healthy and happy thanks to Elle's gentle care. She had been quietly nurturing them all along. Even Kyung leaned in, watching the newborns curiously. Hawa patted him proudly, already acting like their unofficial farm guardian and nurse. Hawa cradled the babies lovingly, her wings fluttering softly. Her joy overflowed, the energy of new life glowing in her arms. Li Jianwu smiled and asked if she was really that happy. She nodded eagerly, holding the chicks like treasure. Beside her, Elle beamed just as brightly. Everyone could feel the warmth. Even the bunnies clapped their tiny paws together. While others celebrated, Hawa noticed something. Not all the eggs had hatched. Some still sat cold and quiet in their nest. Her expression softened. She explained that these two survived against the odds, and that made them even more precious to her. With both hands, she lifted them up, declaring she would raise them strong. These would grow into truly great chickens. Li Jianwu nodded gently, watching her determination. Even unhatched eggs left behind taught them something about care, patience, and unexpected miracles. And so, on this tiny rooftop, the family grew again. Chicks, bunnies, bees, and spirits, all part of Junwoo's home. Li Jianwu gently patted Hawa's head. She beamed with pride, holding the baby chicks as if they were treasure. He nodded, fully trusting Elle. If she's raising them, they'll definitely grow strong and healthy, even with Hawa's dramatic support. With energy buzzing, Jian Wu led them off somewhere. Everyone followed eagerly, unaware of what little surprises the day held next. He suddenly remembered something in his inventory, the queen rock bee's cocoon. Still unopened, it might be ready to hatch soon. He pulled it out and examined it. The shape hadn't changed much, but he felt it pulsing faintly with energy. A small label on the cocoon explained everything. It hadn't begun yet, but would hatch when the time was right. Jian Wu stared, piecing things together. Was this one from before? Had it been dormant since the early days on farm? He wondered if it belonged to a different queen rock bee. Could there really be multiple hatching at the same time? He scratched his head, realizing he didn't actually know much about bees. Not the regular ones, definitely not magical rock bees. Then suddenly a memory sparked in his head. He gasped, snapping his fingers, realizing exactly who could help him now. Jian Wu walked with Kong and Elle down the street. He had someone in mind and hoped they were home. They arrived outside a quiet building. Jian Wu hesitated at the door, then confidently rang the bell with a steady hand. He smiled when he heard footsteps inside. Someone responded warmly from behind the door, heading over to open it up. The door cracked open, and a woman peeked out, surprised. She blinked hard, clearly not expecting visitors at this moment. Jeon-woo grinned and waved casually. "Hi!" Elle chimed in too. Whatever came next, it was already starting to feel right. The woman screamed in pure panic, clearly overwhelmed. Lee Jeon-woo flinched, unsure if they knocked on the wrong door entirely. Behind him, Kong and Elle looked nervous. The reaction wasn't what anyone expected from a simple visit about bees. The woman slammed the door, yelling to wait. The hallway echoed with thuds and frantic shuffling inside the apartment. Lee Jeon-woo blinked at the door, wondering if he should leave. Kong just stared, tail twitching from the tension. She yelled, "No!" from inside. Apparently, leaving wasn't an option. Everyone waited awkwardly for whatever was happening behind the door. After a few minutes, she returned. Different outfit, calmer smile, still slightly flustered. Jeon-woo could barely keep a straight face. Ella tilted her head and whispered "Hawa Tilda" like it was some secret code. Jeon-woo just nodded and kept smiling. They were invited in politely. The place sparkled like a hotel lobby. Hawa nervously apologized about the room's imaginary dust. Jeon-woo admired the tidy space, noting how spotless everything was, definitely not the kind of dirty she worried about. Suddenly, Elle shouted Hawa's name again, this time louder. Jeon-woo turned quickly, already knowing something chaotic was about to happen again. Hawa froze when Elle shouted. Jeon-woo stepped forward, politely asking the reason behind her panic when they first arrived. He tried to ease the mood, but Kong already caused distraction, rolling around, meowing and pouncing like it was his home. Finally seated, Hawa asked the real question. "Why did you come?" Jeon-woo nodded seriously, ready to explain everything clearly. He asked if she studied rock bees. Surprised, she admitted she'd spent over a year researching their habits and life cycle. Just as she asked why he was curious, Jeon-woo smiled. Her expression changed, realizing his reason might be something big. Jeon-woo asked a question out of pure curiosity, but Seo-rin misunderstood everything and spiraled into full internal drama mode. She assumed he used bees as an excuse to visit. Her imagination ran wild as she tried to stay composed. Jeon-woo just smiled and thanked her for her time. He truly had a lot of real bee questions. Meanwhile, Seo-rin hid her blush behind her glasses. Her heart beat louder than expected as she misread everything adorably wrong. Min Seo-rin believed something romantic was brewing. She had no idea this was just about bugs and their biology. Later, while everyone relaxed, Seo-rin dove deep into rock bee lore. Kong napped, Elle sprawled, and Jeon-woo listened. She explained queen rock bees aren't born, they evolve from normal bees. That cocoon wasn't newborn, it was a transformation stage. Jeon-woo tilted his head. So the queen wasn't a baby? That changed how urgent things were with the cocoon. He asked if two queens could exist in one hive. Seo-rin shook her head firmly. Only one could survive. The stronger queen destroys new cocoons or commands workers to remove them. Nature, it turns out, doesn't allow sharing thrones. But she added, sometimes rock bees defy the queen's command. A rebellious hive might protect a cocoon rather than destroy it. Jeon-woo imagined a quiet rebellion. Worker bees carrying the cocoon away to safety, hidden far from the queen's authority. He pictured the cocoon dropped gently onto grass, saved from doom by loyal bees acting with instincts stronger than hierarchy. Seo-rin nodded. That scenario happens rarely, but it does. It's nature's way of making space for possibility beyond structure. Jeon-woo realized, maybe that's why the cocoon ended up with him. A random farm might be its best hope. Lee Jeon-woo marveled at the cocoon again, still amazed it chose him. The connection felt more real than coincidence. He explained everything to Seo-rin, who seemed intrigued. Then suddenly she asked him to visit again sometime soon. Caught off guard, Jeon-woo asked if she was serious. Seo-rin nodded, cheeks pink, while trying to play it cool. Meanwhile, Ella and Kong were already halfway to the door. "Hawa!" Ella called out. Something urgent was clearly going on. Jeon-woo stood up in a panic. Whatever happened, he wasn't waiting. He dashed out, shouting he'd return another time. Lee Jeon-woo sprinted through the hallway, dragging Elle and Kong. He shouted an awkward goodbye mid-run and slammed the door. Seo-rin stood stunned, still blushing. She managed a confused, soft, "goodbye," as her cat stared with just as much confusion. Though he felt bad leaving mid-conversation, Jian-woo had no time to explain. Some emergencies didn't wait for polite exits. He ran across town, arms pumping, heart pounding. Whatever else sensed, it had to be important, or at least very chaotic. As he reached the rooftop, someone called out loudly. It was just beginning again. Life didn't slow down around Jian-woo. Jian-woo arrived breathless, met with serious eyes. He didn't hesitate. He knew if they called him, it had to matter. Catching his breath, Jian-woo asked the real question. There was no joking now. Something big was hiding behind those chili plants. His voice cracked slightly. S-rank chilies? Government interest? The weight hit him. His innocent crops might have started something way too complicated. The sun dipped low behind the farmhouse, casting warm light as Jian-woo wrapped up the last of today's chores. Inside, Ju Chan gestured wildly while explaining something surprising. Jian-woo froze, trying to process what he had just heard. Zhang Su-jin, usually calm and quiet, was now bursting with wild energy after accidentally eating a single strange chili. Apparently, that mysterious chili Jian-woo grew turned out to be special, way more powerful than anything he had ever cultivated. Ju Chan continued explaining demand was rising fast. People everywhere suddenly wanted these chilies, and the word had quickly spread. Jian-woo stayed quiet, sensing tension in the room. Ju Chan clearly wanted something and wasn't sure how to ask. Everyone stared at him curiously. He pretended not to notice but could feel the pressure building second by second inside. Ju Chan looked conflicted, unsure how to bring up something sensitive. Jian-woo tilted his head, trying to follow along. After a short pause, Jian-woo sighed and admitted the truth. There were no S-grade chilies left in his stash. Outside, the chili patch stood empty and silent. A breeze passed through, carrying nothing but dry stems and fading memories. Ju Chan's face twitched. His hopes were clearly tied to that chili, and now everything was spiraling faster than expected. Jian-woo shifted awkwardly, realizing things might have gone differently if he'd counted his stock before giving the last batch away. He started explaining how the last harvest was entirely used for fulfilling a tea request made by a distant client. The large tea order seemed harmless at first, but now he regretted sending every last chili without saving a single one. Ju Chan looked crushed. Around them, the air felt heavy, like everyone understood how one small decision changed everything so fast. Ju Chan felt overwhelmed, frozen in place, unsure how to respond. Everything suddenly seemed heavier than just missing some peppers. Jian-woo rubbed his temple, trying to stay calm. In moments like this, he knew he had to act fast. The scene shifted to a distant facility, glowing in the sunset. Somewhere inside, important decisions were already being made quietly. A woman received the update, her face calm. She nodded slightly, acknowledging the responsibility that had just been placed on her. Without hesitation, she smiled gently and stepped forward with purpose. This situation now belonged to her, and she embraced it fully. Jian-woo reflected on the chaos so far, feeling strange comfort in knowing someone capable had taken charge of everything. She reassured him there'd be no more delays. Even without more chilies, she'd find a way to handle everything. She quietly admitted her mother caused half the complications, but smiled anyway, determined not to let anyone down no matter what. Jian-woo gave her the job without hesitation. He knew she could do it, even if the odds looked tough. She clutched the assignment close, surprised and proud that someone trusted her judgment in such a critical and uncertain situation. A senior staff member approached her, concerned. The crisis was spreading, and the chilies collected so far simply weren't enough. She turned to him, confident but serious. He didn't need to worry. She had no plans of letting this mission fail. The older man chuckled, visibly relieved. After all, she had just solved a major issue he'd been stuck on for days. She checked the list again, thoughts racing. Most of the pieces were falling into place. Just one key item remained. He lowered his head. Despite trying everything, that final rare item was still missing. Her smile softened, already expecting that news. She glanced away thoughtfully, remembering there was still one rare ingredient left to find before the formula could be completed. It was a horn, specifically from an S-grade horned rabbit. A small item, but critical for the recipe's success. Jian-Woo blinked. That sounded nearly impossible to get. His mind ran through every option, coming up short at first, but he didn't give up. He stood outside, thinking hard, wondering where he'd even begin looking for something that rare. The air was calm and sunny. As he stretched, he figured a good idea might come naturally if he waited. He was right. Sometimes answers arrive unannounced. Suchan passed by casually, unaware his timing helped shift the entire situation forward. The kids came running, full of energy, talking about where they had been and what they'd seen earlier that day. Turns out, there was a place they'd visited with someone named Yuna. It sparked something in Jian-Woo's memory. That day, he and Suna had explored farmland near the dungeon's edge. Something unusual had caught their eye back then. It was the same place the village head once mentioned. Maybe, just maybe, that's where a lead might be hiding. They arrived at the orchard, where sunlight filtered through heavy fruit trees, and excitement bubbled just beneath the calm exterior. Hawa lit up instantly, racing between rows of fruit, eyes wide and arms full. It was clearly her happy place. Jian-Woo chuckled. Hawa's joy was infectious, and seeing her like this made every bit of stress feel far away. He watched quietly, trying to decide what to do. Buying the land was tempting, but there was still uncertainty inside him. Hawa clung to his arm, smiling brightly. That moment alone helped him decide. This challenge was one he would gladly accept. Jian-Woo and Hawa were about to leave when someone familiar showed up out of nowhere, catching them completely off guard. He turned around quickly, surprised to recognize the cheerful figure approaching with bright energy, and her usual cat companion trotting behind. She waved excitedly, acting like this meeting was a happy accident, but her timing felt just a little too perfect. She explained she'd just been jogging by the house, though her confident stride suggested something else had brought her here. Jian-Woo accepted her presence without question, unsure of her real reason, but welcoming her all the same with a smile. Meanwhile, Hawa and the little critters were already in a wild uproar, chattering away and dancing like long-lost friends reunited. The whole yard turned into chaotic laughter and purring energy, with paws and tiny voices filling every corner of the space. Watching the scene unfold, Jian-Woo and Seo Rin stood side by side, quietly smiling as the playful madness continued. Even Seo Rin seemed touched by the warmth of the moment. The house felt different now, more open, more alive somehow. Just as things settled slightly, she softly turned to Jian-Woo with a thoughtful expression and something else on her mind. She hesitated for a second, then asked if he had any free time today, her tone light but eyes hopeful. Jian-Woo wasn't sure what to say. He looked toward her, caught off guard, unsure if he'd heard her right. But before anything could unfold, she panicked and asked him to wait. Something, or someone, was suddenly approaching from the nearby trail. A new figure entered the scene calmly, reminding everyone to be careful. His quiet presence immediately shifted the atmosphere around them. Jian-Woo blinked in surprise. The newcomer was Ye Jun, and behind him followed fluttering wings and curious, wide-eyed creatures. Ye Jun suddenly raised his voice, pointing straight at Seo Rin. His expression fierce, the calm atmosphere shattered in one instant. He insisted something wasn't right, that she had been dishonest. The air grew tense as everyone froze where they stood. Jian-Woo blinked in shock, unsure what to believe. Seo Rin's confident smile faded, caught completely off guard by the accusation. Beneath the bright sky, tension grew heavy between them. All eyes turned to Seo Rin, waiting for an explanation that never came.
Just as things settled, a voice yelled from afar, breaking the peace with urgency that made everyone suddenly freeze in place. Jian-Woo and the woman beside him looked over, startled, as a boy stormed toward them with obvious frustration. Hwang and Kaon stood confused, sensing something odd, while the boy pointed with determination, exposing a truth no one expected. The tension grew as the boy accused the woman of lying, his tone fierce, shaking the air with bold energy. Jian-Woo blinked, stunned to see someone he recognized from before, unable to understand how or why he showed up now. The woman's face twisted in disbelief, defensive and loud, denying everything with dramatic energy as the situation grew even more heated. The boy refused to back down, calling her out with precision, exposing her excuses false with sharp, unrelenting truth. He pointed out how she waited outside for 30 minutes, contradicting her story about casually bumping into Jian-woo earlier. Images of her pacing angrily played in everyone's mind, matching the boy's memory and adding fuel to this very weird fire. She stammered, overwhelmed by how quickly things spiraled, while Jian-woo raised both hands and begged everyone to take a breath. Frustrated, Jian-woo snapped a little, his patience fading, unable to believe this was his peaceful family farming day anymore. The argument exploded as both sides yelled louder, with the children caught in the crossfire of awkward tension and flailing arms. With a deep breath, Jian-woo demanded they stop, reminding everyone the kids were watching, hoping to calm things immediately. Everyone froze. The boy and the woman looked down, embarrassed, realizing they let emotions take control in front of little ones. Finally, things softened. They apologized sincerely, the kids giggled, and Jian-woo exhaled deeply, thankful the chaos had a peaceful ending. Jian-woo narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing something odd as Yijun approached with a surprisingly familiar and respectful tone. Yijun smiled brightly, offering casual words while insisting Jian-woo didn't need to speak formally, despite still calling him Yunnim. The woman chimed in, revealing she knew Jian-woo's name from Chef Zhang Su-chan, adding a surprising twist to everything. She explained how their family situation had improved, thanks to Jian-woo's quiet help, and her mother was doing well again. Jian-woo laughed nervously, touched and slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected praise, just trying to keep things light and friendly. A chill ran down Jian-woo's back as he spotted someone unexpected, turning to see Seo Rin standing nearby. He asked himself quietly why Seo Rin had shown up here, completely unprepared for whatever her reason might be. Seo Rin panicked, her mind racing. She'd only come with the excuse of seeds, hoping to ask Jian-woo out, but now that excuse clearly wasn't working, especially with all eyes on her, and Ye-jun beginning to grow suspicious. As realization hit, Ye-jun suddenly connected the name Seo Rin to something deeper in his memory, sparking immediate concern. Flashbacks hit Ye-jun, memories of an intense figure with a wild reputation, standing fearlessly beside powerful creatures in battle. Seo Rin awkwardly laughed, trying to change the topic while Ye-jun stared at her in disbelief, recalling the nickname, the Predator. She hesitated, wondering if she should steer the conversation elsewhere before Ye-jun's thoughts drifted into dangerous territory again. Unfortunately, Ye-jun made one bold mistake. He commented on her looking more round, triggering a storm of dark, ominous energy. Her mood instantly snapped, eyes wide and energy flaring, while Ye-jun realized far too late that he had gone too far. Jian-woo called out to Seo Rin, but she avoided his eyes, clearly shaken by the earlier embarrassing misunderstanding. She mumbled something vague and quickly excused herself, her energy visibly deflating as she tried to leave with dignity intact. Quietly to herself, she wondered if she needed to start dieting, unsure how to process Ye-jun's careless comment. Jian-woo and Ye-jun watched her go, confused, trying to recall if she'd come for something important or personal. Hwang clutched the cat, tilting her head, hinting they should have known the real reason Seo Rin had come all along. Jian-woo gasped, suddenly connecting the pieces, realizing the situation had been completely misunderstood from the start and feelings were involved. With tension fading, Jian-woo politely excused himself, saying he had work to do, hoping to slip away without more chaos. Ye-jun waved energetically, assuring him he'd visit again soon, clearly excited by whatever future plans he had in mind. Hwang cheered from behind with a happy "Dekibyak" as everyone parted ways, waving and smiling like nothing had exploded earlier. Jian-woo paused a moment, looking thoughtful, wondering if he should have joined them or stayed behind like he did. Jian-woo perked up with new focus, deciding the next step was heading straight for the dungeon farmland with the kids. They ran with energy, ready for the day's work, while Khan bounced at their side like a loyal little guard. The white cat tilted its head in confusion, having never visited the dungeon farmland and unsure what to expect. Jian-woo confirmed it was Dolso's first time seeing it, grinning as they neared the floating island in the sky. Finally, they arrived at the entrance, and Jian-woo gestured proudly toward the horizon, welcoming them to the dungeon farmland. Dolso's eyes widened with disbelief, overwhelmed by the sudden reality of dungeon farmland. It was more shocking than anything imagined before. The idea that such a mystical place could exist felt wild, but it wasn't even the most surprising thing. Even stranger than the dungeon farmland was the presence of a massive rock once desperately sought by a familiar figure. But none of those discoveries were what truly stunned Also the most. It was something far more personal and unexpected. It was the moment the creatures welcomed Jian-woo joyfully, treating him as someone important, trusted, and deeply familiar. Jian-woo smiled kindly, noticing the creatures were healthy, especially the chicks hopping around in happy little circles. He pulled Dulso aside and whispered a secret, asking them to keep what they were about to see confidential. Dulso froze, speechless, not from the secret, but because of what she saw next. It left her completely dazed. It was a large, fluffy creature named Kyukyung, someone Dulso had only ever seen in countless pictures online before today. Kyukyung introduced herself cheerfully, excited to meet someone new. Dulso could barely breathe from excitement, caught in fan shock. In reality, Kyukyung was much rounder and fluffier than expected, a bouncing cloud with ears and sparkling cartoon energy. Dulso nervously introduced herself as Kyukyung's fan, heart pounding, while Jianwoo casually confirmed the unexpected connection between them. Kyukyung gasped, thrilled to meet a fan, bouncing excitedly, totally unaware of the overwhelming effect it had on Dulso. Dulso screamed internally with sparkling joy, while Khan stood silently to the side, confused by all the intense emotional reactions. Khan furrowed his brow, clearly unsure what was happening, but knew one thing: this day was getting more chaotic than usual. Khan puffed his cheeks and dove into the group hug, demanding attention after being momentarily left out of the spotlight. Kyukyung laughed, wrapping Khan into the fluffiest embrace possible, and Jianwoo watched, amused by the growing chaos around him. Jianwoo nodded as he noticed Elle hesitating, and gently encouraged her to join the conversation with the others. Elle lit up, thrilled to be invited, especially since Dulso was a Kyukyung fan. It felt like a shared connection. Just like that, the dungeon farmland transformed into a wholesome fan club gathering filled with bouncing energy and joyful introductions. Dulso twirled with hearts in her eyes, overwhelmed by happiness, completely in her element among new friends and favorite creatures. Jianwoo smiled and quietly stepped away, leaving Dulso to enjoy the moment as he returned to finish up work. Later, a bus arrived quietly at the edge of a forest, and a new journey prepared to begin once again. Jianwoo stepped down with Hawang and Khan, explaining this was the place the village head had mentioned before. Their expressions shifted with curiosity as they approached a mysterious spot that looked empty but held quiet potential in the breeze. The forest floor was thick with wild grass, tangled roots, and creeping vines, as if nature had fully reclaimed its place. Between bare trees and scattered weeds, an eerie quiet filled the orchard, whispering stories of neglect and time forgotten. Jianwoo stared silently, overwhelmed by the mess, while Hawang and Khan stood frozen, unsure if they should laugh or cry. Jianwoo arrived at the overgrown orchard, overwhelmed by how chaotic it looked, wondering if this place could be saved. An old man appeared, catching Jianwoo off guard, and quietly sized him up while approaching with a knowing expression. The man misjudged his age, assuming he was older, while Jianwoo silently accepted it with a slightly defeated posture. Khan cheered loudly beside him, jumping up and down while Jianwoo awkwardly smiled, trying to brush off the misunderstanding casually. Internally, Jianwoo sighed, thinking how fatherhood changed people's perceptions, even if he still felt like a clueless kid inside. A tin shack sat quietly under the blue sky, weathered and plain, looking like it held stories from many years past. Inside, 2 cups of leftover coffee were offered, and Jianwoo took one, thankful for something warm to hold on to. The old man complimented the little girl's behavior, mistaking her maturity as a reflection of Jianwoo's experience as a parent. Khan's strange appearance and playful actions sparked laughter, while Jianwoo realized the old man still thought Khan was just a dog. Despite the confusion, Jianwoo remained curious and shifted the conversation gently, trying to understand why the orchard was being given up. The man sipped his coffee slowly, as if each swallow took with it a piece of his strength and lingering resolve. He admitted doing everything alone, his body clearly aging faster than his pride could hide, working far beyond what's sustainable alone. Jianwoo quietly absorbed the weight behind his words, realizing this wasn't just about land, but years of effort wearing down. The old man's smile wavered as he mentioned someone leaving, a truth Jianwoo didn't fully understand but deeply felt anyway. The reminder to cherish his child landed heavily, but before thoughts could settle, Khan tackled him with joy and pure chaos. Jianwoo nervously nodded, unsure how to respond, while trying to look like he had everything completely under control. The old man stared at him for a moment longer, then quietly said he seemed like someone worth trusting with memories. Startled by the sudden turn, Jianwoo shifted awkwardly as the girl reached out with innocent curiosity and wonder. The old man revealed a bundle wrapped with care, explaining it belonged to his son. His expression held both pride and pain. Jianwoo accepted the bundle with steady hands, feeling the weight of something bigger than just notebooks or orchard records. A fire crackled nearby, and Khan danced excitedly, watching flames flicker against the golden light of a peaceful evening. The child giggled at Khan's goofy movements while Jianwoo sat down quietly, opening the old bundle the man gave. His attention locked on the green cover, feeling a sense of duty growing stronger as he flipped through every page. It was the orchard's daily records, filled with scribbled notes and careful logs left behind by the man's late son. Jianwu skimmed the entries slowly, realizing how much effort had been poured into keeping this place alive with precision. He turned another page, noticing drawings, diagrams, and the care in every detail that showed years of passion and patience. In that moment, Jianwu imagined the orchard's past, familiar laughter, shared labor, and fruit harvested under sun-soaked skies. He looked at the old man in his memory, understanding how deeply this land was loved by both father and son. With quiet resolve, Jianwu placed the logbook down and decided he would continue what they built. He would take over. The little girl cheered with arms raised high, shouting that they should start an apple farm right away with Khan's help. Jianwu raised his fist confidently, declaring they'd grow apples, his energy infecting everyone as laughter filled the air. As the excitement faded, he remembered something troubling and paused, his mind shifting towards something the old man had given. In his hands was more than notes. There was a mysterious packet tucked in with the logs, marked with strange writing. Khan seemed instantly alarmed, leaping and flailing as if sensing something wrong, and Jianwu braced for whatever chaos might come. Without warning, Khan tackled him hard, sending them both tumbling backward into the dirt, limbs flying in every direction possible. Among the inherited items was a packet labeled Intro Royal, something Jianwu didn't recognize, but felt a little uneasy about. Royal seeds were strange crops only found in dungeons, known for their rare traits and unpredictable magical reactions when cultivated. These plants produced powerful potions hunters valued, but growing them always came with extreme risks no one really talked about openly. Their unpredictable nature drew monsters to the surface, creating dangerous outbreaks wherever someone tried to farm them beyond dungeon zones. Scientists studied them endlessly, but every attempt to grow Royal safely ended with damage, casualties, and growing public fear and distrust. One catastrophic incident ripped open a dungeon portal on farmland, unleashing monsters and destroying everything the Royal crop touched. Because of that, Royal farming was banned worldwide. Its potential wasn't worth the cost of lives, land, or global panic. Jianwu considered all this, wondering if he could solve the mystery and create a safe method to control them. Determined, he held the packet again, eyes steady but thoughts racing. If he could crack it, maybe he'd change everything. Khan screamed in panic beside him as Jianwu shouted, "Whatever!" and threw himself back into madness with full force. The fire crackled steadily nearby as Jianwu wondered if Khan had just returned to his usual over-the-top self again. Khan clung tightly, eyes wild, while Jianwu slowly realized the playful chaos might be more than just pure energy. Something about Khan's reaction made Jianwu pause. This wasn't just excitement, it was instinct, and probably something he shouldn't ignore. But before he could think it through, Khan jumped again, knocking everyone over like a fluffy storm of pure energy. The three of them hit the ground hard, dust flying everywhere, turning a peaceful moment into complete comedic destruction instantly. Flat on the ground, Jianwu sighed internally, questioning all of his life choices and whether today even made sense anymore. Still buried, he muttered about not doing anything illegal, despite all appearances making it seem otherwise to any observer nearby. Khan and the girl clung tightly, apologizing with giggles, while Jianwu pleaded for space before the fire roasted everything. She asked curiously if the seeds were really thrown in, her eyes wide, unsure if it was part of a joke. Jianwu stood up calmly, brushing off the dirt, and grabbed something from the fire that explained exactly what he meant. He held up 2 sticks triumphantly and reminded them what really mattered, the potatoes he carefully placed into the fire earlier. Everyone stared, unsure for a second, until the girl realized what he meant, and Khan nodded like it all made sense. Jianwu shouted dramatically, declaring the potatoes were finally ready, lifting one high like it was the answer to everything today. He handed it over gently, reminding them it was hot, and to blow first unless they wanted a scorched mouth. With full hearts and happy tummies, they enjoyed roasted potatoes under the sunset, sharing warmth that had nothing to do with fire. The girl looked up with shining eyes, clearly excited by a sudden idea, her thoughts racing faster than she could speak. Jianwu listened and smiled as she shouted joyfully, proposing they bring a basket and cook everything together as a group. Remembering the orchard grandfather's advice, Jianwu quietly promised himself to treasure these moments and give the kids happy memories. As the sky turned gold, a floating island appeared in the distance, peaceful and glowing softly against the painted sunset horizon. The roasted potatoes shimmered in the firelight, filling the air with warmth, just as cheerful visitors arrived with eager smiles. Jianwu smiled softly, realizing nothing mattered more than laughter shared over warm food with those who made every struggle worthwhile. In a remote Chinese hill, strange activity stirred beneath the surface, where teams investigated something lurking deep in the rock. A monstrous root creature was discovered, sealed inside, surrounded by silence, broken only by whispers between cautious observers and guards. The soldiers stood alert as tension thickened. One trembled with nerves, unsure what they were even guarding so far from home. Boots thundered into the cave, orders sharp and urgent, while rifles were raised and voices barked orders to freeze immediately. The special forces moved in fast, cornering the researchers, shouting for compliance as the cave echoed with fear and confusion. Hands rose quickly as panic grew. Any sudden move could trigger bullets, and no one wanted to be the first mistake. A risk communicator buzzed quietly as the soldier reported successful suppression of the illegal Road to Heaven plantation site. The voice on the other end confirmed the message and gave a final command to finish operations and clean up. As silence fell, the soldier nodded once, receiving orders with grave focus while the cave remained tense with heavy uncertainty. The operation's success was confirmed, the final words relayed to the team, "Try and wrap it up." No evidence, no witnesses. The roots were burned, the creature sealed within consumed by fire, no trace left behind of what had once grown there. Around the world, hidden plantations were systematically destroyed, their forbidden products erased, one secret field at a time. With the final fire extinguished, the last Road to Heaven site vanished from the world, silenced in flame and secrecy. Far away, a clenched fist trembled, the last ember of ambition still burning in one man who refused to let go. He whispered bitterly through his teeth, vowing revenge, shaking with anger and grief, still convinced his mission had never truly ended. Soa called out to Chen Ming with bright energy, hoping to cheer him up even though his expression stayed quiet. Chen Ming reassured her weakly, saying he was just tired, though his words didn't hide the weight on his chest. But Soa didn't hesitate. With a confident shout and glowing determination, she promised to fix everything for him immediately. Magic swirled above her in a brilliant green glow, lighting up the room with the warmth of her healing heart. With excitement, she leapt into action, her presence filling the quiet space like sunlight breaking through a cloudy, heavy sky. Energy sparked as Soa poured her heart into the spell, her voice loud, hoping to pull Chen Ming from darkness. He blinked at her efforts, still processing how much she cared. It surprised him more than the magic itself. Chen Ming finally smiled, feeling a calm return he hadn't known he'd lost, grounded by Soa's unwavering support. She stood proudly, declaring her magic was the least she could do for someone suffering silently all this time. Moved by her words, Chen Ming wrapped her in a hug, grateful to have someone by his side again. Meanwhile, the dark thoughts inside Jianwu still festered. He clenched his fist, eyes burning with unresolved hatred. Though he couldn't revive Road to Heaven Tea, he swore he'd find a new path to power and revenge. But first, there was someone who needed to pay. The one who ruined everything, even if he didn't know who. He stared into the sky, vowing destruction, unaware that fate was already shifting the pieces beyond his control. Back home, Jianwu received a message with a smile, unaware of the storm quietly gathering beyond the horizon. Jianwu checked his phone, surprised to see the auction complete. Somehow, Qiuqiang's horn sold for a crazy high price. Khan tilted her head curiously while hugging her plush. She didn't understand the sudden excitement but sensed it was good. Jianwu raised his phone, still processing everything. That odd little horn really brought in more cash than he ever imagined. Khan spun in circles, flowers blooming from her joy. Jianwu couldn't help but smile at her contagious energy and innocence. Even the old man nodded approvingly while reading. News everywhere seemed positive lately, like things were quietly falling into place. A creepy image flashed in Jianwu's memory, a monster from before. The unsettling thought killed his appetite without warning again. Khan noticed instantly, worried as she looked at him. She tugged at his shirt, trying to get his attention. Khan waved her tiny arms urgently, her face serious. Jianwu blinked, confused, but followed her gestures and sat up straighter. Without warning, Khan pulled out a glowing flower, eyes sparkling with determination. She was always like this when something felt important. She nudged the flower toward him insistently. He knew it was rare, but Khan clearly believed it would help him. Jianwu accepted the flower gently, nodding in appreciation. Khan looked proud, her ears flicking slightly while watching his reaction. The old man raised an eyebrow, asking about the flower. Jianwu casually admitted he didn't actually know how to grow it. Still holding it carefully, he examined the petals. There had to be a way to cultivate something this special for Khan. Khan's ears twitched as she stared. Something in her look pushed him to make a real effort. This wasn't just a favor. Jianwu scratched his head and sighed softly. Growing flowers shouldn't be hard, but this one clearly wouldn't make it easy. Jianwu glanced at his phone, a call from someone unexpected. Curious, he stepped aside to answer it calmly. He held the phone to his ear, unsure what Night Sai wanted. The timing felt a little out of the blue. The others watched quietly as he listened. Whatever was being discussed seemed serious, and Jianwu's expression grew slightly tense. He ended the call with a soft sigh. Plans were shifting, and now tomorrow suddenly had a new destination. The kids looked puzzled, but Jianwu gave a gentle smile and mentioned they might be going somewhere interesting tomorrow. Morning arrived with clear skies as they approached a large facility nestled among mountains, filled with massive satellite dishes and towers. They arrived outside the gate where security already waited. A hush fell over the group as curiosity replaced excitement. As the car door opened, they were greeted by smartly dressed staff. Everything about this place felt official and important. A man and woman welcomed them with polite bows, thanking Jian-woo for coming to the research facility with the children. Colin and Hawa were bursting with energy, excited to explore whatever strange adventure this research lab had in store. Jian-woo kept his calm but wondered if this visit might be too much for Hawa. She was still young. As they talked, he tried to ask why they'd been invited, hoping to understand the purpose of this sudden meeting. The woman smiled warmly but offered no clear answer. Whatever it was, they'd know once they made it inside. They followed her through a security door, revealing a high-tech underground hallway with lights that buzzed faintly in the background. The deeper they went, the more Jian-woo realized this wasn't just a simple visit. It was something much bigger unfolding. Kan and Hawa gasped, staring wide-eyed at the strange plant. It moved slightly, like it was alive and watching them. The plant twisted unnaturally, thick black vines spreading across the soil. Something about it felt unstable, maybe even dangerous beneath the surface. They entered a large, sterile research lab. Computers buzzed quietly as Kan and Hawa peered around, amazed by everything inside. Jian-woo looked around, surprised at the scale. It seemed excessive for just one unusual weed growing in a dirt box. The researcher hesitated before explaining, this wasn't ordinary anymore. The hellegrass weed had become something far more serious and unpredictable. They revealed the plant's new ability, absorbing radiation. It had potential beyond research, but that power came with big complications too. Jian-woo scratched his head, unsure how to react. Something that could purify radioactive material didn't sound like just farming anymore. Knight smiled faintly, saying that's why they needed him. This issue wasn't something normal researchers could handle without outside help. The request became clear. They wanted to witness how Jian-woo interacted with the plant, curious about his unusual connection with nature. With a nod, Jian-woo prepared himself. Something about this mission felt heavier, like it could change more than just lives. Jian-woo's eyes widened in surprise. Something about the atmosphere suddenly shifted, and he could feel tension rising all around him. In her hands was a formal document, clearly important. The words Hellgrass Weeds Research and Rights Agreement stood out in bold letters. She smiled confidently, stating her intention. This wasn't just research anymore. It was a full-on contract proposal, directly involving Jian-woo. Jian-woo arrived at UNAP's laboratory, expecting a simple tour, nothing more than observing high-tech equipment. Instead, an emergency screen lit up, showing a chaotic lab room and strange animated underworld plant spirits. A senior researcher questioned why Jian-woo attempted a contract with unstable underworld plants, clearly alarmed by his actions. The old man calmly predicted Jian-woo's shocked reaction, while the girl beside him looked both smug and annoyed. She challenged him, did he think control required contracts, or was it because he never cultivated them himself? Jian-woo admitted he'd only seen such things in movies, his curiosity slowly turning into realization. The girl explained, hunters today explore dungeons, uncovering treasures far beyond just battles or dangerous beasts. He acknowledged his ignorance, having focused only on combat, not the value behind discovered dungeon items. She clarified, original discoverers have claim rights even when items are refined or sold by others. Stepping forward, she smiled sweetly and asked, do I seem like a bad person, Jian-woo? Awkwardly laughing, Jian-woo tried to dodge the tension, unsure how to answer her morally loaded question. Finally, he gave in and agreed to sign the contract, surprising both her and himself. The spirits looked up, confused by the sudden shift in atmosphere, and rushed contract approval process. A stamp confirmed the binding agreement. Jian-woo was now officially linked to the underworld plant spirits. As they walked toward the car, Jian-woo cheerfully thanked them, still processing the strange day's events. The girl cheerfully thanked them, grateful for the chance to study the underworld plant more deeply. Jian-woo hesitated, then asked if they truly didn't need an escort back to their destination. She smiled as Jian-woo nervously scratched his head, saying he had somewhere nearby to visit. They waved goodbye while the spirits laughed and ran ahead, unaware of Jian-woo's hidden intentions. In truth, Jian-woo admitted to himself it was just an excuse to avoid awkward goodbyes. Jian-woo stood tall with excitement, eager to test his new ability, Spawn Dungeon Farms. The spirits cheered in support, their eyes shining with anticipation for what would happen next. They ventured deep into the forest, away from noise, ready to activate the unfamiliar and risky skill. Suddenly, Jian-woo paused. He heard voices nearby and hadn't expected others to be in the area. Squinting through the trees, he spotted two figures. Is it a father and his child? He wondered. The man quickly turned, his expression sharp. He immediately demanded an explanation for their sudden presence. Jian-woo stepped forward nervously, clarifying they only approached after hearing voices while walking nearby, not spying. Surprised, the men noted Jianwoo's Korean fluency. Suspicion remained, but curiosity slightly eased his tense posture. Jianwoo decided it was better to avoid conflict. We should go elsewhere, Hawa, he suggested calmly. Hawa protested loudly, but Jianwoo's firm voice and worried expression made her hesitate and step back. Jianwoo rushed forward, eyes wide. A mysterious girl sprinted past, yelling, "Soap!" while clutching something shiny. Hawa, startled, tripped slightly, but grabbed the girl's sleeve. "You!" she exclaimed, recognizing something oddly familiar. The hooded girl calmly turned, her green eyes glowing faintly. "Are you a spirit?" she asked directly. Jianwoo's heart skipped. "Spirits were rare." Hawa smiled knowingly, clearly understanding something Jianwoo couldn't quite grasp yet. "Spirit? How did she—" Jianwoo stammered, watching Hawa's confident smile. His confusion only deepened with every moment. The hooded girl stumbled again. Her feet slipped, eyes darted upward. Something massive blocked the sunlight. A large man noticed her panic. "Ming Chen, what's wrong?" he shouted, sensing an unusual disturbance nearby. Jianwoo stood motionless, eyes blank. "Hawa," he muttered, his vision locked on the impossibility above them. A giant floating rock ascended gracefully. From below, thin vines dangled, swaying gently in the open air. Suddenly, brilliant swirling energy exploded across the sky. A gateway opened, colors merging into a blinding spectacle. A new figure descended gracefully. Bright eyes sparkled as she introduced herself confidently. "Jianwoo has arrived!" With enthusiasm, Jianwoo spun around. Energy swirled behind her, creating a magnificent portal shimmering with vibrant light. "Did something happen?" she asked curiously. Jianwoo hesitated, scratching his head, clearly struggling to explain recent events. Confused, Jianwoo muttered, "How did someone immediately recognize Hawa was a spirit? That's never happened before." Lost in thought, Jianwoo rubbed his forehead. Strange encounters kept piling up, leaving him increasingly concerned. Jianwoo glanced cautiously at the stranger. Jianwoo sensed tension rising. "Hawa, stay close," he whispered quietly. Hawa raised both hands cheerfully. "I'm a good child," she exclaimed, glowing with innocent enthusiasm. Jianwoo sighed deeply. "You're certain she's a good child?" he asked. Hawa nodded, completely confident and relaxed. Scratching his head, Jianwoo muttered, "Foreigners? Probably. I won't run into them again," trying to reassure himself. As the sun set peacefully, Jianwoo returned home, setting aside confusion and unanswered questions for now. Jianwoo exhaled deeply, forehead steaming. Finally home, his mind wandered back through today's unexpected, exhausting encounters. "The new skill worked great! Got home instantly!" he announced cheerfully. Hawa leaned tiredly against his side. Hawa groaned softly. "Hawa," she mumbled. Despite the faster journey, she clearly remained completely drained of energy. Jianwoo crouched, gently addressing Kong. "Before bed, can you show me what's hidden behind your back?" Kong obediently turned around, revealing a large, mysterious object. Its strange design immediately caught Jianwoo's focused attention. A sudden gust revealed the mysterious item. Swirling energy radiated from Kong's patterned shield-like object. Jianwoo tilted his head. "Huh, that's weird," he muttered. Hawa looked confused. Kong seemed equally puzzled. Hawa carefully counted 1, 2. Jianwoo frowned, thinking, "I don't think the silver pine flowers actually decreased." Before them, hundreds of silver pine flowers stood untouched. Despite everything, their numbers had mysteriously remained constant. Kong tilted his head, completely lost. "Kong, Kong!" he meowed, eyes wide, not understanding the confusion. Jianwoo patted Kong gently. "I know these flowers mean a lot. Don't worry, we'll protect them." Hawa and Kong looked toward the house. Jianwoo reassured them, "Let's check again tomorrow morning." Night settled. After everyone fell asleep, the surroundings grew quiet. Faint footsteps echoed under the dark sky. In the forest, a man clenched his fist. "Why are people still walking around now?" Nearby, silent and unnoticed, someone's feet shifted slightly, their presence hidden, their intentions completely unknown. Soa stood silently, eyes thoughtful. She sensed something unfamiliar about Hawa, but couldn't fully understand why. She's an interesting spirit, but looks exactly like a child, Soa thought, watching Hawa laugh joyfully nearby. A voice called urgently, "Soa, hurry up! We must find another location before sunrise," she responded quickly. Following orders, Soa moved ahead. "I wonder if we'll meet again," she thought while disappearing into shadows. He nervously approached her, clutching a note, planning to talk casually about rock bees today. His imagination soared they'd laugh, share drinks, and enjoy a romantic dinner in a fancy restaurant together. In his fantasy, glasses clinked, and her eyes sparkled as she responded with a soft giggle. But reality struck back harshly. Instead of soft conversation, his hand was yanked into a dirt patch. Now she cheered his weeding skills loudly, unaware his dream evening had turned into farming practice. Jianwu bought an apple orchard, and Siren unexpectedly found herself there, staring at the quiet trees. She approached Jianwu, hoping to resume their earlier conversation about rock bees, her expression full of hope. Jianwu apologized, saying he was busy, but Siren quickly offered help so they could talk while working. She pulled weeds beside him, thinking at least her efforts meant they were sharing real time together. Jianwu smiled faintly, realizing maybe this was better, working side by side, slowly building something genuine together. Siren noticed someone nearby and glanced around, feeling uneasy as she sensed something unexpected was approaching. Yijun suddenly appeared, holding a basket, asking where to place the freshly picked weeds he collected. Startled, Siren froze. She hadn't expected him to be here, moving so fast with that task. Yijun explained he rushed because Siren promised him a sparring session afterward, clearly proud of his speed. As Siren walked beside Jianwu, she nervously remembered her promise for sparring and realized it was today. Yijun spun around, full of energy, ready to begin, completely unaware of the awkward mood building. Siren stood frozen between them, her eyes wide as she realized her careful plan was unraveling quickly. They unexpectedly met Payon, who casually joined them, forcing Siren's quiet moment to turn into a group. Jianwu firmly reminded them no sparring allowed in the orchard. Yijun agreed, while Siren nodded, hiding her sigh. Later, the team gathered near huge baskets of harvested weeds, setting aside sparring for real work. Jianwu wiped his hands clean, complimenting everyone's effort, calling them veteran hunters with impressive stamina. Yijun eagerly claimed he could keep working, but Siren and Hawa both looked concerned about overdoing it. Hawa insisted he needed a break, while Jianwu quickly unfolded a mat and laid it on ground. With a swift motion, Jianwu dropped the mat onto the dirt, creating a spot for resting together. Hawa watched Jianwu, blushing with admiration, clearly impressed by even his simplest actions during a break. The group prepared a plentiful meal, though Siren had hoped for something more formal and romantic. She stared blankly at the takeout spread, disappointed this wasn't the candlelit restaurant she had imagined. Jianwu asked if she liked takeout. Startled, she stammered, and quickly pretended to enjoy it anyway. Yijun proudly announced Siren once loved takeout, ordering it constantly when she lived in the city alone. Flustered, Siren told everyone to eat, and the group sat together, quietly enjoying their meal under sunlight. Siren gathered her courage, took a deep breath, and turned to Jianwu with determination in her eyes. She called his name suddenly, her voice louder than expected, surprising even herself with the urgency. Trying to stay composed, she brought up his frequent rock bee questions, hinting at something deeper beneath. Jianwu flinched, sensing the shift, as her words carried more meaning than a simple farming discussion. She confessed he didn't need excuses, she'd always make time. Jianwu blushed, heart racing from her sincerity. Jianwu sat nervously, overthinking his response. Her words from earlier still echoed in his distracted mind. He panicked. Maybe his earlier questions about rock bees made him seem too obsessive or strange. Feeling pressure to respond, Jianwu quickly invented a reason, claiming he'd started keeping rock bees recently. He admitted he was bothered, pretending rock bees had become a serious concern in his life. Siren gasped, shocked by the confession. Her reaction startled him, unsure if she believed his sudden claim. Startled by her sudden interest, Jianwu agreed nervously, unsure how deep he'd gone with the lie. Hawa tilted her head curiously, sensing a strange mood shift between them as she quietly watched. That night, after finishing their tasks, they met again inside to continue the discussion about bees. Jianwu revealed a cocoon he'd received, claiming it came from Xinhua Group, a queen rock bee. Siren inspected it closely, noting it looked ordinary, unsure what made it different from others she'd seen. Siren tapped impatiently while Veijan lay unconscious nearby. She'd ended their sparring match in one swift move. Jianwu assumed she used a special calming method on the bees and asked if she'd learned it. Siren hesitated, explaining the Xinhua Group only told her to raise the bees, no technique was given. She gasped at his guess, surprised that the bees might naturally avoid harming humans without special conditioning. Jianwu stared quietly, unsure himself. His confidence was fading, but he chose to keep smiling for now. The bee hovered calmly, showing no aggression. Its peaceful behavior suggested its training had reached completion. A specialist admitted he'd assumed a new method controlled the bees, but now realized something else happened. Siren held the cocoon, explaining the bees' natural instincts had changed, not controlled, but genuinely reformed over time. Jianwu realized this wasn't evolution. It was an entirely different species, separate from the aggressive kind they knew. Though skeptical, Siren was amazed. Jianwu insisted it was real. This gentle bee breed was something extraordinary. Siren gulped, realizing if this trait appeared in other monsters, it could change taming history forever. Even partial success in domesticating monsters would revolutionize combat, especially for those without natural fighting abilities. Jianwu was shocked. He hadn't expected her simple observation would lead to such a massive revelation. Suddenly determined, Siren slammed the table and declared she'd contact the Xinhua group immediately for answers. She suspected they already knew something and purposely handed the Rock B structure to Jianwu as a test. Hawa and the others looked confused as Siren suddenly rushed off with a determined look. Jianwu panicked. If she contacted Xinhua now, his lie could create problems for the entire organization. Thinking fast, Jianwu offered to call them himself, trying to delay her before things got worse. Siren paused, surprised by his reaction, but Jianwu kept a nervous smile, trying not to raise suspicion. He insisted on calling the manager directly, hoping to control the situation before any truth slipped out. Jianwu tried to smooth things over, acting calm while everyone silently watched the strange situation unfold, and he apologized and began to leave, hoping to escape before his story unraveled any further. Siren, still excited, asked him to speak highly of her when calling the Xinhua group. Caught off guard, Jianwu agreed with a nervous smile, unsure how much longer he could stall. Watching her run off, he laughed to himself, amazed by her unstoppable drive and relentless energy. Jianwu looked thoughtful, deciding that if another queen bee arrived, Siren should raise it herself. He smiled sincerely. Wanting to support her passion, his companions cheered, unaware of the deeper meaning behind it. Siren relaxed at home, humming happily while her cat Dulce flipped through documents on the floor. She watched the pages fly, amazed she'd found a connection to rock bees this quickly. Excited by the discovery, she whispered, "I'm so lucky," just as the page tore mid-sentence. Frustrated, Siren scolded Dulce, yelling for him to stop moving before more papers got ruined. The cat meowed back in protest, clearly confused and annoyed, as if he were the victim. Siren opened the door as Dulce meowed excitedly, clearly expecting something important had just arrived. She picked up the package with a sigh, still surprised her cat acted like a housemate. With a stern look, she questioned why Dulce ordered something again, without even asking her first. He meowed back impatiently, paws tapping as if urging her to hand over the package immediately. Suspicious, Siren narrowed her eyes and asked seriously, "What did you even order this time, Dulce?" With a dramatic pose, Dulce proudly revealed the package, a simple wooden frame clutched above his head. Siren stared blankly, confused by the item. "A frame," she muttered, unsure of its importance. Dulce insisted the frame wasn't the focus. What it would hold mattered more than its appearance. She watched as Dulce rummaged through the wrapping with determination, clearly searching for something specific inside. Still baffled, Siren asked what it was, while Dulce hummed and pressed buttons like nothing was odd. Siren blinked in confusion as she stared at the mysterious print now revealed inside the frame. It was an autograph board from Kitty Kyunmin, signed by every member in colorful marker ink. Frozen in disbelief, she realized it was Kitty Kyunmin's actual rare fan gift, and Dulce somehow had it. Stunned, she questioned reality as Dulce proudly raised the frame, meowing like he'd achieved something legendary. Back at the orchard, Jianwu confirmed softly to himself yes, letting her handle the bees was right. Jianwu laughed awkwardly as Hawa clung to him, while Dulce perched quietly on his shoulder. An elder gentleman calmly assured them he'd handle things, but had questions about their earlier explanation. He pointed out a detail that didn't align, something bothering him about the rock bee story. Jianwu, confused, asked what the issue was, unsure which part had raised the man's concern. The elder repeated Jianwu's own claim that Mucky Village's bees naturally didn't attack humans and waited for confirmation. Jianwu sat with Hawa and Dulce, confused as the elder suggested applying for a bee patent. Shocked, Jianwu asked if that was even possible. The elder insisted it was, and recommended urgency. He warned that rumors had surfaced about wild queen rock bee cocoons appearing across distant mountain areas. A queen cocoon was shown. Resting quietly, its presence hinted at far-reaching consequences if left unchecked. Another man appeared, grinning slyly, ready to exploit the situation and claim the bees for himself. Jianwu noticed strangers nearby and grew uneasy. Others had already begun to catch wind of the bees. He gulped, realizing not everyone shared Siren's research motives. Some might exploit the bees for profit. He agreed with Mr. Knight about filing a patent quickly, though hesitated at having his name public. Knight understood his concern immediately, recalling Jianwu's discomfort with public recognition or being in official records. With a knowing smile, Knight offered an alternative solution, handing something over for Jianwu to consider. Jianwu was stunned as Knight suggested he apply for a patent using Xinhua Farms' company name. Knight confirmed it was possible, however. The patent rights would legally belong to Xinhua Farms' current CEO. Dulce looked confused, and Hawa giggled, realizing this wasn't just a joke, it was a serious offer. So Knight proposed the simplest solution. Jianwu should become the CEO himself, shocking everyone in the room. Knight smiled warmly, explaining the company had always existed with Jianwu's future role quietly in mind. In the lab, a researcher remained focused, unaware of the organizational shift happening behind the scenes. Jianwu, overwhelmed but composed, gave permission to proceed with the plan that had just been proposed. Knight confirmed confidently, assuring Jianwu he would handle everything smoothly. Jianwu simply needed to trust him, still dazed. Jianwu opened the CEO file. The weight of the title finally started sinking in. Hawa laughed playfully, teasing him about becoming chairman next. Jianwu smiled, trying not to look too nervous. Jianwu chuckled, asking where Hawa had learned such bold language. She laughed and hugged him tightly. He gently brushed it off, deciding they had more important things to focus on than teasing. With a wide grin, Jianwu suggested they stop chatting and finally get back to work again. Dulce and the others agreed enthusiastically, proposing they return to the field where perillas were last planted. Suddenly, someone shouted Jianwu's name from a distance, catching his attention mid-step with clear urgency. Yejun ran up cheerfully, glad to catch Jianwu just before everyone headed off to work. Jianwu teased Yejun, asking if he wanted more rock bee honey tea. Yejun quickly denied it. Yejun flinched but admitted he couldn't resist stopping by once he heard about the fresh honey. He explained his visit had another reason: his family was planning a trip to the beach soon. Jianwu smiled warmly and wished Yejun a wonderful trip while Hawa quietly watched from beside him. Yejun asked if Jianwu had summer vacation plans, prompting a curious look from the others nearby. He invited Jianwu's group to join his family's beach trip if they didn't already have plans. Jianwu smiled at the offer, grateful, but mentioned managing the farm made summer breaks difficult. Yejun pointed out Jianwu's unique advantage: he used spirits for labor, making his workload much lighter. Jianwu looked at his summoned spirits fluttering around, realizing Yejun might actually have a valid point. Jianwu dismissed the idea with a casual nope, not thinking much of summer vacations or trips. Yejun urged him to reconsider, saying it could be a meaningful time with family and memories. The word family struck Jianwu. He repeated it quietly, suddenly lost in thought about what that truly meant. He realized he'd never taken a proper vacation with the kids, always focused on work instead. Hawa and Dulce laughed joyfully, reminding him just how much those moments could matter to them. Jianwu stood quietly, then finally spoke, his voice calm and certain he'd go on the trip. Yejun's eyes lit up with surprise and happiness, beaming at Jianwu's unexpected but welcome decision. Jianwu admitted it wouldn't be easy, but he'd work harder to create meaningful memories with everyone. The kids cheered in excitement, thrilled that their summer would include a vacation together as a family. Yejun excitedly suggested a summer trip, and Jianwu was instantly caught in the unexpected announcement. Motivated by the plan, Jianwu sprinted across the house, pushing himself to finish his tasks. Determined, he shouted about finishing everything before the trip, while Hawa and the spirit watched, amused. Hawa stood beside Jianwu, grinning as he explained how they'd clean and water everything today. Without delay, they dashed off together, Jianwu leading, Hawa following, and the spirit bouncing behind with joy. Jianwu paused by the lake, unsure why a water park was part of this trip. At first he hesitated, imagining slippery slides and chaos instead of peaceful farming and quiet spirit time. But the more he thought about it, the idea oddly started to make more sense. A trip with laughter, splashes, and sunny skies might actually be fun, even for Jianwu. Still, Jianwu had no idea what to pack, and the spirits weren't being helpful at all. Jianwu stretched confidently, proud of their pace, while Hawa cheerfully followed with spirits bouncing behind her. She paused when someone called her name, glancing back curiously with a puzzled look on her face. A local farmer greeted them warmly, surprised to see them working so hard this early again. Jianwu explained they were hurrying to finish tasks, earning a compliment for Hawa's bright energy, but the farmer warned him working nonstop in scorching heat wasn't safe, especially with kids tagging along. Jianwu called out, startled by Hawa's sudden move as she reached up to grab something, and Hawa cheered, holding a bottle triumphantly while the spirit barked, and Jianwu watched, slightly embarrassed. The older farmer chuckled, advising Jianwu to stay aware if he hoped to lead someday. Jianwu paused. Repeating the thought aloud, becoming the village foreman wasn't something he had considered before. The farmer confirmed it confidently, surprising everyone, especially Hawa, who tilted her head in silent curiosity. Jianwu laughed awkwardly, unsure how to respond to the unexpected idea of joining the village association. The farmer explained the group's age problem and reassured him that official membership wasn't really necessary. He praised Jianwu's past help with village development and emphasized how valuable his efforts had been. Even the elders would support Jianwu, the farmer claimed, imagining dramatic outrage if anyone dared oppose him. With a grin, he stated he'd rather see Jianwu lead than someone completely unqualified again. The farmer grinned again, clearly believing Jianwu was better than any random person taking the foreman title. Jianwu stood still, surprised and slightly overwhelmed, while Hawa and the spirit looked up at him. He finally replied he'd think about it as the farmer prepared to leave with a wave. Jianwu wondered aloud if he really seemed outstanding to others. Unsure of what they truly saw? Still, He had produced great results, rows of healthy crops and harvests that spoke for themselves. Jianwu recalled the people he met. Each encounter helped shape his path and broaden his world. He had slowly formed connections, building trust with others who became surprisingly close over time. Still, Jianwu doubted himself, unsure whether achievements alone were enough to truly make someone outstanding. He admitted his uncertainty, hesitating as he glanced sideways, searching for a reason to believe otherwise. Then Hawa suddenly reached out, her small hand gently tugging his sleeve to get his attention. Jianwu spun Hawa in the air, laughing proudly and calling her his lucky charm without hesitation. He praised her again, smiling warmly, suggesting they should even plan a celebration just for her. A few days later, Jianwu and Hawa visited a familiar house where they greeted someone cheerfully. An older woman welcomed them with joy, asking how they had been during the past days. Suddenly, villagers rushed forward, clearly desperate, begging for help as they surrounded Jianwu with urgent pleas. Jianwu arrived just in time, warmly welcomed as the group prepared to sit down for lunch. They invited him to join, and Hawa happily called his name while wearing her little chef hat. Jianwu accepted the offer with a smile, admitting he was feeling quite hungry after the walk. However, everyone suddenly stared at the dish brought in, visibly nervous and unsure how to react. Mrs. Li turned to Jianwu, worried, and quietly asked him what exactly the mystery food was. Jianwu proudly explained he couldn't find the dish anywhere, so he decided to make it himself. Mrs. Li smiled awkwardly, while another woman whispered that she probably should have stopped him from cooking. They examined the mysterious bowl, slowly realizing the strange mixture was supposed to be spicy rice cakes. One brave fork poked into the dark, bubbling contents, releasing steam that made everyone step back. Mrs. Li hesitated, staring nervously at the dish, unsure whether tasting it was a good idea. The dish was judged spicy rice cakes that looked nightmarish. With an official taste grade of F, Jianwu proudly explained he'd used every premium crop he had, expecting it to taste amazing. With confidence, he urged everyone to dig in, unaware of the fear spreading around the table. The others sat frozen, uncertain, while Jianwu questioned why no one was lifting their utensils. Even the spirits stared silently, eyes wide, clearly unsure if the food was safe to eat. Suddenly, Kong leapt up and snatched the dish from Jianwu's hands without any hesitation. He munched on the food eagerly while everyone stared in shock, unsure whether to stop him. Jianwu reached to stop him, but a neighbor reassured him Kong was still just a baby. The villagers looked visibly relieved, thankful Kong's reaction saved them from having to try the dish. Kong, who adored everything Jianwu cooked, unintentionally became everyone's hero by tasting it first. Saren took a bite for the experience, but instantly regretted it and barely held it in. Later, a professionally made version of the same dish appeared, perfectly cooked and visually appetizing this time. Siren admitted the difference, impressed by how much better it looked compared to Jianwu's earlier attempt. She praised him anyway, believing someone like him must never have doubts or worries about anything. Jianwu quietly replied that he still had a long way to go and much to learn. While preparing rice cakes, Siren explained he constantly pushes himself to reach even greater cooking goals. Siren declared that one day he'd surpass the world's top chef and claim the #1. With calm confidence, he announced the rice cakes were ready and invited everyone to try them. Jianwu watched in awe, realizing Soren was already admired, yet still striving for something beyond greatness. Everyone admired him as Korea's best, but his ambitions clearly aimed far above that title. Jianwu mumbled to himself, wondering if he could ever become a farmer as great as Saren. He didn't mean much by it, just a passing thought sparked by genuine admiration and respect. But suddenly, a glowing screen appeared, awarding him an ordeal titled Path to Real Farmer. Startled, Jianwu shouted in confusion, shocked that a casual thought had triggered an official farming challenge. Jianwu stepped forward, nervous yet determined, finally ready to explain the strange dream he experienced yesterday. After watching Hawa disappear into light, he realized something awakened. His body responded like never before. A message suddenly appeared. Glowing bright spirit farmer class unlocked, compatible with Jianwu's current spiritual condition. Startled by the radiant change, the villagers turned toward him. Hawa's friends sensed something was wrong. Without saying anything, Hawa bowed lightly, spun around, and dashed off, leaving behind a silent, glowing trail. After a long day tending spirits, a fresh pot of spicy rice cakes was prepared for dinner. Drawn by the scent, Hawa approached the table, curious and hungry, eyeing the food with delight. Without hesitation, she grabbed a piece and bit into it, savoring the flavor with focused excitement. The spice hit immediately, but instead of discomfort, her expression exploded into joy and overwhelming satisfaction. Watching her reaction, the caretaker felt relieved Hawa was adapting well to food from the human world. She glanced at Jianwu, noticing he hadn't touched his food, clearly distracted by recent events. Jianwu flinched when asked to eat, his mind still unsettled by the earlier spiritual system notification. Even Hawa sensed his discomfort, while others continued enjoying their meal, unaware of his inner worries. He admitted feeling lost. The spirit farmer class had chosen him suddenly, with no prior warning or clue. She reassured him calmly, confident that Jianwu would adjust, just as she once had herself. Jianwu laughed nervously, unsure how to respond. Even Hawa looked puzzled by his sudden awkwardness. He straightened up, recalling his past as a superhuman. Now, he wanted to offer advice instead. The older girl reminded him that struggles are normal, any ordeal can be overcome with steady persistence. She added there was no deadline for action, encouraging Jianwu to move at his own pace. Relieved, Jianwu smiled warmly. Then, gently, he reached for another rice cake, ready to try again. With a big smile, Hawa eagerly offered Jianwu a piece of the rice cake herself. Surprised but touched, Jianwu accepted it with care, realizing she wanted to share her joy. He tasted it thoughtfully, letting the flavor settle as his earlier doubts slowly began to fade. Deciding to stop overthinking, Jianwu reminded himself to move forward with a calm and open heart. Hawa beamed brightly. Jianwu thanked her, knowing this small act marked a meaningful step ahead. After finishing the meal, everyone felt full and content. Jianwu stood and thanked them sincerely. He expressed gratitude not just for the food, but also for the encouragement and warm welcome. Hawa poked the girl in pink, silently reminding her that something important still hadn't been said. She quickly scolded Jianwu. He had completely forgotten the main reason he was invited there today. The woman suddenly remembered. Jianwu came with a purpose. Now was time to hear it. Jianwu suddenly raised a new topic, his real reason for visiting. A proposal for summer vacation. The idea caught them by surprise, but Hawa immediately lit up, clapping with cheerful excitement. A few days later, they departed the village, traveling to the mountains under bright blue skies. Jianwu panted heavily as they hiked uphill. Despite exhaustion, he was happy to be outdoors again. Hawa dashed ahead with a spirit beast, energized and laughing loudly as the woods echoed around her. Hawa stood at the edge of a cliff, preparing to jump with total confidence and joy. She leapt with both arms raised, landing triumphantly as her companions cheered from behind with excitement. Meanwhile, Jianwu wiped sweat nervously. Realizing the location was riskier than he had originally planned, they had unknowingly climbed to a rocky summit, an intense place for bonding and new experiences alike. Shortly after their return, a mysterious doll-like creature appeared in front of them, surprising even Hawa. A powerful presence stirred within the cocoon. A queen-rank bee began awakening, radiating immense spiritual energy. The event was rare. Even Jianwu sensed the danger as bees buzzed tensely around them. This queen didn't seek a hive. Instead, she hovered above the cliffs, charging up her aura. Jianwu remembered the Great Bee War and feared provoking another one through an accidental summoning. Choosing a remote mountain spot was his way to prevent chaos, but risks remained. Hovering all around, a suited man approached calmly. Jianwu recognized him immediately as Mr. Pan, the hive inspector. Jianwu greeted him politely. Pan confirmed he was visiting to check on the rock bee's behavior. When asked about recent events, Pan recalled Miss Seo Rin's visit and her brief interaction with the bees. Jianwu nodded silently. Pan's vague tone hinted she visited often, though he didn't comment directly about it. Jianwu whispered to Hawa, joking that Pan always spoke seriously, making everything feel more intense than needed. Jianwu flinched at something odd. He turned quickly, spotting a strange pattern carved into the rock. Confused, he questioned Pan, was such a massive boulder really necessary just to raise rock bees? Pan admitted it wasn't required, but bees preferred strong, secure terrain, especially when nesting on mountainsides. Jianwu nodded thoughtfully. The explanation helped clarify things, satisfying a curiosity that had lingered for days. Grateful, Jianwu thanked him warmly. Pan looked flustered, waving it off while adjusting his glasses quickly. Jianwu relaxed after the conversation, but Hawa tugged his sleeve, clearly wanting his attention again. He turned toward her, puzzled by her urgency, unsure why she looked so excited all suddenly. With cheerful energy, Hawa declared it was finally time to continue their long-postponed mountain adventure together. Jianwu apologized to Pan, promising to answer more questions later, then dashed off to follow Hawa. Back at the base, others noticed their energetic departure. Clearly something new had just begun again. Jianwu and Hawa returned in a rush, apologizing for running off so suddenly mid-conversation. The others reassured them kindly no one else had arrived yet, so there was no trouble caused. Suddenly, a van approached. Jianwu turned his head at the sound, surprised by the perfect timing. Yongo opened the door, welcoming them warmly. He gestured for everyone to hop in and relax. With cheers and excitement, the group gathered together, finally setting off for their long-awaited summer journey. The van sped down the road. Jianwu and the others were finally en route to vacation. Inside, Yongo cheerfully drove. Jianwu admitted he couldn't help, he still didn't have a driver's license. Despite his youth, Yongo handled the road skillfully. The others praised his calm, confident driving style. Some passengers slept soundly, including Chief Suchin, who'd stayed up all night preparing for the trip. An elder teased Jian-woo for never getting licensed. Embarrassed, he laughed and dodged the incoming scolding. Chief Suchin gave Jian-woo a sly glance, preparing to stir the group with a question. He casually asked Chi what she thought of men who couldn't drive, causing instant tension inside. Chi's reaction was sharp. She demanded clarification, clearly not amused by the comment directed at Jian-woo. Trying to defuse the moment, Jian-woo laughed nervously while petting a relaxed Hawa in his lap. Alongside them, she and the fluffy spirit Kikyu also joined the group for this summer journey. Before leaving for vacation, Jian-woo arranged care for his cow, which couldn't join the journey. He entrusted the task to Elle, asking her to look after the gentle creature while away. Feeling guilty, Jian-woo apologized. He knew Elle couldn't leave the area yet asked her for help. And Elle smiled and agreed happily. She promised to befriend the cow and keep it safe too. The cow seemed moved, offering a soft moo. Elle offered help with anything else during their absence. Elle suddenly spun around and asked Jian-woo for one more important favor before they left. And then, she requested he take Kyu-kyung along to the beach for a special recording project. Jian-woo realized her plan was to create a new beach episode for KKA YouTube's online content. He was surprised Elle cared that much. Hawa seemed excited too, already cuddling the fluffy star. She burst out she loved KKI YouTube and had rewatched every episode countless times with full enthusiasm. She excitedly praised KKYU. Kyung's rare charm, his fluffy looks and wild rabbit traits made him truly special. Despite his soft appearance, Kyung also had courage, often charging forward with energy during filming sessions. She admired the drone footage too, saying it captured scenes even professional travel shows couldn't match. Overwhelmed by admiration, she declared there weren't enough words to describe how awesome KKYTube really was. Grateful, she offered help anytime, calling the suggestion a lucky moment that brought her genuine happiness. While driving, Yongo cheerfully commented on how well-loved Kyu-kyung had become among the entire group. Hawa happily hugged Kyu-kyung, while Jian-woo chuckled, noting how much attention the fluffy creature received. She suddenly froze. She realized something odd. If Kyu-kyung was Jian-woo's monster, then Elle must know him. That would also make Jian-woo indirectly connected to KKYtube's creator, an unexpected link she hadn't noticed before. She turned quickly, trying to confirm her suspicion. If Kyu-kyung's here, was Elle involved too? She remained stunned by her realization, but Yongo interrupted, urging everyone to step out first. Jian-woo gently redirected the conversation, saying they could continue talking about KKYtube after settling down outside. Still flustered, she agreed with a quiet nod as the van doors slid open beside her. Jian-woo stepped out into the bright air, stretching with a smile. Hawa followed closely behind him. They were finally here. Waves crashed, wind blew gently. The summer beach trip had officially begun. As they admired the view, Kyungo cheerfully mentioned the beach was usually quiet and peaceful, and he agreed, but quickly noticed something odd. There were far more people gathered than he expected. Kyungo turned serious. The growing crowd surprised him too. This wasn't how the location was usually described. Someone from the crowd called out to Kyungo, waving to catch his attention over the bustle. A man asked politely to pass through. He was Kyungo's father. Trying to reach his son directly, two flashy new arrivals appeared: Jin-yuk Park and Seojin Chung, drawing immediate attention from everyone at the beach. Kyungo panicked. He had told them to stay quiet, not show up so dramatically dressed. The whole group stood frozen as the beachgoers gathered around, sensing something unusual was happening now. With those two showing up, Jian-woo realized this summer trip wouldn't be peaceful or normal anymore. Meanwhile, far away in Zhehua's laboratory, a machine roared to life. Another event was unfolding elsewhere. Yuna walked through the lab corridor, preparing to report the outcome of her latest experiment. The director praised her for securing the lab. She seemed reluctant, knowing what she had to say. He asked about the elixir's success. Yuna looked down, hesitant to confirm the result out loud. She finally admitted the truth. The growth assistance elixir had failed again, despite her best efforts. Holding the bottle, she reflected this formula wasn't complete yet. Her work was far from finished, and Yuna wrapped up her shift. The director, preparing to leave, asked for any last updates. She casually inquired if something important had occurred, worried it might involve a task from his wife. Panicked, the director begged her not to mention anything if it was a request from his wife. Yuna clarified it wasn't that. Jian-woo had called earlier, inviting the director on a summer trip. The director twitched, stunned by the unexpected offer. He turned slowly and asked her to repeat it. Shocked by the invitation, Yuna sprang into action, requesting immediate helicopter transport to the beach. The director scrambled after her, surprised she'd accepted so quickly after days of non-stop lab work. With Yuna joining, the group's first fully together summer trip had officially and energetically begun at last. Elsewhere, overlooking the coast, another girl peeked from the woods watching the festive beach with wide eyes. She whispered in awe, so many people had gathered, something exciting was clearly happening down there. Ming Chen watched the beach bitterly, frustrated they were enjoying themselves after ruining his business plans. The hooded girl caught him staring. Startled, he pretended nothing was wrong, quickly averting his eyes. She asked innocently if she could play too. Ming Chen snapped, reminding her they had duties, but as he turned, he realized he may have pushed too hard without thinking of her feelings. Tears welled up in her eyes. Ming Chen panicked he needed to fix this before it worsened. Ming Chen sighed, then gave in with a nod. The girl instantly lit up with joy. She dashed off excitedly, ready to enjoy the beach with all her energy and determination. Determined, she clenched her fist and promised herself to enjoy every second and do her best. Ming Chen watched her silently, allowing her freedom, but his thoughts grew darker with each passing second. He whispered to himself, once she's had her fun, their real work and revenge would begin soon. Using magic, the girl made plants flourish instantly. Ming Chen watched silently as the field bloomed rapidly. Smirking, he thought to himself the place she loved would soon become something far more dangerous. The tent stood quietly beside the sea, breeze brushing past as calm waves sparkled under the sun. Jian Wu peeked nervously through the flap, eyes shifting, wondering if the peace would actually last. Okay, so, he muttered, sweat dripping, remembering how camping wasn't supposed to be this stressful. They managed to pitch the tent clumsily, but the teamwork made them laugh despite the awkward stakes. Later, they splashed around together, spirits high and light, briefly forgetting the world beyond this ocean. After their ocean play, everyone gathered by the table, drying off while preparing for a simple meal. Exhaustion set in after eating, the cheerful mood slowly shifted to fatigue as the afternoon heat lingered. Jian Wu decided to guide everyone back to the tent, sensing how drained the group had become. Later, he woke inside the tent, recalling how they'd all fallen asleep close to each other. Confused, he noticed only one girl remained, sleeping deeply while using his lap as her pillow. Jian Wu sat frozen, nervous and sweating, unsure how to move without waking the sleeping girl. Suddenly, she stirred slightly, her eyes opening halfway as she mumbled in confusion, still half asleep. Jian Wu panicked when she said another name, mistaking him for someone else, while half-conscious and dazed. Without warning, she wrapped her arms around him, fully embracing him while still completely asleep. Another girl approached the tent and noticed the scene, her expression unreadable as she stood silently outside. From outside the tent, someone quietly left without saying anything, retreating before the others even noticed. Jian Wu scrambled to explain the situation, embarrassed and flustered as Yun bowed repeatedly in apology. And then she admitted exhaustion led her to sleepwalk, apologizing again for unintentionally disturbing his rest. Though he reassured her kindly, her expression shifted, torn between relief and a quiet, lingering frustration. When he showed no discomfort, she suddenly grew irritated, confused by her own unexpected reaction to it. She suddenly grabbed Hawa's hand, determined to change the mood and lift everyone's spirits immediately. Jian Wu was surprised by the sudden shift, watching as she brightened up with intense resolve. Declaring her plans, she pulled out her credit card and promised to treat Hawa to everything. Despite his protests, the group agreed to head into town together, swept up in Xi's energy. The three marched ahead as a group, with Xi confidently leading the charge into their next adventure. At the festival, Hawa proudly raised her giant prize, while the others followed with amused smiles. They moved from stall to stall, laughing and cheering, as Hawa kept winning small games with ease. As night fell, the lights from the coastline twinkled, marking the end of their playful outing. A box filled with stuffed animals revealed their haul, countless toys from Hawa's unstoppable winning streak. Jian Wu was stunned by the amount, while she simply smiled, proud of how much fun they had. Hawa proudly raised her hand after winning again, bursting with energy from her string of victories. Jian Wu watched in disbelief as Hawa effortlessly popped an entire column of balloons in seconds. Later that night, she asked if they enjoyed themselves. Jian Wu smiled and confirmed they definitely had. Still holding the plush toys, he looked around and realized a few people were suddenly missing. She explained casually that their fathers had gone off again, enjoying another round of festival drinks together. The village's tavern buzzed with energy. Outside, a young boy returned from morning rounds, visibly concerned. He approached his elder, hesitating. Despite the lively atmosphere, he noticed something strange had been ongoing all day. The spirit beasts sat unusually still. Their unwavering gaze was fixed beyond the path, ignoring everything else. The boy had tried investigating with Mr. Suchin earlier, but without taming skills, they lacked meaningful insight. Now, even Renatra stood dazed. Whatever lay in that direction clearly disturbed all creatures in their group. Jian Wu approached the spirit creatures, puzzled by their odd silence and synchronized focus on the mountain. One spirit creature stepped forward, sniffed curiously, and responded with a sound that caught Jian Wu's full attention. Raising its paw, the creature hinted at something strange it had sensed drifting from the distance. It claimed to smell something pleasant and unusual beyond the trees. Pointing repeatedly in the same direction, Jian Wu stared toward the mountain, confused. There was no food or settlement, just wilderness and wind. Jian Wu sniffed the air again. Beside him, Hawa and the spirits also noticed the sense shift. One by one, the creatures reacted. Hawa whispered it was fragrant, unusually pleasant, even for natural surroundings. Jian Wu wondered if it came from the forest, unsure whether it was natural or something else. He stayed calm, choosing to assist Mr. Suchin nearby, while keeping his thoughts fixed on the mountain. Up on the slope, unseen by them, a glowing patch of rare flowers bloomed between the trees. A strange ripple pulsed through the forest canopy, disturbing leaves and triggering a shift in the air. Suddenly, a dark figure passed through the glowing field of flowers, stepping into the unknown space. High above, an ominous eye appeared in swirling clouds, silent, unblinking, and watching from another realm. Far away, unaware, a sparrow chirped from a branch near town, sensing no danger from above. Meanwhile, Jian Wu stretched in the sun, smiling, as the spirits enjoyed the calm morning breeze. Morning began quietly. Jian Wu greeted his older brother, who asked if everyone had slept well. Everyone agreed their rest was great. The soft beds had made a clear difference for the group. Nearby, one elder staggered slightly. His daughter noticed first and asked if something was wrong with him. The man claimed he was fine, despite spinning vision. Yesterday's drinking had clearly affected his balance. It was Mr. Suchan's hangover remedy that saved him something he drank quietly before others woke up. Jian Wu thanked Chef Suchan for the meal. The morning had gone smoothly, full of cheerful energy. Suddenly, someone tugged at Jian Wu's sleeve. He turned, sensing eagerness without knowing what was coming next. Hawa raised both hands with excitement. The spirit beast joined her, full of anticipation and joy. Jian Wu smiled at their energy and asked if they should head out for more fun again. With one loud cheer, Jian Wu declared their plan. Today's destination would be the beach for all. Jian Wu led the group toward the beach, spirits high, until Hawa suddenly veered off without warning. She slowed down, distracted by something. Her steps stopped, eyes fixed on a distant spot ahead. "Hawa!" Jian Wu called out, sensing her confusion. But she didn't respond, already walking toward the shoreline. Jian Wu noticed her figure drifting away. He followed quickly, puzzled by her sudden change in direction. And at the water's edge, Hawa stood silently. Jian Wu approached, uncertain why she looked so serious. A mysterious girl in a cloak turned silently. Her eyes met Hawa's, watching with quiet intent. The waves rolled calmly. Jian Wu stood nearby, speaking to a new girl named Soa by the beach. He asked if she was vacationing too. Soa responded quietly, nodding without much expression or energy. Hawa watched the conversation. When asked about her guardian, she said Ming Chen left her alone again. Jian Wu noticed something was off. Hawa looked distracted, and her cheerful spirit had suddenly dimmed without warning. He leaned closer, concerned. She didn't answer directly, just stared down, eyes troubled by something she couldn't explain. While Jian Wu checked on Hawa, the spirit creatures unexpectedly swarmed the cloaked girl from earlier. She struggled to push them off, shouting in frustration, but they seemed more curious than aggressive. Jian Wu gently pulled one spirit back and explained they likely mistook her for someone familiar or friendly. Hawa watched closely. The girl hesitated but admitted she didn't mind, she just wasn't used to attention. She softened, smiling slightly, and mumbled that she liked them because they were warm and fluffy. Jian Wu nodded, smiling as the girl relaxed. The spirit beast gathered beside her without hesitation. She began petting them gently, amazed. The idea of cute monsters was new to her entirely. Jian Wu mentioned Kong's species was actually well known. She admitted her experience was only with much scarier creatures. She described a terrifying beast, huge, horned, and spider-like. Jian Wu's face tensed, imagining something that size chasing people. When he asked about Ming Chen, her mood changed. She quietly replied, "He never really plays." Jian Wu stiffened. Soa's words echoed. He realized she'd often been left alone without supervision. He found it hard to understand. Why would anyone leave a child unsupervised for so long? It contradicted everything. Ming Chen once acted overly cautious, not even letting others approach Soa at all. Jian Wu grew frustrated. He imagined giving Ming Chen a piece of his mind when they met. Still, he knew what came first. Soa couldn't be left alone again, not even briefly. Hawa smiled brightly, pulling Soa beside her. The two girls seemed to be getting closer. Soa hesitated, explaining that Ming Chen told her not to play with people she didn't know. Jian Wu frowned. It felt hypocritical Ming Chen wasn't even present, yet set rules he didn't follow himself. He reassured Soa they'd met before, so technically he wasn't a stranger. Soa accepted his logic. Jianwu raised his fist. "Let's go have fun." The others followed, unaware of Soa's lingering doubts. Soa raised her hand joyfully. Her earlier hesitation faded as she agreed to join their group. The narrator noted this moment Soa deciding to open up marked a turning point in her guarded behavior. A fresh mountain breeze swept the area. Jianwu's group enjoyed the balance of beach and forest. One of the adults admired the view, proud of the scenic location they had chosen to relax. He claimed credit confidently, but his wife's glare suggested she'd done the actual planning behind the scenes. As the others relaxed, one woman paused silently, sniffing the air with a sudden look of concern. She turned to her companion and said something in the air felt oddly familiar and slightly unsettling too. He responded casually, suggesting all mountains probably smell the same. She didn't seem amused by that. She snapped, frustrated, insisting she could easily tell the difference between fresh mountain wind and something unnatural. Before he could reply, she flinched. A strange presence in the air made her eyes widen instantly. One of the elders called Jungyuk over. The group's attention was shifting toward something unexpected nearby. They walked together, following the call. The atmosphere shifted as a beautiful sight slowly came into view. A hillside appeared blanketed entirely by glowing flowers. The group stopped, stunned by the vibrant living field. Jungyuk stepped forward, eyes wide. The flowers felt familiar somehow, as if tied to something long buried. As ocean waves crashed softly nearby, the others stayed quiet, sensing the moment was more than scenic. A young woman and her butler approached kindly. They introduced themselves formally to Soa and the others. Jianwu assured Soa that Yuna could be trusted. Hawa's cheerful presence helped calm her nerves. And with encouragement, Soa took a deep breath and raised her hand to return the introduction. She introduced herself clearly, feeling proud. It was a small but meaningful moment of growth for her. Jianwu laughed softly. Soa, flustered, asked if she did it wrong. Her first confident step felt awkward. Jianwu chuckled and suggested Soa try being just a bit more polite when introducing herself. Soa tilted her head, confused. She didn't understand what more polite really meant in that context. Jianwu paused, realizing Soa might be too young to grasp the nuance of speech levels yet. Hawa explained Soa's confusion to Yuna, who responded with warmth, showing no sign of offense at all. Yuna reassured them kindly. She looked forward to the day and spoke to Soa with respect. Soa politely bowed, but her sudden intensity startled Yuna. Jianwu tried to manage the situation calmly. He quietly reminded himself that Yuna was actually an adult, despite looking quite young in appearance. He looked around and noticed something. She asked where the rest of the group had gone. Jianwu suddenly remembered they had planned to explore the mountain earlier that day, likely already on their way. He reached for his phone, deciding to call and check on the other's current location. A call came through. Jianwu's mother excitedly told him to check out the new message. The group gathered around him, curious. Hawa and Soa peeked over his shoulder, eyes full of interest. Jianwu showed them the screen. His grandmother had sent a photo of a vibrant flower field. They stared at the flowers. Yuna noticed something oddly familiar about the image and its location. Soa suddenly remembered. It was the same place she and Ming Chen had helped plant together. Jianwu proudly confirmed that the flowers were planted by Soa and Ming Chen during their travels. Suddenly, Yuna stepped forward and grabbed Jianwu's arm. Her reaction was quick and unexpectedly intense. She shouted, shocked that Soa planted those exact flowers. Her tone was serious, not celebratory at all. Soa flinched at her raised voice, unsure why her actions caused such a dramatic response. Yuna demanded answers. Something urgent was unfolding, and the location of those flowers now mattered deeply to her. Yuna suddenly recognized the flowers and shouted. She identified them as royally rare and highly significant plants. Jianwu was shocked. He wasn't just any flower. Its full bloom suggested something unnatural was affecting growth. Elsewhere, others admired the scene. But one among them stared silently, trying to recall a forgotten memory. The beach was crowded with families when the siren started, echoing across the sand and ocean breeze. A man holding a beach ball froze, confused, as people began looking around in alarmed silence. A loud announcement blared, "Dungeon-level alert! Evacuate immediately." The man's grip tightened around the beach ball. He stared at his bare feet as the ball dropped, realizing danger had arrived once again. Everyone ran for safety, leaving behind towels, umbrellas, and toys, the peaceful beach turning into chaos. Pan received a call, his eyes wide, as he listened to instructions coming through urgently. She answered calmly, voice steady, assuring the caller everything was understood and would be handled carefully. Standing by the flowers, she thanked Pan for his effort, feeling relief as tension slowly faded. She sighed in relief and ended the call, lowering the device as her hand relaxed finally. Walking past caution tape, she reported civilians safe and backup coming, ready for whatever happened next. She exhaled deeply, glancing back at the others who waited quietly for her next decision. Turning her head, she sensed something was wrong, her expression tightening as worry replaced her relief immediately. She spoke firmly, explaining that despite progress, the most dangerous problem was still unresolved and approaching fast. She complained loudly, frustrated her first vacation in years had been ruined by unexpected chaos and danger. The hooded woman clenched her fist, determination clear, ready to face the threat without hesitation or doubt. The creatures cried loudly in her arms, their small paws waving as they protested being held still. She sighed, sensing by their reactions that the flowers nearby must be causing everyone serious trouble now. Apologizing softly, she admitted she failed to restrain them alone and should have left them behind. He tried to reassure her it was fine, though frustration showed as he rubbed his tired forehead. The hooded girl tugged his sleeve, her voice trembling as she asked if she ruined everything. He stammered nervously, unsure how to explain without making her feel worse about everything immediately. A voice interrupted firmly, stepping forward to confirm she had, in fact, caused a serious problem. He looked back, sighing, then admitted she'd done something awful that endangered everyone around the entire area. They explained the flowers attracted monsters wherever planted, nearly creating disaster if help hadn't arrived in time. Hearing this, she lowered her head, her shoulders trembling as regret settled heavily into her small frame. Her eyes welled up with tears as she struggled to hold back everything she felt inside. He stepped forward carefully, reminding Yun-Ah she was being harsh since the girl was still very young. Yun-Ah sighed, asking quietly if the girl understood what she did wrong and why it mattered. Surprised, she looked up, realizing Yun-Ah's voice had softened after hearing her quiet, regretful answer. A gentle hand rested on her shoulder, letting her know everything would be fine from now. Yun-Ah gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her that acknowledging mistakes was the most important first step. He watched Yun-Ah closely, her calm voice surprising him, and wondered what she would say next now. Yun-Ah turned back, dismissing the worry with a smile, saying everything would be fine very soon. Suddenly, a red-haired man appeared, declaring confidently they were the best team to handle any threat. She sighed, questioning if he seriously called himself the best, suggesting he learn more about staying humble. She sent a small shock to silence him, tired of his boasting during every dangerous mission. With a calm voice, she reassured the girl they truly were the best, despite acting foolish sometimes. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed nearby, drawing everyone's attention as the air shifted with something unexpected. Someone shouted urgently, warning her about the massive ogre that had appeared right behind her without notice. She turned, smiling confidently, saying an ogre was nothing difficult and she could handle it alone. She gasped in shock, realizing something massive was moving quickly toward her from behind the trees. Her mind raced, knowing if she used magic now, everyone nearby would also be in danger. She tried stepping away, but the creature's claws were already swinging fast toward her exposed side. Heart pounding, she felt its grip tightening around her waist before she could finish her protective spell. A deep voice growled behind her, someone stepping forward with authority and calling out to confront it. The red-haired man charged straight at the ogre, his fist glowing with fierce, unstoppable burning energy. He roared with rage, shouting that no one would ever lay a hand on his friends. His punch landed hard in the ogre's chest, flames erupting and forcing the creature backward in pain. The ogre's body shook violently before dark blood poured from its mouth. Proving the fight was over, the others watched in awe, cheering loudly and calling him amazing for ending the threat so quickly. Magic circles formed around their hands as they prepared to launch attacks together against the charging ogres. The ogres roared loudly, stomping forward while shouting insults back at the red-haired man without hesitation. He smirked, telling them not to worry and to focus instead on their job destroying everything. Watching them bicker, he wondered how they still argued even while fighting monsters at a dangerous moment. She handed him something quickly, her voice calm as she asked him to hold it carefully now. He explained calmly that the creatures he carried were delicate and could get hurt during every battle. She declared she had left Dulce behind for safety, so she would fight alone this time. The monsters charged forward, roaring with fury as they tried to overwhelm her with sheer brute strength. Ice and flames collided across the battlefield, blocking the monsters' advance and forcing them to stagger back. She swung her blade fiercely, cutting through several attackers without hesitation as they fell around her feet. They all stood together smiling, feeling proud they had survived and protected everyone from the sudden threat. The sun set behind them slowly, casting warm light over the defeated monsters scattered across the field. With a wave of her hand, she summoned freezing magic that covered everything in thick, solid ice. She stepped back, satisfied, announcing calmly that the battle was finished and nothing else could escape. Now, her small creatures tilted their heads, confused by her actions, as they tried to understand her plan. He approached quietly, worried she might be disappointed with how the battle ended so quickly today. She turned, surprised, asking why he believed she would ever be disappointed in him at all. Blushing, she admitted everything felt easy, because her amazing husband protected her better than anyone else could. He stammered nervously, unable to answer, his face turning red as everyone around them started to laugh. A man in a suit appeared behind Yuna, calling her name calmly to get her full attention. The older man looked down gently, his expression calm as if he already knew what was coming. Without resisting, he held out both hands, letting the cold restraints lock around his wrists in silence. The sun sank behind the ocean, casting a golden glow over the quiet harbor and waiting car. Ming Chen sat silently, staring at the ground, while a tall man in black stood behind him. He looked up sharply when someone called his name, surprise flickering across his tired, shadowed face instantly. Jianwu, Yona! And Xia ran toward him, determined to confront the truth he kept hidden. Jianwu clenched his jaw bitterly, realizing the person she trusted had been lying to her completely. Xia sprinted through the forest path, determined to reach her target before danger could strike unexpectedly. The night air felt heavy with tension, as everyone sensed something terrible was about to happen. Hawa burst into the room, using her power to stop an attack that was already in motion. Jianwu and Hawa watched in shock, realizing how close they had come to disaster without even knowing. A shadowy enemy crashed to the ground, defeated by Hawa's swift intervention, ending the immediate threat. The defeated man lay sprawled on the ground, unable to stand as Hawa stepped forward firmly. Her voice shook with anger as she revealed she knew he had betrayed them from the start. The man only glared back coldly, unafraid of her power now that his secret was exposed. He taunted her openly, admitting he had tricked her and enjoyed watching her trust fall apart. Xia's eyes filled with pain and fury, remembering how he promised to help find her missing clan. The man laughed cruelly, clapping mockingly as if her suffering was nothing but a cheap performance. Xia bit her lip hard, struggling to keep her tears hidden behind her steady, determined gaze. Jianwu noticed her trembling shoulders and stepped closer, worried her anger and sadness might overwhelm her completely. He placed a calming hand on her arm, reminding her they had prevented the worst outcome today. The prisoner sneered darkly, promising their small victory meant nothing compared to the chaos still coming. Jianwu stared in confusion, realizing the prisoner's twisted plan might be far worse than he imagined. The man grinned wickedly, reminding them no one would be foolish enough to plant danger in one place. He confessed he had hidden the seeds of destruction in multiple sites spread across the entire region. Jianwu and Hawa felt dread tighten their chests as the man boasted about monsters overrunning everything soon. He laughed, declaring this peaceful country would collapse under chaos, while Jianwu's group prepared to resist together. The man looked bewildered, realizing too late that his plan might not have succeeded after all. Yuna stepped forward, calmly explaining he misunderstood who truly held the advantage in this dangerous situation they faced. She revealed Xia had bravely shared every hidden location, allowing them to destroy all the planted seeds. Yuna praised Xia's memory and courage, proud she helped protect everyone despite her fear and confusion. The prisoner's confidence cracked as he stammered, unable to believe they had acted so quickly to stop him. Jianwu watched quietly as Yuna comforted Xia, who was still trembling after confessing everything she knew. Xia nodded repeatedly, trying her best to describe every detail of the fields she had discovered earlier. Yuna listened carefully, quickly understanding Xia's clumsy explanations were enough to guide them to the hidden sites. She instructed her team to mobilize immediately, promising they would remove every last threat before nightfall arrived. Using Xia's clues, the agents located and destroyed all the dangerous rogue fields across the entire countryside. Yuna explained how her father's vast network made it possible to act faster than anyone expected. She recalled thinking the company's many branches were excessive, never imagining they'd become this vital so soon. Jianwu nodded in agreement, quietly impressed by how effectively Xin Shewa Group operated during every crisis they encountered. The prisoner flinched in surprise, realizing too late the true strength behind the group he underestimated for years. News outlets reported Xin Shewa Group's antidote had saved countless lives, cementing their reputation as global protectors overnight. The prisoner glared with burning hatred, furious his entire scheme had been dismantled in just days. Screaming, he lunged forward in a final desperate attack, determined to destroy anyone blocking his revenge. Jianwu reacted instantly, throwing out his arm to protect Yuna from the sudden violent assault racing closer. Yuna remained calm, quietly reassuring Jianwu there was no reason for panic or fear in this moment. She smiled confidently, explaining she had absolute faith in her elite bodyguard, already moving to intercept danger. The attacker charged recklessly, unaware that Yuna's bodyguard was already positioned to stop him without hesitation. With a swift motion, the bodyguard struck a clean blow, sending the prisoner reeling backward in pain. The man struggled to stay conscious, realizing his final desperate attempt had completely failed before it began. The elder scowled coldly, declaring no one would threaten Yun-Ah again without facing severe consequences immediately afterward. Another agent bowed respectfully, confirming he would investigate the prisoner's ties to Gateway to Heaven T. The defeated prisoner was dragged away while Jian-Woo and Hawa watched the scene finally settle into calm. Thanks to the hunters and Shin Shua group, the crisis ended without further harm spreading across the country. Hawa looked back at Jian-Woo, her eyes uncertain as she wondered what would happen to her. Jian-Woo stepped closer, unsure how to comfort her as the dark night settled over the city. Later, Hawa stood alone by the shore, staring at the ocean waves moving under the stars. Hawa quietly approached Sia, who was still sitting alone, her shoulders drooping in heavy disappointment. Jian-Woo stood nearby, watching them both, unsure how to ease the sadness filling the silent night air. He asked gently if Sia was all right, hoping she might share what she felt inside. Sia buried her face in her arms, her voice low as she whispered she wanted to leave. Hawa understood Ming Chen's betrayal had shattered her hope, leaving her uncertain if she could trust again. Jian-Woo clenched his fist, feeling determined to prove his promise was different from every broken lie before. He declared firmly that he would personally help Sia return home, no matter what it took. Sia looked up slowly, her eyes wide with disbelief, unsure if she could trust anyone again. Jian-Woo spoke calmly, admitting he understood how hard it was to hope after being betrayed so completely. She begged her to believe, just once more, that he truly meant every word he promised. Jian-Woo held his breath, watching Sia closely, hoping she might finally believe in his promise again. Suddenly, Hawa ran over, her voice bright as she called out to Sia without any hesitation. Hawa kept repeating her name, waving her arms and trying to lift the heavy sadness around them. Sia slowly lifted her head, her eyes uncertain, wondering if she could trust what she was hearing. She admitted softly that if Jian-Woo truly meant it, she would try believing in him again. Jian-Woo crouched down carefully, wanting to meet Sia's gaze so she could see his sincerity. Sia looked up firmly and declared she didn't want promises anymore, only something stronger to trust. Jian-Woo blinked, surprised she insisted on a contract, impressed by her determination despite all her recent fear. He laughed softly and agreed, raising his hand to seal the agreement she needed to believe. As their hands met, a bright green light flared up, marking the start of their contract. Jian-Woo gasped in surprise as glowing rings of energy began swirling rapidly around his entire body. Sia covered her face, startled by the sudden magical reaction neither of them had expected happening now. Hawa watched closely, her eyes wide as she felt an unfamiliar power pulsing out between them both. Jian-Woo stared ahead, realizing something serious was taking shape, while a blue screen materialized in front silently. The screen displayed official contract terms, confirming their bond had formed with conditions stronger than any simple promise. Sia lifted her head slowly, her voice steady as she confirmed the contract was officially complete. Now, Jian-Woo and Hawa both stared in shock, realizing how serious this agreement had become between them all. Sia smiled brightly, declaring she looked forward to Jian-Woo's help and everything they would face together. Her ears perked up, already feeling braver knowing she finally had someone she could rely on again. Li Jian-Woo stood beneath the ancient tree, wondering why the spirits gathered around him today. Two energetic spirits danced before him, holding tools. They declared they would help harvest every ripe crop. She stared down at his shaking hands, feeling the weight of unexpected responsibility settle in deeply. Hawa tilted her head, puzzled. She asked him gently if he was ready for their mission. He finally exhaled, nodding. The time had come to begin farming with the spirits beside him. Monsters of every shape and color poured from the dungeon entrance, roaring as darkness followed them out. Hunters arrived in formation, their weapons flashing. They fought fiercely to drive the monsters back underground quickly. Among them, a small girl smiled brightly. She was playing with friendly spirits floating around her. Li Jian-Woo watched her carefully, realizing spirits were becoming a normal part of daily life. He frowned, wiping sweat from his cheek. Something felt wrong, but he could not explain why. Li Jian-Woo laughed nervously, scratching his head, unsure how to answer the unexpected strange question. Sia stared into the distance, pondering deeply, then announced spirits actually lived within a separate dimension. Her words left Jian-Woo sweating awkwardly, realizing that reality might be much bigger than he imagined before. He remembered how they once stopped a disaster, though that threat was nothing compared to now. Nearby hunters prepared cautiously, sensing that the current situation felt like the beginning of another crisis. Li Jianwu waved as his parents, Mr. Suchin and Bei Seirin, departed in their car. That night, the quiet apartment building stood under a sky filled with countless small shining stars. Inside, the spirits and little girl rested peacefully, their hands joined together in simple, calm trust. Half awake, she murmured Hawa's name, then sleepily nibbled the soft pillow clutched in her arms. Watching them, Jianwu smiled brightly, relieved to see everyone safe and comfortable after a long day. Li Jianwu looked around the quiet room, making sure everyone was safely resting in place. He closed the door carefully, sighing with relief. Today had been exhausting in every possible way. Suddenly, he heard a voice nearby asking softly if the children had finally fallen asleep. Turning quickly, Jianwu spotted Yuna walking toward him with a serious expression on her tired face. She stopped in front of him, took a breath, and asked to talk for a minute. Li Jianwu nodded once, agreeing calmly to hear whatever Yuna needed to share with him. They sat together at the table in the quiet room, waiting for someone else to join. An older man approached them, placed 2 cups on the table, and smiled with polite warmth. Yuna slowly fidgeted with her drink, clearly searching for the right words before starting her question. Finally, she looked up, her voice steady, and asked him honestly how everything had really gone. Yuna lifted her cup and reminded him there was something important he needed to remember carefully. She asked if he recalled what was said about the Gateway to Heaven tea before everything happened. Jianwu froze, images flashing in his mind of the guards sprinting away from the compound's courtyard. He admitted the tea had harmed many people in China, understanding why punishment would be severe. Yuna sipped quietly, lowering her eyes as she prepared herself to share something even more serious. Yuna spoke softly, confirming the child must be Xia. Jianwu nodded, feeling tension build inside him. She explained Chinese authorities already knew about the child traveling together with Ming Chen during the incident. Her voice stayed calm as she warned they might accuse Jianwu as an accomplice to everything. Li shot up in shock, his voice breaking. He insisted that simply could never be the truth. Yuna reached across the table, calling his name gently, trying to steady his racing, unsettled thoughts again. The older man leaned closer, urging Jianwu calmly to listen carefully to the rest of Yuna's explanation. Yuna lifted her cup, explaining she discovered through Xia that Ming Chen had indeed taken her away. She sipped slowly, assuring Jianwu there was no need to panic because everything was under control. With a steady voice, she promised the Xinhua group would assume full responsibility for protecting Xia safely. Jianwu shifted forward, gathering courage, and asked Yuna quietly if he could discuss something important with her. Jianwu scratched his cheek nervously, trying to gather the courage to explain what he was thinking honestly. Yuna looked surprised and asked quickly why he felt so strongly about doing something unexpected like that. Jianwu's words stumbled out. He admitted quietly that he made a promise he was determined to keep. He continued explaining she was already friends with Hawa, and everything felt connected in his heart. Yuna smiled gently, her expression softening as she realized how sincere and serious Jianwu truly had become. Yuna leaned forward, agreeing to trust Jianwu's decision, though her curiosity was still quietly burning inside. Jianwu's eyes widened with relief. When she admitted she would not question his reasons any further now, she added softly that if things became difficult, he had to promise to tell her everything. Jianwu nodded gratefully, smiling wide, and thanked Yuna with genuine relief filling his tired but hopeful voice. And that was how they began facing the unknown future together with unspoken trust between them. Li Jianwu called out brightly, trying to hide the nervous feelings spreading across his chest quickly. His parents stepped inside together, smiling warmly as they greeted him and thanked everyone for their help. They both leaned closer, eyes narrowing a little, and wondered why a child was there again. Jianwu explained Xia had come by to say hello before returning to her place with friends. Mrs. Li recognized Xia immediately, asking cheerfully if she had come over again just to play happily. Li Jianwu scratched his head, trying to explain everything without making it sound too strange. His parents tilted their heads with confusion, waiting patiently for an answer that made proper sense. Everyone gasped in surprise when Xia suddenly declared she had decided to live here from now. Jianwu stared at the old tree outside, feeling both nervous and hopeful about what would happen next. From somewhere unseen, more spirits watched closely, whispering excitedly that everything was finally starting to change forever. 2 spirits hurried forward together, pausing when they sensed something unusual moving near the giant ancient tree's base. Alarmed, they raised their voices, shouting a warning as magical energy burst into the air suddenly. A person in a dark suit lifted both hands quickly, insisting he wasn't there to hurt them. He explained calmly that he had the important information they had been searching for all this time. Seeing their tense expressions ease, he clapped twice and announced they were finally ready to begin. A bright screen appeared in front of Jian-Woo, showing the final mission details he had awaited. He clenched his fist, determined that he would do everything possible to protect the spirit's world. With a confident smile, he promised to help them grow stronger and keep their home safe. High on the mountain, fields of crops and greenhouses stretched out under the clear blue sky. Together, the group gathered, ready to face whatever challenges might appear on their farm next. Hwa spotted Li Jianwu in the distance and ran toward him, waving both hands excitedly. Jianwu turned, puzzled by her sudden approach, and waited as she sprinted across the field happily. She called out loudly for Hwa, her voice filled with joy as she raised her hand. Jianwu asked gently what she was doing, while Hwa beamed brightly, thrilled by her simple plan. On the floating island, Jianwu prepared his greenhouse, tending crops thriving under endless sky. He looked up with a calm smile, thinking this peaceful morning felt perfect for new beginnings. His sturdy boots pressed the soil as he heard Hwa's cheerful voice calling his name loudly. Hwa hovered above the sunflowers, waving her hands excitedly, eager to start their adventure together today. Jianwu adjusted his collar, nodding firmly, knowing they must not be late for the ceremony. Hwa dashed forward with excitement, while Jianwu shouted for her to slow down immediately. They arrived breathless on the floating platform, Jianwu apologizing loudly for being so terribly late. A fairy with silver hair floated gracefully, assuring them they had arrived perfectly on time today. Jianwu felt relieved as the fairy announced it was time for their ceremony to start. The fairy raised her hand high, declaring this was a special day for everyone in attendance. The ox spirit stood proudly beside Jianwu, announcing it had prepared the strong lead cart. With a loud voice, the ox declared the mission ceremony would begin for everyone gathered here. All the animal spirits cheered loudly, forming a parade of excitement that surrounded Jianwu instantly. Jianwu smiled softly, feeling grateful but also embarrassed by their cheerful energy and sudden celebration. A shy girl held her paper, wishing his journey would be filled with blessings and happiness. The girl finished reading nervously while everyone clapped, making her cheeks flush red with shy relief. She ran over quickly, asking Jianwu if she had spoken her words clearly enough. Hearing his praise, she jumped with joy, feeling proud her practice had finally shown real results. Hwa hugged her tightly, saying all the effort teaching her had become truly meaningful and rewarding. Jianwu watched them warmly, thinking it was wonderful seeing Sia speaking so confidently today. Sia perked up with sudden energy, preparing to share something very important she had discovered recently. She spoke in symbols no one understood, revealing her words came from a language beyond Earth. Everyone stood confused, unable to make sense of a single word she tried to express. Later, Sia explained she used magic translation whenever she was with Ming Chen during conversations. Jianwu felt surprised such magic existed, allowing anyone to speak fluently like a native speaker. Sia felt proud after finishing her work, while everyone around her cheered and praised her efforts. The ox spirit walked over slowly, ready to share something important it had decided to announce. Facing Jianwu, the ox spoke firmly, calling him master and preparing to share its gratitude. It thanked him sincerely for granting permission so they could marry and live together happily forever. Jianwu sighed, feeling annoyed that even a cow and spirit married before he ever had. Jianwu raised a finger to protest, but the ox glared seriously and interrupted his complaint. With firm determination, the ox declared it an order and insisted he must accept their marriage. Scratching his head, Jianwu admitted he allowed it because it was not his business, yet he felt uneasy, wondering how a cow and spirit could maintain such a relationship together. He also worried quietly about finding Sia's real home and helping her return there someday. Jianwu sighed deeply, reminding himself he still had his own goals and problems to handle. He realized there were many uneasy thoughts filling his mind, making everything feel more difficult than expected. While he worried, the girls counted together, preparing something they wanted to share as a surprise. Suddenly, magical light appeared with a loud rush, surrounding everyone in a bright and shimmering circle. The ox spirit looked up, wondering if these shining rays were truly the rarest kind of blessings. Jianwu stared at the symbols above, wondering quietly if this was Sia's special hidden magic. He watched the girls cheering, their voices blending as they proudly declared it was finally finished together. Jianwu placed a hand on his hip, asking when they had planned this bright surprise. One fairy explained Sia wanted to prepare something special, hoping it would bring happiness to everyone present. Sia smiled shyly, admitting she felt relieved everything worked because she worried it might completely fail. The girls cheered with bright faces, celebrating together after their magic ceremony turned out completely successful. Jianwu paused, feeling something he could not explain, While his eyes stared ahead with surprise, Hawa tilted her head curiously, calling out to him when she noticed his strange, distant expression. He forced a smile, shaking his head quickly, insisting it was nothing worth worrying about now. And Hawa reached out, ready to ask again, determined to hear the truth he was hiding. Jianwu lifted Hawa carefully, saying he should follow her example and act more courageously himself. Hawa beamed brightly, hugging him close and feeling happy her efforts inspired him to keep trying. He decided he would stop hesitating so much and focus on doing what he could accomplish. Still, he wondered if more unexpected problems would appear soon, making everything harder than he expected. Suddenly, a girl arrived shouting that other companies were collecting secret information about Mr. Jianwu. The older man explained urgently that rival companies had started targeting Jianwu's valuable farming secrets recently. He revealed the special chili powder's popularity rose after being linked to a famous restaurant's dishes. Since their farm didn't grow peppers, people suspected they secretly sourced ingredients from somewhere mysterious instead. The girl felt troubled, realizing she overlooked this risk, but was reassured gently by her senior. She clenched her fists, fearing someone would steal Mr. Jianwu away if they weren't careful. Ms. Yonah flailed her arms, shouting emotionally that Jianwu belonged only to her alone. She pressed her hands to her cheeks, overwhelmed by her own feelings and determination to protect him. With sudden resolve, she ordered Knight to use every resource Xinhua possessed to guard their secret. Knight agreed seriously, understanding their mission was preventing any information leaks about Mr. Jianwu's work. Ms. Yonah demanded no disruptions in his life, while Knight promised absolute discretion with a salute. Xinhua Group was renowned worldwide, possessing enough power to influence nearly any industry without resistance. They believed protecting Jianwu's identity would be simple, thanks to resources built over many generations. Even when rivals appeared, they handled them swiftly to maintain their hidden advantages without drawing suspicion. At the same time, judges posted final results for the prestigious Korean Intermarket Cooking Championship event. The announcer raised his microphone proudly, ready to declare which contestant earned the grand first-place trophy. Chef Yoon Ju held the golden trophy tightly, feeling proud of his hard work and dedication. His name was announced loudly, and he laughed nervously while everyone applauded his impressive championship victory together. Nearby, a hidden bag of Xinhua Group chili powder rested quietly, hinting at a deeper secret.
The bees flew calmly above the dungeon farm while rabbits played, and sunlight brightened the quiet barn. Hawa shared laughter with the others, clutching her plush toy, her carefree energy filling the farm's field. Nearby, Elle recorded notes, focused on plant growth and dungeon soil conditions for her study. Jianwu watched silently, deep in thought, sensing something odd in the cheerful scene before him. Elle paused her writing, sensing his gaze, her expression softening with curiosity and concern. Elle noticed Jianwu's worried posture and floated closer, her tone gentle. Reading his expression clearly, she mimicked his frown with comical intensity, explaining how tense he looked without him even realizing it. Jianwu mentioned the sudden call from Xinhua Farms and how their peppers gained surprising popularity. Elle's eyes lit up with excitement, thrilled by the success and proud of their shared effort. But Jianwu scratched his head nervously, knowing that the situation might be more complicated than that. Jianwu explained the request for more peppers, revealing the other farm had run out entirely. He admitted the problem: there were no more peppers left in storage, and new ones weren't ready. Inside the warehouse, shelves sat empty, confirming their stock shortage and deepening the weight of the dilemma. Jianwu paced slowly, explaining that pepper harvests took time, they couldn't rush the natural growth process. He sighed, glancing toward a blooming patch of Gejiok radish, which flourished impressively within only 1 week. Jianwu observed the radishes, impressed by their rapid growth, almost too fast to seem natural. Noticing a huddled group nearby, he grew curious, wondering if they were plotting something fun or useful. He approached the group, asking what they were watching, as the others noticed him and waved happily. Looking closer, he was surprised to find an unfamiliar type of plant already thriving in neat rows. She explained it simply: Khan had wished to grow them, and she had helped him do it. Jianwu pointed out the flawed method: replanting mature crops wouldn't work like proper cultivation from seeds. Puzzled, Jianwu tugged gently at the stem, questioning what she meant by regenerating the planted crops. As he pulled, something felt strange. Unlike cut plants, this one resisted in a way that caught attention. The plant finally emerged fully from the soil, revealing healthy roots growing deep from the base. Shocked, Jianwu realized it had become a real plant again. It had grown roots like natural crops. When asked how it happened, she proudly admitted she used magic to grow the plant instantly. But realization struck her mid-sentence, and her confidence turned into sudden panic as the weight of it hit. Worried she had crossed a line, she asked softly if her method had broken any rules. Jian-Woo didn't answer right away. Her reaction made him pause, sensing her fear ran deeper than expected. He remembered her past mistake, magic gone too far. Perhaps that's why she looked so anxious now. Jian-Woo reassured her gently, patting her head with a small smile to ease her anxiety. He explained the flower's importance. It was Kong's main food, and he'd worried they couldn't cultivate it. Kong happily responded, his expression bright and excited, clearly recognizing his favorite food now growing again nearby. Jian-Woo held the plant thoughtfully, still unsure if it would survive long-term, but impressed by Soa's magic. Suddenly curious, he asked her directly what other types of magic she might be able to perform. The sky remained calm above the farm, but something new was already spreading through the greenhouse. Jian-Woo stood amazed, watching as the others gathered in awe at what was happening before them. Even the detox dogfish, usually unresponsive and delicate, began to sway in perfect rhythm to the sound. Spirits of all shapes danced excitedly, bouncing and spinning, completely overtaken by the pulse of energy. From above, a magical wave shimmered down. Jian-Woo realized Soa's magic had energized everything on the farm. Jian-Woo turned, noticing something even more unexpected, a quiet transformation happening in the corner of the field. Leaves sparkled into existence, blooming into thick bushes, then sprouting full red peppers in vibrant clustered rows. The peppers dropped from branches heavy, full, firm, the type farmers dream of but rarely produce consistently. Jian-Woo was stunned. These weren't just fast, they were all high-grade crops, exceeding every usual standard. He celebrated the breakthrough, unaware that far away, a sinister figure had already noticed the magical shift. Jian-Woo covered his face, frustrated with himself for being swept away by excitement and ambition. Soa and the others rested, laughing together, relieved after the intensity of their sudden magical efforts. He turned to Soa, voice lowered, realizing he had pushed her too far without meaning to. Apologetically, he admitted his greed, regretting he hadn't stopped sooner to consider her strength and well-being. Soa blinked, looked at him softly, then quietly told him it was okay and she meant it. Soa spoke up firmly, assuring him that he wasn't like Ming Chen in any way. She had seen his effort, working tirelessly every day, never once stopping until the job was done. Despite his fatigue, he always played with them afterward, never letting exhaustion get in the way. Alone, she reflected quietly, thinking how much he truly cared, not just in words but actions. With gentle conviction, she declared that she felt cherished, and he responded with a soft, comforting pat. Soa, determined to help, pleaded earnestly, hoping her actions wouldn't cause any unnecessary worry. He gently placed his hand on her head, grateful yet concerned about her overwhelming dedication. He thanked her with sincerity but reminded her not to overdo things despite her good intentions. Suddenly, a loud stomach growl interrupted their moment, drawing startled attention toward the embarrassed little girl. Realizing the time, he smiled and suggested they head home for dinner, easing the tension instantly. Night settled over the quiet home as unexpected visitors gathered. Jian-Woo hesitated beside Soa and Hawa, unsure why they were suddenly summoned to this place. Yuna looked directly at them, questioning the reason behind their unexpected appearance at her family estate. Even the butler and another man noted it was Jian-Woo's first visit with Yuna. Jian-Woo laughed awkwardly, thinking it was about peppers, unaware Yuna had a different purpose entirely. Yuna apologized sincerely, revealing that her family caused an issue involving Jian-Woo that needed resolution. To ensure his safety, they assigned Pawn as his temporary bodyguard, an unexpected but serious arrangement. Pawn respectfully introduced himself, bowing with determination, while Jian-Woo and the others tried to process the news. The word bodyguard echoed in Jian-Woo's head, leaving him visibly stunned while the girls looked equally confused. Night settled quietly over the farmhouse as Jian-Woo prepared for an unexpected gathering of guests. Inside, 5 figures surrounded the low table, their expressions serious, focused on Jian-Woo's recent actions. Surprised, Jian-Woo processed the news he had unintentionally drawn attention from powerful companies and shady interests. Still confused, he considered Hawa's presence beside him, sensing there was more at stake than cooking. A chef's victory revealed his talents. Now corporations watched him and Hawa, aware of their unique potential. Jian-Woo stood still, startled, as the girls beside him looked toward something unexpected ahead. The older man stepped forward, bowing deeply, while Hawa lowered her head in remorseful, sincere respect. Tears welled in Hawa's eyes, her emotions stirred by guilt, pressure, and the weight of attention. Jian Wu lowered his head slowly, overwhelmed, feeling the unspoken burden press down across his shoulders. He remembered the truth. Avoiding attention wasn't fear, it was survival, protecting others from what he became. Jian Wu glanced sideways, his eyes locking briefly on her, weighed down by thoughts he hadn't voiced. He stayed silent, the reason clear in his heart: he simply didn't want anything bad happening to her. He knew others wouldn't understand Hawa's abilities, nor accept the strength hidden behind her gentle demeanor. Determined, he clenched his fist tightly, unwilling to let the situation spiral into something dangerous again. He couldn't bear their apologetic faces. Their guilt born from his burden was harder than any threat. Hawa urged Jian Wu to care for himself too, worried he ignored his own well-being. Jian Wu brushed it off calmly, accepting what happened and claiming everything was fine for now. He admitted expecting such attention eventually, hoping quietly that it wouldn't grow worse with time. Jokingly, he teased the moment with laughter, pretending fame might come and asking about autographs. The elder smiled with gratitude, while Hawa looked on, moved by Jian Wu's calm strength. As night fell, Jian Wu apologized for forgetting drinks and went to prepare honey tea. He returned quickly, placing the tea on the table as a small gesture of comfort. The atmosphere shifted gently as the group relaxed, warmth and laughter easing earlier tension and worry. Jian Wu turned to the suited man, surprised he accepted the unusual role of bodyguard. Despite being busy, the man recalled chaotic missions, now preparing to protect Jian Wu's unpredictable future. Jian Wu spoke up confidently, telling the others not to worry or overthink the situation anymore. The older man reassured him Pan, their strongest and most capable butler, had accepted the role. Jian Wu questioned that claim, confused, recalling Pan always played the weakest chess pieces in every game. Pan calmly revealed the truth. While sipping tea, he played the pawn because he was the rook. Everyone froze, puzzled, trying to understand how someone could be both the lowest and strongest piece simultaneously. The elder admitted the situation was confusing, then asked Pan to explain the rest himself. Jian Wu listened carefully as Pan began explaining why he had two names and distinct roles. With a flash of light, Pan revealed his secret: he had the ability to clone. Jian Wu and the girls jumped back, shocked to see an identical Pan appear beside him. The original rook explained that his clones, all named Pan, performed missions worldwide without stopping. Hawa explained that rook could handle emergencies instantly through his clones, making him the perfect guard. Jian Wu was impressed but uneasy, thinking it would feel strange entering dungeons with a bodyguard. He paused, realizing that rejecting the offer might only make Hawa feel more guilty again. Still unsure, Jian Wu acknowledged her feelings, trying to decide whether accepting help was truly necessary. Hawa smiled brightly, and even the kids cheered. Just imagining protection made them feel much safer already. Relieved by Jian Wu's acceptance, Hawa lit up with joy, while the elders smiled proudly. She promised Jian Wu would be protected, no matter what danger appeared from this point forward. And so, Jian Wu officially received something he never expected: a professional bodyguard assigned just for him. Curious, Jian Wu asked what Rook actually did besides guarding. The answer left him completely shocked. The next morning, under clear skies, the group began their day, unaware of new surprises approaching. Hawa called out for Rook, confused by his absence and wondering where he had gone. Jian Wu responded casually, holding something in his hand that quickly caught everyone's attention. He revealed a small object, raising it slowly, its polished surface catching light as it turned. She looked closely, asking if it was magical, curious about the energy they sensed inside. Jian Wu smiled and explained it was called a linter, a tool with an ordinary look. Jian Wu flipped the device open, summoning Pan instantly in a puff of smoke and light. Hawa was amazed, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly asked if she could try it. Jian Wu refused firmly, stepping back while Hawa clung to him in protest. Disappointed and confused, tears welled in Hawa's eyes, misunderstanding his response as rejection, her feelings suddenly hurt and shaken. Jian Wu gently clarified that his refusal wasn't personal. He simply had reasons beyond her understanding. Jian Wu explained the device's true nature: it could produce fire, making it dangerous for children. He gently told Hawa he'd feel terrible if she got hurt while trying to use it. Understanding now, Hawa nodded quietly, and Jian Wu smiled, patting her head in reassurance and gratitude. He invited the girls to the dungeon farm, lifting spirits with new plans and cheerful energy. As they walked, Hawa held his hand tightly, grateful he always chose to protect them first. Jian Wu walked ahead, holding their hands as the trio headed toward the dungeon farm together. He explained that protecting Hawa was important, but so was guarding the secrets of the farm. Meanwhile, in another place, an unfamiliar building stood quietly, its presence hinted at something soon to unfold. A mysterious figure approached the structure, small but focused. Suddenly, a grumpy white cat appeared, clearly annoyed, its meow sharp with unexpected irritation and purpose. She urged the cat forward, reminding it of their deal and promising a special reward. With determination, she marched ahead, full of energy, waving confidently toward the direction Elle had gone. She clenched her fist with resolve, rallying herself to find Elle and uncover the truth ahead. Hawa, resident of Musoi village, begins another tightly packed day monitoring the outer field's energy levels. She patrols the dense woods, logging spirit readings and scanning potential hotspots for unstable dungeon traces. Her wrist alarm blares the patrol officially ends. Hawa exhales and prepares for her next assignment. With no time wasted, she tosses her jacket on and pivots to track airborne spirit bees. Notebook ready, she briskly follows the buzzing trail. Today's target: documenting behavior of migrating rock bees. Jian Wu, silently observing, watches Hawa pass by without question. Her determined pace leaves no space. The workday ends. A new chapter begins. Her building looms quietly, holding warmth and daily routine. Kawasumi darts through the hallway like wind, eager to greet the one who always returns tired. Hawa lies back in her sweatsuit, arms full of fluff, her mind finally slowing its pace. Though lounging now, she reflects proudly yesterday's research on rock bees wasn't slacking, it was her job. She recalls Jianwu's words again, puzzled. Something odd about them begins to feel strangely familiar now. As she reflects, Hawa admits she hadn't truly rested in days. Despite claiming she was relaxing, watching Kawasumi roll reminded her of the time they encountered the real KKU Kyungi in the field. She wonders about Elju. Meeting her would be amazing, especially to see her spirit companion up close. But a strange realization hits, her expression sharpens. Kawasumi's behavior may not be just ordinary cat habits. With sudden force, Hawa lifts the cat. Kawasumi flails, surprised by the strength of her reaction. She pulls something from her pocket. A memory fragment from earlier finally aligns with full clarity now. Shocked, Hawa realizes Kawasumi isn't just familiar with Elju. He may actually be connected to her directly. Kawasumi freezes, cold sweat forming, his blank stare cracks. Hawa's suspicion is no longer just a theory. Transported instantly, she lands outside. The truth confirmed: Kawasumi is no ordinary cat. The real test begins. Hawa glares, frustrated by Dolceli's teasing. She doubts there's any purpose to this weed-filled location. Dolceli hisses sharply, urging her to take the situation seriously. His usual calmness shifts into tension. Confused, Hawa looks around. The area is unremarkable, filled with weeds and faint spiritual residue underfoot. She doesn't realize it yet, but this exact patch of soil marks the entrance to a dungeon. Unaware of what's ahead, they step forward. The hidden boundary beneath them activates with a soft pulse. Without warning, a portal bursts open beneath Dolceli. Hawa gasps, stunned by the sudden magic surge. Dolceli leaps inside without hesitation. Hawa panics and chases him before thinking through the situation fully. She sprints with urgency, hurling herself toward the closing portal before it vanishes from the surface. The portal pulses brightly. She vanishes, pulled into an unfamiliar space before others can stop her. Nearby, several villagers witness the swirl and burst. Their faces tighten as they realize what just happened. The portal pulsed quietly as Dulce waited. The spot remained exposed, open to wandering footsteps. Dulce stood still beyond the gate, unaware that Hawa hadn't arrived yet through the shimmering veil. A boy greeted Dulce warmly. The cat's ears twitched. Something felt wrong. She should have been here. Unseen to them, Hawa was sprinting. She pushed through the darkness, determined not to fall behind. With one final stride, her hand reached toward the light. Catching it just before it faded, Hawa burst through the portal with momentum, eyes wide, trying to grasp where she had landed. Her foot touched ground softly. Light disappeared behind her. All was quiet in the overgrown field. She rose slowly, dazed, blinking under the sudden sunlight, her body tense, unsure what came next. Scanning the strange terrain, she gasped. This wasn't the same weed patch from the other side. She crouched, touching the ground for clues. Everything looked the same, yet something about it felt wrong. Hawa clutched her bag. The weight reminded her she had packed snacks for her planned break. She blinked. The snacks were for her day off. None of this was part of that. Realization hit. Dulce was no longer nearby. He'd entered with her but somehow disappeared without notice. The dungeon's subtle entrance often escaped detection. Even those inside couldn't always tell they'd crossed over. Hawa had been transported to a floating island above. Back at the farm, Dulce rejoined the others. The children surrounded him, laughing and shouting excitedly. One of the girls paused, sensing a shift in energy. Her gaze turned cautious and alert. Jian-Wu updated her on the pepper yield. It had been better than expected, but limited. He tapped his device, calculating output. It wasn't enough to support future orders from the market. She offered to grow more if needed. Jian-Wu paused, surprised by her quick and practical suggestion. Jian-Wu gently declined Soa's offer, appreciating her concern but not wanting to overuse her effort. He reassured her with a calm voice, explaining she had nothing to feel responsible for. Soa's expression softened. She recalled how Ming Chen had overworked her abilities during the past season. Jian-Wu recognized that truth, knowing it wouldn't be fair to push her again for production. Still, Soa smiled and promised her help if ever needed. Jian-Wu nodded quietly, grateful for her support. Jian-Wu suggested heading toward the group. As they moved, a creature quietly emerged near the path. Before he could explain, the girl ran up, flustered, apologizing for holding Soa too long. Jian-Wu reassured her, but noticed something was off. Her urgency wasn't from guilt or misunderstanding. The mole-like spirit spoke directly. Someone had just attempted to enter the dungeon farm without permission. Jian-Wu's expression changed instantly. He leaned forward, startled, demanding more details about what had just occurred. She explained they stopped the intruder in time, but this one didn't feel like usual. Most wander in by mistake or forcefully charge. Either way, they're blocked easily without serious effort. Those who try to break in recklessly are stopped fast. Their entry paths are too direct. But this time, something was different. The intruder came in silently, through an exact location with purpose. They weren't guessing. This person used the dungeon's hidden pass, someone who knew exactly where to go. Jian-Wu realized one success wasn't enough. The intruder would surely try again, and soon. Dark energy surged again. The hidden portal reactivated with force. A sudden burst of wind swept across the sky, stirring the forest and unsettling the spirit's watch. Hawa summoned her magic, attempting a disruption spell. The unstable force surged but shattered before completing form. Jian-Wu and Hawa regrouped quickly. Their expressions fell once again. Their technique had failed the test. Both stared at the enemy's distant shadow, frustrated. No vulnerabilities revealed themselves, just silence and solid defense. They doubted their intel but had no other trail. With no options left, they chose to proceed. As Hawa's search intensified, she declared her suspicion fragments of spirit energy were vanishing from multiple realms. Jian-Wu stood silently nearby, observing her actions, aware her urgency meant real danger was drawing near. Luna's hands trembled while activating the tablet. Her calculations were risky, but she trusted her instincts completely. She rapidly tapped the runes in sequence, mimicking instructions found in her father's secret research journal. With one sharp press, the mechanism triggered, reacting immediately, sending a pulse across the farm's protective boundary lines. Luna finally relaxed, satisfied her barrier locked intruders out. Her companion nodded, proud of her success. Jian-Wu watched, impressed by her work. Even the spirits clapped quietly, sensing the defense spell. She adjusted the final enchantment node. Luna was confident this layer would block any sudden teleportation attempts. Despite the solid ward, she admitted the original artifact's full version likely had far stronger power. With a grin, she revealed a second relic. Her companion blinked. This wasn't in any documentation. Jian-Wu asked for confirmation. The creature nodded, explaining its history handling the artifact long before. It revealed its former form, larger, more capable, once trusted with higher-tier magical containment and advanced protection. Luna stood behind proudly, assuring Jian-Wu the site's defense was secure under the Guardian's watch. Though unsure, Jian-Wu nodded slowly. Trust wasn't easy, but their preparation clearly wasn't lacking this time. Luna and the Guardian smiled confidently, standing side by side. Jian-Wu observed silently, his concern fading as he saw how composed and capable the team looked. He gave a nod, entrusting the barrier and perimeter duties entirely to the assembled defense group. Luna responded instantly, launching herself into motion with enthusiasm, determined to prove their strategy was flawless. As she vanished toward her task, Jian-Wu turned, breathing steady, reassured by their strong coordination. He issued one final instruction, asking the Spirit Guardian to give Luna full support without hesitation. The Guardian Spirit closed its eyes, accepting Jian-Wu's command with calm assurance and quiet pride. Jian-Wu chuckled awkwardly, doubting his own usefulness compared to everyone else's clear strength and magical ability. But the Guardian looked up, stating firmly that Jian-Wu's belief kept the team stable and focused. Jian-Wu was stunned. The words struck deeper than expected. anchoring his confidence in a quiet way. Before he could reply, Luna bounced over, ready to contribute more with her usual bold energy. The Guardian assured Jian Wu of El's strength, vouching for her competence with total certainty. Spinning through the air as magical energy spiraled around her glowing staff, Jian Wu smiled at the sight, finally convinced the team could manage the barrier without him. Jian Wu turned to a white cat nearby, casually inviting it to walk home with them. But before the cat could answer, a girl's voice called from behind someone had been searching for it. Jian Wu turned as Saori arrived breathless. She had hurried far to catch up with him. She greeted him politely, while Dulce the cat watched curiously, unaware of the tension building beside them. Saori asked for a moment alone. Jian Wu agreed, unsure what was causing her sudden urgency. But her concern wasn't for him, it was Dulce, who had apparently snuck off without warning. The others looked over in confusion, unaware what Saori meant. Even Dulce meowed nervously under the pressure. Saori continued lecturing Dulce, unconvinced by his excuses, her frustration clear from her tightly folded arms. Despite her anger, she paused, looking toward Jian Wu with something more personal lingering in her tone. The sky dimmed, casting a soft hue over the landscape as the world slipped into evening. City buildings reflected the fading light, their windows silent witnesses to the conversations still unfolding below. Lying in bed, Jian Wu stared upward, exhaling deeply, unsure how to process what came next. The kids suddenly tumbled forward, their laughter filling the room as they crashed into the soft bedding. Jian Wu tried to manage them, but their playful energy overwhelmed any attempt at formal behavior. Meanwhile, Saori remained calm, defending Soa's manners, believing the little one to be unusually well-behaved overall. Jian Wu quietly disagreed. He had witnessed Soa's chaotic energy, especially when no one was watching. Hawa noticed one child nervously shifting, clearly eager to join, yet unsure how to enter the moment. Jian Wu hesitated, realizing he had no authority to grant Soa permission inside Saori's house. Trying to change the mood, he offered snacks. The group instantly lit up at the idea. Hawa jumped forward excitedly, but Jian Wu reminded her to calm down if she wanted any treats. Her sudden stillness brought laughter from Saori, who watched the scene unfold with quiet amusement from nearby. Saori suddenly remembered something important, her expression shifting as the thought surfaced quickly into the conversation. Jian Wu explained softly that he was caring for Soa temporarily until her family was found. Her confusion deepened. She hadn't realized Soa was missing someone important, her family still completely unaccounted for. Hawa clarified gently. Soa had been separated long ago, and searching for relatives remained incredibly difficult. Jian Wu added that the Suna Ch'tua group was helping investigate, hoping for answers soon with cooperation. Saori nodded slowly, taking in the weight of the situation while quietly observing Soa's cheerful demeanor. Saori smiled nervously, relieved by the situation. Her earlier worry had been heavier than she admitted. She imagined the future too far ahead, concerned that guardianship might accidentally become a full family arrangement. Changing the subject quickly, she asked about the Queen Rock Bee cocoon, curious about its progress. Jian Wu corrected her, saying that wasn't the topic she originally meant to discuss with him. Instead, she brought up her passion for plush toys, especially characters from Kukukuyang and Crustoys. Saori suddenly leaned forward, slamming her hands down with energy. She eagerly asked about Elle, particularly her involvement with the Crustoys camera known as Camera Wham. Jian Wu hesitated, caught off guard by her sudden enthusiasm and unsure how to answer directly. Saori sparkled with excitement, waiting for details, clearly thrilled to hear more about her favorite topic. But the story about Soa's background was partially fabricated, something Jian Wu and Hawa had invented together. Jian Wu hesitated, then committed to the lie, choosing a believable backstory to protect the truth. He claimed Elle was his younger brother's child, inventing a full family connection to avoid suspicion. The others sat in stunned silence, realizing Jian Wu had just thrown his fictional brother under blame. Jian Wu watched the others leave, the quiet night wrapping around the building like soft cloth. With both girls asleep on his shoulders, Jian Wu walked carefully, their warmth pressing into him gently. Hawa stirred slightly, ears twitching, sensing something distant, something that pulled her from the comfort of sleep. Jian Wu noticed her awakening, confused by her worried eyes and the quiet tension building in silence. She looked up, remembering his earlier promise to Elle, unsure if such words could truly be kept. She voice cut through the room, filled with longing, hope flickering bright in her expression. Her words hung heavy. She wished to meet Elle. Jian Wu stiffened, breath catching with concern. Memories flooded his thoughts. That wish. No, it wasn't something he could easily promise or fulfill. Suddenly, Elle appeared, her form ethereal, her farewell echoing softly. Jianwu froze beneath her floating silhouette. He clenched his fist, silently vowing to protect what mattered, knowing such meetings carried hidden, painful costs. Jianwu stood firm, offering a promise he couldn't guarantee but still wanted to believe in. She clutched his hand excitedly, eyes glowing, her heart already trusting his uncertain yet hopeful words. Hawa reminded him Elle was bound to the dungeon farm, unreachable even with powerful spirit magic. Her voice softened, but firm. Wasn't that promise too reckless? His hand tensed under the weight. Jianwu looked upward, quiet winds stirring, unsure if the promise was foolish or a future spark. Still, he walked forward, surrounded by hope and friends, thinking maybe effort could turn paths possible. The moonlit sky offered no answers, but Jianwu clung to the possibility of something changing. Morning arrived. The sky was clear, no signs of miracles, yet something felt different around the farm. Hawa pointed ahead, excitement flashing. A rare Anork creature stood nearby, surprising even the prepared Jian. Holding up the discovery, Hawa beamed. Jianwu realized maybe small miracles did come, just not loudly. Jianwu picked up the black card, puzzled. Something about Anork and Angel didn't quite align. Now, holding the card reading Guardian Angel, the idea no longer seemed distant or unbelievable anymore. Curious, he asked where it came from. Hawa shouted she'd found it near the front gate. Jianwu rummaged through the box cautiously, each item inside packed as if left with purpose. At the bottom, he saw sealed water bottles branded. His eyes widened. Were those bottles from heaven? Jianwu held up the crate. Luxury spring water, expensive and rare, clearly not from this world. He stared at it in disbelief. This unexpected gift wasn't the miracle he had imagined receiving. She pulled at his shirt excitedly, thinking the water might help Elle escape the dungeon. Their eyes sparkled with pure hope, believing this strange water might finally unlock what was sealed. Jianwu forced a smile, uncertain, caught between their excitement and the reality he couldn't yet explain. Jianwu stepped back, apologetic. The girls froze, shocked by his blunt rejection of their hope. Hawa flinched, confused. He admitted something felt off. This expensive water wasn't heavenly, but suspiciously man-made. He examined the bottle closer. The label had no origin, no brand, just a cloudy, mirrored sky print. Jianwu's thoughts spiraled. He wondered if someone was watching them too closely, too quietly, too intentionally. Determined, he reached into his pocket. Now was the moment to finally reveal the dragon seal. With a flick of flame, the seal activated. A presence stirred. Someone had responded to the call. A well-dressed man appeared instantly. Jianwu froze, surprised it was Mr. Pawn, not something mystical. After hearing everything, Pawn didn't hesitate. He immediately offered to investigate the suspicious water crate source. His research worked fast. The so-called angel had a face, name, and traceable identity, someone Jianwu knew. He looked up, stunned. The person behind it all was Yuna, appearing without a word of warning. Yuna rushed in, bowing deeply. Her sudden apology caught Jianwu off guard and confused him. She nervously explained Pawn had already informed her of the situation, including the mysterious water delivery. Yuna suspected her own mother had orchestrated it quietly, without warning, as a gesture toward Jianwu. Jianwu stood frozen. He hadn't expected any connection. The explanation only deepened the unfolding mystery. Yuna continued, revealing her mother feared he'd be scouted by rival companies, possibly even by Conway. Yuna explained her mother's intent, gifts to sway Jianwu before rivals could approach him. Jianwu quietly accepted the reasoning. He hadn't considered the gesture more than a strange delivery. He admitted his alliance with Xinhua was personal, meant to help Yuna without causing obligations. Yuna stared, surprised by his casual tone. She didn't expect something so serious to sound effortless. He smiled, reassured now that the source was known. The mystery no longer sat so heavily. Jianwu summarized the events, knowing Mr. Pawn's network likely reported everything before he even arrived. With confirmation in hand, Jianwu relaxed. The misunderstanding was cleared, and trust restored around them. Curious, he suggested they finally taste the mysterious water their guardian angel had generously left behind. She eagerly agreed, huddling together, laughter spilling out as they uncapped the first chilled bottle. After just one sip, their expressions shifted. Something unexpected was happening, and neither knew what it meant. She shouted in surprise. The water's chill spread fast, jolting them awake with shocking intensity. Hawa blinked, then grinned. Despite the shock, the spring water tasted clean, cool, and oddly satisfying. Jianwu took a sip himself, To his surprise, it was smoother than anything he'd expected. He admitted the taste changed his opinion. Expensive water might actually deserve its reputation after all. Yet joy faded as Hawa remembered Elle still trapped in the farm, unable to join them outside. Jian Wu's gentle gesture comforted Hawa. She leaned into his hand. He smiled kindly. He'd sensed her worry all along and wanted her to stop carrying it alone. With a bright expression, he reminded them that waiting patiently could sometimes bring unexpected change or hope. Above them, a floating island drifted silently in the sky, an unnoticed presence, looming in clear daylight. Elle stirred from within the floating farm. Her eyes opened. She had finally sensed Jian Wu. Elle looked up, startled by the strange voice. Something had entered her space without a trace. The voice spoke again, calling her spirit of the dungeon, identifying itself as one who served nature. Two forest spirits appeared, calm but firm. They activated a spell, requesting a direct conversation with Elle. At night, Li Jianwu returned home, greeted warmly by his mother, after long absence. His mother, Jian, noticed him early and prepared food, expressing relief seeing her son. Suddenly, she realized someone was missing. Asking Jianwu about his younger sister Sora, Jianwu appeared, holding Sora gently with Hua, the spirit, smiling brightly while reassuring his family. Meanwhile, beneath the great tree, mysterious forest spirits gathered silently, sensing Jianwu's return with curiosity. A few hours earlier, a floating island appeared in the sky, radiating mysterious energy. News spread quickly. Explorers had tried forcing entry into the dungeon farmland, but failed miserably. While walking with Hawa, Jianwu received word that strangers officially requested permission to enter. Permission was considered carefully. Safety measures would prevent intruders from causing unexpected harm or danger. After restrictions were finalized, approval was granted, swirling energy signaling visitors could now step inside. Bare feet touched the ground lightly, signaling the arrival of spirits approaching with quiet determination. A tall spirit woman led the group, her emerald scarf flowing as others followed behind. Watching from a distance, Jianwu stiffened. Recognition stirred faint memories he couldn't fully recall. Excited voices rose, spirits rushed forward, calling out to their chieftain while pointing toward the visitors. Whispers spread among the group, astonished by the humans' presence and curious about their intentions. Jianwu politely introduced himself, nervously asking if the two spirits might be Sora's parents. A smaller spirit translated, clarifying they weren't parents but leaders, leaving Jianwu slightly embarrassed. The taller woman introduced herself as Chieftain Yan, pointing beside her to Priestess Layla calmly. Both spirits expressed gratitude, bowing slightly as they acknowledged Jianwu's protection of the young priestess. Flustered by respect, Jianwu scratched his head awkwardly, insisting their thanks wasn't necessary at all. Curious, Jianwu asked how they discovered Sora's location so quickly within the vast forest. Chieftain Yan explained their tribe sensed her spiritual signature, guiding them directly without any delay. Realizing their accuracy, Jianwu suspected something deeper, thoughts circling about unusual recognition from spirits. Suddenly, Yan declared gratitude must be shown properly, insisting Jianwu visit their tribe immediately. Flustered, Jianwu pleaded for time, asking permission to bid farewell to his companions first. Priestess Layla urged haste, reminding Yan that time was limited and their return couldn't wait. With a sigh, Yan relented, allowing a short farewell, though her expression remained sternly composed. The sudden announcement brought heavy emotions. Companions immediately clung to Sora, unwilling to part quickly. Tears flowed freely as friends hugged tightly, exchanging promises of care and whispered words of farewell. Even animals pressed close, nuzzling her gently, sensing departure while she bravely forced a smile. Sora suddenly ran forward, determination in her eyes as she called out Jianwu's name. He turned quickly, surprised by her urgency, unsure what she wanted to say before leaving. With a steady voice, Sora thanked him sincerely, her small hands clenched tightly with emotion. Jianwu smiled faintly, replying modestly that he hadn't done much. Yet her gratitude mattered. Encouraging words followed. She promised to remain strong and healthy, glowing with courage before teleportation began. After the farewell ended, Jianwu returned with Sora's companions, trying to resume normalcy, yet images of their parting lingered, memories flashing like red streaks that weighed heavily inside. Back on Earth, motivation vanished. The group sat idly, avoiding work, Burdened with emotional exhaustion, Hana pouted loudly, scolding everyone for heartlessness. While Jian tried calming the frustrated atmosphere, realizing Hana's sadness, others noticed her spirit weakened, small body trembling as she sulked quietly. Hana slumped beside Jian Wu, calling his name sadly, clutching food without appetite or cheer. He noticed immediately, realizing Sora's absence weighed heavily on her heart, leaving a painful emptiness. Bright memories of Sora enjoying pork belly resurfaced, Hana's longing clear as her eyes shimmered. Jejin Wu sighed, understanding her desire, yet reminded gently that Sora must remain with family. Farewells were never easy. His gaze drifted to the untouched plates, silence hanging heavy around them. Hana eventually fell asleep, exhausted from tears, clutching her blanket tightly, with restless breathing. Jian Wu sat quietly, watching over her, expression heavy with thoughts he couldn't easily express. A deep sigh escaped his lips, admitting silently that the farewell had weakened his resolve. Outside, the night deepened, moonlight spreading across rooftops. As silence lingered in the quiet town, emptiness settled within every heart, sleep arriving slowly while tomorrow promised uncertain beginnings once again. Morning sunshine greeted Jian Wu as he stretched, suggesting some exercise to lift everyone's spirits. Hana trudged out slowly, shoulders drooping, still gloomy while clutching her small plush companion tightly. Concerned, Jian Wu reminded her that staying sad would only make Sora unhappy from afar. His smile brightened as he explained Sora could always visit or Hana could join any time. Encouraged by his words, Hana's eyes sparkled again, shouting Sora's name excitedly with renewed hope. Hana cheered happily with her companion, her playful energy finally restored after earlier sadness. Jejin Wu smiled faintly, realizing a short journey might be the best way to refresh. Deciding quickly, he announced they'd visit Elfie, hoping Hana's presence would brighten the spirit's mood. Standing before the swirling portal, he encouraged Hana to share cheer, easing others' loneliness as well. Together they stepped through shimmering light, Jian Wu determined to bring harmony between spirits and humans. Bursting through the portal, Jian Wu shouted loudly, announcing their arrival with exaggerated enthusiasm. Hana followed behind, nearly stumbling, her excitement overflowing as she rushed forward, calling out cheerfully. Jejin Wu paused mid-step, confusion flickering across his face when something unexpected caught his attention. His eyes widened sharply, startled by what appeared ahead, a surprise he hadn't anticipated at all. Hana's delighted voice echoed, calling Hwa's name again, unaware of Jian Wu's sudden wary reaction. Kang cried out suddenly, sensing something unusual, his small body trembling with heightened awareness. Layla appeared with a mischievous laugh, her expression cheerful, despite the sudden unexpected situation unfolding. Hearing his name called loudly, Jian Wu turned abruptly, surprised by the familiar voice behind. A spirit girl leapt straight into his arms, smiling brightly, while calling his name joyfully. Landing hard on the ground, Jian Wu gasped in shock as she declared boldly, "I ran away." Despite recent goodbyes, Sora's warm smile showed determination, refusing to accept farewells as permanent. After Sora's emotional farewell ceremony, Jian Wu suddenly encountered her again, running with excitement. Sora leaped into Jian Wu's arms, while Hwa and Elle looked completely surprised. Jian Wu stood silently, realizing unexpected reunions had already begun much sooner than he imagined. Counting quickly, Jian Wu noted 2 runaways in his group, Sora and spirited Hwayet. Jian Wu sensed the situation might not end here. More challenges were surely coming. Confused about sudden reunions, Jian Wu struggled to understand why Sora appeared so quickly. Remembering her farewell, he gently asked if she wouldn't face trouble leaving her home. Sora explained calmly, reminding him of their earlier contract forged together by the seaside. Since finding her tribe, she declared the promise still binding, strengthening her decision to stay. With determination, Sora revealed an item she had carried, proving loyalty and commitment once again. Jejin Wu halted with Hwa and Elle beside him, surprised by the mysterious bundle Sora carried. Opening her hands, she revealed several strange items that resembled nothing more than ordinary leaves. Eyes widening, Hwa shouted cheerfully, explaining those weren't simple plants but rare mother leaves. Doubt filled Jian Wu's expression as Elle whispered uncertainly, wondering why Sora possessed such treasures. A glowing leaf appeared, identified as World Tree's leaf, containing immense power to sustain worlds. Shock spread across Jianwu's face as he realized the leaves carried extraordinary significance. Smiling proudly, Sora explained she would demonstrate their proper usage without hesitation or fear. Concern deepened in Jianwu's voice, questioning urgently what Sora intended with such powerful items. Calmly, Sora began counting aloud, preparing herself to unleash the leaves' hidden potential immediately. On 3. She tossed them high, releasing glowing leaves that radiated overwhelming spiritual energy everywhere. Strong winds erupted as countless leaves scattered into the air, swirling around the startled group. Elle gasped loudly, pointing upward while Hua clutched tightly to her side in shock. Leaves drifted higher, circling in a controlled pattern, gathering energy impossible for normal plants. Suddenly, dazzling light burst forth, enveloping the floating island above with radiant golden brilliance. Shielding his eyes, Jianwu braced himself against the brightness, unsure what miracle unfolded. A sudden alarm appeared before Jianwu's eyes, startling him with unexpected urgent notification. Before confirming details, his senses sharpened instinctively, realizing something extraordinary had just occurred nearby. Turning toward Hua, confusion shifted to realization as unseen energy pulsed through the farmland. He felt dungeon creatures awakening, harmonious synchronization forming between farmland's soil, crops, and surrounding life. Connection deepened, revealing the dungeon farmland had advanced to level 3, uniting itself with him completely. Jejin Wu's eyes widened suddenly as overwhelming energy surged uncontrollably through his entire body. Struggling to withstand the force, he realized releasing everything simultaneously could become extremely dangerous. Hua looked at him worriedly, her expression filled with both fear and determination to help. Reaching out gently, she extended her small hand, offering comfort and strength to him. Surprised by her touch, Jianwu felt stability returning, calming the storm within instantly. Holding her hand tightly, Jianwu finally steadied himself, sensing warmth and comfort spreading within. Hua's cheerful voice rang out, calling his name with gratitude and relief after the storm. Smiling softly, he admitted her touch had helped restore balance when everything nearly collapsed. Looking upward, amazement filled his face as he realized the farmland's power exceeded imagination. Overwhelmed by discovery, he marveled at feeling every creature, crop, and heartbeat within dungeon farmland. Clenching his fist, Jianwu suddenly sensed undeniable control over the farmland's entire essence. Shock spread across his face as unexpected energy rippled outward, transforming more than he anticipated. The surroundings trembled faintly, showing changes extending beyond farmland, touching even the nearby village environment. A swirling portal manifested in midair, radiating mysterious power unlike anything he had witnessed. Standing calmly with Hua beside him, Jianwu realized a new chapter had just begun. Elle's eyes sparkled with wonder as she looked around, overwhelmed by the vast world. Laughing excitedly, she cheered loudly, celebrating her first moment outside the dungeon's hidden boundaries. Gazing down from above, Elle marveled at Earth's sheer size, stretching endlessly before her. Curiosity grew stronger. She noticed countless animals and plants unlike anything in the dungeon farmland. Landing softly near a dog, Elle giggled happily while Jianwu teased about its affection. Excitedly flying around, Elle promised Jianwu she would return quickly after exploring outside. A flashback revealed earlier events, when Jianwu noticed something unusual about Elle's growth. Curious, he asked directly whether she had leveled up after the farmland's transformation. Smiling innocently, Elle confirmed her advancement, surprised by her own sudden strengthening abilities. With the dungeon farmland's evolution, restrictions once binding her vanished, granting newfound freedom beyond dungeon walls. Hearing her name, Soa turned curiously, eyes bright with anticipation for Jianwu's words. Elle and Hua cheered happily, thanking Soa for the gift she had generously offered. With a soft smile, Jianwu admitted Soa truly felt like their group's angel. Overjoyed, Soa blushed and jumped excitedly, expressing happiness from his heartfelt compliment. Together, they walked home, Jianwu planning to introduce Soa proudly to his grandparents soon. A calm smile spread across Jianwu's face, satisfaction filling him after recent events. His heart whispered gently, assuring himself that today had truly become a wonderful day. Yet, elsewhere, while he enjoyed peace, the outside world moved forward with different emotions. Footsteps echoed sharply as a red-haired woman approached, her heels clicking against the ground. Frustrated, she shouted angrily about Jian-Woo's absence, then sighed, deciding to visit his home. Night quietly settled over the small village, where Jian-Woo's house stood under a starlit sky. Elle sat beside Jian-Woo's grandmother, greeting warmly, while the old woman studied her curiously. Suddenly, Hwa and Mira, the playful spirits, appeared excitedly, announcing their cheerful return with smiles. Jian-Woo froze in shock, his grandmother whispering his name, confused by the sudden appearances. Smiling awkwardly, Jian-Woo introduced his companions, apologizing for the surprise, while spirits curiously observed everything. With a cheerful shout, Mira jumped forward, declaring her intention to introduce herself once again. Excited energy filled the room as Jian-Woo proudly presented Elle and Son to his grandmother. Spirits and humans alike posed together happily, their lively atmosphere brightening the once quiet farmhouse interior. A long sigh escaped grandmother, frustration rising as unexpected situations repeatedly disrupted her peaceful evening. A's glistening nervously, Elle asked if her presence was truly unwelcome, causing silence to spread. Laughter spread quickly, and grandmother admitted her surprise, cheerfully expressing excitement about sharing meals together. Eyes sparkling, Elle leaned closer, overjoyed at their acceptance, asking eagerly if they were serious. Conversation shifted. Again, grandmother softly recalling Blue, whom she had only known through distant video calls. Smiling warmly, Blue introduced herself in person, expressing her own happiness to finally meet Jian-Woo's family. Curiosity rose as grandmother questioned Elle's freedom, prompting Jian-Woo to explain the farmland's dungeon had evolved. Confused expressions spread across grandmother and Elle's faces, their voices overlapping as they repeated "level up." Jian-Woo scratched his head, chuckling nervously, unsure how to simplify the unusual explanation for them. With a bright grin, Blue raised her hand proudly, announcing she had advanced to the next stage. Relief softened everyone's faces. They accepted her words, encouraged by her cheerful confidence and radiant smile. Hidden thoughts stirred in Jian-Woo's mind, uneasy about revealing the deeper truth behind leveling. Spirits and humans gathered happily, their voices mixing together, creating warmth that filled the quiet room. Suspicion crept into grandmother's tone as she pressed Jian-Woo for honesty about unusual circumstances. Nervously scratching his cheek, Jian-Woo tried to dodge details, searching desperately for a safer explanation. Anger flared from the elders, scolding him loudly for recklessly dragging family into dangerous predicaments. Apologizing quickly, Jian-Woo bowed his head, while companions exchanged tense glances under grandmother's sharp gaze. Morning exercises ended as Jian-Woo stretched, while Elle excitedly called out to cheerful Hwa. Spirits joined Elle, their faces bright with joy, declaring how refreshed and energized they now felt. Watching them closely, Jian-Woo's expression softened, quietly wondering about Hwa's unusually spirited enthusiasm today. Bursting with energy, Hwa leapt high, shouting proudly that morning exercise felt incredibly invigorating and satisfying. Curiosity rose in Jian-Woo, and he awkwardly admitted Hwa also looked beautiful, wearing her new clothes. With newfound freedom, Hwa cheerfully expressed relief, explaining she could finally wear clothes outside again. Gratitude overflowed as she hugged Son tightly, acknowledging her friend's magic for making this possible. Intricate patterns glowed across her outfit, enchantments carefully woven to conceal wings beneath shimmering fabric. Amazed by the display, Jian-Woo muttered softly about magic's brilliance. Impressed with Son's ingenuity, excitement lifted Hwa skyward, wings hidden yet functional, while Jian-Woo panicked someone nearby might notice. Concern rose in Jian-Woo's voice as he reminded Hwa that neighbors might easily notice her flying. A glance at rooftops showed nothing unusual, convincing him momentarily that no one was around nearby. Suddenly, Son's playful cry rang out, her bright energy echoing loudly across the quiet street. Realization struck Jian-Woo instantly. Noise had traveled straight toward Manhwa School, located right beside their home. Weakened emptiness saved them briefly, but a startled student's scream shattered silence, drawing everyone's anxious attention. A sharp kick struck hard, forcing the red-haired fighter backward as pain spread across her body. Another blow followed quickly, her opponent's strength overwhelming, leaving her gasping and stumbling under the force, determined not to lose. She gritted her teeth, launching a desperate counterattack with swift precision. Both fighters clashed fiercely, exchanging strikes until balance faltered and one cried out about falling. Clenching her fists, the determined girl steadied herself, refusing to collapse, despite exhaustion weighing heavily inside. Seo Rin's sudden outburst shocked her opponent, eyes widening as the strike landed with brutal force. The red-haired fighter staggered, collapsing backward as pain surged, while spectators gasped at the intense clash. From the rooftop, Jian Wu and others watched nervously, whispering about Seo Rin's merciless training methods. No rest was granted. Seo Rin demanded another round, pushing her students far beyond their limits. Breathing heavily, the brunette trainee met her gaze, silently acknowledging the grueling effort Seo Rin required. Zhenjin Wu suddenly appeared with drinks in hand, interrupting training while calling out Seo Rin's name. Curious eyes turned toward him, wondering why he showed up at the school during such timing. Calmly, Jian Wu explained he wanted to request Seo Rin's training. Despite their surprised reactions, tension flared as one student criticized his bold entrance, challenging his right to interfere so casually. Realizing arguments were pointless, Jian Wu sighed, admitting they couldn't compare to Seo Rin's remarkable strength. Seo Rin observed quietly, wishing her two trainees would cooperate instead of fighting separately without coordination. Thoughts shifted as she admitted the clash looked impressive, almost like a real match worth watching. Suddenly, the brunette's eyes widened, catching something unusual, her body stiffening as confusion clouded her thoughts. Hawa appeared dramatically, her movements flashy, reminding the trainee of exaggerated action scenes she'd once seen online. From nowhere, a fluffy spirit rolled forward, praising her coolness, leaving the girl stunned in silence. Glasses nearly slipped as the trainee's eyes widened, her stunned reaction revealing disbelief at Hawa's appearance. Radiant light surrounded Hawa, her confident stance glowing brightly, leaving everyone mesmerized by her sudden transformation. Startled, the brunette stammered nervously, asking if Hawa might actually be the legendary Kyungochi's companion. Overcome with shock, she clung tightly to Hawa, shouting loudly, unable to control her overflowing excitement. Watching awkwardly, Jian Wu chuckled nervously, realizing introductions had spiraled far beyond his original expectations. Jian Wu reassured Hawa gently, explaining the girl wasn't dangerous but simply her enthusiastic fan. Confused by the word, Hawa tilted her head, repeating fan curiously as her crimson eyes flickered. A laugh followed from Jian Wu, who confirmed her admiration, introducing Elle formally as his niece. Blushing slightly, Hawa greeted nervously, her timid hello sparking an overwhelming reaction from the excited girl. Electricity of excitement coursed through Elle's body, her legs trembling as emotions nearly sent her collapsing. Elle rushed forward excitedly, shouting with joy at finally meeting Hawa, her admiration overflowing uncontrollably. Startled by the sudden enthusiasm, Hawa stiffened slightly, nervously offering a polite introduction despite her unease. Observing nearby, Seo Rin and another trainee exchanged looks, quietly remarking on the surprising scene unfolding before them. The dungeon farmland stretched widely across rocky terrain, with crops thriving under the harsh mountain environment. Zhenwu hummed contently while inspecting the fields, followed closely by Hawa and other spirits. The curious spirits noticed his cheerful mood, whispering quietly among themselves while observing his unusual behavior. Hawa asked directly, tilting her head, wondering why he appeared strangely cheerful today. He explained visitors now came frequently, making their quiet farmland busier than ever before. Hawa mentioned Miss Seojin often visits their farmland, enthusiastically talking about KungTube's broadcasts. Spirits laughed together, recalling how visitors frequently admired Jian Wu, while keeping respectful distance nearby. Yejun and Ye Ren regularly stopped by, enjoying honey tea prepared with harvested spiritual crops. The group often quarreled playfully, their chatter filling the farmhouse with constant noise and liveliness. Jinwoo quietly endured the bustle, admitting the overwhelming visits recently made him slightly uncomfortable. Surrounded by spirits, Jianwoo declared the dungeon farmland was truly a quiet, safe place. Confidence showed in his smile as he reassured everyone about the farmland's peaceful daily environment. He later walked across tilled soil, humming thoughtfully while observing the land's vast empty space. The farmer carefully inspected planted crops, comparing growth patterns and considering future cultivation improvements needed. Zhenwu concluded that dungeon soil produced stable results, ensuring abundant harvests with proper management. Zhenwu examined a strange cabbage-like crop, uncertain whether it should be cultivated further. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he realized another spirit might provide useful information regarding flowers. He asked Kong to show him a specific flower, receiving one freshly conjured instantly. Though grateful, Jianwu admitted he still lacked knowledge about properly cultivating the unique plant. Kong revealed the flowers naturally grew inside very dark caves, thriving without sunlight exposure. The mysterious flower revealed its trait, showing it naturally thrived within consistently dark environments. Jijinwu realized they could attempt replicating cave-like conditions to cultivate the plant successfully. Hawa enthusiastically suggested summoning spirits, though Jianwu preferred saving that option for emergencies. He chuckled at Hawa's determination, appreciating her eagerness, but cautioning about unnecessary spirit summoning. Memories of the mighty being within the cave surfaced, reminding him of earlier terrifying encounters. Zhenwu suddenly recalled certain crops also grew in darkness, sparking a practical cultivation idea. Hawa eagerly brought over a large container, curious to assist with Jianwu's sudden experiment. The farmer explained it was a household jar, suitable for simulating a lightless growth environment. He described how bean sprouts thrived without sunlight, inspiring them to attempt cultivating flowers similarly. Carefully, Jianwu prepared the soil mixture, planning to test flower growth inside the jar. Jejinwu carefully planted the strange flowers inside the jar, beginning their controlled growth experiment. He covered the jar with blackout cloth, ensuring no sunlight would disrupt the flower's adaptation. Unsure of results, Jianwu admitted the experiment might fail, yet worth attempting cautiously together. Kong grew impatient, but Jianwu urged patience, reminding him cultivation required careful time management. With preparations complete, Jianwu cheerfully motivated everyone to continue working diligently on their farmland. Jejinwu was startled when spirits informed him unexpected visitors had arrived at the dungeon farmland. He hurried outside with Hawa and others, spotting the portal opening with unusual energy. The portal expanded, releasing a sudden burst of light that caught everyone's immediate attention. Two elegant green-haired spirits emerged, their presence filling the area with calm, mysterious atmosphere. They politely thanked Jianwu for allowing entry, which he humbly dismissed as unnecessary courtesy. Spirits cheerfully greeted the newcomers, with Hawa jumping excitedly while welcoming the dungeon visitors warmly. Jianwu reflected nervously, realizing it was his first time directly meeting dungeon spirits. Surprised, he noticed they spoke in honorifics, unlike the usual casual magical translations provided. The visiting spirit explained she created improved translation magic, allowing conversations to sound more formal. Impressed, Jianwu praised her skill, curious about what other magical abilities she possessed. A spirit suddenly remembered Soa's message, urgently reminding the little spirits of her words. She scolded them passionately, emphasizing how important Soa's letter and promises truly were. The spirit revealed Soa's letter, written to reassure them about her eventual return. Confused, Jianwu asked why Soa wouldn't immediately return after delivering such a message. The spirit clarified Soa intended to first fulfill her promise made specifically with Jianwu. The green-haired spirit assured everyone Soa was safe, then shifted the conversation toward another matter. Sternly, she scolded the younger spirit for recklessly plucking sacred leaves from the mother tree. Shocked, Hawa realized the leaves in question might relate directly to the world's sacred tree. The elder confirmed it, explaining those leaves were indeed precious fragments from the mother tree. Embarrassed, the spirits admitted they had already used all remaining leaves, leaving none available now. Jejinwu explained calmly that all the sacred energy had already been absorbed into the farmland. The spirits gasped in shock, realizing the farmland contained remnants of the mother tree's essence. They concluded the overwhelming energy within the dungeon must originate from those powerful sacred leaves. Concerned, the elder spirit asked if any remaining leaves existed outside, even a single one. Regretfully, Jianwu admitted there were none left, causing visible distress among the visiting spirits. The elf spirit despaired, believing everything was lost after learning all sacred leaves were gone. Jejinwu cautiously asked if those leaves truly carried such vital importance for their world. She confirmed, explaining the Mother Tree's power sustained their realm and maintained universal balance. Recently, however, the tree's strength weakened for unknown reasons, worsening their realm's unstable condition. She warned gravely that with all leaves consumed, their elf world might soon completely vanish. The elf reflected on the Mother Tree's leaf, never realizing it carried such immense importance. She admitted shock, understanding too late how critical the sacred leaves truly were for survival. Realization struck all the leaves had been absorbed entirely into Jianwu's dungeon farmland. Accepting responsibility, she trembled, recognizing their world's fate, now directly tied to Jianwu. Nervously, she pleaded, asking if she could personally assist him in managing the farmland. The elf spirits admitted confusion, confessing even they didn't fully understand the world tree situation. Jianwu, uncertain himself, struggled to think of a solution that could ease tensions. Hua suddenly stepped forward, insisting she possessed special skills useful for handling matters related. She asked Jianwu to trust her, confidently requesting responsibility over the world tree. With determination, Hua smiled brightly as the group considered entrusting her with this crucial task. Hua shouted in disbelief, unable to accept Jianwu's reckless idea of reviving Mother Tree. Jianwu stayed firm, insisting they would never know unless they tried with determination together. Despite her doubts, Hua listened closely, her conflicted heart wavering between fear and faint hope. Hua puffed her cheeks angrily, frustrated by his stubbornness, yet unable to dismiss his resolve. A nearby child suddenly screamed Hua's name, alarming both companions as unexpected danger quickly approached. Yan called out repeatedly, worried about Hua, her voice sharp but filled with genuine concern. Jianwu quickly admitted fault, explaining he never intended their discussion to become a heated argument. Arms crossed, Hua turned aside, showing clear displeasure, though she still listened silently to them. Yan tried again, approaching with playful persistence, hoping to soften Hua's mood through gentle teasing. With growing irritation, Hua sighed deeply, questioning if Yan truly thought persistence would change her. Thoughts lingered heavily in Hua's mind, acknowledging the immense burden tied to the Mother Tree. Her gaze shifted downward, quiet resolve forming as uncertainty warred with determination inside her heart. Suddenly, Hua declared her choice aloud, entrusting responsibility of the Mother Tree entirely to others. Shock filled Jianwu's face, demanding clarification, confused by her willingness to give such trust. A divine message arrived, voice echoing within, proclaiming the will of the god of nature. Jianwu stared at the withered form, realizing the Mother Tree's survival might be impossible. Yan clung tightly beside him, her eyes trembling with silent fear of losing everything again. Hua approached carefully, requesting Jianwu's trust, assuring their combined strength could still achieve hope. With determination softening her expression, she urged everyone not to falter, despite overwhelming despair surrounding them. Standing before the colossal trunk, Hua declared boldly that their mission was saving the world tree. Footsteps echoed along the path as the group marched under moonlight, carrying determination and hope. Surrounded by allies, Jianwu carried the glowing device, aware their unity now bound them. A magical contract appeared, detailing conditions for cooperation, binding their spirits into an unbreakable pact. Scratching his chin, Jianwu admitted uncertainty, uneasy about risks hidden within unfamiliar sacred terms. Hua listened quietly, her eyes steady, reminding everyone the decision marked only their first challenge. Yan explained softly that the mysterious voice was something only a priestess could truly hear. Spirits supported her claim, insisting divine instructions must be followed without hesitation for their survival. Realization dawned on Jianwu, understanding why Yan's stance had shifted so dramatically overnight. Suspicion rose within him, wondering who possessed enough power to deliver such commanding sacred words. When asked directly, Jianwu hesitated briefly before refusing to press further, respecting Yan's silence. Under the night sky, Jianwu decided their immediate focus must remain on restoring World Tree. At home, a sudden arrival broke the silence as Yuna rushed forward, clinging to Hua. Excitement filled the room, companions greeting her warmly, relieved to see a familiar face appear. A tall man in black introduced himself politely as Blue, his manner calm and composed. Another figure stepped forward confidently, Night proudly declaring herself as the daughter of someone important. Yuna pieced things together, realizing that Night, being his brother's child, was Jianwu's niece. With gentle warmth, introductions continued as Lady Yuna formally greeted Lady Ella and spirited Hwa. Cheerfulness spread throughout the home, laughter echoing as everyone gathered in the lively atmosphere together. Yuna embraced Yan joyfully, expressing relief, her heart comforted by such adorable company filling the household. Zhejian Wu blushed at Yuna's playful words, flustered by her teasing about his house's bright charm. Conversation shifted when an older gentleman suggested addressing important matters first, his tone calm yet firm. Feeling awkward, Jianwu wondered silently if he had unintentionally stepped into something serious and complicated. The man clarified his visit, explaining he came partly for Hwa, but with deeper purposes. Eyes turned to Jianwu as the gentleman handed over documents, urging him to take responsibility. Shock spread through the room when he revealed multiple nations had shown interest in Hwa's abilities. Gold light erupted around Jianwu, astonishing everyone as the value of his crops skyrocketed. Yuna explained calmly that once the product's unmatched value spread, many nations would desperately demand it. Startled by the revelation, Jianwu realized their harvest held greater power than ordinary special crops. Hwa tilted her head, quietly observing his reaction, sensing both excitement and unease within him. Seeking clarity, Jianwu asked Yuna directly whether she knew anything about the legendary World Tree. Yuna explained casually that the World Tree often appeared in fantasy novels, rarely mentioned seriously elsewhere. Zhenwu scratched his cheek nervously, pretending he only knew about it from reading novels. The older gentleman interjected, recalling faint memories of unusual trees possibly linked to ancient legends. Everyone turned curiously toward Night, sensing she might possess information hidden away from ordinary knowledge. She admitted solemnly that during a dungeon expedition, she once saw a massive dead tree. The older gentleman admitted his focus then was dungeon destruction, leaving the tree mostly unexamined. Zhejian Wu considered the possibility of surviving world trees, aware dungeons often held countless unknown mysteries. He thanked them politely, explaining his question was curiosity rather than certain knowledge of such existence. Changing topics, Jianwu asked Yuna about another matter, remembering she mentioned something mysterious earlier. With calm expression, Yuna handed him an envelope, revealing it came directly from his guardian angel. Yujin Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. After learning the letter came from Yuna's guardian mother, shock coursed through him as he opened the envelope, hands trembling while reading its contents. Outside, Yuna greeted arriving guests warmly, unaware of the growing tension surrounding Jianwu's discovery. Curious, Hwa approached and asked what important message he had just received earlier that evening. Holding the letter tightly, Jianwu hesitated before showing the group. While Hwa watched intently, Jianwu stared at the glowing coupon, confused by its promise to grant any possible wish. Jianwu received a sudden question. If one wish came true, what would it be? Hwa quickly raised her hand with bright enthusiasm, shouting loudly, showing excitement without hesitation or fear. Iria calmly shared her heartfelt desire, wishing the mother tree would remain strong, safe, and healthy. Zhejian Wu responded firmly, promising to support Iria's wish wholeheartedly, giving reassurance with determined encouraging words. Turning toward Elle, Zhenwu asked about her wish, while Hwa curiously waited for her response. Elle looked nervous when asked about her wish, her expression trembling with visible hesitation. Struggling to speak, Elle lowered her gaze, hands clenched tightly, whispering uncertainly while holding back tears. Zhejian Wu grew startled, eyes widening in shock, clearly not expecting Elle's sudden emotional reaction. Tears rolled down Elle's cheeks uncontrollably, her voice trembling, leaving Jianwu worried and confused. The next morning, sunlight spread across the house, bringing a new beginning after yesterday's heavy emotions. A sudden knock echoed through the house, making the girl glance curiously toward the door. Confused by the sound, she stood up carefully, wondering who might be visiting so suddenly. Eyes widened with surprise as the familiar figure appeared, causing her expression to brighten instantly. Outside, Jianwu stood casually with companions, holding a paper, explaining lightly without much concern. Among his belongings was a precious wish coupon, which he presented with calm determination. Holding the coupon carefully, the girl explained that it was the promised reward given before. Curiosity filled Jianwu's face as he asked whether she intended to use it immediately. Silence lingered briefly, hesitation appeared while fingers trembled, showing how difficult the decision truly felt. Suddenly, determination shone as Elle declared her wish, clearly desiring to fulfill her niece's dream. With desperate emotion, Elle begged loudly for harmful monsters to disappear completely, ensuring everyone's lasting safety. Confusion spread when the strange word Krungtube appeared, leaving everyone uncertain about its true meaning. Ji Jinwoo calmly explained it was a channel managed by humans, mainly focusing on streaming projects. Memories surfaced of embarrassing videos, leaving Elle emotional, especially recalling unpleasant comments from random viewers. Tears welled up as Elle admitted she only wanted others to enjoy her content sincerely. Just as Jianwoo tried reasoning, another voice interrupted sharply, shouting not to waste the coupon. Embarrassed, the girl shouted at her mother, begging her not to suddenly appear outside. Ignoring the protest, the woman proudly announced herself as Guardian Angel Mainto, striking an exaggerated pose. Shock spread among the group, while the girl desperately tried covering her mother's embarrassing introduction. Surprisingly, Hwa and Elle cheerfully thanked Mainto, recalling how she had helped them previously in trouble. Meanwhile, Jianwoo looked bewildered, questioning whether the wish coupon truly allowed such a request. Maintaining her dramatic posture, the masked woman admitted she never wanted events to unfold like this. She insisted that only through her guidance could the wish coupon be properly fulfilled. With bold confidence, Mainto shouted dramatically, declaring she alone would grant the chosen wish immediately. Confusion spread as Jianwoo questioned her words, while assistants revealed surprising corporate connections behind Mainto. Uneasy Jianwoo sighed while discussing with the girl, realizing resistance might only complicate matters further. Li Jianwoo looked away, embarrassed after giving an emotional farewell to the mysterious young girl. The small girl, Ellie, bowed deeply, thanking Jianwoo for helping her in silence today. Ellie's voice trembled with gratitude as she formally thanked her guardian angel for his kindness. Wu chuckled quietly while his friend Hana imagined their daughter acting as adorably as Ellie. With business done, Hana barked playfully, urging them to leave while Ellie waved goodbye cheerfully. Awkward silence stretched between them as neither Yuna nor Jianwoo knew what to say. Words stumbled inside Yuna's throat, tension thickening with every second of confused, mutual hesitation. Scratching his head nervously, Jianwoo mumbled about Ellie stirring trouble after her surprise appearance. Nods came slowly from Yuna, though her eyes hinted suspicion behind that forced agreement. Before he could escape, her hand darted out, gripping his wrist with sudden urgency. Wu stiffened as Yuna suddenly grabbed his arm, her expression unreadable and tense. Caught in her own impulse, Yuna froze, overwhelmed by embarrassment and confused thoughts. An elder servant appeared, noticing her hesitation and quietly urging her to speak. Nervously shifting, Yuna struggled to form words, pressured by the sudden attention from everyone. She finally made a bold move, inviting Jianwoo somewhere before completely losing her nerve. Wu agreed cheerfully, imagining how much fun the children would have with them. Excited by his response, Yuna's expression lit up with visible joy and sudden energy. With the amusement plan sealed, the group quickly set off toward the dungeon farmland. They traveled by floating island, soaring through the sky toward their next destination. Arrival brought bright lights and smiling faces, everyone ready for another magical farming adventure together. A forest elf appeared from the portal, greeting them and asking about their early arrival. Wu confirmed their timing as the children eagerly clung to him with cheerful anticipation. With no delays, they began walking toward their next destination. The mystical elves' world, a dimensional portal swirled open, pulling light and magic as they stepped into its glow. Crossing dimensions, Wu squinted against the light, his face tense from portal energy pressure. As they emerged from the portal, a young elf called out joyfully to Wu. His attention snapped toward the voice, startled by the warm and enthusiastic greeting. Hawa ran ahead excitedly, followed closely by Ellie and the cheerful beast. Like child, the group looked around in awe, marveling at the magical beauty surrounding the forest path. Towering trees and glowing plants revealed their destination. This was the heart of the elves' forest. Wu gazed upward in amazement, taking in the glowing sky and surreal surroundings. Above the treetops, the sky shimmered with a soft purple hue. Unlike any human world, unfamiliar plants bloomed around them, large and luminous, painting the forest with vibrant, magical life. His eyes widened as he pointed toward something massive looming just ahead through the foliage. Towering above all, the ancient world tree stood majestic, legendary and pulsing with mysterious power. Genjin, who scratched his head, overwhelmed by the task of reviving the massive world tree,